What kind of world is this? Wang Chuan stared blankly out of the window as the chatter of his classmates drifted into his ears. Hey, have you heard? Zhou Jian from Design Class 3 has caught the eye of Penguin Company. He'll probably become an official game producer even before graduation. Who? Zhou Jian. Is he really that incredible? What else did you think? Why would I lie to you? The counselor will probably post the notice in the group soon, then you'll see for yourself. Say no more, I'm convinced. He's a real big shot. I wonder if I can still cling to his thigh. I don't even ask to become an official producer. I'd be satisfied just getting into Penguin Company. What nonsense are you dreaming up? If you're not an official producer, even if you get into Penguin Company, you'll still be a nobody. Ouch, that hurts my soul. That's nothing, there's something even more crushing. You know Lu Long the junior from third year, right? He entered the newcomer game production contest and took first place outright. He's already an official game producer now. While that doesn't necessarily mean much, that newcomer game production contest is open to anyone. Lu Long's family already has a studio, and he's been interning there for years. He hardly counts as a real beginner. Even so, you can't deny the guy took first place. Whether you're convinced or not, you have to accept it. Unlike us, graduation is right around the corner, and our Pango editor profiles are still completely blank. We don't even know which game company we'll end up in. Sigh, what are they even talking about? Am I dreaming, or have I crossed into another world? Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Chuan's mind was a complete mess. What on earth are they talking about? Game producers, Penguin Company, Pango editor, newcomer game production contest. What are all these things supposed to be? Besides, wasn't I just at home waiting for the new game scheduled for release in March? Frowning, Wang Chuan looked around to examine his surroundings. He was clearly no longer in his own home. The podium at the front, the projection screen at the back, and the murals on the walls all told him this was a classroom in some school. Could this be a dream? Doubtful, yet unwilling to give in, Wang Chuan pinched his thigh. No pain. So it really is a dream then. He exhaled in relief, though a faint trace of disappointment lingered in his heart. As an ordinary person who loved games, he had always yearned for some sort of extraordinary encounter. Oh wow. Wang Chuan, why are you pinching my thigh? Don't you have your own? A sudden yelp rose from beside him. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong leg. Only then did Wang Chuan realize that in his nervousness, he had actually pinched his deskmate's thigh instead. After apologizing to his deskmate, Wang Chuan pinched himself again. To avoid another mishap, he deliberately chose his own arm this time. Once, twice. Yes, that hurt. He hissed softly. If he had known, he wouldn't have used that much force. Suddenly, a sharp pain lanced through his head, as though something were trying to burrow out of his skull. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chuan endured the pain without making a sound, lowering his head to lie on the desk and pretending to sleep. After a while, fragments of memory emerged one after another like scenes from a film, slowly merging into his mind. So, it really is transmigration, not a dream. When he finished sifting through the images in his mind, Wang Chuan finally understood that he had come to another world. Only when he thought things through carefully did he realize that in this world the technological tree seemed to have been skewed. In fields such as the internet and computing, things were not the same as in his previous life. The AR and VR technologies here, along with the configurations of computers, phones, and related devices, had all undergone a qualitative leap. Not only had processing speed greatly increased, but memory capacity had expanded several-fold. Of course, none of that was the most crucial part. The key lay in games. As a die-hard gamer, Wang Chuan could confidently say he had attained a certain level of accomplishment in this field. For instance, when he found existing games unsatisfying, he would teach himself and experiment, building a private server of his own based on the original game. Ahem. Of course, all of that had been purely for his own enjoyment, never for profit. Because of that, he immediately noticed how different this world was. Unlike his previous life, in this world, games had been elevated to the throne of art. They were officially recognized by nations, and game producers adored by the public enjoyed social status on par with celebrated artists. Precisely because of this, with national support, the Pango editor was born in this world of games. Within this editor were stored countless universal code modules for games, allowing a producer to assemble the framework of a game with extreme ease. Simply put, all the common resources of games had been integrated into Pango editor. Each person, according to their level, could access a certain amount of these resources, thereby reducing the difficulty of game development. This was why Wang Chuan felt the technological tree here had been skewed. Yet oddly enough, despite the reduced difficulty of making games, the industry's overall progress was not particularly rapid. Although there were many gaming platforms in this world, from mobile and PC to AR and VR, the very abundance of platforms had led to a decline in the quality of the games themselves. In Wang Chuan's eyes, the development of games here had gone astray. Instead of delving into quality, companies chased profits across multiple platforms and obsessed over the most refined visuals. Once a game became popular, others would lift it wholesale, tweak a few details, and release it again. True innovation was exceedingly rare. Though he had been a shooting gamer in his previous life, he still understood the trajectory of game development and remembered the mechanics of every classic title. If I were to make games myself and become a game producer, wouldn't I be able to achieve something remarkable as well? With that thought, Wang Chuan could not help but feel his heart stir. There was enormous potential here. All he had to do was transplant the classic games from his previous life, and success would already be within reach. No, that wasn't merely copying. He would be spreading the classic games of his former world, allowing the players here to experience what a true game really was. Just as Wang Chuan shamelessly indulged in his fantasies, a voice sounded within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary game producer system. Please confirm whether you accept it. Huh? What is this? A system? Am I so happy I'm hallucinating? The sudden prompt left Wang Chuan somewhat stunned. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary game producer system. Please confirm whether you accept it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary game producer system. Please confirm whether you accept it. So it isn't an illusion. Hearing the prompt again, Wang Chuan nodded to himself. Since that's the case then, I accept. After he confirmed his acceptance of the system, a crude, minimalist panel appeared before Wang Chuan. So it's true. Every transmigrator comes with a system, he murmured. Stunned for a brief moment, Wang Chuan began to examine it. It was a virtual screen that existed only in his field of vision. No one else could see it. He had already confirmed this by testing it on his unsuspecting deskmate as a tool. The panel itself was extremely simple, consisting of only 4 sections. The first section was labeled Fan Value. From the system's description, Wang Chuan learned where fan value came from. Whenever he created a game, he would gain a certain amount of fan value according to the player's satisfaction during their experience of the game. This satisfaction could be born of being moved, angered, or delighted, so long as in the end they recognized the game from the depths of their hearts. As for the use of fan value, that was explained in the next section. The second section was a big wheel. Everyone knew what a big prize wheel was for a tool for drawing lots. According to the system, the big wheel required 10,000 fan value points for a single spin. Although he did not yet know the precise exchange ratio, his instincts told him that this wheel was terribly rigged. The third section was even more familiar, a classic task interface. A mission panel no transmigrator could be without, though for now there were only 2 tasks available. One was a main quest, the other a side quest. Main quest: become the god of games. Reward: 1 chance to have a wish granted. No time limit and no penalty for failure. Side quest: become a certified game producer within 1 month. Reward: 5 to 10 chances to spin the big wheel. No penalty for failure. Become the god of games. Wang Chuan already had some guesses about that, but with no time limit and no punishment, there was no need to rush. Becoming a certified game producer within a month, however, that was something he needed to accomplish as soon as possible, not only to complete a quest, but to pursue his own dream. Yes, Wang Chuan had a dream to bring the classic masterpieces of his previous life into this world. Yet he still needed to carefully think through how he would walk that path. There were 3 ways to become a certified game producer. The first was to win first place in a game producer competition, which would earn him official rewards and accreditation. Another way was to join a well-known game company in the industry and work diligently for several years, after which he could apply for the company's internal assessment to become a certified producer. The last path was to create an indie game. If the first 2 paths had considerable entry barriers, this was the one in which anyone could participate. However, the requirements for this route were rather brutal. The game had to be published exclusively through the official channel with certification enabled, and that certified game needed to reach first place on the new release chart with at least 10,000 sales. In other words, it had to rank number 1 and be purchased by 10,000 paying players, refunds not included. So the only options that really suit me are entering a competition or making an indie game. Joining a company is just not realistic, he muttered. After pondering with his chin pinched between his fingers for a while, Wang Chuan simply stopped overthinking. There was still one last section he had yet to inspect, the items section. Just as he had expected, a beginner's gift pack was waiting inside. Of course, no transmigrator would be complete without one. He selected the gift pack with a tap of his consciousness. A flash of white light swept across the panel, and the pack opened. What it revealed left Wang Chuan somewhat disappointed. Only 2 cards and nothing else. Let's at least see what these 2 cards are. The system wouldn't scam me, right? Clinging to a shred of hope, Wang Chuan tapped on one of the cards. In the next instant, the card's information unfolded on the panel. Strange association device. When used on a game, any player who experiences that game has a chance to generate strange associations. Memory searcher. Got questions? Ask the searcher. Want to recall something? Ask the searcher. Damn, this thing is totally broken. After reading the descriptions of the items, Wang Chuan was momentarily stunned, this time from sheer delight. Above all, the memory searcher was absolutely heaven-defying. It allowed him to search through his memories freely, as if inputting keywords into a search engine within his own mind. He was a true gaming nerd who had played the majority of titles out there. Yet playing a game and actually making one were two different things. With the memory searcher, however, he could summon every minute detail of a game within his mind's eye. If he still couldn't craft a good game with this, then he would. Well, better not swear any poison oaths just yet. As for the other item, the strange association device, he had no idea how to make use of it for the moment. A tool that gave players a chance to form strange associations while gaming. His first thought was horror games, since that type of game seemed the most compatible with such an item. Used properly, it could scare someone half to death. But such games clearly did not suit his current situation. Perhaps he needed to change his way of thinking. Wait, those associations didn't have to be confined to horror at all. Realizing this, Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. He shifted his posture, and fresh ideas began to flow endlessly. Setting aside concepts that his current finances couldn't support, only one approach truly suited him: metagames, or more precisely, metagames. Simply put, such games forged a connection between the content within the game and the player outside it. For example, you might be playing controlling a character and making choices believing yourself to be the one in control. Then all of a sudden the character would turn around to face you and say coldly, "Stop meddling in my life." In that instant, the sense of the fourth wall shattering. That was the essence of meta. It left players feeling as though they were being toyed with, as if everything happening in the game truly existed. That was the unique charm of metagames. In his past life, there had been many representative works of the genre: the Stanley Parable, which focused heavily on narrative exploration, which blended meta with action combat, and Undertale, which fully unleashed meta's potential. In this context, action combat referred to move sets, monster design, and so on. In simple terms, fighting. Wang Chuan carefully reviewed the content of these games in his mind, comparing them against one another. He had already decided to make a metagame, since that would allow him to exploit his cheat abilities to the fullest. But choosing exactly which game to recreate required meticulous deliberation. Wait, how much money do I even have left? A deadly serious question suddenly struck him. Making a game cost money. How much did he still have? He checked his phone. Your current balance is 31241. 11 yuan. So just over 30,000 left. No room for hesitation anymore. The Stanley Parable. It has to be you. Having seen the state of his funds, Wang Chuan decisively settled on the Stanley Parable as his target. After sorting through his thoughts, Wang Chuan opened his laptop. Since the school taught game development, he was able to bring his computer to class. Moreover, because he often needed to develop games, his laptop had to run the Pangu editor. As a result, his computer was quite high-end. Fortunately, due to the technological advancements in this world, the thickness of high-end computers was not much different from laptops in his past life. Thus, one could say that a high-performance computer is indispensable for a game developer. The classmates around him were still chatting, and their conversations mostly revolved around job hunting. After all, they were already in their senior year, and graduation was no longer a distant prospect. Wang Chuan, you can't be serious about wanting to make a game by yourself, right? At that moment, his desk mate noticed Wang Chuan's actions and asked with a strange expression. Well, the reason for this question had its background. Before Wang Chuan crossed over, his predecessor had made a bet with his desk mate, claiming he would create a game. Then he would release it through official channels, and through his own efforts become a legitimate game developer. The outcome, as one could imagine, was predictable. Making a game was not as easy as it seemed. His predecessor failed decisively. Afterwards, Wang Chuan crossed over. Young people must be a little crazy, or how can they be called young? After recalling this memory, Wang Chuan did not deny it, merely smiling as he spoke. Since this was his predecessor's dream, he might as well help fulfill it. It just so happened that he possessed the ability and had a mission which could be seen as repaying the karma of his crossing. I'm telling you, Wang Chuan, you really need to think it through. Pursuing the independent game route is incredibly demanding, and there's basically no hope. I feel it would be better to be practical and intern at a game company for a few years, accumulating some experience before considering becoming a formal game developer. If that doesn't work, you could also try entering a game development competition. At least there's a glimmer of hope there, which is much better than going the independent game route. Wang Chuan's desk mate was genuinely concerned and was earnestly advising him. After all, he didn't want Wang Chuan to delay his future due to a casual bet or an unrealistic dream. Thank you, a desk mate. But don't worry, I'm confident. This isn't just a joke. Wang Chuan was a bit surprised and looked at his desk mate seriously for the first time. Having made the decision to pursue independent game development, which was relatively free, he also aimed to help fulfill his predecessor's wishes. If he were to ask his desk mate's name, would that be a bit awkward? Also, what was up with this predecessor? Did he not even know his desk mate's name? Did you forget my name again? Unexpectedly, his desk mate was quite perceptive, noticing Wang Chuan's awkward demeanor and saying, Alright, I admitted my name is Xiaoming. Got it, I'll remember Xiaoming. Goodbye, Xiaoming. After awkwardly replying, Wang Chuan picked up his laptop and left. Indeed, it was impossible to remain quiet in class. If he wanted to work on his game in peace, he had to return to the dormitory. Just to clarify, his roommates had all found their places, and only he was left in the dorm. Returning to the familiar, yet strange dormitory, Wang Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He placed his fingers on the keyboard and began to type continuously. Although he had the memories of his predecessor, he still needed to familiarize himself. However, he quickly mastered it thanks to the Pangu editor developed in this world. It simplified game development to an extraordinary degree. They only needed to remember some commands. Once he was well acquainted with the Pangu editor, Wang Chuan felt much more at ease. He had already determined his goal to pursue independent game certification, thus achieving his own aspirations. To succeed through this route, two objectives had to be met: ranking and player recognition. Ranking could be set aside for now. In Wang Chuan's view, as long as the game was excellent and impactful, it would easily reach the top. After all, that leaderboard only considered games released within a month. Anything beyond that would automatically drop off. Player recognition, meaning the willingness to pay for a game, was of utmost importance. How could he achieve 10,000 paying users within a month? This was a question. Moreover, the money earned from this game would impact his subsequent development plans. Though becoming a formal game developer would grant official support, allowing him to secure a certain amount interest-free from the bank. However, it would ultimately need to be repaid, so it would be even better if he could earn it himself. These were all prerequisites. The remaining issue was choosing what kind of game to create. Based on his current financial situation, the first priority was to keep costs low, preferably using resources available in the Pangu editor. This way, he could control costs within 20,000 yuan, as he still wanted to set aside 10,000 for promotion. Next, the game had to be simple to produce due to his limited time. The task required completion within a month, and he didn't want to procrastinate. However, he had already planned his game choice for a long time. The first game would be the one he had previously mentioned, which included meta elements, Stanley's Parable. There were 3 reasons for this choice. First, its mechanics were straightforward, primarily relying on narrative exploration. Second, it was a classic metagame. Presenting this idea would be original enough to attract a broad audience, and it could also synergize with that intriguing magnifying glass. Third, it was very low cost. Most of the resources could be found in the Pangu editor, with a heavy emphasis on narrative design. Creating Stanley's Parable was relatively simple, though most of its content lay in the narration, with core points revolving around twists. As for the music aspect, the requirements were quite low. He didn't need to customize it specifically. He wasn't considering those classic games right now, as it wasn't the right time. Those games required significant costs and time to develop, along with a platform and promotion. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. He certainly didn't want those classic games from his past life to flop in this world. Compared to that, metagames like Stanley's Parable better suited his current situation. After all, metagames had yet to emerge in this world, and once he introduced it, it would undoubtedly create a sensational effect. Wang Chuan was very confident about this. Rubbing his temples, Wang Chuan did not use the memory searcher immediately. Instead, he opened a document on his laptop to organize the games in his memory. After all, the memory searcher is not omnipotent. While it appears to search freely, it has certain limitations that he does not yet know. Considering the various plots and some music in the game, his memory might not be sufficient. Therefore, he needs to lighten the load as much as possible to allow the memory searcher to function at its best. Moreover, every aspect of this game needs to be completed by him alone. Although he has the Pangu editor, which means he doesn't need to code everything manually. However, it's not an easy task, even though this is just a small game. It is precisely because of this that the game creators in this world tend to be all-rounders. Story, music, values, design, and so on. He must understand at least a little about each. The core gameplay does not need to change. It still focuses on puzzles and narrative, emphasizing choice, freedom, storytelling, human nature, and exploration of reality. The areas that need changing are the game's framework and art style. He can utilize the advantages of this world to beautify the game. In his past life, this game was merely a product of a small studio. They lacked the resources and funds to improve the art. But this is not important. After all, it is impossible for a game to be perfect. What matters is that it is good enough. However, it does give him an advantage to modify the less favorable aspects while retaining the excellent ones. However, his current funds are limited, so he cannot afford to hire a dedicated artist. Thus, most of the artistic resources will be directly taken from the Pangu editor. For the more important parts, he will select them separately and assign them to an artist. This way, the costs will be significantly reduced. As for the interface layout, he can simply replicate the design from his past life. There is no need for special design. Moreover, the Pangu editor has similar templates available for a small fee. The story is of utmost importance for Stanley's Parable. The uniqueness of this game lies in its dual framework, where players possess both the identity of Stanley and the gamer. The narration in the story adds a certain level of interest. The remaining settings and music can be reproduced later using the memory searcher. On the surface, the system task gives a month's time, which seems ample. However, in reality, this month excludes the time for game review. The time left for Wang Chuan is merely a little over half a month. During this time, he must gradually recreate the classic from his memories. Days passed, and Wang Chuan adjusted everything. He confirmed the game's direction and details, comparing them with his memories. Finally, it was presented in the design document. It seemed simple, but in fact it took a great deal of effort. At the very least, Wang Chuan had spent several days hunched over his desk. Next, it's time to use the props. Stretching, Wang Chuan tidied up his desk before washing up and having breakfast. After everything was tidied up, he picked up his phone, turned on airplane mode, and then clicked on the props section in the system interface to select the memory searcher and confirm its use. In an instant, he felt as if he could sense his brain. His mind transformed into a computer capable of searching for targets based on his needs. Without overthinking it, fearing he might lock onto the wrong thing, Wang Chuan recalled information related to Stanley's Parable. His brain began to function like a computer operating at high speed. The information of Stanley's Parable became increasingly clear in his mind. Although in this recollection he was in the role of a player combined with the memories of this life, he could easily analyze and extract the game data. Indeed, this world's Wang Chuan is quite formidable. Shaking his head, Wang Chuan felt somewhat emotional. Unlike him, just a gaming enthusiast, this world's Wang Chuan is a qualified game producer. Not pondering further, Wang Chuan returned to his desk and quickly began to write. In this short time, he had memorized everything that needed to be remembered about the game. What he needed now was to put the memories down in the planning document. Few finally done. In the dark room lit by a small desk lamp, Wang Chuan pinched his temples, revealing a look of fatigue. Since using the props he had been writing until now, after such a long period of work, he felt completely drained as soon as he relaxed. After brewing a cup of coffee and resting for a while, Wang Chuan's gaze returned to the Pengu editor, entering the internal forum of the editor. Here he could find everything needed for game production. This included the art outsourcing team and the music outsourcing team that he currently required. After a careful look, Wang Chuan chose a company with a good reputation and reasonable prices. After a brief chat, he sent over the relevant requirements and design sketches. How am I still tired after drinking coffee? This coffee can't be fake, can it? Picking up the coffee jar, Wang Chuan felt a bit puzzled. However, since he was tired, it would be a good idea to take a hot shower. It would refresh him and make him feel more comfortable. After returning, Wang Chuan found another music outsourcing team. Again, after a brief chat, he sent over the music requirements. His savings had already fallen below 10,000. There's no way around it. Game production costs money, which is why independent game developers are relatively rare. Most projects are produced by large companies. Furthermore, it is precisely because of this that every successful independent game developer receives attention from various parties, as they have proven their talent. The remaining tasks are game promotion and player engagement. After confirming that there were no other issues with the game, Wang Chuan faced a relatively important problem. Firstly, regarding the players, Wang Chuan was not overly concerned. He had confidence in the quality of the game. Moreover, he still had a game prop, the odd association device, which he had not yet used. Although he had some vague ideas about this prop, he would have to wait and see what it would be useful for. Aside from that, it was the game's promotion. After thinking for a long time, he still had no ideas. Instead, he found himself yawning repeatedly, growing more fatigued. Forget it, I'll sleep and discuss it tomorrow. With that thought, Wang Chuan lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was utterly exhausted. The ringing of the alarm clock echoed, and Wang Chuan struggled to defeat the blanket monster before finally getting out of bed. After washing up, Wang Chuan sat down and opened his computer, only to find an email from the art team showcasing their work. He silently gave them a thumbs up in his heart and began to review the images. After going through them one by one, Wang Chuan discovered that these images largely met his expectations. Whether it was Stanley's character design, the elevator, the bomb effects, or the layout of the rooms and corridors, they all aligned with his requests. Of course, even if the requirements were not met, he could ask for revisions, and they generally provided free modifications. However, since the focus of Stanley's Parable was not on the art, Wang Chuan confirmed that there were no major flaws. He chose to accept their work and even left a positive review. It wasn't exceptional, but for the price it was acceptable. A message pinged from his classmate asking what he was doing and if he wanted to go out to play. Wang Chuan didn't lie and replied that he was developing a new game and had no time to go out. His classmate sent a supportive emoji and then logged off. Next, it's time for the birth of Stanley's Parable. Retracting his gaze, Wang Chuan began the final tasks. To him, creating a game was like assembling a puzzle. Art was one piece, music another, narrative text another, and foundational structure yet another. He had completed these pieces, and now all that remained was assembly. He began by importing the narrative text, as the game's primary focus was the story, which could not afford any mistakes. The narrator's lines occupied the majority of the text, and Wang Chuan meticulously proofread them. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. This won't do. After finishing this game and securing some starting funds, I must establish a studio Otherwise, developing games alone is simply too exhausting. Wang Chuan stretched wearily, feeling somewhat sentimental. It wasn't just tiring, it was also incredibly time-consuming. After a short break, he returned to his seat and opened the Pengu editor. He input the received art resources into the editor, and once all the art resources were uploaded, the game would be complete. Finally done, but I need to play through it a few times first to check for bugs. As he gazed at the familiar yet strange visuals on the screen, Wang Chuan felt a surge of emotion. This was Stanley's Parable, the Wang Chuan version. He adeptly launched the game and quickly played through it several times. The self-isolation ending, also known as the coward's ending, was normal. The standard ending or the deception ending was normal. The crazy ending, also known as the loop ending, was normal. After spending several hours trying out all the endings and confirming there were no bugs, Wang Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Next, it's time to upload the game. He opened his computer and searched for the official game platform, planning to upload his game there. The official game platform, as the name suggests, is a state-supported platform for game developers. The data here is relatively fair with almost no data manipulation. Recommendations are based on big data and automatically generated by the system algorithms. Moreover, since this is an official platform, it has the highest player traffic, making it very suitable for independent game developers like him. In contrast, the three major game companies' platforms have higher commission rates, as they are more profit-driven. Additionally, the data can be somewhat unreliable. Recommendations are entirely based on performance. Popular games earn more, so they receive full recommendations. If a smaller game isn't profitable, it might only receive minimal recommendations. Fortunately, the official platform exists, otherwise the gaming industry would be muddled by third-party platforms. The official platform takes a 30 cut, while the three major platforms take at least 50. I must be out of my mind to choose the latter. After reviewing the rules, Wang Chuan felt exhausted from the sarcasm. Of course, he understood that this was all due to profit concerns. Unless it's a completely free game, there's no way to promote it across all channels. With that thought in mind, Wang Chuan abandoned the three major platforms and uploaded Stanley's Parable to the official platform. He mainly wanted to become a legitimate game developer while also earning some startup capital. Thus, the official platform was the best fit for him. Soon he received a response from the Pengu editor indicating that the review had been approved. Since the Pengu editor was developed by the official platform, all data could be viewed directly from the backend. Clicking on the approved link, Wang Chuan saw the game's data. As he had expected, the data was all zeros. However, he had no doubts about the quality of Stanley's Parable, but the system tasks had a time limit. Now only 10 days remained before the deadline. Use the strange association device. Opening the item section, Wang Chuan found the device and prepared to use it. But the subsequent system notification surprised Wang Chuan. You can choose a specific ending to induce strange associations in players. Reading this, Wang Chuan pondered. Stanley's Parable had nearly 20 different endings. However, the most likely ending that the majority of players would reach was the standard ending. It could even be considered the first ending that most players would encounter. Listen to the narrator and don't let him get hurt. The process was simple. Just follow the narrator's instructions. Continue until you reach the underground mind control room, enter the core, and press the off button to turn off the mind control device. Game over. After choosing to use it, Wang Chuan suddenly thought of something. Even the finest wine can be lost in a deep alley. No matter how good my game is, if no one knows about it, it will still flop. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chuan opened the versatile Pengu editor and searched for some media accounts for promotion. While he couldn't promote it widely, bringing in a few players in the early stages would still be beneficial. He firmly believed that as long as players played the game, it would snowball and grow larger. However, he wondered if his wallet could withstand it. Dear user, your bank card balance is 9,861.32. Well, alright, I might as well find a cheap option. There's nothing to be done. When you're short on cash, dreams become smaller. However, a cheap fried dough stick with chocolate sauce could at least make a delicious donut, right? It's so dark. Looking at the mere 100 yuan left in his bank card, Wang Chuan felt a gust of desolate wind pass by. It not only brought him sadness, but also took away his money. After a careful selection, he finally found a self-media account with 800 followers and a good reputation. The price they offered was quite reasonable, 900 yuan for a soft advertisement promotion. However, the enticing offer of 100 keyword searches was the reason Wang Chuan chose this one. Nevertheless, they also requested him to upload the game beforehand. They needed to play through it and confirm the game's content before promotion. Although they claimed it was for legitimate reasons, in reality, it was to ensure the game contained no violations. A stomach, just bear with it for a few days. Once the money comes at the end of the month, you'll be able to feast again. Wang Chuan looked at his stomach with a hint of bitterness, sighing inwardly. There was no choice. All his savings had gone into making the game, leaving him with just 100 yuan for meals. What can one buy with 100 yuan? He wondered if he could last for these 10 days. It would be great if there was a cheap place to eat. Wait, there seems to be such a place. Suddenly Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. How could he forget the school cafeteria? With that thought, he casually put away his computer, tidied up, and prepared to eat. The school cafeteria is a blessing for the vast majority of students. 3 meat dishes for only 8 or 9 yuan, and rice is free. This is a benefit unique to being in school. As for vegetarian dishes, not affordable, not affordable. While Wang Chuan sighed over the food in an office somewhere in Magic City, Xia Xiao sat tiredly in front of her computer, yawning as she looked at the screen. This game looks like a flop, so boring. She is an employee of this media account, specifically testing the quality of promoted games. And after playing, she writes promotional articles. Although this job seems easy, just playing games every day, when it comes time to write the promotional article, she has to rack her brain to think of the positives to lure players in. Xia Xiao, what's wrong? Are you tired? If you want, I can help you out. Are you thirsty? I can get you a drink. A nearby Xiao Chen, seeing his goddess in distress, quickly approached with a flattering demeanor. Ever since he saw Xia Xiao for the first time, he resolutely embarked on the path of a sycophant. Unfortunately, in the end, he ended up with nothing. No, it's just this game. Although I haven't played it yet, I feel it's not going to work out. Xia Xiao glanced at Xiao Chun and casually commented. Though she doesn't like sycophants, having one around is indeed quite pleasant. Oh. Because this game was made by an ordinary person and the buyout price is a mere 5 yuan, it's unlikely to pass. Xia Xiao lazily leaned back in her chair, explaining in detail. After hearing her explanation, Xiao Chun understood the reason behind her words. Their job is to play games, so they do have some understanding of this industry. To become a recognized game developer, both ranking and acknowledgement are indispensable. Let's not talk about ranking, just the player recognition, and reaching a paying user count of 10,000 is quite difficult. Even if the game is priced cheaply, it's the same. Even free games might not reach 10,000 players, let alone a cheap one. Thus, being able to navigate this path to become a formal game developer makes one highly sought after all they have already proven their strength in the market. Though she can't stop herself from complaining, Xia Xiao still performed her duties diligently. She downloaded the game onto her computer, took a deep breath to block out distractions, ensuring she wouldn't be swayed by bias. She directly entered the game. The game opened and immediately transitioned into the game screen without any cutscenes. This did not surprise Xia Xiao, as it was an indie game. However, the subsequent visuals piqued her interest. Unlike the scenes she had imagined, the graphics of this game were quite exquisite. On the screen appeared a suited man sitting in front of a computer, just like herself. A narration beside him described the story's background. The man's name is Stanley, and the game is surprisingly named after him. What story does Stanley have? This intrigued Xia Xiao. After entering the main interface, the visuals seemed to rotate like a comic strip, accompanied by a simple, yet oddly haunting BGM. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley works at a company in a building, and he is employee number 427. The job of employee number 427 is simple: sit at the desk and press the buttons on the keyboard. The display will tell him the instructions. But one day something strange happened. This event forever changed Stanley. But when he regained his sanity and consciousness, he stood up from the desk and walked out of his office. As the narration provided a simple background introduction, the game officially began. The god's perspective suddenly vanished, transforming into first-person view. Although there were no prompts, Xia Xiao instinctively understood how to operate, using the typical up, down, left, right keys and mouse movements to change direction. This game seems a bit interesting. What exactly happened to Stanley? After a brief adjustment, Xia Xiao decided to head out and explore. The previous narration left her puzzled, and a natural curiosity inherent to humanity urged her to unravel the mystery. Xia Xiao, how's it going? Is the game fun? At that moment, a cheeky voice rang out. It was none other than the sycophant Xiao Chen nearby. As a sycophant, the essential skill is to constantly show concern for the goddess and find common topics. Get lost in playing a game, no time for you. Glancing slightly to the side, Xia Xiao said expressionlessly. As a competent employee, she dislikes others being close while evaluating a game, as it affects her judgment. All right, I'll come back later. Xiao Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose and turned to leave. Yes, a sycophant's day is filled with countless rejections and awkward situations. But so what? She's already used to it. Ignoring Xiao Chen, Xia Xiao immersed herself entirely in the game. She controlled the character Stanley, leaving the office and passing through a corridor and meeting room. During this time, she did not encounter anyone. Meanwhile, the narrator's lines coincidentally echoed, accompanied by eerie music, subtly creating a sense of desolation. This office is empty, with only Stanley left. Where did everyone go? Xia Xiao expressed her confusion about the story background, feeling a chill from the music. This producer must have some psychological issues. Why make a perfectly good game so terrifying? Wang Chuan, Achio. Finally, the character arrived at a room with 2 doors requiring a choice. 2 doors, men on the left, women on the right. I refuse to choose the right one. After murmuring to herself, Xia Xiao chose the left door. Cautiously controlling the game character, she stopped every few steps to check, fearing a trap would suddenly spring up. However, nothing happened along the way. But there isn't even a shadow here. Stanley found it hard to believe and decided to go to the boss office, hoping to find answers there. At this moment, the late narrator began to read the lines. What are you playing me? Choosing the left and finding nothing. And you want me to go to the boss office? Faced with such a frustrating outcome, the usually graceful Xia Xiao couldn't help but curse. It was evident how angry she was. Beside her, Xiao Chen blinked in confusion, wondering what had just happened. Did the goddess just curse? Impossible, impossible, how could the goddess curse? It must be an illusion. Shaking her head, she gazed gently at Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao struggled internally. She didn't want to listen to the narrator, but without listening, she didn't know how to proceed. In the end, she decided to follow the narrator. It's just going to the office. Let's see what you can do to me. After passing through a long staircase, Xia Xiao finally arrived at her destination. Sure enough, bosses are vampires enjoying themselves while the employees suffer. Looking at the lavish decor that was completely different from downstairs, Xia Xiao couldn't help but scoff. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Xiao quickly covered her mouth and looked around warily. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her except Xiao Chun, she let out a sigh of relief. As for Xiao Chun, while he posed no threat, Stanley arrived at the boss office before Xia Xiao had a chance to search. The narrator once again arrived late and began to read the lines. Entering the manager's office, Stanley was shocked to find that there were no signs of any living person here either. What does this mean? Stanley asked loudly. To an empty room. Perhaps it means the manager went bankrupt and ran away with his mistress. While controlling the game character to look around, Xia Xiao silently scoffed. He began frantically flipping through the papers in the boss office, eager to find clues that could explain this situation. Well, go ahead and flip them then. Xia Xiao rolled her eyes at Stanley, who was doing nothing in the game. But his attention was drawn to a keyboard behind the boss desk. What is this for? Oh, finally a discovery, but what is this keyboard for? Following the narrator's hint, Xia Xiao leaned closer to the keyboard, observing carefully, trying to find a key clue. In fact, the terrifying secret guarded by this keyboard lies beneath his feet, so the boss set a particularly hidden password, 2845. However, it is indeed impossible for Stanley to know this. I know he already knows it's 2845. Xia Xiao's heart remained calm. She was too exhausted to scoff now. After uttering the password, she stated it was impossible for anyone else to know. Amazing. Forget it, what comes next? Treasure. Aliens. The manager and a group of employees surprising me. She casually input the password, her mind continuously speculating. But incredibly, Stanley just randomly pressed the keyboard and by luck entered the correct password. It's truly astonishing. You just said it out loud. Xia Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. It no longer felt like dialogue, this narrator. Click. At that moment, the wall beside her suddenly moved, revealing a new passageway before her. This hidden passage resembled an abandoned warehouse with sunlight shining from the other side. Oh, this place feels ominous. It doesn't look good at all. Xia Xiao carefully controlled the game character to walk. She was a girl, and she was quite afraid of such things. Looking around, she found a retro lift. After stepping in, the screen went black. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at a new passage filled with pipes and railings. Where is this? I won't get lost, will I? While manipulating the game character, Xia Xiao couldn't help but scoff. She realized that after playing this game, her capacity for sarcasm had improved. Stanley walked straight to a large door that read Mental Control Facility. Finally reached the place. Xia Xiao felt a surge of excitement and hurried forward. After passing through a dark corridor, she arrived at a platform. Turning on the lights, she discovered that this massive room was filled with television screens. What is this? Xia Xiao found it hard to believe as she looked at the numbers on each television screen. She recalled the workspace she saw at the beginning where each seat bore a number. At this moment, the narrator appeared, confirming her imagination. So it really is, every television screen corresponds to an employee. Is this a surveillance system? Xia Xiao felt a surge of anger. This company is truly excessive. Do employees have no freedom at all? At the same time, a chill ran through her heart as she suddenly wondered if she was being monitored now. This is too horrifying. As the game character continued to explore, and the narrator constantly provided hints, Xia Xiao was horrified to discover that this mental control facility could indeed control minds. But here lies the evidence, the core of control marked with buttons for emotions, joy, sadness, or satisfaction. Indeed, it really is like that. The narrator's lines resurfaced, but Xia Xiao could no longer pay attention. She couldn't help but imagine, what if this truly existed? What if she were also under the control of this machine? Eating, working, resting, everything controlled. This feeling must be worse than death, right? No, this must be stopped. Following the narrator's hints, Xia Xiao arrived at the power supply room. At the end of the passage, she discovered two buttons. This also represented a choice. The screen in front went black, yet the narrator continued reciting the lines. However, Xia Xiao had lost interest and stood there in a daze for quite a while. Suddenly, she made a decision in her heart to explore her boss office after work. She wanted to see if that so-called keyboard and secret passage actually existed. I really am something getting so absorbed in a game that I lost myself. Suddenly, Xia Xiao came to her senses and shook her head in disbelief. At that moment, a new map appeared on the screen, and Stanley escaped from there, gaining his freedom. Then the game restarted. Shouldn't that be the end? Why is it restarting? Could it be a malfunction in the game? Xia Xiao was filled with confusion, but in the next moment her gaze inexplicably focused on the game. Is this ending truly the end? Stanley gained his freedom, but what about my freedom? Xia Xiao suddenly realized that she had always been playing according to the narrator's words. Stanley's freedom seemed more like the narrator's arrangement. A sudden impulse surged in her heart as she wanted to play again. However, if I play again, I won't have enough time to write my article. At this point, she was no longer tangled up with the quality of the game. The fact that it made her want to replay it was reason enough. Forget it, I'll just play once more. Playing games is also for collecting material. After a round of self-persuasion, Xia Xiao restarted the game. It was still the familiar opening, and once she entered the game, it was the narrator's nagging again. After waiting a bit, Xia Xiao controlled Stanley, planning to go out and explore. Last time I followed the narrator's words and chose the left path. What if I had chosen the right path? Xia Xiao absent-mindedly controlled the game, character pondering in her heart. Just as she was about to go out, she accidentally clicked on the door, unintentionally closing it. Suddenly, the narrator popped up. But Stanley cannot bear this kind of pressure. What if he has to make a choice? What if he messes up within his responsibilities? He had never. The only thing to do now is to wait, Stanley thought. Nothing can harm me, nothing can defeat me. Soon this will be over, as someone will come to talk to him, someone will come for his work, and that day is drawing near, it approaches. The screen went black again, and the game restarted. Damn it. This is also a kind of ending. Ew, I just closed a door. Xia Xiao felt helpless, wondering whom she had offended. Despite her frustration, she had a different evaluation of this game in her heart. Although it was just a game, she could empathize with it. She had a premonition that this game might not be that simple. Of course, she was now considering whether to take the time to play again. In a college campus, in a boys' dormitory, Wang Chuan sat on a chair, clicking the mouse continuously. He was unaware that Stanley's Parable had already showcased its charm. A game editor had fallen into its grasp. At that moment, he was wholeheartedly checking information, particularly about games. He had been focused on the development of Stanley's Parable for so long that he had only now found time to pay attention to the state of the gaming industry in this world. Due to the advanced technology in this world, game design concepts were relatively primitive. Hence, the development of games both domestically and internationally did not differ much. They belonged to that kind of situation where hardware had highly developed, yet software was severely lagging. For instance, while holographic games were fairly mature in this world, the gameplay was still reminiscent of decades past. After browsing information for a while, Wang Chuan went to his class. They were about to graduate, and this was considered their last class meeting. Didn't they say there was a class meeting? After sitting down, Wang Chuan felt somewhat speechless. There was no teacher and students were clustered chatting. He had originally thought there would be something useful. As a result, Wang Chuan, didn't you say you were making a game? Are you planning to participate in the newcomer competition? At this moment, his deskmate came over, curiously asking. The newcomer competition was specially prepared for students like them. Students prepared games, and after going on stage, they competed based on data. Becoming the champion could allow one to become a formal game producer. No, I submitted it directly to the official platform. Wang Chuan didn't pay much attention and said casually. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, his deskmate was instantly stunned. Making a game, but not participating in the easier newcomer competition, instead releasing it on the official platform. This was a path towards the market. Wang Chuan, you can't be joking, right? If you submit the game to the platform, you can't participate in the newcomer competition anymore. You need to think carefully. The market path is not that simple. Not to mention ranking first, just obtaining 1,000 paying users is already quite challenging. Although his deskmate was quite shocked, he couldn't help but advise. Because pursuing the market path to become a formal game producer was genuinely difficult. There weren't more than 10 such students in their school. Don't worry, I have great confidence in myself. Wang Chuan felt warm inside at his deskmate's words. At this moment, it was only friends who could patiently advise you. However, he did indeed have immense confidence in Stanley's Parable, because when he chose the game, he intentionally avoided innovative gameplay. Instead, he chose to focus on the storyline. After all, if the players in this world were not accustomed to or did not like the gameplay, wouldn't that be disastrous? But storylines were different. A good story would never go out of style, no matter the time. This was also the reason he chose Stanley's Parable. The gameplay was simple and universal, but it added meta elements combined with an appropriate storyline, delivering a shocking experience. After finishing his words, Wang Chuan bid farewell to his deskmate, planning to go out for a stroll. After all, the class was too noisy and there was nothing to gain. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, Wang Chuan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was an unknown number. Hello, is this Mr. Wang Chuan, the creator of Stanley's Parable? After connecting, a sweet female voice came from the other end. Yes, I am Wang Chuan. What can I do for you? Oh, it's like this. We are from the new world of games. I am the game editor Xia Xiao. The other party's voice was very excited as they directly stated their purpose. We would like to interview you and discuss Stanley's Parable. May I ask if that's possible? Oh, by the way, if you agree, we can refund your advance payment. Xia Xiao felt a bit anxious on the other end, unsure if he would agree. A new world of gaming. Isn't this the self-media promotion I pulled? I see. Sure, when exactly? Wang Chuan was a bit surprised by the other's words, but quickly calmed down. He knew that the game Stanley's Parable was excellent. However, he was somewhat surprised that the new world of gaming responded so quickly. All right, since it's like that, there's no time like the present. Let's set off today. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiao on the other end of the phone immediately became delighted. After achieving several endings in succession, she was successfully caught by her superior. To avoid being scolded and genuinely believing that this game was a groundbreaking masterpiece, she recommended the game to her boss. Soon she received a new task to interview the game's creator to learn more about the game's inside story. Wang Chuan happily hung up the phone. Although the other party was doing it for the news, it could still help him promote. Moreover, all the advertising costs were covered. Who wouldn't be happy to get something for free? Most importantly, his props had already been used. If he didn't quickly attract traffic, he would suffer a loss. On interview. At that moment, a shocked voice came from behind him, which was his deskmate. All right. Wang Chuan was speechless. When did this guy arrive? Without a sound, he nearly scared me to death. Wow, Wang Chuan, you're going to make it big. By the way, what's the name of your game? I'll come support you then. My deskmate is going to be a god, so I. Wang Chuan walked with his deskmate Xiao Ming as his endless chatter filled the air. Nodding indifferently, he felt speechless inside. He wasn't even that excited, so what was he so thrilled about? The game is called Stanley's Parable. It's available on the official platform. You should be able to see the news by this afternoon. Just wait for it. After saying a quick hello, Wang Chuan headed to the library. Most interviews were now conducted online, so a quiet place like the library was just perfect. On the other side, Xiao Ming went to the internet cafe with excitement. His laptop had broken while gaming, so he took it for repairs. Stanley's Parable, the name of this game, is quite strange. But since it's made by my deskmate, I must support it. Excitedly rubbing his hands, Xiao Ming found the game. It turned out to be an RPG game. No wonder it was made by my deskmate. Such games are simple and easy to pick up, definitely an excellent choice. As Xiao Ming opened the game, he was secretly pondering. What he didn't know was that it was precisely because RPG games are simple and easy to grasp that they are the most commonly produced type by creators. Thus, this type of game has a large audience. As long as it meets the standard, making a living is not a problem. There will always be players who appreciate it. However, to walk the market path and officially become a game creator remained a question. $5 for cabbage. It seems this Wang Chuan kid is aiming directly for the title of game creator. After clicking to purchase, Xiao Ming began downloading the game. During this time, he did nothing else but wait. After all, his main purpose was not to play games, but to see how the quality of Stanley's Parable was. To have the confidence to venture into the market and even get an interview from the new world of gaming. I'm curious. Once in the game, Xiao Ming proceeded step by step. Like the game editor Xia Xiao from the new world of gaming, he made the same choice in the same place. Thus, he activated the free ending. Listening to the narrator sacrificing the player's freedom for Stanley's freedom. Game reboot. This should be a hidden ending. Since it's rebooted, it means this isn't the real ending. Similarly, studying game production, Xiao Ming had his own judgment. He keenly analyzed the characteristics of this game. But why does it feel strange? However, multiple endings are quite common in RPG games. Next time I'll make different choices to see what happens. Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ming restarted the game. This time, he didn't follow the narrator's words and even deliberately went against them. Between the two doors, he chose the left one and didn't go upstairs, but chose to go down instead. What the hell? How could this happen? Xiao Ming was stunned looking at this crazy ending, his heart racing. If it weren't for the multiple endings, he would have thought he was playing a horror game. This design is incredible. After more than half an hour, Xiao Ming raised his head with a complex expression looking at the rebooting game on the screen. He couldn't help but sigh. 15 endings, all completely different. Not a single one is the real ending. How many endings does this game actually have? Xiao Ming was somewhat frantic. In the boys' dormitory, I wonder how the results turned out. Wang Chuan opened his drowsy eyes and murmured. He had returned to take a nap after being interviewed by the new world of gaming in the library. Wang Chuan, I played Stanley's Parable. It's simply unbelievable that such a game exists. Wang Chuan, how many endings does your game have? Why can't I find the true ending? Wang Chuan, the news from the new world of gaming is out. On the official platform, Stanley's Parable has already exceeded 500 comments. Your game has gone viral. Opening the computer, he saw several messages sent by Xiao Ming. It seemed that he was even more excited than Wang Chuan himself. I should check the backend first. Unlike Xiao Ming and the others who could only learn indirectly through news and platforms, Wang Chuan could directly check the data in the Pengu editor's backend. This allowed him to understand the data more intuitively. On the official platform, the number of player downloads had exceeded 3,000 times. There were also over 100 comments, with currently 98% being positive reviews. The few negative comments were due to the many endings, making it hard to find the true ending. For this, Wang Chuan felt no shame, but rather pride. The player's pain is my pleasure, the player's joy is my pain. This is what it means to be a qualified game creator. However, he knew himself that the game was still lacking a bit in the artistic aspect. Normally, game development involves hiring artists to handle it. Unlike him, who due to being poor had to rely mostly on the Pengu editor. What surprised Wang Chuan was that the total download count exceeded 3,000 with fewer than 10 refunds at the end. The average playtime for players also reached 2 hours. There were over 2,000 paid users. This achievement may not seem significant, but for a game released less than a day ago, it was impressive. This was already an explosive achievement. Moreover, based on the sales data growth timeline, this dramatic increase began suddenly after 5 or 6 in the afternoon. At this point in time, if all went as expected, it should be due to the airing of an interview from the game New World. Thinking about that interview, Wang Chuan suddenly became curious. He set the computer aside, took out his phone from his pocket, and opened the New World official account. Upon seeing the latest article, it was exactly 5:30 in the afternoon. Indeed, this article was the reason behind the soaring game data. A graduate from a game production school created a groundbreaking masterpiece that subverted traditional concepts in just 10 days. Upon entering the official account, Wang Chuan immediately noticed this eye-catching article. He felt a bit embarrassed, but continued to read on. Although he felt somewhat shy, he believed such a title was beneficial, just like those sensational series and marketing titles from his past life. What he wanted was to capture others' attention and attract players as much as possible. The title of New World perfectly aligned with his intentions. Wang Chuan, how's the game data? Has it taken off yet? At this moment, Xiao Ming sent another message. This time, Wang Chuan didn't ignore it, as since he had nothing to do, he might as well chat. It's okay, it hasn't taken off yet, but once the heat picks up, who knows? Wang Chuan didn't directly report the data, just honestly shared with the other party. Dude, you're so cool. Just remember to treat me to a meal when it takes off. I spent a whole day in the internet cafe supporting you. Beep, you are no longer friends with this person, damn. After joking with the other party, Wang Chuan logged off. He redirected his gaze back to the game. The official platform had a rule that required players to play for over an hour to leave a comment. This mainly aimed to prevent fake reviews. It also indicated that these comments reflected the true experiences of players. Looking at these reviews, Wang Chuan felt quite delighted. Online, as Wang Chuan had anticipated, the popularity of Stanley's Parable was rising continuously due to the article from New World. Although this official account wasn't considered a major media outlet, it could be classified as medium-sized. They often produced videos and articles about games, providing fair analyses of their pros and cons. Thus, they had a certain reputation and recognition. The article they published today attracted considerable attention. What's going on? Did they get hacked, or is the sun rising from the west? New World actually recommended a game. Lu Bo, an ordinary office worker who enjoyed playing games in his spare time. He looked at the messages from the New World official account. He followed on his phone. Seeing that extravagant title, he was left dumbfounded. As a fan of this official account RPG, he knew that New World maintained impartiality and reputation, so they required prior review for game promotions. Because of this, they rarely accepted sponsorships and were not favored by advertisers. But what was going on today? Was New World actually seeking sponsorship? A university student who hadn't even graduated developed a groundbreaking game that subverted traditional concepts in less than 10 days. How was that possible? The title was rife with sponsorship implications. If it hadn't been for the article from New World, Lu Bo would definitely not have clicked on it. However, after clicking in and looking at the content, he found himself confused. The article was completely devoid of actual content and revealed nothing about the game itself. It focused on describing other aspects and used extremely exaggerated language. For example, the game editor became addicted to Stanley's Parable and forgot to even write the article. Traditional RPGs have become outdated. This is the future of RPGs. Who would have thought that a regular RPG could be played this way? And other similar descriptions. Of course, this article did not solely praise, there were many points of criticism as well. For example, the game's graphics were not refined enough, affecting the player's gaming experience. The independent developers' insufficient funding led to low clarity in the game, and other shortcomings. However, compared to the previous praises, these criticisms seemed rather weak. Of course, the reason these shortcomings could be mentioned was that Wang Chuan had agreed to it. After all, just listing the positives was excessive, adding some negatives made it more realistic. This is too much to hype a game like this. After finishing the entire article, Lu Bo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He knew that New World had some financial pressures, but this shameless level of hype was a bit too much. At this moment, he already assumed this was a sponsored advertisement. However, in the next moment, he felt a surge of curiosity about the game that could garner such praise from New World. Even if it was sponsored, the quality shouldn't be too poor, right? Many others shared Lu Bo's thoughts. Most people felt a twinge of curiosity upon seeing the title from New World. Moreover, with the solid quality of Stanley's Parable and its bargain price, players had nothing to worry about. After all, it was just 5 yuan less than the price of a pack of cigarettes. He felt no pain in spending it. Great, it's up again. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Chuan clenched his fists, filled with excitement. Using the Pengu editor, he could directly see the data within. Every time he refreshed, the game's data showed an increase. By 8 in the evening, the game's data soared like a tornado. From 7 to 11 at night was the prime gaming time. This time frame is when people are most free and players tend to play games. The article published by New World perfectly pushed this heat to its peak. Before 8 o'clock, Stanley's Parable had a growth rate of about 1,000 per hour on the official platform. However, after 8 o'clock, this growth rate suddenly reached over 2,000. Moreover, the comments under the game also began to increase. The number of paying players also surpassed 5,000. Debuting at the peak, it truly is debuting at the peak. Looking at the data, Wang Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he still hoped to climb even higher peaks in the future. Why is it said that debuting is already at the peak? Because Stanley's Parable officially launched on the official platform just 12 hours ago. Excluding the help from the new game world, this achievement is already explosive. Wow, Wang Chuan, did you see the data? Your game is definitely secure. No, it's not just secure. Stanley's Parable is a pinnacle creation that can undoubtedly become a benchmark in RPG games. By the way, what exactly is your true ending? While Wang Chuan focused on the game data, Xiao Ming was also paying attention for some unknown reason. As soon as he heard the news, Xiao Ming began bombarding with messages. Unlike the players, Xiao Ming, who also works in game development, understood even more. Stanley's Parable represents a significant achievement in terms of data and quality. I see it, but it's not as exaggerated as you said, it's just okay. In a great mood, Wang Chuan couldn't help but become humble. Hey Wang Chuan, once you obtain the title of game producer, companies like Penguin, Wanyu, and Bali will come looking for you. Remember to treat us to a meal then. On the other side, Xiao Ming sounded a bit sour. Sorry, you are no longer the other party's friend. Damn, just kidding, treating you to a meal is fine, but I don't plan to go to any of those 3 game companies. Wang Chuan glanced at the back-end data and casually replied. Penguin, Wanyu, and Bali are all top-tier game companies in Longwa, collectively referred to as the 3 companies. Each company specializes in one field, being the undisputed leaders. Among them, Penguin and Wanyu focus on mobile games, PC games, and holographic games. Unlike Wanyu, which built itself through self-research, Penguin initially acted as an agent for overseas games and only began developing its own games after becoming established. As for Bali, it engages in both self-development and overseas agency, but its self-developed games lag behind the former two, although it excels in overseas agency. Moreover, in terms of reputation within the player community, it surpasses the first 2. What? You don't plan to go to the 3 companies? Why? Seeing Wang Chuan's message, Xiao Ming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It's worth noting that being able to work for one of the 3 companies is the dream of 70% of producers. Furthermore, given the situation of Stanley's Parable, if he were to join one of the 3 companies, he could very likely lead a project directly. Becoming a chief producer comes with independent authority. With such good conditions, Wang Chuan doesn't plan to go. Regarding Xiao Ming's questioning, Wang Chuan had no intention of responding. In order to avoid being bombarded by Xiao Ming's questions, he directly logged off. With a legendary game producer system and countless classic games in his memory, why would he want to go to the 3 companies and work for someone else? Isn't being his own boss better? It's important to note that joining the 3 companies requires signing a contract, which means committing to work there for 5 to 10 years. Moreover, producers like Wang Chuan who have achieved results will have even more conditions. For example, how many years after resigning one cannot engage in related industries. Although making a big production is inseparable from substantial funding, from this perspective, joining the 3 companies seems like a good choice. With the 3 companies backing him, funding technical support, and even personnel and promotion wouldn't be an issue. However, the only drawback is that the money isn't his. If the money isn't his, he will be subject to others' constraints. What if conflicts arise and they cut off funding or force changes? What would he do? Just like before he crossed over, many producers struggled to create great games because of this. They aren't lacking in technology, experience, or talent. However, they lack funding and are limited by capital. You want to create an excellent single-player game, but if it's not profitable, no one will invest. What will you do? You can only compromise your conscience and add some pay-to-win items hoping to attract more investment. But these items would disrupt the balance of the game. Would you still add them? Adding them would mean the game is no longer what you want, and not adding them means you won't have the money to continue creating. Moreover, an excellent game requires a long time to polish. It takes a long cycle to launch and make money. However, capital is the most impatient. They can't wait for long-term investments. Given that time, they would rather not invest in the stock market. So they demand you to enter the market quickly and earn profits swiftly, otherwise they will withdraw their investment. At that time, what can you do? Go online to earn money. But the game isn't finished yet. Launching it now would only lead to a flood of negative reviews. But if you don't launch, they will withdraw their investment. How will you make the game? Thus, using someone else's money to make a game ultimately carries hidden dangers. Wang Chuan knew all of this clearly, so he chose not to enter the three companies. He wants to do it himself, to be his own boss, to use the profits from games as his original capital. By using the profits from one game to support the next, a cycle can be formed, achieving sustainable development. Of course, this development will have a problem. If one of the games doesn't meet expectations, it could lead to a total loss. However, for Wang Chuan, this is no longer a problem. In his memory, there are many suitable low-budget games that can help him make quick profits. At noon, in the school cafeteria, Wang Chuan filled his plate with food, indulging himself extravagantly. It cost him over 10 yuan. Previously, he was frugal because all his money went into promotion. The interview with the new game world returned all the funds. He no longer had to miserably eat things worth 7 or 8 yuan. As for why he didn't eat outside, it's too expensive out there. This data is truly explosive. At this rate, he will soon obtain the title of game producer. Looking at the backend data, Wang Chuan was a bit surprised. Stanley's Parable has reached an astonishing total download count of 374825 on the official gaming platform. Furthermore, the number of paying users has shockingly exceeded 6500. It's important to note that it has only been 23 hours since the game went live. Although it's nearly a day, it's still not a full day. However, this data can also be regarded as first-day data, and this data can be said to have taken off directly. However, Wang Chuan was more concerned about the game's rating on the official platform. The full score is 10, yet Stanley's Parable has a rating of 9. Although Wang Chuan knew that this rating would decline as more players joined, it was still impressively high. It made him feel as if he were dreaming. The comments section below the game reads shocking. 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 It must be said 3 times. Strong warning, this is not an ordinary game. The content is extremely shocking. I came here after reading a recommendation article from New World of Games, initially thinking it was just a promotional advertisement, but I didn't expect this game to be so revolutionary. My goodness, I thought New World of Games was exaggerating, but now I see that it wasn't just that, they were even a bit conservative. I have a feeling that Stanley's Parable will definitely explode and become a dark horse, and we are all witnessing history. I must say, being able to play this game is truly wonderful. Wait a minute, I just found out this game is only $5. You can't even buy a pack of cigarettes with $5. This is truly generous. No way. You guys are exaggerating. Is this art style really that good? Are you sure it's fun? Wang Chuan entered the editor's backend, carefully reading through each player comment. The comments here were surely mixed with both good and bad reviews, but the majority were positive. As for the negative feedback, it mostly focused on the art style. Wang Chuan felt quite helpless about this. The uniqueness of this world led to a delay in game design concepts, yet the art progressed rapidly. With limited funds, he could only reach this level. In his view, the current artistic standards were actually better than those of his previous life. However, there were always some players who were staunch advocates of visuals. No matter how interesting the gameplay or plot was, if the art was a bit lacking, they would absolutely not invest. In this world, besides the soft sister currency, nothing could be universally loved. Therefore, Wang Chuan did not feel disheartened. He could understand. While Wang Chuan was immersed in the game data, a storm was brewing in the independent game community. At the center of this storm was Stanley's Parable. Firstly, there was an increased promotional effort for Stanley's Parable on the official platform. Notably, other gaming platforms, upon seeing the incredible performance of Stanley's Parable, also came to seek authorization from Wang Chuan. They reduced their commission to only 40, which was just 10 more than the official platform. Wang Chuan was more than happy to accept this. After all, being featured on more platforms would significantly promote his game. Moreover, it could yield much greater profits. He had no reason to refuse. Of course, despite the third-party platforms lowering their commissions so much, they were still making money. Because when a game becomes popular, it signifies player traffic. If other platforms promote and recommend it while yours does not, it will force players to go to other platforms. Thanks to the recommendations from multiple gaming platforms, Stanley's Parable made its debut on the new games list. Although it was ranked quite low, Wang Chuan felt very gratified. Unlike other games on the new games list, Stanley's Parable received insufficient promotion. The most significant traffic came from the article on New World of Games. Thus, the initial data for other games could be said to be peak as they had adequately promoted their games. Although Stanley's Parable faced insufficient promotion, it had the advantage of strong momentum. If I can maintain this performance, complete the system tasks, and earn the title of game producer, it should be straightforward. After reviewing all the data of Stanley's Parable in the Pengu editors, back-end Wang Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in a certain chat group, a bunch of independent game developers were continually discussing. Their topic was none other than Stanley's Parable and its producer Wang Chuan. My goodness, where did the producer of Stanley's Parable come from? Is he someone else's pseudonym? Isn't it amazing? Does anyone know the specific data for Stanley's Parable? I can only see what's on the platform. What are you thinking? This data can only be seen by the producer and the website. If he doesn't share it, how would you know? Is he really a newcomer? Could it be fabricated data? Alright, why don't you try to fabricate some data on the official platform? If the official platform doesn't handle you, I will never touch a game again. New World of Games really hit the jackpot with this wave of promotion. They made a killing. But they are right. This game truly overturns my game design philosophy. What I'm worried about is that I originally planned to upload a new game tomorrow, and I even released the news. Now should I delay it? With a game like yours, how many people can you attract? Encountering a hot game like this wouldn't that just overshadow you? Hurry up and delay it. The messages in the group kept popping up. Suddenly someone sent out a message along with a link, and instantly everyone fell silent. While you guys quickly check out the article from New World of Games, Stanley's Parable exploded with over 6,000 paid players in a single day. The link is below. Wow, is this really a person? Could it be a monster? Over 6,000 in a day. If the game is priced at $10, wouldn't that mean a daily income of over 10,000? Everyone in the group clicked to enter, and they were all shocked by the data inside. The article published by New World of Games was of course about Stanley's Parable. It contained some of the latest data. Of course they had this information because they had contacted Wang Chuan on site. Wang Chuan had no intention of hiding this data. After all, this was not a secret. Moreover, New World of Games had also helped him, so this could be considered repaying a favor. Of course, he also had his own calculations. Despite the current performance indicating that Stanley's Parable was soaring to new heights, he still wanted to advance this momentum a bit earlier. By throwing out this real, yet exaggerated data, it would create a topic for discussion. This was indeed the most correct choice. After all, nothing spreads wider than gossip. And as Wang Chuan had anticipated, after this data was released by New World of Games, it attracted not just fellow developers, but also various media outlets. A novice producer and independent game that few people recognize, aiming to gain the title of game producer through this. These keywords combined are simply too hot. Moreover, the performance of the Stanley Parable is indeed remarkable. Initially, the article about the new game world did not attract media attention at all. After all, this world is vast with countless games being launched every day, both domestically and internationally. Even a slight excellence was not enough to earn media acclaim. However, when the new game world released the first day data of the Stanley Parable, it shocked both the gaming community and the media. An unheard-of producer and an obscure game managed to achieve such impressive data. It made those who looked down on Wang Chuan feel ashamed. Meanwhile, in the office of the new game world, Xia Xiao stared intently at the screen. Unlike others, she had in-depth discussions with the producer Wang Chuan. She understood where the Stanley Parable excelled. The most thought-provoking aspect of the game is the contemplation of freedom. For the first time, she realized that games could be made like this, knowing she was witnessing history. The Stanley Parable might leave a significant mark in the history of gaming. By evening, the media that received the news collectively sent out their articles. The first-day performance of the Stanley Parable and Wang Chuan's identity were hot topics that couldn't be missed. How could they possibly let it go? The strongest first-day data, nearly 1 million downloads in 24 hours, and the recognition of 6,000 players. Historical records have been broken, and this producer might soon earn the title of game producer. A special independent game that can overturn anyone's perception. Players, am I playing the game, or is the game playing me? The quickest news came from some small and medium-sized media outlets eager to ride the wave, paying little attention to content. Established gaming media, however, did not simply follow the trend. They knew that if a media outlet produced news with very little content, it would easily be eliminated. Therefore, they were all rushing to experience the Stanley Parable. They needed to write their reviews of the Stanley Parable as quickly as possible. Most players tend to look at game review articles. Wang Chuan paid no attention to the overly praising articles online. He was currently chatting with Xiao Ming. Wang Chuan, did you know? You might break the historical record. The record for the fastest acquisition of the title of game producer. Xiao Ming's familiar chatter continued, but for the first time Wang Chuan responded with interest. Oh, really? I haven't read much, so don't fool me. Xiao Ming could not comprehend Wang Chuan's playfulness, fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. Currently, the record for the fastest acquisition of the title of game producer is held by Li Tao from Penguin, who took a total of 60 hours. But you are different. You've only been 24 hours and already have over 6,000 paying users, not far from the top. Quite a chance. Plus, the reason Li Tao got that record was due to Penguin's relentless promotion, which can't be compared to yours. As Xiao Ming got more excited, he rambled on even more. However, Wang Chuan did not stop him, and despite the endless chatter, he indeed knew a lot. After understanding the specifics, Wang Chuan felt quite calm. He did not see anything worth getting excited over in breaking records. Could it be that my success came too easily, so I became arrogant? Wang Chuan felt a bit paranoid. Wang Chuan, are you really not planning to go to the third factory? Xiao Ming felt somewhat regretful, as his deskmate seeing Wang Chuan's success made him as happy as if he had succeeded himself. He had no doubt that Wang Chuan could enter the third factory. After all, the performance of the Stanley Parable was nearly at the point of being known across the internet. Following this trend, it wasn't that the third factory chose him, but rather Wang Chuan choosing which one to go to. However, Wang Chuan adamantly refused to go to the third factory, feeling quite helpless. After realizing that persuasion was futile, Xiao Ming stopped discussing it and instead began gossiping with Wang Chuan. It must be said that the Stanley Parable has truly become a sensation. If at first only a few media outlets like the New Game World wrote articles, now as its fame gradually grows, streamers have started to broadcast the Stanley Parable, and some have even edited and published videos. Presenting some content from the Stanley Parable to players further fueled the game's popularity, especially as seasoned players and professional media reviews unearthed the numerous endings of the game and the profound meanings hidden within. Even more players were astonished. In the game, the coward's ending merely involved gently closing a door. The ordinary ending followed the narrator and ended in self-deception. The crazy ending encountered the most terrifying dream, showcasing a tragedy. However, what shocked players the most was the feeling of breaking through the dimensional barrier in the game. It felt as if Stanley was living among people, allowing everyone to empathize. The Stanley Parable has a total of 18 different endings. However, most players only experienced a few. Very few managed to find the true ending. As for how to know whether the ending is real or not, of course, the true ending is when the game ends directly and the producer appears afterward. The false endings trigger automatic game restarts. As these numerous endings were unearthed, the already explosive performance of the Stanley Parable soared instantaneously. On the internet, the Stanley Parable was also discussed by more players. Additionally, on various streaming platforms, streamers were already live broadcasting the Stanley Parable. All of this brought tremendous traffic to the Stanley Parable. The most direct reflection was seen in the game's backend. That night, Wang Chuan was astonished for quite a while when he saw the backend data. According to the data, the number of paying players for the Stanley Parable had reached 16,000. At the same time, the Stanley Parable topped the new game rankings with overwhelming performance. Since the game was uploaded, the conditions for completing the title of game producer had only taken 35 hours. This has already broken the record previously set by Li Tao, making him the fastest person to obtain the title of game producer. After the news broke, a flurry of media reports appeared online. In the gaming circle, however, producers were more focused on the performance of the Stanley Parable than the record itself. If the previous data had a soaring momentum after some promotion, it had truly taken off. Especially as the game's content was gradually unearthed, not only players and media, but even producers within the third factory were left astonished. A genius figure with a revolutionary design philosophy. As time went on, many players even began to recommend the game to their friends and family. This game is incredibly profound. Each ending carries its own significance, prompting deep reflection. For instance, in the ordinary ending, following the narrator's instructions, Stanley ultimately gains freedom. Yet in the end, the player loses their freedom. In the crazy ending, Stanley encounters the most terrifying scenario. It serves as a punishment for the player who defies the narrator's guidance. While the multitude of endings and excellent dialogue in the game attract players, what truly propelled the Stanley Parable into the stratosphere were not these. Rather, it was the meaning behind these endings. No matter how people attempt to escape fate, they ultimately lose this game. In the Stanley Parable, it seems that the freedom ending which follows the narrator is the best. Stanley need not heed anyone. Every action is under his own control. However, just as the narrator finishes this statement, it is immediately followed by, and then the son of a gun stepped out the door. This suggests that even after freedom, Stanley remains under the shadow of the narrator. Countless players, after experiencing it, would have different feelings. This sense of contemplation and exploration makes it unforgettable. While producers in the gaming industry continued to explore the Stanley Parable, Wang Chuan appeared much more relaxed. When the number of paid players for the Stanley Parable exceeded 10,000 and it topped the new game charts, he immediately submitted an application to the official game. While regarding his application to become a formal game producer, it might be due to the extraordinary achievement of the Stanley Parable, or perhaps because he broke the fastest record. In any case, he received approval in less than half an hour. Inside the Pengu editor, he found the game forum and the official Weibo. His account was marked with a verified badge. The information stated producer of the Stanley Parable. Upon receiving the official response, the side quest in the system was also successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations, the master has become a formal game producer, earning a task reward of 5 to 10 opportunities for the big wheel. Ding! Random selection in progress, please wait. Ding! Congratulations, the master has struck luck, earning 10 chances on the big wheel. Sitting on the chair, the panel visible only to him had its first change. Originally 0, the fan value surged to over 37,000. However, Wang Chuan was already aware of the source of these fan values. When his game was experienced by others, the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and desire produced would transform into fan values. Of course, the fan values gained from different emotions are also different. Currently, the function of fan values appears to be for drawing in the big wheel. Perhaps new functions will emerge in the future. Since there's nothing else to do now, why not give it a try? Ahem, this isn't a place for jokes. Wang Chuan looked at the 10 opportunities on the panel and couldn't resist immediately going for a 10-time draw. After enduring various games, he had long summarized his experience. 10 draws yield good items, while single draws only yield tears of regret. As the 10 draws began, the big wheel started spinning continuously and numerous sparkling lights burst forth. Ding! Congratulations, the master has obtained an art skill book attribute, +1. Ding! Congratulations, the master has obtained a numerical skill book attribute, +1. Ding! Congratulations, the master has obtained a memory searcher. The continuous 10 draws concluded, and Wang Chuan summarized the results. He had obtained 2 memory searchers and 8 different skill books. Art, music, values, etc. He had them all. Without hesitation, he decided to keep the memory searchers and use the rest. After all, keeping them is of no use, but it's better to use them to enhance his abilities. The 8 different skill books suddenly transformed into shining dots circling around him before flooding into Wang Chuan's body. It seems that I have made considerable progress in game production. After sensing it, Wang Chuan realized that his knowledge in music, art, values, and other areas had become much richer. However, with over 37,000 fan values remaining, I can still draw 3 times from the big wheel. Should I save them? Wang Chuan hesitated, but then saw his fan value continually increasing. Forget it, let's just draw and see if there's a miracle with the single draw. After all, it will keep increasing, and saving them seems useless. He decided to use them. With this thought, Wang Chuan happily spent 30,000 fan values. Ding! Congratulations, the master has obtained a memory searcher. Ding! Congratulations, the master has obtained a music skill book attribute, +1. Ding! Congratulations, the master has obtained a director skill book attribute, +1. Seeing the skill books drawn, Wang Chuan was puzzled. What is this? Looking at the director skill book that appeared last, he felt somewhat dazed. Director skill book. Does this mean he should make movies and become a director? This doesn't align with his profession. However, after a moment of shock, Wang Chuan quickly regained his composure. After all, games and movies are connected in certain ways. A director constructs a cinematic world using actors, cameras, visuals, music, scripts, and other elements. Similarly, a game producer builds a game world using art, music, level design, plot, and other elements. One immerses the audience in a movie while the other immerses players in a game. There is a remarkable similarity. Speaking of this, Wang Chuan recalled Blizzard before his transmigration, which was humorously referred to as the Blizzard Film Studio for making CGs better than movies. He could learn from Blizzard. A producer who doesn't want to make good films isn't a good director. Take for instance the game Before the Time Travel, the opening long take of Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, or the storyline of God of War 4, that transitions from the protagonist chopping wood to finally reaching the highest peak, which is truly breathtaking throughout. These classic games have left a profound impression on everyone who has experienced their cinematography, making them unforgettable. After slightly experimenting with the director's skill book, I felt that the attribute boost was minimal, and then set this matter aside to focus on the Pengu editor. Now I am officially a game producer. I should have unlocked more permissions in Pengu, Wang Chuan pondered while looking at the interface on his computer, rubbing his chin. However, after checking, he felt somewhat helpless. He found that most of these newly unlocked functions required capital. Without it, they were simply unusable. So after a brief study, Wang Chuan decided to put it aside. Anyway, once Stanley's Parable generates returns, he would no longer be a poor man. What should I do next? With unexpected free time, Wang Chuan began to contemplate his future path. Since he had resolved not to go to Factory 3 and wanted to be his own boss, he had to ensure that every step taken was correct. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. Stanley's Parable is currently trending online and has the potential to become a massive hit. Of course, he also understood that such high achievements were due to the uniqueness of this world. Riding on this favorable wind, he successfully earned the title of game producer. What he was contemplating now was whether he could convert this popularity into traffic, or rather whether he could quickly develop the next game while the heat was still on, then seamlessly connect. But what exactly should the next game be? It's giving me a headache. Wang Chuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. He indeed wanted to create a AAA masterpiece, but it was clear that his current capital and conditions were insufficient to operate such a project. Without funding, he couldn't support the development of a large game or its subsequent promotion. Without talent, if he were to rely solely on himself, he would be stuck until next year. While the issue of promotion is really too costly, it would be great if there were ways to promote without spending money. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan felt a headache coming on regarding promotion, which was indeed a major issue. However, he had not yet thought of a solution, so he had to put it on hold for now. If big projects were not feasible, then he was left with small-budget productions. In this area, Wang Chuan had countless options. But it was precisely because of the abundance of choices that he needed to be more discerning. For example, games like Werewolf, Hero Kill, and Bubble Bobble. This type of casual game focusing on multiplayer experiences, Wang Chuan thought for a moment and decided to set it aside for now. Not because of production difficulties, but because this type of game was not suitable for his current situation. This kind of game requires users the most ideally hosted on its own platform to attract traffic. Unfortunately, he currently lacked that capability. If he were to actually create one now, the situation would be quite predictable. He would simply have a first-mover advantage, attract a wave of players, and make a quick profit. Then other game companies would rush to follow copying his work. With a larger user base, they would crush him. After which he would be left with nothing, just able to sip a bit of soup when it was first released. How frustrating this is. This is why Wang Chuan would not consider competing with his weaknesses against other strengths. He wasn't foolish, these games were certainly kept for his own future use. While Wang Chuan continuously thought about the next game. On the other side, the gaming community was buzzing once again. Of course, the topic was still Stanley's Parable. The reason naturally was due to the explosive data of this game. With the rapid growth of various data from Stanley's Parable, even though it was set at a bargain price of $5. Wang Chuan had set it this way to quickly become an official game producer. However, no matter how low the $5 was, if the number of players increased, it would be incredible. It has been more than 10 days since Stanley's Parable went live. Although ordinary players felt nothing special, they just thought more people were playing this game. But those within the gaming community were all shocked. According to the published data, the current number of player payments has reached around 100,000 times. Moreover, the data continues to grow. Based on predictions from producers within the gaming community with the data from Stanley's Parable, reaching 200,000 paid players within a month is not impossible. This means that a rookie game producer has achieved a seven-figure income solely from one game. How could that not make those seniors and experts feel envious and jealous? Of course, Wang Chuan was not concerned with the discussions within the gaming community. He was well aware that although Stanley's Parable was achieving remarkable success, and it could allow him to earn a seven-figure income. However, he clearly understood that this income was not sustainable, it was merely one time. Because aside from the $5 bargain price, Stanley's Parable does not have any in-game purchases. In other words, once the game is purchased, no matter how much one plays, they spend not a penny more. And according to the current level of popularity, those who can play have basically all bought it. The remaining ones are those who simply do not like this game. So for Wang Chuan, compared to the seven-figure income, what mattered more was reputation. Therefore, what I should do now is to take advantage of my fame while it's at its peak to smoothly release the next game. Wang Chuan squinted his eyes deep in thought. To smoothly release the next game, seamlessly connected, and then convert his fame into new profits. He felt much more secure afterward. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Chuan sat alone, eating instant noodles. Sitting on the chair, he continuously browsed through the hot posts in the game forum. He wanted to better understand the current state of the gaming world and the preferences of players. After carefully browsing for a while, Wang Chuan indeed made some discoveries. In today's gaming industry, many types of games are promising. However, there are also some particularly lucrative games that he currently cannot touch. For example, MOBA games. This genre is considered timeless and can sustain operations for a long time. Moreover, the most important thing is that there is currently no shadow of MOBA games in this world. However, like previously mentioned games such as Werewolf, Hero Kill, and Bubble Bobble, without sufficient capital and strength, it is fundamentally impossible to engage in such endeavors. After all, such games require substantial promotion and a solid user base to gain traction. Launching them prematurely would risk player rejection of the gameplay mechanics. Even if players unexpectedly embraced them, the likelihood remained high that other studios would capitalize on the idea. MOBA-style games pose virtually no technical development barrier. Given the financial resources and infrastructure available to established game studios, Wang Chuan's impulsive venture would inevitably lead to one of two outcomes: either joining a major studio and abandoning his dream of independent development, or being swiftly countered and imitated. Another studio releasing a near-identical title backed by superior resources and marketing, thereby eclipsing the original in popularity. Ultimately, his market share would be absorbed entirely by those larger studios. Just as Wang Chuan was carefully reading through forum posts, a sharp rapping echoed at the door, drawing his attention. Since the dormitory door stood ajar, he immediately saw who had arrived. A graceful young woman, perhaps 25 or 26 years old. "Senior sister Yuan." Wang Chuan exclaimed in surprise, utterly bewildered. She was their class counselor Lu Yuan, a recent graduate who had chosen to stay on campus to oversee their cohort. Yet with graduation imminent, Lu Yuan had scarcely visited them lately, making her unexpected appearance all the more puzzling. "What brings you here?" Wang Chuan. "Impressive. You've truly risen to fame overnight. The department head instructed me to inform you you've been selected to deliver a speech at the commencement ceremony. Also, Tencent NetEase and Bilibili will be holding on-campus recruitment drives. Please consider which one interests you." After entering, Lu Yuan teased him lightly before stating her purpose. "Speaking at commencement? No problem at all." Wang Chuan accepted instantly, without hesitation. After all, delivering a commencement address is no trivial honor. It signifies the university's formal recognition of his achievements and its conviction in his extraordinary potential, even its intention to elevate his profile institutionally. Moreover, while outwardly a ceremonial speech, it functions as a concealed privilege. The university's extensive network alone carries immense value. Over decades, this institution has graduated countless alumni across every industry, and each accomplished graduate forms part of its enduring professional web. Should Wang Chuan face future capital constraints, say applying for bank loans, the university's endorsement would render both approval procedures and loan limits remarkably lenient. Thus, his immediate acceptance was natural. The opportunity conferred only advantages, no drawbacks. As for Tencent NetEase and Bilibili's recruitment initiatives, he paid them little mind. Ever since his rise to prominence, the Pangu editor's backend had flooded with recruitment messages from numerous studios. Given the phenomenal success of the Stanley Parable, attracting interest from industry titans like Tencent NetEase and Bilibili was hardly surprising. Delighted by Wang Chuan's prompt agreement, Lu Yuan proceeded to advise him on speech direction and other logistical considerations. Commencement addresses are subject to strict institutional guidelines. By the way, Tencent NetEase and Bilibili have requested your contact information. How would you like to proceed? Lu Yuan sensed his indifference toward the three firms, yet felt obliged to ask. Given their long-standing ties with the university, facilitating this request was part of her official duty. "Oh, that's fine. Go ahead and share it." Wang Chuan responded indifferently. A mere contact detail posed no risk whatsoever. Ding, 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 ding. Scarcely had Lu Yuan departed when a cascade of notifications erupted from his backend. Expecting studio inquiries, Wang Chuan instead found a message from Xiaoming. "Wang Chuan, you've truly leveled up. I heard the department head personally designated you for the commencement speech. Unprecedented. If I'd known, I'd have joined you in game development from day one." "Hey, am I still late to jump into game dev?" Wang Chuan mentally groaned. How on earth did Xiaoming learn about this so quickly? Reading Xiaoming's message, Wang Chuan could only shake his head wryly. He hesitated briefly, then chose not to reply. It wasn't the first time. Before he could catch his breath, his phone rang. An unknown number. "Hello, is this Brother Wang Chuan? This is your senior from last year. I now work in Tencent's game division." The caller introduced himself immediately upon connection. Yet contrary to Wang Chuan's expectation, this was no HR representative, but an alumnus. My apologies, senior. I'd like to seize my youth and explore my own path first, so I must respectfully decline." Wang Chuan politely turned down the offer, mindful of their shared alma mater. "No worries at all. Feel free to reach out anytime in the future. I wish you unwavering success in all your endeavors." His senior accepted the refusal with warmth and genuine goodwill. As the saying goes, business may falter, but respect endures. A single recruitment attempt carried no weight. Its rejection mattered little. Yet this call proved merely the opening salvo. Soon followed calls from NetEase and Bilibili. Like Tencent, they sought to recruit him, but differed primarily in compensation packages. To each, Wang Chuan listened attentively and declined gracefully. Unlike Tencent's straightforward approach, NetEase and Bilibili also proposed angel investment for his upcoming titles, an offer seemingly generous on the surface. Yet such investments resembled double-edged swords. Put plainly, would anyone truly hand over capital so freely? Impossible. Capital is never granted without strings attached. Accordingly, Wang Chuan declined. His strategic vision for the future was already crystallizing, rendering external funding unnecessary. He intended to begin with low-cost indie games, then gradually transition to mobile platforms. Both domains demand modest scope and complexity ideal for a newcomer like himself. Entering high-budget markets outright would exceed his financial capacity. It is akin to ancient warfare if your treasury grain, reserves, preparations, and troops all fall short. Only cunning remains. How then could victory be assured? Even triumph against overwhelming odds requires favorable timing, terrain, and morale. Otherwise, it becomes sheer folly. None outside his inner circle knew Wang Chuan's true ambitions. All they knew was that he had declined offers from all three giants, especially Xiao Ming, who instantly launched a barrage of messages. He had said it before, but he really did not expect that Wang Chuan would actually reject the third factory. This is the third factory. For those like them who are studying game development, the third factory is undoubtedly the best choice. Looking at the messages constantly sent by Xiao Ming, Wang Chuan understood the other party's thoughts. However, he merely smiled and did not reply. Having traveled here, he possessed more experiences. To Xiao Ming and the others, the third factory is a wholly place the best option. But for him, this so-called third factory is merely a slightly stronger game company. He was not unfamiliar with the third factory. In the gaming industry, the third factory did not have a very good reputation. Moreover, being wrapped up in capital, if he entered the third factory, he would definitely not be as free as he is now. Thus, his goal has always been clear: to be his own boss and not work for others. It was not easy to come to such a world that supports games so wholeheartedly. With the help of a legendary game creator system and the support of countless classic games from Earth, it's just the third factory, though I can take its place. With such grand ambitions, Wang Chuan now needed to finish writing his speech. Although it would be modified by the school later, that was of little consequence, as long as he could get on stage to give his speech. While Wang Chuan was engrossed in preparing his speech, discussions about Stanley's Parable in the gaming circle became increasingly heated. Not for any other reason, but because of the terrifying data growth of Stanley's Parable. It had reached a frightening level. As a low-priced independent game, the current downloads had actually surpassed 2 million. Although there were some repeat downloads, even disregarding those, the number was still frightening. The number of players who paid had also reached 200,000. If this were a master, it would be considered normal. But now for a newcomer creator to achieve this is truly astounding. Of course, what impressed people the most was the content of Stanley's Parable. The multitude of different endings, the naturally controlled game narration, the cleverly designed plot script, and the game's profound and reflective meaning. Moreover, the main aspect is that this game provides players with a feeling of breaking the dimensional wall. All of this contributed to Stanley's Parable soaring to great heights. On the news, gaming media was uniformly commenting on Stanley's Parable. On gaming forums, some creators were analyzing the fresh elements of Stanley's Parable. After all, the feeling of breaking the dimensional wall could very well become a trendsetter. It was a clear sunny day with gentle winds and just the right amount of sunlight. After Wang Chuan tidied up his outfit, he headed to the school auditorium to attend the graduation ceremony speech. The content of the speech was very moderate, not much different from previous speeches, more of a formality. What drew more attention was Wang Chuan himself. After all, the school primarily taught knowledge related to game development. Stanley's Parable suddenly taking off in the market made everyone familiar with this game. It is worth mentioning that this recruitment was surprisingly promoted using this game and Wang Chuan himself as selling points. Unexpectedly, it led quite a number of people to apply. However, that is a story for another time. The speech soon ended, and Wang Chuan, having frequently attended speeches, understood the audience's pain. Thus, the speech was written very briefly, lasting just over an hour. Ahem, there was no choice, it was the school's bottom line. Hello, senior, we will have an interview shortly, so please do not rush to leave. At this moment, a junior rushed over and stopped Wang Chuan, who was about to leave. An interview. Wang Chuan was somewhat puzzled. The school hadn't notified him. Yes, this interview is organized by the school's student council, but the school will still forward it in the end. Oh, I see. Where should I wait then? In the open classroom. Thus, Wang Chuan had no choice but to turn and head to the open classroom. It wasn't long before the interview began. Wang Chuan did not resist this interview. After all, increasing his exposure could shift the heat from Stanley's Parable onto him as the creator. This was quite useful for his upcoming plans. But could he be considered the first creator to compete for attention with his own game? Hello, senior. May I ask which company you plan to go to in the future? Has the third factory approached you? The third factory indeed contacted me, and the treatment was quite good, but in the future, I want to venture out on my own. There's a saying, if we don't go crazy now, we'll be old soon. I see it seems your ambitions are quite lofty. By the way, do you have any ideas for your next game? Of course, I am not one to idle. I already have ideas for my next game, but I will first focus on getting the studio ready. The junior students watching Wang Chuan speak confidently were filled with admiration. Undoubtedly, these words seemed rather boastful. Yet under the terrifying success of Stanley's Parable, when Wang Chuan spoke, it seemed entirely justified and even more charming. Of course, these words were not baseless. Wang Chuan had thought them through carefully. If he wanted to increase his exposure, he needed a point of contention. What could be more contentious than controversy? This is why he would say such arrogant and yet incongruous things. Stanley's Parable had unknowingly surpassed 3 million downloads. And the number of paying players had also reached 300,000, moving towards 500,000. With such massive popularity and such incredible data, his attention as a creator was surprisingly less than 100,000. Who would believe this? Although this attention wasn't a true reflection of his fan count. But compared to the fans of Stanley's Parable, it was utterly insignificant. To put it simply, he felt envious. He was outshined by the game series. After the interview, Wang Chuan finally managed to invite Xiaoming out. Not for any other reason, but for a farewell dinner. Whether it was Wang Chuan or the transmigrated Wang Chuan, the only friend he had was actually his deskmate Xiaoming. This was ridiculous. Wang Chuan go. I never expected you would think of me at this time. I'm truly at a loss for words. I'm touched. Upon seeing Wang Chuan for the first time, Xiaoming said with a smile, by the way, Chuan Gu, I saw you mention during the interview that you're going to start a studio. Yes, I am currently organizing the materials. Oh, I just need funding. I plan to take a bank loan. Wang Chuan nodded with a smile while picking up some food. He estimated that Stanley's Parable would ultimately bring him around 2 million in revenue. Then he would take a loan of 1 million from the bank, preferably an interest-free loan. With 3 million gathered as seed capital, he could develop a new game. Brother Chuan is amazing. I won't say much, it's all in the drink. Wishing Brother Chuan's new game a great success, Xiaoming poured drinks for both of them, grinning. By the way, Brother Chuan, if you're starting a studio, do you need to hire people in the early stages? Xiaoming paused for a moment, then suddenly asked. Although he spoke indirectly, the meaning was already quite clear. Wang Chuan could tell. In the early stages of the studio, the workload isn't very large. I can handle part of it myself and outsource some without any issues. Wang Chuan chuckled and politely declined. He had been interacting with Xiaoming for a few days and understood each other's capabilities. Xiaoming had a good foundation and was quite clever, but he lacked sufficient patience. Just a few days ago, he mentioned wanting to go home to inherit his father's fortune after graduation. Asking this today was likely a spur-of-the-moment idea. By tomorrow, he might not even want it anymore. So to avoid any awkwardness, Wang Chuan simply declined. Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, Xiaoming wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he nodded nonchalantly as if it was just a casual inquiry. By the way, Brother Chuan, have you heard the news about Factory 3? It seems they are targeting you. After enjoying their meal and drink, the two comfortably lounged in their chairs and started chatting. Suddenly, Xiaoming seemed to think of something and spoke with a hint of indignation. Oh, what is it? I haven't been paying attention to outside news lately. Wang Chuan popped a peanut into his mouth and casually asked. What else could it be? It's because you, Brother Chuan, rejected Factory 3 and then they announced the production of metagames. Hey, I thought it was something serious. If they want to make it, let them make it. Wang Chuan said nonchalantly, not surprised at all. Besides, I don't plan to create another metagame for my next project. He had already guessed today. After all, Stanley's Parable had exploded in popularity. How could Factory 3 let such an opportunity slip away? Huh. Brother Chuan, you can't be joking, right? Stanley's Parable took off directly, making metagames popular. And you've been dubbed the father of metagames by the players, yet you're not seizing the chance to release a similar work. Xiaoming was taken aback by Wang Chuan's words and quickly started to persuade him. What a rare opportunity this is. If it were him, he would definitely seize the chance to release a sequel guaranteed to make money. The environment has changed. Earlier, I wanted to earn the title of game producer, so I worked on metagames, but upon closer inspection, the content of metagames is quite limited. Moreover, the genre leans towards being literary, which isn't suited for me anymore. Since it was Xiaoming asking, Wang Chuan took the time to explain seriously. No one understands the metagame genre better than him in this world. Before he crossed over, metagames were everywhere. Ashy Undertale, My Little Pony Island, etc. are all relatively famous metagames. One could say metagames represent low-cost independent games. Because in metagames, the most important thing is to avoid a sense of disconnection. And with low-budget production, the game's duration definitely won't exceed 6 hours. This duration, combined with a decent plot and that sense of breaking the dimensional wall, is enough to satisfy players. However, if a AAA title were to be produced following this formula, it would be absolutely impossible. The cost of large productions results in longer game durations. If done in the style of metagames, players would be unable to smoothly experience the plot or feel the shock of breaking the dimensional wall. In this way, a big production wouldn't qualify as a big production and a metagame wouldn't qualify as a metagame. It would all collapse. So AAA titles generally showcase metagame elements in the form of levels. Just like the ending in Nier Automata, sacrificing player save data to save others. However, this is more like an Easter egg merely showcasing the characteristics of metagames. Of course, the most important thing is that due to the popularity of his Stanley's Parable online, it will definitely hype up the concept of metagame among major publishers and media. At that time, whether it's Factory 3 small publishers or independent game developers, they will all jump on the bandwagon. Wang Chuan could almost visualize that scene. In some month, over 80% of new games will be metagames. Players will definitely enjoy themselves, while game companies will surely find it quite unfortunate. With too many similar games, the result will be endless competition. When it comes to profit, there's no room for retreat. It will surely be quite a spectacle. Wang Chuan didn't share his speculations with Xiao Ming. He simply continued chatting with Xiao Ming about other topics, and before long they both departed. This also signifies that Wang Chuan is about to graduate, because he had received the school's support after giving a speech at the graduation ceremony. Thus, the location for Wang Chuan's studio was also arranged with the school's help. One must know that having connections and not using them is akin to being a fool. Soon the school conveyed the news. The address of the studio is located in the suburban area around the school, and the monthly rent isn't expensive. It's only around 100,000 yuan. In fact, it could be even cheaper since the office buildings nearby are more affordable. However, after some thought, Wang Chuan still decided to rent this one. Because this is a villa, covering over 700 square meters, it's particularly spacious. When has Wang Chuan ever lived in a villa? This time he could finally experience it. It's just 100,000 yuan, right? Wang Chuan have never been short on money. Well, mainly because the funds from the game side are about to come through. Before long, Wang Chuan arrived at the villa. It really is quite large, he remarked, and though he knew the specific area, he was still astonished upon seeing it. Is this the life of the wealthy? The villa has 3 stories with 2 above ground and 1 underground, all connected by an elevator. Outside there is a dedicated swimming pool. The underground floor has fitness equipment, presumably for a gym. The first floor is for receiving guests or office space. The second floor is for relaxation or gaming. Not bad, not bad. This place is worth the rent. After taking a rough tour, Wang Chuan was thoroughly satisfied. After dealing with the company's address, the next step was to run the registration. Wang Chuan was not very familiar with this matter and had heard that the queue could be quite troublesome. So he directly found a broker and handed everything over to him. The efficiency was commendable. It only cost a few tens of thousands of yuan, and the company was successfully registered. Quanta Games. This is the name of the company. At the same time, Wang Chuan also took the initiative to accept some media interviews, including those from the game New World that initially helped him promote, as well as some well-known media outlets. He planned to use this interview to promote his next game. While Stanley's Parable was at the height of its popularity, he aimed to generate buzz for the new game. Now all the endings of Stanley's Parable had been uncovered by players, and the core theme of freedom hidden within the game was being discussed by more and more people. After Wang Chuan's interview was posted online, he unexpectedly found himself rising to fame as a producer. Meanwhile, the interview sparked heated discussions online. What does this mean? Isn't the next game supposed to be a metagame? What about Stanley's Parable? What? Didn't he make his fortune through metagames? Now he's not doing metagames anymore. Down with Wang Chuan, we demand a sequel. There were many similar comments on the gaming forum. Players and producers alike found Wang Chuan's decision puzzling. After all, the popularity of Stanley's Parable was still soaring. Yet Wang Chuan surprisingly chose to abandon it, which was truly hard to comprehend. You don't need to persuade him. Wang Chuan has become arrogant and lost sight of himself. I heard he declined all invitations from the third factory and wants to start his own venture. Is that so? I was wondering why the third factory suddenly announced they would make a metagame. Interesting indeed. It can be said that Wang Chuan's objective was achieved. Riding on the coattails of Stanley's Parable, discussions about his decision were rampant online. If previously the game was popular, but the person was not, now it was the person who was popular, and the game was even more so. In the gaming circle, producers were also perplexed. This Wang Chuan is interesting. The founder of metagames is not making a metagame, yet other companies are crazily following suit. Exactly. You have to understand there are so few metagames on the market right now. Basically any metagame that comes out can make money. What? Isn't this just picking up money? Enough said, I'm going to follow suit too. This matter also became a hot topic for the media. Father of metagames Wang Chuan announces that the next game will abandon the metagame. Wang Chuan gives up metagames. Is he becoming arrogant, or does he have other plans? In short, with curiosity and confusion from all sides, the attention on Wang Chuan himself grew higher. On social media, the followers on his personal account had skyrocketed to nearly 400,000. Of course, among them were quite a few casual fans who basically just followed without much engagement. However, in this era, more people equates to more traffic. While the online discussions were fervent, Wang Chuan remained calm and collected, preparing to hire new staff. Although he wanted to take care of everything, he was human too and would get tired. He had exhausted himself managing Stanley's Parable alone. So for some less critical matters it was better to delegate to his subordinates. He didn't want to be a zhuge liang, and he didn't want to suffer from overwork either. By the way, when hiring, I need to leave a position open to establish a game platform in the future. Wang Chuan jotted down his thoughts on the recruitment direction. Suddenly thinking of something, he hurriedly wrote it down. This game platform, simply put, would be his own channel. This was something he valued highly. After all, in this era, without a channel, without a means to convey information to players, it was impossible to grow and strengthen. Of course, that was not feasible at the moment as he lacked funds, talent, resources, and games. However, he could still hope for it in the future. As for the candidates for recruitment, Wang Chuan did not go through an agency. Instead, he chose to recruit from schools, which was also a way to give back to his alma mater. The recruitment process went quite smoothly thanks to the astonishing performance of Stanley's Parable and his reputation at the school. This attracted many applicants. After careful selection, Wang Chuan chose 4 fresh graduates. After all, being just at the starting point meant he needed fewer people. Among them were 2 males and 2 females. Lu Chang and Zhou Wei were responsible for maintaining daily operations. Both were computer science students and had good skills, having won several awards. Zhao Jing, who was responsible for other affairs, was studying financial management. The other affairs referred to everything other than game development and equipment maintenance. There was no choice. Starting out meant having to work a bit harder. Remembering how that girl looked pale when she found out, Wang Chuan felt a bit sorry. Yes, he felt sorry for not offering a high salary, as she had to juggle multiple roles without a decent pay, and she wouldn't be willing to do it. The last girl was studying art. Wang Chuan noticed that she had won awards in 3D art, so he directly appointed her as his assistant. Although she had not studied game development, having a background in 3D art meant she would have some understanding of game production. With her as his assistant, she could help him with some tasks. Moreover, since she was only studying art, there wouldn't be any malicious job hopping. In his view, someone who specifically studied game development would not be loyal to him, only serving as his subordinate. Such individuals were more likely to want to learn his skills. Once they completed their studies, they would either jump ship to another company or start their own venture, just like Wang Chuan, who chose not to join the third factory. Therefore, he preferred those who were honest and straightforward rather than those with extraordinary abilities. Of course, he didn't entirely reject talented individuals. If he were to grow to a scale like the third factory in the future, he would also recruit talented people, as the relationship between them would then be reversed. If someone left him, it would not be his loss, but theirs. Moreover, talent can be cultivated from within. While he might not be able to cultivate a prodigy, developing someone with regular skills who would listen to him would suffice. Thank you so much this time, Sister Yuan Yuan. Before leaving the school, Wang Chuan specifically sought out Lu Yuan Yuan to express his gratitude. Although the address was helped by the school, the recruitment was entirely thanks to Lu Yuan Yuan. No problem, after all, you are the star of our school now. Lu Yuan Yuan teased slightly, and then saw Wang Chuan off. Your company needs to do well. Oh, perhaps in the future, I might even join you. Haha, don't worry. This villa will be our office, with the first floor designated for work and the basement serving as a gym for everyone to use during their breaks. As for accommodation, I've inquired about a nearby community where the monthly rent is 1,000 yuan. The company provides meals, but not lodging, although a subsidy can be arranged. After showing everyone around the villa, Wang Chuan provided a detailed explanation. The 4 others were astonished, frequently glancing around. They initially thought the company was located in an office building somewhere in the city, but did not expect it to be in a villa near the school. This expense is quite significant, and the scale is impressive. Wang Chuan merely smiled at their expressions, feeling no need to elaborate on the true situation. Thanks to the school connection, the villa's rent is much lower than market prices, and the monthly payment schedule makes things easier for him. However, to be honest, the amount of money he has is somewhat awkward. It's not a lot, but it's also not insignificant. He wants to develop games, but large productions are out of reach, while small ones seem unnecessary. Fortunately, he can secure a loan from the bank, otherwise things would be quite tough. After understanding the specifics, Wang Chuan took everyone to the restaurant for a meal. Mr. When will we start work today? Lu Chang asked nervously while eating. He was satisfied with the company, but uncertain of Wang Chuan's temperament. Haha, no need to rush. You can start once everything is arranged tomorrow, Wang Chuan replied, smiling at Lu Chang's reaction. Also, I'm not a monster, no need to be so afraid of me. Just relax. Hey, Mr. Wang, does that mean our next task is to create a new game? Zhou Wei, feeling reassured by Wang Chuan's words, asked. The others, all from the same school as Wang Chuan, were very interested in his achievements. They were aware of the various rumors circulating online. Thus, they were very curious about what type of game would be next. Exactly, we will be working on a new game next. With the momentum of Stanley's Parable still strong, we need to quickly develop and release the new game. By the way, remember to set up the platform properly. Wang Chuan spoke, candidly feeling like they were already family since they had signed a contract. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, the 2 of us will handle it efficiently. Lu Chong and Zhou Wei nodded earnestly at Wang Chuan's instructions, confident as they were studying this field. Although they didn't understand why they had to build the platform themselves, they didn't ask further. This very attitude was why Wang Chuan had chosen them. But Senior, Mr. Wang, are you really not planning to make that metagame? Huang Shanshan asked curiously, sticking out her tongue instinctively. I see everyone discussing it online, and with other studios like Factory 3 also working on it, it would be such a pity if we don't participate. As she spoke, the other three turned their attention towards her. This was also a matter of curiosity for them. According to common sense in this world, when a game becomes popular, it's normal to release sequels. Thus, they didn't quite understand Wang Chuan's thinking. He found no surprise in their questions. After all, he had anticipated being questioned and misunderstood when making this decision. It's quite understandable because the nature of metagames dictates they cannot be major productions. Their scale is simply too small. Moreover, although I am the creator of the metagame, many other studios have joined in creating high competition. My reputation alone may not stand against capital. Wang Chuan did not conceal his thoughts, speaking openly since they had signed contracts, and he was not worried about them leaking the information. He had already decided what the second game would be, continuing to focus on small productions. He was lagging far behind Factory 3 in-game promotion. In fact, he couldn't even compete with mid-sized studios. Just look at the data for Stanley's Parable to see that. With a total of 5,800,000 downloads, yet his personal social media account has less than 200,000 followers. This was still due to frequent media interviews leading to substantial exposure. This made him realize that players who had played Stanley's Parable did not pay attention to the game developer. While this is normal, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Moreover, the first game was set at a bargain price to secure the producer title. However, the new game would definitely not be priced this way, or it would aim for profitability. Thus, continuing to develop the metagame would not be a wise choice. After explaining his reasoning, the others wore expressions of understanding. Once they realized this, their excitement grew. From Wang Chuan's words, they discerned his ambition. Why not make a metagame? Because Huangta Game Company cannot compete with Factory 3, and directly challenging them would lead to certain defeat. If they wanted to win and catch up with Factory 3, they must break through. After understanding Wang Chuan's ambition, they returned home satisfied and more motivated for the future. After watching everyone leave, Wang Chuan returned to the villa alone. Because the villa has a second floor suitable for living, it was convenient and time-saving. He claimed the second floor for himself. After a comfortable swim in the pool, Wang Chuan returned to his room and opened his computer. Finding a drawing application, Wang Chuan prepared to sketch some concepts for the new game. The original Wang Chuan would never have been able to draw or would have produced very abstract work. However, with the art skill book he drew from the system, he was different now. While not an expert, he had reached an average level. He could accurately depict the images he wanted. Soon, various chibi cartoon characters appeared under his pen. They all looked very adorable. Based on their attire, one could tell their professions: mage, ranger, knight, priest, paladin. After confirming there were no major mistakes in his drawings, Wang Chuan picked up paper and pen to write. The professions illustrated were exactly those from a game he remembered. The game he was about to create is a rather unique one, Soul Knight. A roguelike type of game. This is a small budget game that could assist him in his next plan to establish his own channels. What Wang Chuan desires to create is a roguelike game. The Stanley Parable leans more towards art and is excellent for winning awards or gaining reputation. The focus of metagames lies in storytelling and content, thus the Stanley Parable has very few profit points apart from its buying price. He places greater emphasis on providing players with a thought-provoking experience, which inherently belongs to the artistic category. However, he also wishes to earn money, making the production of a roguelike game a sound choice. This type of game is more commercially oriented, aiming to make players feel entertained and bring more joy. In contrast to metagames that receive admiration from players, yet yield low-income, roguelike games can generate substantial profits as long as they meet certain standards. Of course, the reason Wang Chuan made a fortune from metagames is also because there were no metagames in this world. Before his reincarnation, he had played numerous roguelike games. For instance, Isaac Castle Crashers, Enter the Gungeon, Night of the Full Moon, Slay the Spire, Soul Knight, and many others. The game Wang Chuan wants to create is Soul Knight. To be fair, Soul Knight is not the best considering its depth and popularity. It pales in comparison to games like Isaac and Slay the Spire. However, it is the most suitable choice for his current situation. Games like Isaac and Slay the Spire are indeed excellent, very excellent. Yet one factor makes it impossible for Wang Chuan to choose them. The popularity cycle of these games is too lengthy. He needs players to deeply experience the game and appreciate its charm. However, he currently does not have the time to wait. The third-party manufacturers and other gaming companies will not afford him too much time. Therefore, he needs to create a game that can become popular quickly. Soul Knight perfectly meets his requirements. According to its development in his past life, the game mechanics of Soul Knight are quite simple, allowing players to jump right in. Thus, within just a week, it amassed a large user base. Such a situation is unattainable for other games. The learning curve for games like Isaac and Enter the Gungeon is too steep. The content is also more complex, requiring players to adapt. In contrast, Soul Knight is very accessible. Although it has fewer gameplay styles than other games, it is simple enough. Of course, this will lead experienced players of roguelike games to feel that the gameplay is insufficient and quickly become bored. However, it is very friendly for newcomers with a simple game mechanism and easy entry requirements. It is this characteristic that allowed Soul Knight to achieve such high success. Similarly, it enabled Wang Chuan to rapidly gain player acceptance during the promotion. After all, the current Huang to Game company lacks depth and needs sufficient time to develop. Otherwise, even if Wang Chuan could create more classic games with more unique game concepts without sufficient capital to support him, he would not be able to produce them. This is also the reason he previously abandoned the idea of making card games. Card mobile games are the ones that can generate the most profit and are also the easiest to produce. No objections will be accepted, yet Wang Chuan still gave it up. As for the reason, it is time to explain the developmental stages of card games. Firstly, in his past life, card games gained popularity, starting from IMMT. Then came Dota Legend, which brought about a renewal of card game concepts. Next was the King of Fighters 98, Ultimate Match OL, which earned significant profits, and even led to the birth of card IPs. Following that were the releases of On My OG and FGO, which broke the limitations of card games. They revealed that when card art is finely crafted, or when it comes to two-dimensional cards, it is much easier to create a hit. This led to games like Azalane, Honkai Impact 3A, and Arknights, all following this path to attain success. The core lies in excellent artistic resources. In this world, card games are also developing rapidly. Currently, card games are positioned between artistic refinement and card IP development. Moreover, several major manufacturers have already established a stable market. For a Huang to Game company, producing card games would be akin to courting death. Without funding and channels, it's not just about whether they can grab a market. Even the attacks from major manufacturers would be unbearable. Furthermore, in card games, promotion is even more critical than the game content itself. Because its core is the IP, players need to recognize the value of the cards. Otherwise, why would players spend money? Isn't it just to draw a certain character? It's akin to collecting. If only when the value of the collection is recognized will people want to collect. Card games are the same. This is also why Wang Chuan did not pursue making card games. It just isn't worth it. The core system of card games is easily imitable. If he were to develop a card game without promotional strength, it would only result in other manufacturers stealing his achievements. Such a losing business is one he would resolutely avoid. However, not pursuing it now does not mean he won't consider it in the future. He is well aware of the core of card games. To make card games successful, one must either create an IP or focus on values. The former is understood by all, while the latter is quite straightforward. Just like the game Young Three Kingdoms from his past life, the card game's IP is the Three Kingdoms, which by that time had already lost its appeal. Yet why was it able to generate substantial profits and maintain excellent performance? It's all about the values. Because when the values are well done, they can provide benefits to players. These include signing bonuses, level completion rewards, leaderboard rewards, and so on. It's about using values to create success and stimulate players to play. Regardless of whether these benefits are genuine, if players receive them and feel stimulated, they will stay. Although it may sound absurd, it is indeed something manufacturers must do. Because giving away rewards won't disrupt game balance and will give players the impression that the game is generous. However, if you don't give anything, players will perceive the game as stingy. The reason Wang Chuan chose Soul Knight goes beyond just that. More importantly, this game serves an auxiliary role for his goals. Soul Knight is a commercial game with sufficient success. It is precisely based on this that Vitality Knight is the better choice. This can lay a solid user foundation for the Huang to gaming platform. Of course, while the commercial performance of Vitality Knight may not compare to other games, it is still quite good. In its past life, it attracted several million users within a week of its launch. In just a month, the number of users reached tens of millions. Ahem, of course, it cannot be compared to games like Honor of Kings. However, this is not a fault of the game itself. After all, the support behind it comes from a certain Mr. Ma, who has an abundance of promotional resources. Vitality Knight is merely a low-cost indie game developed by an ordinary company. Looking at it this way, its achievements are quite remarkable. Now Wang Chuan intends to bring this game, which shone brightly in his past life, to this world. This world is technologically advanced, yet its game design concepts are lagging behind. Vitality Knight's performance will definitely not be worse than in the past life. Of course, Wang Chuan will not copy it exactly, but will make some modifications to the original content. Like Stanley's Parable, he will retain the strengths while eliminating the weaknesses. Oh, and he must adjust the game to be more appealing to players. By the way, should the art style of Vitality Knight be changed? Putting down the paper and pen in his hands and stretching a bit, Wang Chuan hesitated. In his past life, Vitality Knight employed a pixel art style. While they were also poor, which was a way to save money. Maybe I should change it after all since I criticized it in my past life. Wang Chuan was somewhat hesitant about whether to proceed with the change. Although the pixel art was used to reduce resources and save costs, it was still too simplistic. Of course, some players liked it, but he was not among them. Soon Wang Chuan made a decision. Change. It must be changed. After all, he is the producer. Of course, this is not the main reason. In his past life, the pixel art style was primarily to reduce resources and save costs. Now he has sufficient capital, and with the Pangu editor in this world, it is not a problem at all. However, even though changes are to be made, they won't go too far. It will simply make the original visuals a bit more refined. Essentially, it will still be pixel art. After making the decision, Wang Chuan opened his computer and picked up his drawing tablet to start sketching. He first drew the game's protagonist, recalling the general outline before adding details. After all, some time has passed, and his memories are not very clear. Some might ask, isn't there a memory searcher? While using a memory searcher just to draw a protagonist would be quite wasteful. As for what if the final drawing doesn't turn out well, Wang Chuan wasn't too concerned. After all, Vitality Knight is different from card games like Azalane. It doesn't rely on artistic resources for sustenance. Having good graphics is preferred, but lacking them is not a deal breaker. Ultimately, it must return to the roguelike gameplay. After sketching for a while, Wang Chuan picked up his paper and pen to jot down things he needed to pay attention to. Then he entered the game forum. He planned to browse industry news to kill some time. While this counts as a break, in his spare time, he could learn about player preferences and current trends in gaming. This is also quite important. It's like the directional keys for games. In his past life, they were a stew, while in this world they are 4,568. This is due to the differing directional keys in the two worlds. If he did not take notice of this matter and created a game that contradicted players' habits, it would surely lead to its downfall. While this world truly is a paradise for game developers and players, after browsing some information, Wang Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. This world has many AAA masterpieces, including VR games. However, he didn't delve into them in detail. He knew one thing: to create a high-quality VR game, the development funds would need at least 300 million. And right now he is 3 million with a debt of 1 million to the bank. Not something to mess with. Therefore, he focused more on the PC and mobile platforms. In this world, RPG, and FPS games occupy a large portion of the market. The remaining categories like horror and casual games also account for a significant share. While this is in comparison to his past life, among them there was one surprising discovery for Wang Chuan. Although the game concepts here do not match those of his past life, the development speed is not slow, and some games have already shown promise. Just like sandbox games similar to Minecraft and open-world games similar to Grand Theft Auto, they have already begun to show potential. Snapping back to reality, Wang Chuan had already drafted a basic design document filled with everything he could remember. Although he still had a few memory searchers left, he wanted to use them sparingly. What if he couldn't draw upon them in the future? So for what he could remember and fill in himself, he would handle it on his own. He aimed to complete it using his own abilities. Next, I need to choose a platform. Wang Chuan rubbed his forehead in frustration as he thought seriously. Unlike his past life, the platforms in this world are quite straightforward. The PC, mobile, and VR platforms are unified, making it much easier for him. First, he must rule out the VR platform as the development cost is exorbitant. That leaves the PC and mobile platforms. With this in mind, Wang Chuan recalled Stanley's Parable. Due to the tight schedule and heavy workload, Stanley's Parable was only developed for the PC version. Next, he needed to develop the mobile version of Stanley's Parable while creating a new game. Of course, the mobile version is also priced at a bargain of $5, just like the PC version. Not a penny more. Moreover, this task is particularly easy given that it was developed using the Pangu editor. To create the mobile version, he only needs to make some adjustments to the art resources. Because when Stanley's Parable was made, most of the art resources were sourced from the editor. Thus, the cost of creating the mobile version is laughably low. By the way, didn't I hire an assistant? I can delegate this to Huang Shanshan. Suddenly, Wang Chuan thought of Huang Shanshan and felt a rush of happiness. Well, he isn't trying to slack off. He just wants Huang Shanshan to familiarize herself with the entire process so that she can help out later. Absolutely not slacking off. Absolutely not slacking off. Absolutely not slacking off. Important things must be repeated 3 times. After delegating part of his work to his assistant, Wang Chuan leisurely took a shower. He was ready to rest. He slept soundly until after 9 o'clock the next morning before getting up. After casually eating some breakfast, the 4 members of the studio had already arrived. He quickly opened the door to let Lu Chang, Zhou Wei Zhaojing, and Huang Shanshan in. Why did you all come so early? President Wang, are you still half asleep? It's almost 10 o'clock. Lu Chang said with a wry smile, speaking softly. I'm sorry I stayed up late last night. Looking at the time, Wang Chuan realized it was indeed his fault, so he quickly changed the subject. All right, since you're here, let's gather in the conference room to assign our respective tasks. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, everyone straightened their expressions and sat down in the conference room. They didn't go to those big manufacturers, but instead came to Wang Chuan's small company. It was precisely because of Wang Chuan's achievements that they believed following him could lead to great success. Of course, the premise was that their treatment was not bad. Therefore, upon hearing that Wang Chuan was going to assign tasks, they immediately took it seriously. After all, the future development of Huangta Game Company was directly related to their future. It is known that the golden period for most professions is between the ages of 20 and 40. If one fails to achieve anything during this time, they would essentially be looking at retirement. Lu Chang Zhou, your tasks are to maintain Stanley's Parable while also developing an official website for Huangta Game Company. Oh, and you also need to build a game platform allowing you to hire external contractors, and the company will reimburse the expenses, but it must be done quickly. Wang Chuan first looked at Lu Chang and Zhou Wei, meticulously instructing them. It was impossible for the two of them to build a qualified game platform in a short time. Thus, the expenses for hiring outside contractors could not be spared. President Wang, don't worry, we won't have any problems. Seeing the two's earnest assurances, Wang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Jing, since the company has just started, your position will involve more responsibilities, and you'll have additional tasks in the initial stages, and I apologize for that. However, rest assured, I will recruit the next batch of people soon to help share the load. Looking at Zhao Jing's composed face, Wang Chuan didn't immediately state her tasks, but instead offered some reassurance. After all, it's not easy for such a young girl to shoulder so much responsibility. He was mainly concerned about her being overworked. Where else could he find such capable subordinates? President Wang, don't worry, I can definitely handle it, especially with the generous treatment you provide. Zhao Jing clearly understood that since her compensation was several times better than the others, her tasks would naturally be proportionally greater. Okay, aside from your regular work, pay extra attention to various news in the gaming industry, including media coverage and distribution channels, etc. Huang Shanshan, you are primarily responsible for the art and music outsourcing, and you also need to complete the mobile port of Stanley's Parable. No problem. Every task Wang Chuan assigned was accepted without hesitation by the group. What they did not expect was that most of the tasks assigned to them would involve overseeing the outsourcing teams. In fact, there wasn't much work that needed them to do directly. Everyone needs to complete their tasks promptly. Although we can do it ourselves, it would be too slow. I don't know if everyone has noticed, but the popularity of Stanley's Parable on the internet has already begun to decline, so we need to launch a new game as soon as possible. Since everyone had already signed contracts, Wang Chuan took the rare opportunity to explain. He also hoped to help them grow so that he could relax significantly. As for what he said, it wasn't baseless. Yesterday, while browsing game forums, he had already noticed the decline in popularity of Stanley's Parable. However, this was to be expected, as no game can remain popular indefinitely. Even a fire, no matter how strong, will inevitably extinguish once the kindling is burned out. Moreover, the third-party channels and various producers have begun to promote their own games, which to some extent has taken away market share from Stanley's Parable. The meeting soon concluded. Wang Chuan wasn't just a pure leader, so he spoke directly and to the point. He handed the plan documents to Lu Chang and Zhou Wei, and the two went to work. Their work was not difficult, they just needed to establish a database to store the accounts of Huangta game players. As for the external platform, it could be addressed later. For now, having an internal data platform was sufficient. Zhao Jing returned to her seat, turned on her computer, and began collecting various information online. Meanwhile, Huang Shanshan was guided by Wang Chuan, who explained the requirements for the art resources on the computer. To be strict, the requirements for the art resources of Soul Knight were not demanding at all. After all, they were relatively ordinary resources. There weren't many distinctive features that would leave a lasting impression on players. However, this wasn't crucial for Soul Knight. After all, the key to games like Soul Knight, which belong to the roguelike genre, lies in the game mechanisms and gameplay. President Wang, these requirements seem more like those for mobile games. Huang Shanshan, having studied art, was confused when she saw the requirements before her. Was the company planning to venture into mobile gaming this time? It's not what you think. This time we are creating a game that can be played on both mobile and PC platforms with data interoperability. Wang Chuan explained with a faint smile, understanding her expression. In his past life, what Wang Chuan hated most about Soul Knight was the save feature. Due to external factors, his account mysteriously disappeared after he spent money in the game. The items he had purchased were also gone. This was because Soul Knight used local saves. It wasn't until the cloud save feature was updated that things improved. Learning from this lesson, Wang Chuan considered this aspect from the very beginning of production. He found a server rental company within the versatile Pangu editor. After contacting them, he got the matter sorted out. Yes, it was legitimate and reliable, particularly convenient. For the art resources, you just need to communicate with the outsourcing team according to the requirements in this form, and as I said, time is of the essence. Wang Chuan handed over the form, carefully reminding them. Okay, President Wang, you can rest assured. After hearing Wang Chuan's requirements, Huang Shanshan patted her chest and said. As Huang Shanshan finished speaking, she moved aside and began to work diligently. Watching the four of them put in effort, Wang Chuan sat down on a nearby chair and closed his eyes. No, he wasn't slacking off. Instead, he was recalling the content related to Soul Knight in his mind. To be honest, he remembered quite a bit. Soul Knight has obvious advantages, featuring classic roguelike gameplay along with elements borrowed from other similar games. With a bit more enhancement, it would be even better. Alright, there's also the battle system in the game, which includes health bars and shield values. Of course, health bars cannot be restored. However, to compensate for this, characters have additional shield values. These shield values are similar to defense or extra health bars and can be restored. However, this shield setting is not an original idea of Soul Knight, but rather draws from the setting of Halo. Moreover, this influence extends beyond just that, affecting later FPS games. The setting of health regeneration through breathing is influenced by Halo. However, Wang Chuan believes that the main reason for Soul Knight's explosive success lies in its simplified entry barrier. Among various roguelike games, the most outstanding feature is the dungeon design. Similar to Isaac, players need to control their characters, continuously shooting to defeat monsters while dodging their bullets to avoid being killed. This increases the entry cost for players. Many clumsy players find it quite challenging to succeed in the levels. However, none of this exists in Soul Knight. In this game, players only need to control their characters' movements and avoid being hit by enemies. As for attacking, there's no need to worry at all. As long as you hold down the attack button, the game's automatic targeting system will help players lock onto enemies. Thus, this game provides players with a very enjoyable experience. Strictly speaking, this design is a very clever method. In terms of shooting, no matter how hard other games try, they can never surpass FPS games. Moreover, players who truly come to play Soul Knight are not primarily seeking a shooting experience. Even if someone wants to experience shooting, there are plenty of FPS games to choose from. Therefore, not focusing on shooting is indeed the right choice. After recalling some content, Wang Chuan returned to the computer. He opened the Pangu editor and began to try out the auxiliary functions within. Soon he found the function he was looking for, the random algorithm feature. Why was he searching for this function? Because the fun of Soul Knight lies in its randomness. When you open a chest, you never know what will be inside. It could be a small toy or even a legendary artifact. The most interesting aspect of roguelike games is this anticipation of the unknown. In addition, Wang Chuan also needs to set up the game's framework and the artistic elements within. Although some aspects have been outsourced, that is not the entirety. The game's interface effects and so on still need to be set up by him, because this aspect is very important and relates to the player's gaming experience. However, these things cannot be rushed, quality takes time, so he must proceed slowly. Of course, these are not the most important. The most critical element is still promotion. He certainly does not want the game he worked so hard on to collapse due to inadequate marketing. Therefore, promotion should begin early, unlike Stanley's Parable. After all, Soul Knight focuses on storyline with a memory searcher, allowing Wang Chuan to directly recreate the plot and music. One could say that he has completed over 80% of the game from his past life. However, Soul Knight is different. This game has too many weapons, all unique and varied. Each weapon possesses special functions. Additionally, every monster in the game has its own set of stats. Moreover, the various profession settings, scenes, and the combat system within are all significantly more complex than those in Stanley's Parable. Considering all these factors, according to Wang Chuan's budget, it will take at least a month before Soul Knight can meet the vast player base. And a month's time is neither long nor short. Wang Chuan can be certain that if he has no news during this period, he will definitely be forgotten by everyone. Thus, how can he generate relevant buzz during this time? Relying solely on the popularity of Stanley's Parable won't hold up. Oh, ugh, headache. Forget it. For now, the popularity of Stanley's Parable is still sufficient, so I should just focus on completing the preliminary work for the game. After scratching his head, Wang Chuan felt quite troubled, though promotion is truly too difficult. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any solutions and could only move on to other tasks. First and foremost, the internal database and gaming platform must be set up. This is crucial. Additionally, he needs to find a competent outsourcing team for the game's art. I wonder if the team that worked on Stanley's Parable can take it on. If so, I'd prefer to choose them. After all, they have collaborated once before and have a general understanding. It's better than starting over with a new team. Moreover, the art for Soul Knight does not need to be perfect. It just needs to be a bit more refined than in his past life. The previously partnered art outsourcing team, while not a big company, can still handle regular art production without any issues. The most important part is that their attitude is good and they can complete the art on time. The price is also reasonable. Ahem, so he is more inclined toward them. With this thought, Wang Chuan couldn't help but glance at Huang Shanshan beside him. I'm such a good boss, clearly this work is meant for the employees, yet I still help out. By the way, it's been a while since I last saw the system. In his heart, he thought this and acted accordingly. He opened the system interface that only he could see and immediately noticed the fan value. Thanks to the high popularity of Stanley's Parable, the fan value quickly accumulated to over 100,000. Hey, with 1,000 fan points, I can draw once. 10,000 means 10 draws, which is just a 10 consecutive draw. He thought, feeling a bit excited. A system without 10 consecutive draws is incomplete. Upon seeing the 10-roll gacha option, Wang Chuan wasted no time, immediately heading to the giant spinning wheel and investing 100,000 fan points to initiate a 10-roll draw. Only the blessed of fortune believe miracles emerge from single draws. Wang Chuan placed his faith solely in the 10-roll. Still, truth be told, he would accept whatever the draw yielded. After all, every item would ultimately strengthen his capabilities. It would also streamline his game development process. As the fan points flowed in, the giant wheel began to spin, radiant prismatic light shimmering across its surface. Wang Chuan remained utterly composed. No matter how dazzling the lights or mysterious the contents, he could not see them, and thus what use was excitement? The wheel soon came to a halt, revealing 10 items before him. Most were skill manuals related to game development. He consumed them all without hesitation, significantly enhancing his abilities across the board. Additionally, he acquired 2 memory scanners, bringing his total to 5. As for the memory scanner, Wang Chuan welcomed it unreservedly. It allowed him to directly retrieve any memory buried deep within his mind. Truly invaluable, especially during the creation of Stanley's Parable, a project so smoothly executed it felt divinely guided. Satisfied, he stored the 2 new memory scanners in his inventory's artifact section, then turned his attention to the final item. Oh ho ho, a special artifact. His delight surged. Indeed, 10 rolls were the righteous path. Single draws held no promise. Wang Chuan held special artifacts in high regard. Indeed, one of his earliest system rewards had been just such an item. The miraculous magnifying glass. Initially unsure of its function, he tested it tentatively, only to be stunned by its extraordinary effect. Even Stanley's Parable had risen to rapid fame, aided in no small part by that very special artifact. Benevolent intent targets the player base under the owner's command, subtly instilling goodwill and prompting unconscious assistance toward victims. Duration: 1 day. Benevolent intent. What purpose could this possibly serve? To soften players' rage when they mailed him death threats. Staring blankly at this baffling artifact, Wang Chuan was utterly perplexed. The miraculous magnifying glass at least had been clearly tied to game design, and it had powerfully amplified players' appreciation for Stanley's Parable. But what did this do? After pondering fruitlessly, he dismissed the question entirely. The artifact wouldn't vanish. It could wait. Perhaps clarity would come later, or perhaps its utility would reveal itself unexpectedly. Our company's finances remain tight. The primary focus must stay on developing Chi Knight. Though brimming with ideas, Wang Chuan faced one immutable constraint: poverty. True, the official gaming platform had transferred nearly 2 million yuan from Stanley's Parable, yet launching the company had consumed a substantial portion. Their corporate account now held less than 3 million yuan. This figure included over 1 million yuan borrowed from the bank. Appearances deceived. The balance looked sizable, yet proved woefully insufficient. Game development itself was merely the tip of the iceberg. True expenditure lay in marketing. Even the finest wine cannot sell itself if hidden down a narrow alley. No further elaboration is needed on marketing's critical role. After all, how could players discover your game if they'd never heard of it? Even Triple Factory, a titan with established distribution channels and immense brand recognition among gamers, still invested heavily in promotion when launching major titles. Was it mere extravagance? A surplus of disposable wealth? Not at all. The returns from effective promotion dwarfed its costs, often exceeding them tenfold. The profitability potential of a well-marketed title is staggering. Back at Huangta Game Studio, Wang Chuan stood alone as lead designer. Their sole acclaimed title remained Stanley's Parable, a far cry from veteran developers who had already carved reputations in the industry. And Triple Factory loomed as an even more colossal presence. Thus, maximizing promotional impact within strict budgetary limits became Wang Chuan's most vexing challenge. If only I had limitless funds, he murmured softly, gazing upward at the ceiling from his chair. With abundant capital, he'd simply unleash a deluge of advertisements. No strategy, no subtlety. Bold, yes, but undeniably effective. In fact, this remains the standard promotional model for AA attire blockbusters. Yet Chi Knight was a low-budget indie project, unsuited to such lavish spending, and Wang Chuan lacked the resources to pursue it anyway. Days passed, and still no breakthrough solution emerged. At noon, the team gathered in the office for lunch. Though newly founded, the studio offered generous employee benefits. Both lunch and dinner were fully covered. To ensure nutritional quality, Wang Chuan had personally sampled meals from several nearby restaurants. Ultimately, he selected a home-style cuisine eatery, arranging daily deliveries for both midday and evening meals. And rather than observing silent dining etiquette, they conversed freely, sharing updates, exchanging insights, savoring the warmth of communal meals. Wang Chuan, meanwhile, sprinkled in occasional words of encouragement. Not the toxic kind, merely uplifting. Having just graduated, these young colleagues responded well to such inspiration. Seasoned professionals, however, would find it hollow. Veterans might even interpret motivational rhetoric as a substitute for tangible compensation. Yet Wang Chuan adhered strictly to market-standard salaries, no corner-cutting whatsoever. He had never understood why large corporations skimped on employee welfare. How much could decent benefits truly cost? A fraction of the profits companies reaped, hundreds or thousands of times greater. Sacrificing goodwill for marginal savings only bred resentment. Why invite such folly? Feed employees well, and they'll work with vigor. Let the enterprise feast while staff sip nourishing broth. That synergy fuels collective strength. Wang Chuan held unwavering confidence in Huangta Game Studio's future. It would surely grow into a formidable force. And once scaled, the studio would require formalized departments, each role distinctly defined and professionally staffed. The 4 individuals currently working alongside Wang Chuan thus held a distinct advantage, if by that time their skills proved sufficient and their conduct beyond reproach. He intended to promote them directly into management, honoring their indispensable contributions during the studio's fragile founding phase. Mr. Want to take a look? The copycat game from Yuan Games has come out, and unsurprisingly, it's from Penguin. Zhao Jing suddenly exclaimed, her anger evident as she looked at the information on her phone. Isn't that normal? You know Penguin, that's their forte. Wang Chuan replied, momentarily taken aback, before speaking somewhat dismissively. As one of the top 3 studios, Penguin's strongest ability is its knack for imitation. Once they set their sights on something, the outcome is either acquisition or imitation, followed by a rapid release that surpasses the original. Therefore, Wang Chuan was not surprised at all. Oh, that's not the main point, Mr. Wang. The producer from Penguin said something outrageous during an interview. Zhao Jing, usually a quiet girl, was now fuming, her face flushed. Huh? What interview? Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan became intrigued. The other 3 people also looked over curiously, wanting to know what interview could have made Zhao Jing so upset. Of course, it's about the Yuan game they are producing. The game, developed by Penguin, has already begun its promotion, directly titled The Fable of Illidan. This is simply shameless. Isn't this just a blatant attempt to ride the coattails of success? And that producer actually claimed that his game is more fun. Zhao Jing said angrily, while also remembering to send the link to Wang Chuan. Oh, then I must take a good look at it. Wang Chuan thoughtfully opened the link, scrutinizing it closely. He had a feeling that the difficulties he had faced for a long time would be resolved here. After reading the link, Wang Chuan had to admit that Penguin truly was sharp-eyed. Judging by the scale of this game, they were clearly well prepared. It seemed that they had already begun production when the Stanley Parable was just gaining popularity. Back then, the performance of the Stanley Parable hadn't even taken off. It is evident that Penguin, being one of the top 3 studios, rightfully holds one of the biggest channels in the country. They managed to predict the game's potential based on the data from the Stanley Parable and jumped on the bandwagon. Very good, this is so Penguin. So at that time, the invitation from the 3 studios was also to have me take charge of the Yuan game production, right? Suddenly, Wang Chuan recalled the graduation invitation. The 3 studios must have already started moving back then. After watching this link, Wang Chuan understood the ins and outs of the situation. It wasn't as direct as Zhao Jing had said. Although they belittled him and elevated themselves, their words were still quite tactful. What? Wang Chuan? Who is that? Oh, the producer of the Stanley Parable. The game is good, but personally, I don't think it has much potential for development. As a game producer, one must understand that in this industry, continuous development is key rather than achieving success in one shot. Every year, there are countless genius producers, but in the end, only a few become known and remembered by players. Young people shouldn't let sudden success cloud their judgment. And yes, the Stanley Parable performed well. I admit that, but I believe The Fable of Illidan will perform even better. The above contents of the interview from Penguin were specially collected by Zhao Jing to show to Wang Chuan. It was evident that Penguin was promoting this game. Wang Chuan only needed to search a little online, and he already knew who the other party was. Yes, it turned out there was a bit of a connection between them. He still remembered that record he had accidentally broken, the record for the fastest to obtain the title of game producer. And that person was the previous record holder who, before he could hold the record for long, was surpassed by Wang Chuan. One must say this is all fate. The other party might not think so. This person is named Tian Baixuan, Although there was some ambiguity, when he set the record, he still had some real skill. After all, Tian Baishuan is also a producer backed by Penguin, and there's no doubt that the interview was orchestrated by him. The interview was filled with disdain. It aimed to suppress his reputation in the media and online. Wang Chuan understood the reason. It was simply because he had taken a record from them. The intentions were not benevolent. Although Wang Chuan knew Tian Baixin's motives were impure, his mood became increasingly good. He had no bad habits. Rather, Tian Baishuan's actions inadvertently helped him. He had been troubled about how to maintain the popularity brought by the Stanley Parable. And Tian Baishuan's interview, although aimed at him, if used correctly, would make all the difference. In the online realm, it's not that you don't have disputes, but rather that you lack controversy. As for Tian Baishuan's interview, Wang Chuan already had an idea in mind. He could wait for the interview to gain traction, drawing attention from many people, and then ride the wave. Just like when a game is released, what to do if there's no promotion or traffic? The answer is to create a connection to associate with popular games on the market. What? No connections? No worries, you can create connections. Just like as the popularity of the Stanley Parable soared, many new games began riding on its coattails. For instance, the Fable of Stanley, and even Tian Baixin's The Fable of Illidan are all capitalizing on his traffic. Wang Chuan viewed this situation with a rather open mind. It's common for game types to follow trends, game content to be imitated, and for people to ride on the popularity and traffic of others. He didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he wasn't making yuan games anymore, but that doesn't mean people who follow trends can mock him at will. He took a few bites of his meal and then picked up his laptop. He logged into some game forums and media sites on the Pengu editor to browse. Moreover, the popularity was quite high. There were quite a few players commenting in the comment section. Wang Chuan ignored the praises and supportive comments and focused on the criticisms directed at Tian Baishuan. Hey, are you sure you're not just saying this out of jealousy? They broke your record in a single day. Oh, what face do you have to criticize them? Alright, I still don't know what you Penguin are like. If you're going to copy, at least do it discreetly. Why show off your presence? Not bad. Wang Chuan was delighted after glancing at the comments from netizens. He absolutely loved the commenters here. Their words were simply delightful. In great spirits, Wang Chuan decided to look at the comments supporting Tian Baishuan. After a careful search, he indeed found some. After all, he was also a somewhat renowned producer working at a major company like Penguin. Even if the game categories are the same and the names are similar, it can't be called plagiarism, right? It's at most a reference. Tian Baishuan, keep it up. So what if Stanley's Parable is original? In the end, won't it still be surpassed? After a quick glance, Wang Chuan found that these comments were relatively mild and rational, without any extreme reactions. This level of enthusiasm was quite appropriate, with some people engaging in rational discussions without creating too much public opinion. Such discussions were, after all, the most pleasing. After all, the onlookers didn't want to witness overly intense drama. Penguin is truly Penguin, this promotional strategy TSK. Suddenly, Wang Chuan shook his head, feeling quite emotional. He had already figured out Penguin's strategy. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Zhao Jing, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned over to ask. What was going on? He looked at the link, then at the forum, and smiled while shaking his head. Haha, look at Penguin's promotion and this level of enthusiasm. Wang Chuan noticed Zhao Jing coming over and took interest in explaining to her. From Penguin's approach, they are throwing out this topic to ride on the popularity of Stanley's Parable. They are controlling the topic within a reasonable range, then handling it coolly and later continuing to hype Illidan's Parable. The purpose of this was to attract fans captivated by Stanley's Parable. If it were a hard sell promotion or a direct advertisement for Illidan's Parable, the core fans of Stanley's Parable would not follow along. However, after Penguin's maneuver, they achieved maximum benefits at minimal cost. One could only say Penguin is still Penguin, they know how to play. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's explanation, Zhao Jing was utterly amazed and couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Wang, you are truly impressive. Ha, just average ranked third in the world. Wang Chuan, seeing Zhao Jing, usually so reserved, looking at him with such admiration, felt a bit shy. By the way, Mr. Wang, are we just going to do nothing? Suddenly remembering something, Zhao Jing said somewhat angrily. Of course not. This kind of opportunism isn't something only they can do. Wang Chuan smiled wickedly in response to Zhao Jing's question. If Penguin were merely riding the wave of popularity, Wang Chuan wouldn't have said much, as that was normal. But to ride on my popularity while stepping on me was a bit excessive. Under Zhao Jing's puzzled gaze, Wang Chuan directly opened the social platform, logged into his verified account, and sent out a message. Wow, it's really hard to make a game now, and not to mention the funding and design. The key is that calamities come unexpectedly, and it's truly hard to guard against. After sending it out, Wang Chuan tagged all the media he knew. By the way, that item, kindness. Suddenly, Wang Chuan remembered the special item he had drawn earlier. With kindness, a group of onlooking players would suddenly feel empathy and stand by his side to criticize Penguin. It was quite amusing to think about. With this in mind, Wang Chuan really did it. He opened the item section, found kindness, and used it decisively. If you want to ride on my popularity and belittle me, and think you can get away with it, such good things don't happen. Wang Chuan chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Not only was this about Penguin, but the promotional issue was also resolved. If this Penguin interview were to blow up, wouldn't that be free promotion? Since Penguin wanted to stir things up, how could they leave without leaving something behind? Off. Mr. Wang, by sending this message out, you're directly confronting Penguin. Zhao Jing, who witnessed Wang Chuan's actions, suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of the other three. However, he didn't mind, and instead wore a face full of worry. What's wrong? Huang Shanshan came over curiously and asked. Shanshan, just look at this message and you'll know. Zhao Jing had a face of despair, feeling helpless. She was somewhat guilty. If she hadn't shown this interview to Wang Chuan, this wouldn't have happened. Haha, Mr. Wang, well done. This matter is indeed Penguin's fault. Hitting back is great. Zhou Wei waved his hand excitedly, quite pleased. Oh dear, you guys, this will make Penguin hold a grudge against us. Zhao Jing suddenly felt speechless, wondering why everyone else looked so happy. Don't they know that now the Huangta game company shouldn't stand against major manufacturers? Haha, Zhao Jing, you don't need to worry too much. It's just Tian Baixuan. He's not the heir of Penguin and can't represent them. Just look at how I'm handling it. Wang Chuan was very pleased to have such employees. They truly cared about the company. Zhao Jing, go gather some more soft articles. They'll send you some new game information, and then you can casually reveal it during public relations. Also, Lu Chang and Zhou Wei, the current situation is different from before. You need to communicate with the outsourcing side and ensure our platform is built as quickly as possible. Now is the time to test us. As long as we raise the heat and spread the game information, we won't have to worry about promotion anymore. Wang Chuan appeared confident, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, he had connected the dots to this plan after seeing the interview. If there is no relationship, then we create one. If there is no heat, then we generate heat. After all, as long as the next game can be promoted, his goal would have been accomplished. Mr. Wang, what should I do? Huang Shanshan looked at everyone full of spirit, and after waiting for a long time without any tasks, couldn't help but feel anxious. The weak voice of Huang Shanshan reached Wang Chuan's ears, making him hesitate. Oops, it seemed he had accidentally forgotten about Huang Shanshan. What to do? There were no tasks left. Ahem, how about this? There is a very important task that only you can do. Wang Chuan looked at Huang Shanshan with a serious expression, as if he were about to hand over a divine artifact. What task? Huang Shanshan was eagerly anticipating what task could be so important. Ahem, help me massage my shoulders. Inside a picturesque villa, everyone was bustling with activity. Lu Chang and Zhou Wei were typing rapidly on their keyboards while Lu Jing was diligently drafting a manuscript. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan was enjoying a massage from Huang Shanshan. Apply a bit more pressure, push harder, it feels good, he said, squinting his eyes as he felt her small hands on his shoulders. Huang Shanshan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Wang Chuan's shameless words. She expressed her disinterest in responding to him, yet silently increased the pressure of her massage. At the same time, she pondered deeply in her heart, reminding herself that she was indeed hired as an assistant. Why was she also doing the work of a secretary? On social media, Wang Chuan's message was like a deep water bomb. It caused a huge uproar across the entire internet. Moreover, the effect was even better than Wang Chuan had imagined. With the goodwill of those in the know, they couldn't bear to hold back and shared the news. By the time the effect of the props wore off, the topic had already gone viral. When the media saw that the topic was so hot, they decided to jump on the bandwagon. With the media's push, it became even more heated. Ultimately, it even made it to the trending list known by everyone online. Wang Chuan was overjoyed about this. Due to the popularity of Stanley's Parable, he had gained a certain level of fame. Although it was somewhat lesser compared to the game itself, he was not far behind Tian Buixin from Penguin. Thus, his initial goal was merely to provoke Tian Buixin. After all, Tian Buixin was also a well-known figure. However, he never expected that this provocation would lead to a massive explosion of public opinion. Originally, Penguin's reputation in the gaming community was not stellar. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan maintained an image of an innocent victim. As a result, most people who saw the news online leaned towards Wang Chuan's side. To Wang Chuan's dismay, while he was enjoying Huang Shanshan's massage, he received quite a few comforting phone calls. These included classmates from his class, his deskmate Xiao Ming, and his counselor Lu Yuanyuan, etc. To his surprise, even the school principal called him. The content was merely simple words of comfort, but it was still a form of support. Others desired such attention, yet didn't get it. Of course, Penguin wasn't entirely without support given its standing in the industry. However, Wang Chuan paid it no mind. He let the exhausted Huang Shanshan take a rest and called for Zhao Jing. Mr. Wang, is there something you need? Since the online buzz is so high, there must be quite a few media outlets looking to interview me, right? Yes, indeed. Would Mr. Wang like to accept interviews? Yes, please filter out a few that are favorable towards us. Understood. After giving some instructions, Wang Chuan logged onto social media to check Tian Boxin's account. The latest news was still about that interview. How come there's not a single response? Don't they know yet? Wang Chuan felt a bit puzzled. But it's impossible for them not to know. This had already made it to the trending list, but surely very few people online were unaware. Could they be playing dead? Forget it, the situation is set. Whether Tian Boxin replies or not is no longer important. With that thought, Wang Chuan set his phone aside and continued revising the proposal. Having just been comfortably massaged by his little secretary, he now felt full of energy. Indeed, after the massage, Wang Chuan had already promoted Huang Shanshan to the role of secretary. He hoped that when Huang Shanshan learned of this news, she wouldn't go after him for being such an unscrupulous boss. Meanwhile, at Penguin Gaming Company, Tian Boxin was looking at a slew of messages online, his expression very grim. There was no doubt that he had hit a brick wall this time. Just as Wang Chuan had guessed, Tian Boxin had intentionally said such things during the interview. The motive was simple. Not only was it a personal vendetta for breaking records, but also a desire to ride the wave of popularity. Just because he worked at one of the 3 divisions of Penguin, it didn't mean he was doing well. Although Penguin had the funds and connections, the sheer size of the company meant there were many producers and projects. Tian Boxin was only responsible for a small project within Penguin. This time he had finally been allocated to a medium project, allowing him to secure a bit more resources. He certainly didn't want any unexpected incidents. Thus, maximizing the heat was an excellent choice. To amplify the heat, Tian Boxin chose to provoke, essentially committing a form of provocation. As for the target, it was Wang Chuan, with Stanley's Parable currently blazing hot, and his game being of the same genre. Moreover, with Wang Chuan having shattered his proud record, it was personal. If not Wang Chuan, then who else? This is why he demeaned Wang Chuan during the interview. As for the consequences, he didn't care at all. After all, he had spoken so delicately and was backed by Penguin's Division 3. Saying a few words about you was only natural. And even if he did criticize you, you could only swallow it down. Who told you I have backing while you don't? However, he never expected things to go awry. Wang Chuan unexpectedly turned around and mocked him on social media the next moment. Though it was similarly worded with subtlety, the netizens were quite perceptive. Once they understood the context, how could they not grasp the underlying meaning? The worst part was that he couldn't defend himself. After all, the game he was currently developing, Illidan's Parable, was indeed riding on the coattails of Stanley's Parable. What frightened him the most was that this incident seemed to have blown up quite a bit. It even made it to the trending list without any paid promotion, entirely based on its natural heat. One could only imagine how many people were paying attention to this matter. Damn it, it's not like this hasn't happened before, but things usually cool down later. What went wrong this time? Is the public relations department blind, or something? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became as Tian Boxin paced back and forth. The current situation had deviated significantly from his original intention. If this continues, Illidan's Parable will be in serious trouble. Teacher Tian, the public relations department, has sent news. At that moment, Tian Boxin's assistant rushed in quickly. Good. Does the public relations department have a solution? Hurry up and solve it. I'll agree to anything. Tian Boxin was already exhausted by the situation online and just wanted a quick resolution. As for seeking out Wang Chuan for accountability, he no longer wanted to think about that. I can't mess with this guy, he truly is a reckless person. Huh, really? Teacher Tian, if you say so, the public relations department actually has a solution. The assistant, who had hesitated to speak, suddenly brightened up. Of course, hurry up and tell me what is the solution. The public relations department has stated that this situation has escalated too much, and the only way to resolve it is for you to publicly apologize. The assistant repeated the words of the public relations department verbatim. Tian Boxin's expression gradually stiffened. All right, I understand. His face fluctuated between various emotions, and after taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and spoke. He realized that the situation had escalated beyond personal grievances, as it now impacted the reputation and credibility of the company. The higher-ups at the company were unlikely to clean up his mess, so he had no choice but to step up and take the blame himself. Although extremely reluctant, the consequences of not doing so could lead to his exit from the gaming industry. After all, employees dismissed by one company are generally undesirable to others. This was also why Wang Chuan was unwilling to work for someone else. He valued his freedom and autonomy. Just as Tian Boxin resigned himself to the situation and prepared to accept reality, Wang Chuan was diligently developing Vitality Night. During this time, he even used a memory searcher to recall key positions and noted them down in his planning document. The essence of Vitality Night lies in its fast-paced gameplay. Due to the fast-paced nature of the game, the entire gameplay session wouldn't be very long. Typically, a match could conclude in about 10 minutes to an hour. Simultaneously, to facilitate players to enjoy the game in fragmented time, there needs to be a save function available at any moment. It is these mechanisms that encourage many travelers to play a game whenever they can. Based on the roguelike game characteristics, each run in Vitality Night is different from the last, filled with randomness and replayability. Although Wang Chuan planned to release Vitality Night on both PC and mobile platforms, he had no intention of altering the core rhythm of the game. However, regarding the storyline, Wang Chuan intended to change it to a background rendering. Vitality Night is originally a low-budget game, and for roguelike games a storyline can be considered optional. Just like the roguelike game Isaac from his past life, which invested a great deal of effort into its storyline and depth. However, compared to the storyline, players still prefer the randomness of Isaac's gameplay. Some players even say without a storyline, it is still Isaac. It is evident how significantly roguelike elements influence Isaac. In his past life, it was able to dominate major platforms and set astonishing sales records, indicating that roguelike elements are undoubtedly essential. Boss, this is the information submitted by the outsourced art team. I've reviewed it and found no issues. Please take a look and let me know if there's anything wrong. They'll communicate further if needed. At this moment, the reluctant secretary Huang Shanshan approached and reported her work. All right, you can leave it there. I'll look at it in a bit. Wang Chuan nodded with a smile. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll head out now. With that, Huang Shanshan was about to make her escape. Ahem, are you really just leaving like that? Wang Chuan looked at the secretary with a half-smile, teasingly saying. Ugh. Huang Shanshan turned around with a dejected expression and started punching Wang Chuan's back. She hit quite hard as if trying to vent her frustrations. Why are you so unwilling to give me a shoulder massage, eh? Who told you to bully me? Isn't this what a secretary should do? What do you mean? Who was responsible for this? Huang Shanshan gritted her teeth and said resentfully. Ahem, how about this? I'll treat you to milk tea to calm you down, okay? Wang Chuan coughed a bit nervously and then said with a pained expression. No way, at least 3 times a week. Huang Shanshan frowned and said, looking conflicted. Deal. Wang Chuan decisively agreed. He then sent the confused Huang Shanshan off to buy milk tea. Well, it's not like he wanted to drink it himself. After bullying the secretary, Wang Chuan took out his phone and checked the latest news. The previous message he posted had already dropped off the trending list. However, Wang Chuan was quite satisfied. He thought it would be good if it were popular for 2 days. Who would have thought it actually stayed on the trending list for 2 days? Wow, I'm going to be famous. Logging into his social media, Wang Chuan was surprised to find that his personal account now had nearly 500,000 followers. He was still about half away from his goal of 1 million followers. Moreover, due to this event, many players were now paying attention to the new game Vitality Night from the Huang Game Company. Of course, for now, it was just a public appearance in front of the players. The specific game content had not yet been disclosed by Wang Chuan. After all, the unique gameplay of roguelike games was still relatively novel. If it were made public, it could easily be imitated by larger companies. Why are so many people me? Suddenly, Wang Chuan noticed many people tagging him, feeling confused. So he began to investigate the reason. Following the trail of the netizens, Wang Chuan discovered the cause. It turned out that Tian Baishuan had finally issued a response. I apologize for my inappropriate words earlier that led to misunderstandings of my intent. First of all, I did not directly plagiarize someone else's game, as rumored online. From the perspective of a game producer, I believe newcomers should take time to reflect and not become arrogant due to temporary success. If this has caused misunderstandings, I sincerely apologize. Having received notice from the Public Relations Department, Tian Baishuan ultimately had no choice but to apologize. However, he was still unwilling to accept it. After saving the company, he redirected the conflict towards himself and Wang Chuan. Although it was hard to justify such a statement. But due to the confrontation with Wang Chuan, it did manage to shift the focus of netizens' attention. If this were to be analyzed using military strategy, it would be a classic case of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Using the conflict between himself and Wang Chuan as leverage to resolve the company's image issue. Alright, since you want to target me, then I will grant you your wish. Wang Chuan smirked with ill intent, then began editing a message. He casually picked up the milk tea, which Huang Shanshan had already inserted a straw into, and took a sip. Ah, delicious. But that one is mine. Huang Shanshan gritted her teeth, feeling hopeless, wondering how she ended up with such a rogue boss. It's fine, you can just drink another one. Wang Chuan was unconcerned, exhibiting a thick skin. But that one is the one I've already drunk from. A flush appeared on Huang Shanshan's fair face, and after speaking, she grabbed the milk tea and ran away. Oh, what the? Wang Chuan was immediately left flustered in the wind. Since you are so confident, why not make a bet? If my new game succeeds, I won't give you any difficult questions and will publicly apologize. How about that? After some confusion, Wang Chuan posted a message on the social platform tagging everyone he knew and then waiting for replies. Since you want to save Wei by attacking Zhao, I will grant your wish, but I wonder if you can escape this time. This incident has become particularly significant, even overshadowing Tian Baixin's apology. However, there are still many players and media who are closely following the situation. Just as Wang Chuan's message was sent out, it was discovered by the onlookers. This tone, this attitude, it seems he wants to confront Tian Baishu and Heaton. The media, in contrast, became even more excited. In these days, Wang Chuan's news has supported many media professionals. Not enough news materials collected today. No problem, just write about Wang Chuan. No good topics lately. No problem, just write about Wang Chuan. Shortly after Wang Chuan's message was shared by the public, Tian Baishuan from Penguin quietly posted 4 words. Just wait and see. After that, the other party fell silent and did not send any more messages. Clearly, they intended to put this matter on hold. What a pity, what a pity. Wang Chuan looked regretful. If the other party had continued to cooperate, the hype could have been raised even higher. But now that the other party is uncooperative, he himself feels helpless. Reluctantly, he had to give up. However, the current hype is already sufficient to promote Energy Night. Although Tian Baishuan looks down on him, he agrees with the other party's words. Ultimately, games must return to their performance. Therefore, what he needs to do now is to put in more effort and seize the current hype to bring Energy Night to the forefront. In a certain studio at Penguin Dam, are these people dogs? I already apologized, yet they still won't let it go. Tian Baishuan was somewhat overwhelmed by the comments on the social platform. He had reluctantly made the apology in the first place. Who would have thought that after apologizing, these people would only intensify their pursuit? After some thought, Tian Baishuan directly disabled the comments. Out of sight, out of mind. Although he appeared calm on social media, he actually wished he could have a real fight with Wang Chuan. Unfortunately, he cannot do so now. In the eyes of the public, he is already associated with Penguin. He cannot do anything that would tarnish Penguin's image. Now someone is helping you. When your new game flops, you'll see who will help you then. Tian Baishuan is quite clear about this. The main reason everyone is standing with Wang Chuan is the explosive success of Stanley's Parable. It has placed a halo around Wang Chuan. But once Wang Chuan fails, that halo will disappear. At that time, how could a forlorn newcomer compare to him, who has connections? Ding ding ding. At this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Tian Baishuan picked up the phone and found it was his superior Ding Ku, who was in charge of the game side. Hello, Director Ding, I am producer Tian Baishuan. How may I assist you? After hesitating for a moment, Tian Baishuan answered the call, speaking humbly. Tian Baishuan, you've made quite a mess this time. Ding Ke's voice carried an air of authority, resonating with the presence of someone in power. Director Ding, I'm sorry, it was all my fault. I promise I won't make the same mistake again next time. Tian Baishuan realized something was wrong and immediately admitted his mistake without hesitation. He knows that in any situation one should never clash with the leadership. Otherwise, good things can turn bad. Well, you indeed made a mistake. We Penguin promote games without resorting to those underhanded tactics. Also, just ignore Wang Chuan. He is obviously trying to ride on Penguin's popularity to promote his new game. I don't know if it's because Tian Baishuan promptly admitted his fault, but Ding Ke's tone softened a bit. Yes, you are right, Director Ding. If it weren't for your guidance, I would have really fallen for it. By the way, how is the development of Illidan's Parable going? Don't worry, Director Ding, I've been working overtime these days, and the game is now roughly mature. Good, since that's the case, I'll make the decision to have your game compete alongside Wang Chuan's new game. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Ding Ke's voice slowly came through. I have no objections. Tian Baishuan was taken aback for a moment, but then spoke excitedly. Well, I will notify the PR department, so you don't need to worry about the promotion. Your task is to crush Wang Chuan in terms of performance, so he knows that we Penguin are not something that any random producer can provoke. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Tian Baishuan's previous worries vanished. He knew that Ding Ku was dissatisfied with his actions and wanted to punish him. However, since Wang Chuan was also involved, the punishment was changed to a warning instructing him to crush Wang Chuan and demonstrate Penguin's ferocity. As for why the large Penguin would target Wang Chuan, the reason is quite simple. Penguin had previously invited Wang Chuan, but he refused. Of course, this is not the main reason. After all, Penguin is also a giant in the industry. They couldn't deliberately suppress him just because Wang Chuan didn't want to join, as that would damage their reputation. But it's still possible to take the opportunity to diminish Wang Chuan's momentum and curb his enthusiasm. Haha, Wang Chuan, let's see how you compete with me then. I have the endorsement of Penguin and its resources, while you are just an ordinary producer with nothing. What do you have to fight against me? Tian Baishuan laughed heartily, as if he had already envisioned his triumphant return. Compared to Tian Baishuan's relaxed demeanor, Wang Chuan had to work much harder. Energy Night's hype has been greatly boosted by his actions. All that remains is for the game itself to be released as soon as possible. Although it is still in development, Wang Chuan is confident that it will be online soon. With the help of the memory searcher, he has already completed the framework of Energy Night. The remaining work is being handled by the outsourcing team. What worries him now is how Energy Night will generate revenue. This may seem simple, but it involves the future development path of the Huangta Game Company. In his mind, he has assigned 2 tasks to Energy Knight. It can be said that as long as these 2 tasks are completed, the mission of Energy Knight will be accomplished. Firstly, there is the issue of profitability, which is a task and goal present in almost all games. After all, such a large company has many employees waiting for the game's profitability. If Yuanqi Knight achieves this task, it will significantly aid the future development of the Huangti Game Company. Moreover, the second aspect that Wang Chuan values is long-term development. Wang Chuan has said it so that before experiencing Yuanqi Knight, players need to register an account and complete their information. The reason for this is obviously to consider future channels. Without one's own channels, one is ultimately like a drifting leaf. Surviving is not an issue, but wanting to thrive becomes very difficult. It is indeed a very challenging task to have a user base as large as that of the third factory. However, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. Wang Chuan has never expected to amass a large user base with just one game, as this is unrealistic. However, accumulating a little more is still beneficial. Over time, there will always come a moment when quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. But should Yuanqi Knight be operated like in the previous life? Wang Chuan hesitated a bit, stroking his chin and contemplating. Since the previous Yuanqi Knight was able to achieve success, its profitability model is worth referencing and learning from. In the previous life, Yuanqi Knight adopted a free-to-play model with in-app purchases. The game itself was free, but there were in-app purchases. For instance, in-game characters, skills, skins. All of these had points for spending money. Of course, this profitability model was considered normal in the previous life. Oh, and there were also advertisements in the game. Players had to watch ads to revive after dying or to double the resources they earned in levels. From this perspective, did everyone think that Yuanqi Knight had a lot of income? The answer is no. Although it seems like Yuanqi Knight has many spending points resembling a mixed bag. In reality, Yuanqi Knight adopted a low-margin, high-volume approach. Moreover, the income was very low due to operational aspects and third-party issues. Yuanqi Knight did not have encryption set up, leading to rampant use of cheats. It can be said that any cheat available in the market could modify player resources, and almost everyone had hacks. Furthermore, the lack of cloud saving led to issues for players who spent money on the game. Money spent did not register, characters bought would result in lost saves, and so on. These situations occurred frequently. However, for Wang Chuan, these were not problems. With the lessons learned from his previous life, he had already prepared remedial measures from the start. No cloud saving. Okay, then I will add cloud saving, ensuring you will never encounter problems again. As for hacks and pirated versions, no need to worry. In this world, the uniqueness means no one dares to create hacks or pirated versions. Anyone who tries will be caught. If you want to be well fed and housed, you might consider it. Then let's abandon ads and adopt a free-to-play with in-app purchases model. After pondering for a long time, Wang Chuan finally made up his mind. Referencing the payment model from his previous life, the game itself would be free, but some special professions would still require payments. Additionally, considering the presence of dedicated players, Wang Chuan set up many characters that could be earned through gameplay. As for advertisements, Wang Chuan decided to abandon them. Having once been a player himself, he directly passed over advertisements that would affect the gaming experience. The reason he adopted this profitability model, although it referenced previous games, was more about his own familiarity. Because the profitability task for Yuanqi Knight is extremely important, there should be no room for carelessness. For roguelike games, the core gameplay lies in randomness. It brings players a sense of novelty with each death. What items can be obtained this time? What bosses will be encountered? What skills will be gained? This anticipation for the future is the most essential aspect of the game. And this core aspect is also the profit point of the game. Without spending money, can you play Yuanqi Knight? Can you clear the levels? Of course you can. Hey, that is beyond doubt. However, you will eventually tire of the original levels, characters, skills, and professions. At this point, you will want to continue experiencing that freshness. Naturally, that requires spending money. Unlike other mobile games, you do not need to spend money at every stage to experience the game content. Yuanqi Knight is like a DLC offering different gameplay. However, careful consideration is needed regarding the pricing. From the player's perspective, Wang Chuan completely scrapped the requirement for in-game currency to unlock the second skills of the professions in Yuanqi Knight. Instead, it was changed to unlock using in-game gold. Of course, this counts as a win-win. After all, the initial version of Yuanqi Knight lacked content for development, making it difficult for players to stay engaged for long. This method of having players earn gold to unlock the second skills also counts as another form of development content. With the profitability model finalized, Wang Chuan continued to refine the framework. Since Yuanqi Knight is going to be a free-to-play model with in-app purchases, the retention rate of the game itself becomes extremely important. One could even say that the game's benefits are closely related to this. Therefore, Yuanqi Knight also needs to incorporate some development content. The previous Yuanqi Knight had the same approach. For example, character, leveling, equipment, crafting garden systems. However, Wang Chuan cannot add all these contents at once. After all, the success of the game lies in its easy accessibility. If he adds everything at once, the entry barrier would be too high. Although some development content needs to be added, this should occur when the player base of the game reaches a certain level. And when players become bored with the existing gameplay, that is the best time to add these elements. Thus, Wang Chuan decided to make these development-oriented contents into DLC. When the time comes, new versions and new content will be updated based on this foundation. Aside from these, there are also some details he is uncertain about, but he does not use a memory searcher. Instead, he is improving them himself. After preparing all the work, Wang Chuan recalled Huang Shanshan, the artistic resources brought by Huang Shanshan. That little girl, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of how Huang Shanshan had fled in a hurry earlier. Shaking his head, Wang Chuan opened the Pengu editor and began to check the artistic resources. A few days later, the production of Energy Knight was roughly completed. During these days, Wang Chuan led a few people tirelessly working on the front lines, and finally the game was developed. Moreover, the achievements of these past few days were not limited to this. Not only was Energy Knight completed, but the platform Wang Chuan had been yearning for was also constructed. A website fully belonging to the Huangta Game Company, along with a database and platform accounts, had been approved and formally completed. Among them, Huang Shanshan was responsible for artistic resources and also for data statistics. Similarly, Lu Chong Zhou and Zhao Jing shared the same responsibilities. Besides fulfilling their own duties, they were also tasked with conducting internal testing of the game. Likewise, Wang Chuan specifically went to the school to invite some students to his studio for the game testing. He had discussed this in advance with the school. This way, it could also strengthen the relationship with the school. Once they saw that he was always considering the school, they would certainly be more willing to assist him. He had always held the school in high regard, which is why he maintained a good relationship with them. However, after the last incident, he suddenly realized that the network of relationships within the school was even more extensive than he had imagined. Even one of the 3 factories, the Penguin, showed no fear. Besides, he was not at a loss. He originally needed a group of people for testing. Now he simply replaced the internal testers with students from the school. Normally, game producers conduct internal testing before releasing a game. The purpose is to collect player feedback and check for any bugs in the game. Generally speaking, game producers have 2 ways to conduct internal testing. One is through an offline game experience store, which is a proprietary store that features the producer's own games. Through the experience store, they can receive player feedback quickly, and face-to-face communication avoids misunderstandings. After all, players are not professional producers, and it is difficult for them to express the shortcomings of the game directly. For example, if a player finds a map uninteresting, it is hard for them to articulate the specific reasons. This could be due to issues with the map's design, artistic resources, or foundational construction. The other method is to leave an internal testing window online for players to sign up and experience. Every game producer has their own channel to receive player feedback. As for Wang Chuan, he naturally preferred an offline game experience store. However, being broke and lacking funds, he couldn't afford it. Moreover, establishing a game experience store is not something anyone can do. It requires approval from the official game. If a producer does not have certain achievements, they cannot get approval. Therefore, Wang Chuan had to turn to the school. While he used to complain about the school during his studies, now that he had graduated, he found himself in the opposite position. It's absurd. However, the school was certainly welcoming to Wang Chuan's invitation for students to participate in the game's internal testing. After all, unlike other students, Wang Chuan was considered an outstanding graduate. The explosive success of Stanley's Parable directly boosted Wang Chuan's popularity. Similarly, it spread his reputation. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Stanley's Parable was awarded a Best Award. However, because Wang Chuan was busy working hard with a few others on the front lines developing Energy Knight, he did not attend. Although this was the first award of his life in this world, it was just a small award. At most, it would give him some reputation among newcomer producers. However, to well-known game producers and the player community, it was nothing significant. As for which awards they paid attention to, of course, it was those well-known awards with a historical background. Receiving this small award would do no good except for establishing some presence in the community. Instead of wasting time on accepting an award, it would be better to work overtime and quickly complete Energy Knight. As a roguelike game, the core of Energy Knight is naturally elements of randomness. The Pango editor also demonstrated its capabilities perfectly. As of now, Energy Knight has been completed to about 90%. Aside from some artistic resources and music resources that the outsourcing team has yet to finish, everything else is complete. Other aspects have already been completed. Fortunately, Energy Knight is not a large-scale production, otherwise achieving a 10% completion rate in these few days would have been impressive. He opened the editor in a group chat where all the students participating in the internal testing were. Looking at the students' discussions, Wang Chuan felt more assured. While the drop rate is way too low, I threw all my meal money for today, tomorrow, and the day after into this, yet I got nothing. Infinite Heavenly Lord Umitba Allah God Christ red, I must get red. Wow, this boss is too strong. Did anyone not make it? Help me out. Ha ha, from now on refer to me as God. Immune to all attributes, do you dare to challenge me? Hey, this pig can actually ride. Oh my, I have a mount now, ha ha. Oh my, why is it white again? No, it must not be my fault. I need to find Senior Wang if this box has a problem. Alright, someone just opened an orange earlier. You're just a bad luck player, stop explaining. Lying on the big bed holding his phone, Wang Chuan was smiling from ear to ear watching the students' discussion. Sometimes the ones who are not playing the game might be the happiest while those watching you play find it endlessly entertaining. During this time, Wang Chuan also joined them in chatting, eliciting a wave of admiration. Soon after, the students started asking him questions. Some asked if he was single, which he did not answer. A group of guys asking such questions was not well-intentioned. Of course, most of the questions were about the game. For example, why was the drop rate in the wish pool so low? Which game character was the best to choose? Which profession had more prospects, etc. To this, Wang Chuan could only retreat. Come on, if I told you everything, what would you play? At the same time, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, these students didn't understand the gameplay of Energy Night. They even had some grievances. But after playing it for a while, they quickly became immersed in the game, unable to extricate themselves. I must say, roguelike games truly possess an extraordinary charm. The next day, inside the Huangtu Game Company, Mr. Wang, after our sleepless efforts, and with the help of the outsourced team, we have nearly completed the setup of our database for Huangtu. Lu Chang and Zhou Wei approached with smiles on their faces. Though their faces were somewhat pale with heavy dark circles under their eyes, it was evident that they had indeed been sleeping very little during this period. Good job. Once our game is launched, I will personally reward you both. However, for now, I permit you to take a day off to rest. Wang Chuan was not a heartless machine. He was always generous with rewards for those who contributed. Of course, that was not possible at the moment, as the funds in hand were reserved for preparing Yuanqi Night. But after the game is released, the profits earned could be used to incentivize the employees. Yes, he was already prepared for a significant outflow of funds. Mr. Wang, this is the information we've gathered recently regarding the industry. Could just leave it there, we'll take a look at it later. He casually placed the notebook handed over by Zhao Jing down and instinctively picked up the soy milk bought by Huang Shanshan. Boss, that's mine. Before Huang Shanshan could stop him, she saw Wang Chuan take a sip, and she sighed helplessly, saying softly. She didn't understand why Wang Chuan liked to bully her. Did she look like a punching bag? No, she clearly had the style of a goddess with long legs and black stockings. Cough, here, this cup is yours. At this moment, Wang Chuan also realized he had taken the wrong cup and felt a bit embarrassed. However, he had a thick skin and it wasn't the first time. No need, boss, isn't our game about to go online soon? Huang Shanshan shook her head with a smile, not wanting to dwell on the soy milk issue. After all, it wasn't the first time. Hey, why did it feel like she was the one losing out? What? It's about to go live. Mr. Wang, is this true? When? I must go support it. Before Wang Chuan could answer, Zhao Jing, Lu Chang, and Zhou Wei instantly perked up. They began to chatter and ask questions. Having spent the last few days working alongside Wang Chuan, they had a good grasp of the game's status. Moreover, although they weren't very knowledgeable about game production, they all loved games. After all, in this world, games are the ninth art. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up their original high-paying jobs to come to Wang Chuan's unknown little company, which had only been established for a few days. They just wanted to get a little closer to their dreams. Once they stepped out, although they weren't producers, they could proudly say, "The game you played, the XXX game, I was also one of the participants." Moreover, during the game's production, they found joy in Yuanqi Night. So they were very much looking forward to the news of it going live. How could they not be excited? Because even though they weren't the producers of this game, they had all participated in its creation. And as a token of gratitude, Wang Chuan had even embedded a small Easter egg in the game. This Easter egg was uniquely his creation, something that didn't exist in his past life. After activating this Easter egg, the bosses in the game's levels would transform into characters based on them. Among them, Wang Chuan would be the final boss, while Lu Chang, Zhou Wei, Zhao Jing, and Huang Shanshan would transform into his 4 little guardian minions. It's coming soon. As long as we do some preliminary promotion and warm-up, we can go live directly. Wang Chuan looked at the excited expressions of the 4 and didn't keep them in suspense. Unlike a few days ago, after several days of internal testing, the data and framework within the game were now refined. Some minor bugs had also been discovered and fixed by the students. The Yuanqi Night he created was somewhat different from the version in his past life. For instance, the garden system, endless mode, crafting system, etc., which existed in his past life. Wang Chuan opted not to include them. Instead, he planned to gradually develop them later and release them as DLC. After all, he held great hopes for Yuanqi Night, and did not want this game to become a one-time purchase. He aimed for it to run for a long time. The main monetization points for players were still in the professions and skins, while Wang Chuan had eliminated other monetization points. Compared to the high prices in his past life, Wang Chuan had cut them down to the lowest possible. For example, the professions and skins sold in his past life, here the most expensive wouldn't exceed 9 yuan. It was simply a conscience price. Of course, as always, Wang Chuan never thought he could get rich from a single game and reach the pinnacle of life. He had a simple goal for Yuanqi Night, just to earn a little money enough to maintain the company and develop the next game. As for those major projects, they still required time. Another goal was to open up the market and accumulate a certain number of player users. This was still his top priority in establishing cell phone channels. In Wang Chuan's mind, the second point was undoubtedly more important than the first. Money can always be earned again whenever and however, but users if missed would be lost forever. After replaying Yuanqi Night from start to finish, confirming that there were no issues with the game itself, Wang Chuan carefully selected a good launch time. That would be next Friday at 12 o'clock for the official launch. Choosing the launch time for a game is not something that can be done haphazardly. There are indeed considerations involved. According to the game's life cycle, the popularity of a game will last about 3 weeks, with the peak being during the first week after launch. Thus, manufacturers and producers tend to instinctively push the game's release back by 3 to 4 weeks to ensure maximum profit for each game. However, if they fail to stagger the timing and end up clashing, the consequences can be disastrous. Wang Chuan recalled such an incident from his memory. In his past life, the game Titanfall 2, released by EA, could be considered a boutique game. Regardless of the game's quality or the awards it received, it was top-notch. However, the timing of its release was quite awkward. The heat from the sequel to the Call of Duty series had yet to dissipate, and immediately after EA's new game Battlefield was about to hit the market. It was truly a case of wolves in front and tigers behind. At such a time, if there were substantial promotions, there could still be a chance to carve out a path. However, EA has disproportionately allocated its resources to the monumental battle. This directly led to Titanfall 2 streaking across the sky like a meteor that symbolizes not just the power to make wishes, but also a fleeting moment. This is called a fall, and it truly fell. That fellow was in such a miserable state, it was heartbreaking. This refers to the timing of the game's launch, which is indeed significant. Whether in the past life or in this world, most companies tend to set their launch time at precisely 12 o'clock. It's not for any auspicious meaning, but rather to record data and observe retention rates, among other things. Additionally, there are various game rankings, such as the 24-hour sales ranking and the new works ranking by producers. These rankings are also refreshed at 12 o'clock. Thus, Wang Chuan chose to launch at 12 o'clock. As for why to launch next Friday, it's even simpler. The popularity of Soul Knight has greatly diminished, and at most it only left some players with a memory of these few characters. This was still a result of the previous incident with the Penguin Company. One can only imagine how much more the popularity of Soul Knight would have been without that incident. The reason for launching next Friday is to allow some time for a little promotion of Soul Knight. In contrast to the last time where 10,000 yuan could only provide a small boost for Stanley's Parable, the development costs for Soul Knight are relatively low. As a result, apart from the regular operating funds, the account of Huangta Game Company has about 1 million yuan left. Thanks to the previous support from the Penguin Company, players still have an impression of Soul Knight. Therefore, using 1 million yuan for a small promotional campaign is still sufficient. Truth be told, Wang Chuan was indeed fortunate. During the preheating period for Soul Knight, no major titles were released by any companies, including overseas ones. The gaming news was mostly repetitive, and the media was starving for content. Thus, when Soul Knight launched its promotional wave, it would undoubtedly achieve unexpected results. Zhao Jing, when you have a moment, please contact some friendly media, purchase some keyword resources, and some app soft article advertisements to warm up our game's launch. Got it, President Wang. I will take care of it right away. Wang Chuan called Zhao Jing and delegated the promotional tasks. During this time, Wang Chuan was not idle either. He reached out to some public accounts to see if he could secure a few recommendations similar to the strategy used for New World. Surprisingly, there were indeed a few that fell for it. Reached an agreement. It seemed as if a new world had opened up for Wang Chuan. After arranging all the promotional resources that he could think of with sufficient funding, he browsed through the forums. It must be said, money can indeed make the world go round. The results of this advertising spending were evidently different. Soon Wang Chuan stumbled upon a post promoting Soul Knight. Remember that poor Stanley? That's right, it's him. The genius producer Wang Chuan is back with his new work Soul Knight. Come and take a look. Not enough of Stanley's Parable. Don't worry, Soul Knight, we'll have you laughing your head off. Once again, the same talented producer Wang Chuan delivers. Once a game called Stanley's Parable introduced us to the realm of metagames, so now what kind of shock will the new work Soul Knight bring us? One must admit these media outlets are indeed honest. After receiving payment, they immediately began promoting it. Upon closer inspection, Wang Chuan discovered a commonality among these promotions. They tied Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight together. It must be acknowledged this is truly a brilliant idea. Although the popularity of Stanley's Parable has significantly declined, nevertheless, it did pioneer the metagame genre, and during a time when no other metagames were launched, its popularity remained high. By linking the two games, players would know that Soul Knight was also produced by him. This strategy maximizes the ability to attract players from Stanley's Parable. Compared to merely promoting Soul Knight, the effectiveness is more than doubled. As Wang Chuan had envisioned, following the news of Soul Knight, other media that hadn't spent money also began to voluntarily involve themselves in promoting Wang Chuan. After all, during this time, there hadn't been any major news, and the media was practically starving. Now that a topic has finally emerged, how could they afford to miss it? Some might wonder, since there is now a topic in promotional activities, why does Wang Chuan still need to pay media for advertising? Certainly it's not because Wang Chuan has too much money. Rather, media that you pay for will only find ways to praise you, not undermine you. In contrast, independent media can produce all sorts of bizarre news, often resorting to sensational headlines. Meanwhile, in the gaming community, discussions are once again heating up after a long hiatus. Hey, have you all heard? Wang Chuan, the producer of Stanley's Parable, has a new work launching soon. I already knew. As soon as I logged into the forum today, it was all his promotional posts. I must say his speed in developing games is truly impressive. Stanley's Parable took just over 10 days, and now this new game has taken only about a month. Haha, maybe he's just a quick shooter. Or perhaps the games are not that complex. Haha, are you talking about yourself? I wonder who will succeed when comparing Wang Chuan's Soul Knight to Tian Baixin's Illidan's Parable. Last time Tian Baixin was adamant that Wang Chuan would fail. Hearing you say that, I seem to be getting curious. Alright, speaking of Soul Knight, I'm puzzled about what type of game it is. Is it a shooting RPG? Or something else? Why is it in a top-down perspective? I don't know, but whatever, let's first see how things go with the Penguin Company and Tian Baixin. Right, there hasn't been any news regarding Illidan's Parable these days. It is said that the Penguin Company wants to confront Wang Chuan head-on. Does that mean Wang Chuan is in trouble? The Penguin Company is one of the big three, a real giant. With the promotion of Soul Knight, the gaming community is quite lively. As they said, we still need to see what the Penguin Company and Tian Baixin will do. Their current state is like pure onlookers. However, no matter what the outside commotion is, Tian Baixin knows exactly what is going on in his heart. In the studio of Tian Baixin at the Penguin Game Company, he exclaimed, "It's time, let's start the preheating." Ever since he received the news about the launch of Yuanqi Knight, he had been closely monitoring information online. It was only now that he made the decision to begin the preheating. Although he didn't pay much attention to Wang Chuan, it was always better to be cautious. Choosing this moment for the preheating had many advantages. After all, he had previous conflicts with Wang Chuan online, making him a person who naturally attracted traffic. If both of them initiated preheating at the same time, it would only increase the traffic further. This would elevate the popularity of Illidan's Fable even more. It's like a famous saying from my previous life: when the boss and the second-in-command fight, the third one dies. Why? Because of fame. Even though the boss and the second-in-command are fighting, they are also spreading their own fame in the process. But what about the third one? Yes, you did not participate in the fight. Your capital and foundation are still strong. But without fame, who will die if not you? In this era, even good wine fears being too far from the alley. This logic applies to the gaming industry as well. However, the only difference is that in gaming, when the boss and the second-in-command fight, it's not just the third one who dies. One more must die. Simply put, if Illidan's Fable and Yuanqi Knight fight, the loser will have to die alongside the third. The remaining shares fame and players will all be consumed by the victor. Of course, Tian Baixin was not worried about this at all, because the concept of metagames is currently booming in the market. Adapting to the market will never lead to loss. If Wang Chuan, the creator of the metagame, continues to develop sequels, Tian Baixin would worry a bit, but for now there was no need. In his view, since Wang Chuan could develop Stanley's Fable and create the concept of a metagame, he still had talent. However, it was a huge mistake not to continue making metagames and instead switch to other categories. Young people are just young people. They get carried away by a little success. Tian Baixin sighed as he thought about it. Originally, he was already 90% confident, and now with Penguin's promotional support, he was definitely on the winning side. Although within Penguin, Illidan's Fable was not considered heavyweight. However, with President Ding's care, the promotional resources it received were not something Wang Chuan's small company could compare to. With the dragon riding on the face, how could I lose? Shortly after the preheating of Yuanqi Knight began, Penguin followed suit and started its own preheating. On Wang Chuan's side, due to limited funds, all the money was spent wisely. The promotion focused on keywords and also placed ads on game forums. Compared to Wang Chuan's simplicity, Penguin was much more extravagant. In addition to Penguin's own promotional channels, they also cast a wide net on live streaming sites, short video apps, forums, and more. As a result, online Illidan's Fable undeniably ranked first in popularity, while Yuanqi Night had to settle for third. Boss, take a look. Penguin is really going too far. Is this the attitude of a top 3 factory? Bah! Huang Shanshan stood up angrily in the villa's office area. On the screen in front of him was Penguin's promotional image. Yes, Penguin is truly shameless. Absolutely, Penguin is simply ungrateful. Lu Chong and Zhou Wei exchanged glances, then stood up together and said in unison, all right, is this necessary? It's just a game, right? Wang Chuan saw this scene and was instantly speechless. You must know they weren't like this before. Back then, whenever he mentioned playing games, they would all agree eagerly. But now they either change the subject or pretend to be dead. Ahem, yes, you're right, Mr. Wang. Lu Chong quickly nodded in acknowledgement. As long as they weren't playing games together, anything was fine. Even working overtime, except for working overtime, anything else would do. It's not that they are to blame. Mainly Wang Chuan's skills are simply astounding. After a few rounds of gaming together, they almost quit gaming altogether. No way, can't keep up. But Mr. Wang Shanshan is right. Online, our Yuanqi Night can't compare to Penguin's Illidan's Fable in popularity. Zhao Jing suddenly thought of something, her smile fading as she said with a worried face, haha, that's nothing. After all, Penguin is one of the top 3 factories. If our popularity surpasses theirs, wouldn't they lose face? But speaking of which, we still have to thank Penguin, as this indirectly helps us promote ourselves. I suddenly want to see Tian Baixin's expression. If others had some worries, to a certain extent Wang Chuan remained unperturbed. Not being able to match their promotion isn't that normal. Compared to Penguin's scale, the Huangta Game Company was simply too small. Besides, if his promotional ability could rival Penguin's, why would he still be making Yuanqi Night? Wouldn't it be better to rush directly into a AAA masterpiece? Moreover, the current situation was quite optimistic. Due to the conflict between Wang Chuan and Tian Baixu, the media, in order to gain more attention, would often link Illidan's Fable and Yuanqi Night together. After all, compared to the games, people were more interested in the conflicts between the producers. Furthermore, neither Tian Baixu nor Wang Chuan responded or clarified these news, which led to more media subtly pointing out their competitive relationship. This was to earn traffic and attention. With a large number of media reposting, naturally it brought immense popularity. Because of the bundled promotion, when the popularity of Illidan's Fable rose, Yuanqi Night's popularity also remained strong. Both grew together. In Penguin's studio, bang, 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 another cup was thrown to the ground. As Wang Chuan had anticipated, Tian Baixin's expression was not good. He looked at the media's promotion and suddenly felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Especially with the media's interpretations, whether overt or covert, of his and Wang Chuan's conversations on social platforms, left Tian Baixu feeling very dissatisfied. Riding on the heat, huh? Bundled promotion, right? Let's see how you die in the end. Tian Baixu glared fiercely at the social media platform, letting out a cold snort in his heart. He then opened his account, gazing with a complex expression at his reply to Wang Chuan from a few days ago. Let's wait and see. Let's see what face you'll have to face the netizens then. Time flew by, and soon it was noon on Friday when Energy Night officially launched. Simultaneously logging into major game stores and the official gaming platform, both the PC and mobile versions launched at the same time with data interconnectivity. At the same time, Penguin also did not lag behind and launched Illidan's Fable at noon on Friday. Of course, there was a difference. Illidan's Fable was a mimic of Stanley's Fable. Thus, it was only available on PC and did not have a mobile version. After both games launched, almost simultaneously the eager players rushed to download and purchase. However, based on the current popularity, Illidan's Fable had a greater advantage. Firstly, it had the backing of Penguin. This allowed him to log into the official gaming platform as well as Penguin's own channels. In contrast, Wang Chuan's Energy Night was only available on the official gaming platform. It's not that there weren't gaming platforms and distributors that approached him, it's just that their prices were simply too high. Wang Chuan couldn't accept it. Moreover, what surprised Wang Chuan was that Penguin's platform had also approached him asking for a 60% profit share. He did not agree. Other channel conditions were similar, none of them below 50%. In fact, if it was just a commission, he could have accepted 50%, as after all, money is endless. Expanding the game's visibility would be advantageous for him. Furthermore, if the pie gets bigger, his share wouldn't necessarily be less. But the issue was that other gaming platforms required Wang Chuan to sign a condition. That was to make certain changes to the game as per the platform's requirements. How could Wang Chuan agree to that? If he did, the platform would force him to modify Energy Night. Without the modifications, it wouldn't be allowed to launch. Was there really no one to be the master here? It was this clause that made Wang Chuan realize something. These small game production companies truly have no voice against these channels. In the gaming world, channels reigned supreme. This also solidified Wang Chuan's determination to establish his own channels. It's truly unpleasant to have one's life and fortune controlled by others. Fortunately, in this world, the game industry holds a high status and is valued by the authorities. Thus, with official gaming platforms, there is still a way out. Online Energy Night was constantly being promoted. Meanwhile, on Tion Bake's side, things were similar, but Illidan's Fable was not only on the official gaming platform. It also launched prominently on Penguin's own platform, achieving maximum exposure for the game. Unlike the initial Stanley's Fable, the buyout price for Illidan's Fable is 30 yuan. This price is normal, while Wang Chuan's previous pricing was truly a bargain. In this world, the buyout price for games is regulated. Ordinary small independent games float between 1 and 50 yuan. Medium-sized games, on the other hand, have prices ranging from 100 to 200 yuan. Lastly, major titles classified as AAA games range from 300 to 500 yuan. As for large VR games, they start in the thousands. Of course, this is the official reference price. The exact price is still determined by the manufacturers unless the price is too high, which is generally understandable. At this moment, on the second floor of the Huangta Game Company. Senior, you didn't set the price wrong, did you? Why do I see Energy Night is available for free download? Yeah, Wanga, you didn't lose money, did you? I feel like the in-game purchases aren't very reliable. There are no sales for power and weapons in the game. Exactly, I think it would have been better to set a buyout price initially, or at least we could have recouped the development costs. Several students looked anxious and crowded around Wang Chuan, speaking one after another. These students were from Wang Chuan's alma mater and had come during the internal test. Initially, they thought that the school's exaggeration of Wang Chuan's achievements was unfounded, but upon closer contact, they all became Wang Chuan's fans. As fans, they would of course support their idol at the first opportunity. Therefore, they made a special trip today, just as Energy Night officially launched, to congratulate Wang Chuan. It's worth mentioning that because of the numerous fans, their ability to come was a result of overcoming many obstacles. Once they arrived, they immediately downloaded the game to support Wang Chuan. However, they discovered some things that worried them. Since Wang Chuan and they were from the same school, they felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, many of the feedback they provided during the internal test were included in the game after Wang Chuan's analysis. Thus, they felt as if the game was their own child, sincerely hoping it would succeed and achieve great results. Alright, I know you're worried about these things, but don't worry. Energy Night takes the route of low profit and high sales. Those characters and skins, if it were you, would you hesitate to buy them? At such a low price, wouldn't you buy them? Wang Chuan smiled after hearing what they said, and the series of rhetorical questions left them speechless. Indeed, such cheap skins, such cheap characters. Moreover, the content is quite rich. Buying them is a profit. Without further ado, let's hurry and buy them. After exchanging glances for a moment, they suddenly came to their senses and all logged into the game, rushing to spend money. Watching their figures, Wang Chuan showed a helpless expression. Good heavens, one after another, their resolve is not strong. To be honest, Wang Chuan's confidence was still quite strong. Because he had conducted market research in advance, the results were quite good. Unlike the hodgepodge profit model of Energy Night in his past life, with high prices for skins and characters. In this life, he directly lowered the price to the minimum. Upholding the consistent tradition, it was a bargain price. It's not that Wang Chuan doesn't treat money seriously, in fact, he is quite poor. But isn't this also for low profit and high sales? One must admit human psychology is quite marvelous. A thing priced at 10 yuan just doesn't feel as good as when priced at 9 yuan and 90 cents. Actually, it's just a dime difference, but the perception is completely different. Moreover, there is a reason behind his actions. After all, the mechanics of Chi Rider dictate that it is not suited for heavy spending. If the characters and skins inside were sold for dozens at the lowest, who would still purchase them? This would simply be self-sabotage. Although these items provide players with new content once purchased, which seems reasonable, it still comes down to sensory perception. Sometimes people are just that peculiar. A single item costing hundreds in microtransactions may seem cheap to players. However, for something else, if new content costs just a few dozen, it feels expensive and not worth it. Once players perceive a game as not worth it, it becomes perilous. Why do many online and mobile games offer initial purchases at 6, 10, or 30 yuan along with level-up gift packs? It's not genuinely about providing benefits. Rather, it's to make players feel that the money they spend is justified and worthwhile. However, Chi Rider does not fit this model, as it is inherently a casual, mildly monetized game. Coupled with the PvE gameplay mechanics, there is no competitive drive. This directly diminishes players' desire to spend money to the lowest point. Of course, Wang Chuan never intended to get rich off of Chi Rider. After all, it's just Chi Rider. Even if he pushes the monetization of this game to its limits, the money earned would still not match the income of a typical monetized game over a few months. Because this game has an upper limit, it determines these outcomes. Just like in his past life with Honor of Kings, which garnered billions monthly. Chi Rider would need to be something extraordinary to compete with that on a monthly basis. This is no longer about the game's operational methods, but rather the game's inherent attributes. The reason Honor of Kings could develop to this extent aside from being backed by large corporations and specialized promotional strategies is primarily due to the game's unique characteristics. Few know that Honor of Kings originally started as Heroic War Tracks. During this period, other studios also developed numerous MOBA games to compete with it. At that time, Heroic War Tracks was not the best. Instead, it was overshadowed by a game called All-Star Super God. Yet later, why did Heroic War Tracks rebrand as Honor of Kings and become wildly popular? And why did the originally leading All-Star Super God fade away? Because Heroic War Tracks found a new path. That was to transition MOBA games to mobile platforms with a larger audience. Coupled with the support of capital behind it and the low entry barrier of the game. Finally rebranded as Honor of Kings, it became the true king. It can be said that if Honor of Kings were released by another company with some strength, it could still thrive. Of course, it may not dominate the entire realm, but maintaining a stronghold wouldn't be an issue. Thus, the unique characteristics of a game determine its upper limits. After all, these characteristics cater to a specific audience. All right, you all play. I need to get back to work. Wang Chuan stood up, stretching lazily, bidding farewell to the students while accepting their blessings. Feeling the fatigue in his body, Wang Chuan inexplicably thought of Huang Shanshan. That soft little hand felt so comforting. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see her for a while. Not just Huang Shanshan, but even Zhao Jing, Lu Chong, and Zhou Wei are also equally absent. Because they had been working overtime for many consecutive days, everyone was quite exhausted. Wang Chuan forced a few days of leave on them, allowing them to rest before returning to work. I must say he truly is a conscientious boss. At the time, the little secretary was reluctant to leave, wanting to stay and share the burden with him. In the end, she was still forcibly given time off. The little secretary is just so thoughtful. Upon arriving upstairs, Wang Chuan opened the Pengu editor, planning to check the data for Chi Rider. In fact, at this moment, Wang Chuan was not alone. Many game producers and media colleagues were accompanying him, checking the data together. Only Wang Chuan was unaware of this. The media were indeed very concerned about the data of Chi Rider. They were also equally concerned about the data for Illidan's Fable. After all, fairness must be maintained. Recently, there hadn't been any major titles launched, leaving them with no substantial news. Now, with Tian Baishuan from Penguin Company and the entrepreneurial newcomer Wang Chuan, their games would collide heat-in to determine the victor. Although the matter isn't huge, at least it's a scoop. If Tian Baishuan wins, they can boast about Penguin Company and Tian Baishuan while belittling Wang Chuan and his entrepreneurial efforts. And if Wang Chuan wins, the discourse will shift dramatically. Soon the Pengu editor refreshed the game's data. Although both PC and mobile versions were on the official platform, the statistics were still separated. It had only been a little over an hour. The mobile downloads had surpassed 10,000, while the PC downloads were just over 8,000. However, there were no player ratings, which isn't due to the game being unplayable, but rather no comments. This is because the official gaming platform has established rules to prevent score manipulation. To rate or comment, one must purchase the game and play for 2 hours first. In comparison, the mobile downloads are significantly higher, but that is quite normal. After all, the number of people owning mobile phones exceeds those with computers by half. Moreover, during the promotion, Wang Chuan deliberately directed resources towards the mobile platform. After all, from the very beginning, when deciding to create Chi Rider, the intention was to make this game popular on mobile devices first. Furthermore, Chi Rider, being a casual and light game in terms of content, is better suited for mobile platforms, which are more portable, compared to those computer-based games that can only be played at home or in the office. Being able to move around, whether on public transport, during leisure meals, or while walking, one can always start a game of Chi Rider anytime and anywhere. Entering and exiting at will, equipped with cloud saving, and each game session offers a different experience, with each session not taking too long. A game so perfectly suited for mobile platforms, if it doesn't achieve high download numbers, it would be quite strange. Meanwhile, in the studio of Tian Baishuan at Penguin Company, his game, The Fable of Illidan, had just launched on the official platform and received promotional resources from Penguin's gaming platform. Tian Baishuan was closely monitoring the data of The Fable of Illidan on the Pengu editor's backend. Due to the extensive promotion from Penguin's free channels, the game's downloads surged after its release. The game itself, The Fable of Illidan, was designed as a buyout model priced at 30 yuan. Thus, it was considered a low-cost production. At the current rate, he would quickly recoup the development costs. Soon the data refreshed again. The sales for the first hour exceeded 3,000, with most of the downloads coming from Penguin's platform. Only a handful of people requested refunds. Clearly, this was the effect of Penguin's extensive promotion. Haha, with these numbers, my game is bound to succeed. Wang Chuan, how can you beat me? Seeing the data, Tian Baishuan couldn't help but smile. On the official platform, players were required to play for at least 2 hours before they could rate or review the game. However, there were no such restrictions on other gaming platforms. On Penguin's platform, anyone who purchased and downloaded the game could leave a review and rating. Out of the current sales of over 3,000, more than 200 people had left ratings and reviews, with a positive review rate reaching 80%. If it were another game, the situation would likely have been disastrous. However, for The Fable of Illidan, it was still acceptable. Among those reviewers, many were not there to enjoy the game, but to leave negative reviews. This stemmed from a previous incident between Tian Baixuan and Wang Chuan that had trended on social media. Moreover, Tian Baixuan was in the wrong, while Wang Chuan occupied the moral high ground. This led many righteous individuals to take offense at Tian Baixuan, prompting them to target him. Of course, Tian Baixuan was aware of this, but he didn't care at all, as he was still making money. However, compared to his imitation of the Stanley Parable, which had amassed over 9 million downloads and maintained a staggering 99% positive review rate, it was undoubtedly incomparable. Yet he wasn't idle, or why would he think about surpassing that? As long as The Fable of Illidan made enough money, that was sufficient. At this current pace, the downloads in 24 hours should exceed 20,000. Tian Baixuan nodded in satisfaction at the number displayed on his calculator. Provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, the first week after a new game's launch was typically the most explosive. Therefore, the monthly downloads for The Fable of Illidan should reach around 500,000. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, a series of notification sounds came from the back end. Curious, Tian Baixuan looked to find that his colleagues at Penguin were frantically ing him in the group chat. Brother Tian, how are the data for your The Fable of Illidan? It looks good on the platform. Not just good. It's quite impressive. I estimate it could break 10 million. Then this is your third game to surpass 10 million, right? Future projects can be upgraded. I'm envious. Hey, that income could double. By the way, has Brother Tian gotten married yet? I have a sister who wants to meet you. Do you really want to meet her? You just want his money, you shameless person. What's your sister compared to him? Brother Tian, I have an older sister. How about I set you up? Seeing the group chat had devolved into nonsense, Tian Baixuan couldn't help but feel pleased. The data is quite good. As for the project upgrade, I can't say, yet it's up to the leaders. As the others continued to promote their sisters and flatter him, someone suddenly sent a message. Old Tian, don't be too complacent. I remember you have competition with that guy who developed the Stanley Parable, Wang Chuan, right? Oh, don't worry about old Tian. A look at Wang Chuan's data. His new game follows a free-to-play model with in-app purchases, but what makes me laugh is that even free, the downloads are only over 20,000. Seeing this message, Tian Baixuan wanted to laugh, but remained cautious. He quickly found Wang Chuan's new game and clicked on it. He had been keeping an eye on The Fable of Illidan, but had forgotten about Wang Chuan's Spirit Night. After opening it and seeing Wang Chuan's data, Tian Baixuan was taken aback. It wasn't that the number was too high, it was just low. At the same time, he couldn't help but chuckle. A free game with in-app purchases attracted traffic, while content acquisition was paid for. This was a normal operation. But this was only Wang Chuan's second game. Could he really pull off a free-to-play model? Isn't this model usually reserved for well-known producers? Wang Chuan, it seems I overestimated you. Do you really think that a free-to-play model will attract a large number of players to pay? Do you truly believe success is that simple? At that moment, Tian Baixuan felt that Wang Chuan's first game succeeded purely by coincidence. He believed Wang Chuan was attempting to implement a free-to-play model. This was also because he had the backing of Penguin's platform, and Wang Chuan's small company couldn't compete in terms of channels. Hence, he resorted to free access to lower the entry barrier for players, enticing them to pay and create a facade of success. Although I know you're bound to lose, I still respect you. With this thought, Tian Baixuan clicked on Wang Chuan's game. At that moment, he felt like a true gentleman. He looked down on his enemy strategically while valuing him tactically. At Huangta Game Company, in a small villa on the first floor, the 4 members of the studio were anxiously rushing back after finishing their holiday. Wang Chuan was deeply moved, thinking everyone was reluctant to leave him alone. In reality, they were just worried about Spirit Night. After all, the creation of this game was the result of everyone's joint efforts. Boss Tian Baixuan has already announced that the downloads for The Fable of Illidan reached over 3,000 in the first hour. In the first floor office area, Huang Shanshan stood behind Wang Chuan, her face filled with worry. The others were also constantly refreshing the back end, feeling quite anxious. Although these days the few of them all appeared optimistic, deep in their hearts, they were harboring a pent-up frustration. This frustration was not just any emotion, but a sincere hope for the game to become a sensation so they could give Penguin a harsh lesson. After all, during this time, the 4 of them had all been involved in the game's development and could understand Wang Chuan's predicament. However, now Tian Baixuan over at Penguin had already released the first-hour performance of The Fable of Illidan. The data was quite good. Thus, they felt somewhat uncertain. although the first-hour download volume of Spirit Knight greatly surpassed that of the Fable of Illidan. But this was all normal. This is because the Fable of Illidan adopted a buyout model, while Spirit Knight was free with in-app purchases. On the contrary, if they looked at the rankings, they could see various game data more intuitively. On the new game chart, the Fable of Illidan had directly reached the #1 position, while Spirit Knight could hardly be found on the new game chart. Seeing this, the four became even more anxious. Compared to their uncertainty, Wang Chuan remained much calmer. He knew that the reason for this ranking was simply because this new game chart only included games that had been launched for less than a month and ranked within the top 30 in data. Moreover, it was a ranking for all platforms. This meant that even Penguin Wangyu and Ballast free platform would be counted in. And the Fable of Illidan was Penguin's own game with so many promotional resources at its disposal. Especially the major front-page promotions, even if the time was very short, just a day. It would definitely lead to a surge in the Fable of Illidan's performance. Thus, if it didn't secure the first place, that would indeed be strange. The current situation was not much different from what he had anticipated. Alright, you don't need to worry too much. What's that saying? To bring about its demise, one must first drive it to madness. Wang Chuan smiled as he looked at the four with identical expressions. And now let it be mad for a while. Boss, has anyone ever told you that you are quite... Oh, what? Handsome. Wang Chuan, feeling pleased with himself, stroked his chin and muttered to himself. No, boss, has anyone ever told you that you resemble a quack? Huang Shanshan shook her head seriously, and after saying that, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, Lu Changzhou Wei and Zhao Jing also doubled over in laughter. Oh, how dare you tease the boss? No, I must punish you. Wang Chuan pretended to be angry, and surprisingly, he actually scared Huang Shanshan. Oh, punish me for what? Huang Shanshan's laughter abruptly stopped, and she asked nervously. I'll punish you by having you give me a shoulder massage. Wang Chuan, with a mischievous look, sized up Huang Shanshan, and noticing her increasingly tense expression, joked. It must be said Huang Shanshan was indeed beautiful. With her long hair draping over her shoulders and a fair face simply accentuated with light makeup, she looked like a white-collar worker. Her long legs and black stockings were quite charming. Phew, a shoulder massage. I thought it was something else. Huang Shanshan sighed in relief and naturally walked over to give Wang Chuan a shoulder massage. Having done this so many times, she was already accustomed to it. For a moment, the space suddenly fell silent. Aha, Mr. Wang, we're going to work now. The others exchanged glances and left, leaving Wang Chuan and Huang Shanshan, who was still massaging with her head down. For a moment, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the two. Wang Chuan felt a bit bewildered, thinking, I was just saying it casually, why did you take it seriously? Also, you three, is this a wingman move? Please don't be so obvious. Moreover, I am not in the mood to date right now. Although Huang Shanshan was very beautiful and had a good figure, but, well, it seems it might not be unacceptable. Oh dear, I almost forgot, today is the launch day of Spirit Knight. Lu Bo regretfully slapped his forehead and murmured. He was an ordinary gamer, and by chance he played the Stanley Parable. Speaking of games, he had played countless. However, compared to the previous, the Stanley Parable, this one was still lacking considerably. Although the art resources were quite crude and the gameplay was rather monotonous. Yet the music was quite nice and it felt heartfelt. Moreover, what left the deepest impression on him was the story and the countless endings. And the thought-provoking reflections. It was precisely because of these that Lu Bo remembered Wang Chuan and his next game, Spirit Knight. However, due to being so busy lately, even though he had been thinking about Spirit Knight, he still forgot about it. If it weren't for seeing a new article about the game while having dinner, he might have missed it. Thinking of this, Lu Bo opened Spirit Knight and browsed through it briefly. Oh, this game is actually not a metagame game. Upon seeing this, Lu Bo hesitated, but after seeing the price, he felt tempted. Come on, it's free anyway, playing it won't be a waste. So why not give it a try? With this thought, Lu Bo decisively opened his phone and directly downloaded Spirit Knight from the game store. Since he was outside, he didn't download it on his computer. But is this game really this small? Not even 300 megabytes. Lu Bo was initially worried whether his phone's memory would be sufficient and was thinking about what to delete to free up some space. Now looking at it, he realized he had completely overthought it. Of course, he didn't develop any negative views about Spirit Knight because of this. After all, he was a veteran player and had long passed the stage of judging whether a game was good or not based on its size. Just take the Stanley Parable as an example. Was that game big? Not at all. It could even be said to be pitifully small. But was that game excellent? Of course it was excellent. You could say Lu Bo had never seen a better independent game than it. Soon the game finished loading. After a simple operation, he arrived at the game interface. Is this about dodging shots? As soon as Lu Bo entered the game, he was met with a very familiar tutorial. It must be said the control method of this game was particularly simple. Lu Bo understood how to play just by following along once. He used his left hand for game skills, shooting and switching weapons. His right hand controlled the movement of the game character. Well, how should I put it? It was easy to get started, and the controls were clear. However, what made Lu Bo happiest was the built-in auto-aim system in the game. With a third-person perspective and an additional camera angle plus this auto-aim system, he only needed to focus on dodging. Ha, I'm simply a gun god. This wave is just insane. With the auto-aim system, Mom no longer has to worry about my shooting accuracy. You see, on mobile, he never liked the top-down perspective for shooting games. No matter how many times he played, he just couldn't get used to it. Of course, the main reason was related to the fact that he spent more time playing on PC and VR games. But this time while playing Soul Knight, he didn't feel that sense of discomfort. On the contrary, he was extremely fond of this auto-aim system. After quickly clearing the beginner's tutorial, he immediately accepted a novice quest, entering the underground world ready to start the game. After passing a few simple levels, he could clearly feel that compared to the previous beginner levels, the official game levels were relatively more challenging. But that was precisely what made it more interesting. Otherwise, being invincible would be so lonely. I'm just a little short. Why is this shield recovering so slowly? He had just entered the first boss room when Lu Bo was hit because he failed to dodge the boss attack in time. As a result, he lost his last remaining health. Moreover, this was also his last life. Earlier, he had used up all his revival opportunities. Well, this definitely wasn't because he was bad, it was just that he wasn't familiar with this game. Oh, what a pity, it looks like he'll have to start over. With a hint of regret in his heart, Lu Bo re-entered the level. He planned to challenge this boss again to avenge himself. However, he soon discovered something was wrong. What the heck, this isn't right. Does this mean I have to start over? No way. Don't be so cruel. Lu Bo widened his eyes and looked at his game character, letting out a wail. Indeed, his weapon had reverted to the initial one. Moreover, the place he was in was also familiar to him. Not in the boss room, how sad. His previous weapons had disappeared, which was disheartening. But soon he rallied again. Without these, so what? He had just started from scratch. And when he passed through the portal again, he was stunned. Wow, this door really is a portal. This place isn't right either. Where did that huge snowy mountain go that I saw before? Why has it all turned into a grassland? And what about those snowman brothers? At this moment, Lu Bo's mind was filled with question marks. However, being an experienced player, he quickly reacted. Is this a game with random elements? After looking around, Lu Bo confirmed this point and felt a surge of interest. This should be what sets Soul Knight apart from other games. The monsters, the scene levels, and the items in the game. Each time is different. This means that every beginning is a completely new experience, almost impossible to repeat. Although it's a pity that he couldn't find that snowman boss for revenge. But this also made him feel very intrigued. This feeling was something other games couldn't provide him. Wow, this boss is too insane, right? It can heal after taking hits, how cheap. This is unbelievable. With his spirits high, Lu Bo entered the boss room again. All the way he was pondering strategies. Well, a strategy against the boss. And as he expected, this boss was completely different from before, almost like another species. This time, he focused on positioning and carefully controlled the boss, avoiding any unexpected incidents. In a thrilling yet safe situation, he reduced the boss health to below half. Watching the boss shrink, he immediately activated his character's skills. Countless bullets rained down on the boss. Before he could revel in his success, he saw the boss health rising again, and soon it was full. Stunned, surprised, despair. Lu Bo did not expect such a sudden turn of events. One misstep in dodging, and after a long gaming session, his fingers had become somewhat unresponsive. In an instant, the boss grabbed him, and with one move sent him off to the afterlife. What the hell? Can it be played like this? Alright, you two bosses, I've memorized your patterns. Just wait until I encounter you again. Lu Bo, in a fit of anger, began cursing in the game lobby. If it weren't for his great mindset, he might have accompanied his game character on the road to defeat. I actually have this many game coins. Perfect, let's go to that gacha machine and try our luck. Maybe I can get lucky this time. Suddenly, Lu Bo spotted a machine at the entrance. It looked very much like the legendary gacha machine. After checking his account, he found he had plenty of game coins. Just enough for one draw, how coincidental. Since there's such a fate, how could he not make a draw? He thought so in his heart, and he did just that. After spending the game coins, the gacha machine started to spin. Before long, a capsule toy popped out. Oh, what is this? A bomb. Wow, what a great weapon. Opening the capsule, a round dark object rolled out. Lu Bo took a closer look and recognized it as a low-key bomb, instantly beaming with joy. He hurriedly picked it up and cherished this low-key bomb, turning it over in his hands. Before he could enjoy his happiness for long, suddenly with a bang, the screen filled with smoke. Lu Bo discovered that his game character had actually been blasted away. Not only was his shield destroyed, but his already limited health was worsened. Meow? What is going on? Did the game bug out? Why did the weapon I drew almost blow me up? Could it be that my stance was wrong? Or did I step out with my left foot first? Lu Bo was completely perplexed. At this moment, in the villa of Huang to Game Company, the sky had gradually darkened. Logically, the four of them should have finished work and left by now. Only Wang Chuan remained in the villa free to do as he pleased. However, today was different. All of them were sitting in front of their computers, their gazes fixed on the screens, occasionally refreshing the page. They were intently focused on the data of Vitality Night. The events of the afternoon had left the two feeling somewhat embarrassed, leading to the current atmosphere. Huang Shanshan's gaze was evasive. However, Wang Chuan was better off. Being a man, he had thicker skin and appeared relatively natural. He hadn't been paying much attention to the data of Vitality Night, merely glancing at it a few times. Most of the time, he was focused on the news on the game forums. President Wang, how are our numbers looking right now? Will we flop? Are we going to lose the development costs? I've heard that the downloads on the Penguin side have already exceeded 20,000. Aside from Huang Shanshan, the other three crowded around Wang Chuan, looking worried. Wang Chuan of course understood what they were thinking. All right, the game has already been launched. The results will be what they are meant to be. Is it necessary for you to worry so much? Instead of worrying, you might as well take a look at the project proposal for the subsequent updates that I sent you earlier. Also, I can assure you that I am very confident in this game. Wang Chuan was exasperated, feeling both amused and helpless, and he had to decisively send them away. He now somewhat regretted letting them be so idle. If only they had work to do. Where would this situation have arisen? Of course, although he thought this way, it was merely a thought. After all, these people had good intentions and had worked hard. They were all veterans. If he were to exploit them mercilessly, would he still be himself? President Wang, we understand what you mean. How about we just take a quick look? It would put our minds at ease after seeing it. All right. With empathy for his colleagues, Wang Chuan opened the Pengu editor and switched to the backend. It must be said that the power of free software was indeed significant. In such a short time, the downloads on the PC and mobile platforms, as well as the official gaming platform, had already exceeded 300,000. Moreover, since players had already played for over 2 hours, the comment section had also seen a significant number of comments. Oh, and the game's rating had also been released 9 out of 10. One must know that the full score is only 10. A score of 9 is simply too exaggerated. Of course, while Wang Chuan was surprised, he still understood the situation. This score cannot be maintained forever, it will eventually decline. After all, no game can please everyone. Thus, no game can ever achieve a perfect score. Moreover, this so-called perfect score is more about media ratings or players' praises. In reality, after open-ended scoring, no game has ever achieved a perfect score, just like the previous Stanley's Parable. In the beginning, this game had even received a perfect score of 10. However, as time went on, the score gradually declined. 9, 9, 8, 9, 7, and finally settled at 9, 6. Wow. We're actually ranked first on the new game download chart. Zhao Jing's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed. Not just that. On the new game sales chart, we're also there, but we're only at the 17th position. Lu Chang's initially excited tone turned to disappointment upon seeing the rankings. This new game sales chart is dominated by Illidan's Fable. However, this was to be expected since they had the backing of Penguin and their own platform. Alright, don't be discouraged. This data is already quite good. Seeing this data, Wang Chuan's tone was slightly excited. No way. President Wang, are you kidding us? The others were somewhat surprised and looked at the data in confusion. After being online for 7 hours, the revenue had already reached over 200,000 yuan. Is this data high? If there hadn't been Illidan's Fable in front of them, they would have been very satisfied. But since Illidan's Fable ranked first, and its sales had surpassed 20,000, even doing slightly better, roughly calculated, they had approximately 600,000 in revenue. And this was already more than 3 times their own. In the gaming industry, whether a game is deemed successful still depends on its revenue. After all, even if a game is loved by players, if it doesn't generate profit, it holds no meaning. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's go, it's time to celebrate with a feast. Wang Chuan wore a mysterious smile and didn't say much more. Just as he mentioned, he had a good understanding of the situation, because this data had already told him that Vitality Night would be fine. In just 7 hours, the growth data of Vitality Night had revealed everything to him. This was about observing the trend of downloads. After the initial hype, in the first hour, Vitality Night garnered 20,000 downloads. This figure was quite standard with no issues. In the second hour, not only did the downloads not decrease, but they surprisingly surged to over 30,000. It became even more outrageous afterward as the increases continued. Every increase surpassed the last. Now it had reached over 300,000. Moreover, the majority of comments in the comment section were positive. This indicates a very important point: Vitality Night has succeeded, since logging into the game requires registering an account on the Huangti gaming platform. Thus, Wang Chuan could easily discern that there were currently around 200,000 active players in Vitality Night. Additionally, there were over 10,000 paid accounts. Since Vitality Night is a light pay-to-play casual game, this level of payment is already quite high. In fact, Wang Chuan had anticipated that as long as Vitality Knight could achieve an actual active player to paid player ratio of 1 to 30, it would be considered good enough. Now looking at it, it's not just 1 to 30. It has already reached 1 to 20, which is simply fantastic. Wang Chuan had a rough idea of the reason behind this situation. It seems that in this world there is no piracy and the awareness of genuine products is strong. Almost everyone has the consciousness to pay. Hence, such an exaggerated ratio has emerged. Currently, it still falls short when compared to Illidan's Fable. The main reason is that the player base for Spirit Knight is too small. As long as we wait a little longer, the total number of players for Spirit Knight will increase. His revenue will follow suit. In contrast, Illidan's Fable is a one-time purchase game. Players only need to pay once and do not need to spend again. Similarly, Illidan's Fable has no further income. Unless they continue to produce DLC or attract new players, his revenue will not fluctuate. However, Spirit Knight is different because Wang Chuan considered future development while creating it. Thus, the game itself is free while skins and player characters are paid content along with the multiplayer PvE mode and future updates that Wang Chuan has planned. There is an endless mode and various gameplay options ensuring that Spirit Knight retains its fun and growth aspect, keeping players engaged. Moreover, the randomness inherent in roguelike games provides players with a lasting sense of novelty. For instance, different scenes in each round, various mini-bosses with unique traits, different class talents, and distinct equipment from chests, etc. Additionally, different characters possess unique skills that have varying effects in different levels. These are aspects that players cannot let go of and are attractive features. As long as these maintain a stable player base combined with the paid content of the game, as long as Wang Chuan does not sabotage himself during future operations. For example, raising the prices of characters or skins, or arbitrarily altering the game mechanics, which could lead to a less enjoyable game experience. Then the game can surely continue to operate for a long time. He can become a cash cow on Wang Chuan's map, providing a steady stream of funds. The outcome is already determined. Wang Chuan leisurely squinted his eyes looking at Illidan's Fable on the game sales chart and smiled. Although Spirit Knight is currently ranked low, its future is bright. Wang Chuan and the others happily celebrated in the restaurant. Spirit Knight's popularity gradually fermented as players spread the word. In the office of the New Game World, although it was already time to get off work, Xia Xiao had not left yet. Accompanying her was the must-have little follower for the goddess Xiao Chun. By the way, Xia Xiao couldn't get off work due to a task, while Xiao Chun stayed to flatter her. At this moment, Xia Xiao and Xiao Chun each held a phone, their fingers constantly swiping. They were not engaging in any secret activities, but were playing Spirit Knight. To be precise, they were testing Spirit Knight. Not that they tested every game, normally they would only test well-known titles. The reason they were testing Spirit Knight was because the producer is Wang Chuan. After all, Spirit Knight is not large in scale, it's merely a niche independent game. Under normal circumstances, they would never test it. After all, several new games launch each day, and there are simply too many similar games. Finding a good game is incredibly difficult. However, since it is a game developed by Wang Chuan, it is different. Because New Game World had previously collaborated with Wang Chuan, they were aware of his capabilities. This was also due to the popularity of his last game, Stanley's Fable. Additionally, everyone knows about the conflict between Wang Chuan and the Penguin producer Tian Baishuan. Therefore, there was no reason for them to abandon a new game developed by a capable and controversial figure. Thus, after Spirit Knight and Illidan's Fable launched, they began testing. Hey, I found a chest. Xia Xiao, why don't you open it? Your luck is so much better than mine. Haha, no need. You opened an orange item while I only got white items. Are you mocking me? Hey Xia Xiao, look. I caught a wild boar. It would make a great mount. Want to try it? Haha, no thanks. Wild boars are too ugly, you can ride it yourself. Oh Xia Xiao, look. I drew an amazing item, how about? No thanks, I don't need it. You can use it. The two were playing Spirit Knight, with Xiao Chen's every attempt to please met with cold rejection. However, both were so engrossed in the game. At that moment, the office door slowly opened and a rather greasy middle-aged man walked in. Seeing Xia Xiao and Xiao Chun engrossed in the game, a look of surprise and appreciation appeared on his face. Haha, the article for New Game World has been completed today and the feedback is quite good. Also, everyone shouldn't stay late. Go home early and just write out the testing results. Wait for tomorrow's approval before sending it out. By the way, let me give you a red envelope as a reward. The middle-aged man smiled at the two, then opened a chat application and sent each of them 100 yuan before leaving the office. It seems I underestimated them. I must say young people are really motivated. Well, in the future, I should hire young people. At the very least, they can voluntarily work overtime. Unknowingly, a certain image of young people formed in the manager's mind. Xia Xiao and Xiao Chun, having heard the manager's words, froze for a moment at the now open door. Then they exchanged a glance, stunned. Oh no, after playing for so long, they actually forgot about the testing. When they got off work earlier, they had already completed testing Illidan's Fable. Then they were supposed to test Spirit Knight. Initially, they were quite serious evaluating the gameplay interface, art resources, and various modes. However, as they tested, they became engrossed in the game. They completely forgot about the testing. Moreover, they even inadvertently spent some money. They bought several characters and skins. Fortunately, the manager for some reason issued a big reward. Indeed, the manager is a good person. Ah, it's finished, it's finished. I actually forgot the test draft. What should I do now? Xiao Chun said, anxiously pacing back and forth, contemplating a solution. There really was no other way. The game was a bit fun, and before he knew it, he had forgotten about the matter. Dong, what are you doing? Can you be quiet for a moment? You're interrupting my game. Xia Xiao frowned and looked at Xiao Chun. Oh, so Xiao Chun's name is Dong. Xia Xiao too didn't mean to. It's not about the draft. Do I have to think of a solution? Xiao Chun said with a forced smile. Suddenly noticing Xia Xiao's actions, he curiously asked, Xia Xiao, what are you doing? Charging. The manager just gave me $100 red envelope, which can buy all the skins. It's fantastic. Xia Xiao replied cheerfully without looking up. Hey, right. Wait, Xia Xiao, why are you still playing the game? We need to hurry up and write the draft. Xiao Chun was taken aback and then earnestly advised, if we play a little longer, we'll have to stay up all night to write the draft. Aren't you silly? Testing, do you need to play games to test? Without playing games, how can you write the draft? Xia Xiao understood what Xiao Chun was saying, but she simply couldn't put the game down. After thinking for a moment, she decided to give herself an excuse to play the game. All this. Xiao Chun was stunned. Was it really like this? And besides, how can you describe the evaluation matters as being about playing? We are clearly collecting materials. Xia Xiao, seeing the effect, continued to persuade. It seems there is some truth to that, Xiao Chun said with a confused expression, half believing it. However, something still felt off. Because the game's launch was scheduled for Friday, the period from noon to midnight was when the data saw the most significant growth. After sending the four of them to the car, Wang Chuan returned to the villa alone. He opened the Pangu editor and closely monitored the relevant data of Yuanqi Night. It had been 11 hours since the game launched. By this time, it was nearly midnight, and it was becoming difficult for the subsequent data to maintain explosive growth. As expected, the game's rating had dropped to 9.7. The download count had more than tripled, exceeding 1 million. It seems that the time around 7 to 8 in the evening is when the data explodes. Wang Chuan habitually analyzed the data trend chart and clearly saw that the growth peaked between 7 and 9. Aside from these, the most important factor was naturally the revenue data. Daily income reached over 600,000, meaning this period saw an increase of over 400,000. This surprised Wang Chuan. Equally surprising was the ranking of Yuanqi Night. It had unexpectedly jumped from 17th place to 2nd. It was just a bit shy of surpassing Illidan's Fable to claim first place. Haha, this result is good. If we can take first place tomorrow, that would be a success. Alright, I still need to prepare for the upcoming version updates. Otherwise, if the initial novelty wears off, it could really fizzle out, Wang Chuan said, pressing his forehead thoughtfully. He wasn't swayed by the temporary success, but maintained his composure. The night passed as Wang Chuan worked, and soon it was the next day. At noon, it had been over 24 hours since the launch of Yuanqi Night and Illidan's Fable. By this time, the rankings for new games had already changed. Yuanqi Night successfully defeated Illidan's Fable to take the top spot. Originally, according to Wang Chuan's plan, it should have taken a few more days for Yuanqi Night to reach first place. After all, the current popularity wasn't very high and still needed some time to ferment. Moreover, the in-game payment points Wang Chuan had set were quite few and light. The reason for this was to allow more players to enter the game and build a larger player base. At the same time, while accumulating players a good reputation could ensure the game's long-term operation. Moreover, if Yuanqi Night wanted to increase its payment points, there really wasn't much that could be added. Limited by the game's content, the current payment points were already at their limit. If they forcibly increased the payment points, it would easily anger players and disrupt the game's balance. It would be counterproductive. On the first day, daily revenue reached 1,300,000, with the highest sales occurring at 11 o'clock, while Illidan's Fable only reached about 40,000. Wang Chuan calculated the data from the Penguin side based on the daily revenue of Yuanqi Night. He had a rough estimate in mind. As for Tian Baixon's Illidan's Fable, Wang Chuan had also played it a little. One could say it was entirely imitating Stanley's Fable in its production. It just had a different storyline and slightly better artistic resources. Without any unique elements, it wouldn't be a hit, but wouldn't lose money either. It could be seen as a work that followed market trends and imitated others. Although there were no piracy in this world, the maturity of the gaming market led to a vast number of games. In the same genre of games, players had many options to choose from. Thus, in this world, achieving sales in the millions or even tens of millions was much easier. Just as Wang Chuan was contemplating all this, the office area in the villa became lively again. Boss Wang, I'm willing to offer a month's salary to implore you to hire a customer service representative quickly. I can't take it anymore. No, no one isn't enough. Let's have two. My goodness, does it require a special phone call to ask for a professional? Is the phone call free? As everyone busied themselves, they complained to Wang Chuan. Since the game was developed using the Pengu editor, there were basically no programming issues. Moreover, all bugs had been resolved during the internal testing. However, player-related issues still required customer service to handle. In the Huang Game Company, there were only 4 people, and customer service was usually only handled temporarily by Zhao Jing and Huang Shanshan. Although they were diligent facing the rapidly growing player base of Yuanqi Night, they were indeed overwhelmed. Haha, don't worry, I just took care of it. Customer service will be handled by an outsourcing team. Wang Chuan smiled awkwardly, enduring the complaints from the 2 women. He is not squeezing his employees, he simply forgot. Zhao Jing sighed in relief, finally free from endless calls. Of course, if it ranks first on the game list, then it must be considered a hit. Otherwise no game could be considered successful. Wang Chuan nodded with a smile, affirming this outcome. Indeed, I see that the discussions on the game forum are all about Yuanqi Qishir. Huang Shanshan was also very happy, her eyes crescent-shaped like a waning moon. After all, everyone contributed to the birth of Yuanqi Qishir. So how could they not share in the glory and shame? In fact, it wasn't just Wang Chuan and a few others discussing it, many were talking about it online as well. Yuanqi Qishir can be said to have definitely become a hit. Although other media and players cannot see Wang Chuan's editor backend and the specific data. But don't forget, Yuanqi Qishir itself has been uploaded to official gaming platforms and mobile game stores. Oh, and Yilladen's Fable has also released its performance. Thus, using this as a reference, Yuanqi Qishir's performance can be estimated. Before the results of Yuanqi Qishir were out, most media believed it would succeed. Although it might not achieve remarkable results, breaking even was entirely feasible. After all, it had the previous performance of Stanley's Fable as a benchmark. Moreover, the heated dispute between Wang Chuan and Tian Baixuan provided Yuanqi Qishir with exceptional conditions. However, whether it could surpass Yilladen's Fable or defeat Tian Baixuan, who had the support of Penguin, was still uncertain. Most media believe that it would be very difficult, practically impossible. After all, Tian Baixuan has years of experience in the industry and the promotional support of a major company like Penguin. While it might not achieve explosive results like Stanley's Fable, it would at least be on par. With Penguin's promotional backing, Yilladen's Fable conservatively earned over 700,000 in its first month. This data is recognized by most media and influencers. And what about Yuanqi Qishir? The development team? It's just Wang Chuan himself. What about promotional resources? Only the Huang Game Company, a small company established by Wang Chuan himself. Although it is called a company, those in the industry know that in terms of foundation, it is no different from a small studio. How could there be any promotional efforts? Moreover, Yuanqi Qishir has not signed with third-party platforms and is only available on one official gaming platform. But now the data for Yuanqi Qishir has come out, and everyone who was once so certain has been slapped in the face. When it first launched, Yilladen's Fable directly topped the chart, while Yuanqi Qishir couldn't even make it onto the list. As time passed, Yuanqi Qishir made it onto the list, albeit at a lower rank, while Yilladen's Fable remained at the top. Now, after 24 hours, Yuanqi Qishir has risen to the top, while Yilladen's Fable has been firmly pushed down to second place. What kind of miraculous operation is this? The rise of Yuanqi Qishir doesn't stop there, it has merely reached the top of the chart. Even in major game forums, player discussions about Yuanqi Qishir are increasing. The game's popularity online is unprecedentedly strong. If earlier media promotions focused on the dispute between Wang Chuan and Tian Baixuan, then this time it is a spontaneous action by the players focusing on discussions about the game's content itself. Yuanqi Qishir is a roguelike game with random elements. Every player's experience is unique and each time brings something fresh. Therefore, every player who has played the game spontaneously recommends it to others. And those who are recommended after experiencing the various interesting gameplay also spontaneously become advocates, recommending it to others, thus creating a cycle. In that familiar gaming circle, a group of people once again discuss Yuanqi Qishir. Hey, I just died at the boss, it's too hard back there. Not bad. As long as you move flexibly, it's quite simple. By the way, what class do you think is more fun? I'm planning to switch classes. I the ranger am the best in the world. Huh. What does your ranger count for? I the knight am the best in the world. Not only do I have a long health bar, but my defense is also outstanding and my attack power is strong. Simply invincible. You are all trash, the paladin is the best, alright. This is a character you can only play with in-game purchases, and once you use the skills you're invincible, even bullets can't touch you. Enough, what class you play can't compare to a lucky player. They go to the wish pool, and it's truly a miracle to pull a single draw, unlike me, who gets garbage with 10 consecutive draws. What do you mean by that? I just opened a gacha machine and got a bomb. I thought it was a weapon, so I rushed to pick it up, but it exploded. I was completely shocked. What? No way, is it really possible that someone hasn't drawn an orange weapon yet? Shut up. The game has been online for a day and many players are expressing their opinions in forums, sharing their experiences. Among them, the most discussed topics are two types: the lucky player and the unlucky player. This is also a characteristic of roguelike games. What you can get depends entirely on luck and fate. When the lucky player plays, it feels as if the whole world is helping them. When they play with a laser gun, the talents they receive are always related to the laser gun. Tired of the laser gun? No problem, whatever you wish for will appear. As for orange weapons or red weapons, the backpack is full and you hesitate over what to discard. For the unlucky player, the experience is completely the opposite. For example, getting bombs and the like is quite common. Yet even so, it hasn't made players feel annoyed. Instead, their enthusiasm has only grown. Of course, it's not because players have special preferences, but rather due to the inherent characteristics of Yuanqi. The game's fast pace means every time presents new content. This time it's the unlucky player, but no worries, next time it could be the lucky player. Once you've experienced being a lucky player and felt that the whole world is supporting you, everything you want seems to succeed effortlessly. How could you bear to give that up? It is precisely for this reason that Soul Knight surged ahead after its initial release, gradually overwhelming the former Illidan's Fable. Of course, apart from its fast pace and randomness, the multiplayer mode of Soul Knight also contributed significantly, which was developed by Wang Chuan and his team. In his previous life, Soul Knight never launched its multiplayer feature due to technical issues and third-party constraints, which left a sense of regret among players. Thus, when Wang Chuan decided to create Soul Knight, he and his team embarked on the journey of developing an online multiplayer mode. Moreover, they further enhanced the social elements within the game, providing players with various benefits, such as the ability to experience certain characters for a limited time through daily check-ins. Players could also add friends and utilize game mechanics to borrow their friends' characters, albeit with a daily limit. This method is commonly employed in most card games, akin to the friend assistance mode found in card games, which fundamentally operates on the same principle. Utilizing this principle offers certain advantages. Social games tend to thrive, so a game that incorporates more social elements benefits from continuous operation. Why do some games, despite being hailed as masterpieces and starting off with immense popularity, suddenly lose their momentum after just a month or two? Conversely, why do some ordinary games which struggle at first manage to keep running for a year or two? The answer lies in social interaction. Even a game that is considered a masterpiece can become tiresome after repeated play, no matter how enjoyable its content may be. However, when it transforms into a social game, everything changes. The activities remain the same, but with more players it becomes far more engaging. Additionally, this serves as a form of soft promotion akin to the earlier mention of limited-time character experiences and friend character assistance, which are various decisions that provide benefits to players. Ultimately, these decisions allow players to experience characters early with the fundamental aim of stimulating consumer spending. This character is so fun, don't you want to own it permanently? Then why not make a purchase? Also, it offers wealthy players a platform to showcase their status, which is a common advantage, much like leaderboards or prominent figures in streaming rooms. However, since Soul Knight is after all a casual game, these aspects are not overly pronounced and should not disrupt game balance. A week after the game's launch, all players and media on the internet had become numb to the situation. Even Tian Baishuan from Penguin Company and other game producers were astonished. No, it can't be like this, you are all lying to me, right? Tian Baishuan looked at the data sheet in his hand, finding it hard to believe. This was a data comparison between Illidan's Fable and Soul Knight. When the game initially launched, he was brimming with confidence. A day passed, and though he was filled with worry, he still believed in himself. Until Soul Knight suddenly surged forward with a stunning reversal, snatching the top position from Illidan's Fable on the new game rankings. He crumbled. Even after a week, Soul Knight remained firmly in first place. Although the Royal Path Game Company did not disclose the data and revenue figures for Soul Knight, industry insiders could still estimate its performance through various data. Currently, Soul Knight has reached a terrifying download count of 8 million. Moreover, a producer on the game forum announced that they had launched a new game. The sales in the first 24 hours were around 20,000. Even so, it was enough to secure the second place. Calculating accordingly, Soul Knight should have generated approximately 600,000 in revenue daily within the first week of its launch. Of course, this is just an estimate, though only Wang Chuan and his team know the exact figures. However, what's even more astonishing is the rating of Soul Knight. As the player base expanded once more, the rating of Soul Knight also declined, now sitting at a score of 9.4. However, this is still an extraordinarily impressive score. Why, how can this be? It should have been me winning, it should have been me. Even though the reality was right before him, Tian Baishuan still couldn't accept it and felt somewhat downcast. He did not deliberately underestimate Soul Knight, but viewed it with a normal perspective. The quality of the game is indeed very good, but it has backing for promotion. Of course, the promotion resources of the entire Penguin Company did give Illidan's Fable a significant advantage in the early stages, allowing it to rank first on the new game list, leaving Soul Knight far behind. But it's absurd. In just one day, Soul Knight surprisingly surpassed and directly usurped the position. Who could have anticipated this? Especially considering that based on the data from Soul Knight, it is estimated that daily revenue could reach around 1 million. This figure is something a rookie game producer could hardly achieve. It is simply an incredible achievement. With Soul Knight ahead and Stanley's Fable behind, both have achieved remarkably terrifying results, making their mark in the gaming industry. Wang Chuan's capabilities are certainly not that of a flash-in-the-pan game producer. He has a promising future ahead. If Stanley's Fable succeeds while Soul Knight fails, that would imply Wang Chuan relied on a moment of inspiration. However, the success of Soul Knight, especially with its astonishing daily revenue, signifies something entirely different for Royal Path Game Company. It represents that Wang Chuan is capable of generating profits. Thus, it means that Royal Path Game Company can also earn money. As a result, various game manufacturers are eager to invest money in Wang Chuan. BossNet Entertainment contacted us offering 500 million soft sister coins to acquire us and wanting to discuss with you. Looking at the spirited Wang Chuan, Huang Shanshan felt a bit dazed. They had once come here to apply simply to find a place to work towards their dreams. A place where they could engage with the games they love. Yet unexpectedly, they had hit it big, attracting major capital for negotiations. The price offered by Huyo left her somewhat numb. 500 million. She could hardly fathom what 500 million even looked like. Not to mention there were also the prices from Chia and the side of Bali. Not just her, but even Zhao Jing, Lu Chong, and Zhou Wei had set their work aside at this moment. The corner of her eye couldn't help but drift in that direction. Clearly, they were also waiting for Wang Chuan's answer. Would he sell? Surely he would. After all, it was such a huge sum of money. But if Huang Tujin was sold, where would they go? Huang Shanshan's eyes showed a hint of confusion as she bit her lip, feeling empty inside. However, Wang Chuan gave her an answer she had never anticipated. If such news arises again, then just reject it. Wang Chuan seemed utterly unfazed, as though it was merely 5 yuan he was talking about. This resoluteness made him seem different in Huang Shanshan's eyes. What a remarkable man who viewed money as nothing more than dirt. Oh, Huang Shanshan lowered her head, feeling her heart race like a startled deer. After a soft reply, she hurriedly turned and ran away. If one looked closely, they could see a faint blush on her fair face. Strange, Wang Chuan murmured, perplexed as he watched Huang Shanshan's retreating figure. He always felt that Huang Shanshan had become peculiar. He felt no stirrings regarding the acquisition thoughts of those big companies. Let alone 500 million, even if it were 50 billion, 500 billion, or even 5,000 billion, he might be tempted. But that was impossible. The other party couldn't possibly come up with 5,000 billion. Furthermore, these gaming companies were not charity organizations. Since they could spend 500 million to acquire Huangtu Gaming Company, they naturally had purposes that far exceeded that amount. But up until now, what did Huangtu Gaming Company have? Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight. And then what? Nothing. Thus, the intention of these gaming companies was very clear. They were here for him. Since they spent so much money, they would undoubtedly set conditions requiring Wang Chuan to work a certain number of years at the company and earn a specific amount. Otherwise, they would absolutely not let Wang Chuan leave. It was akin to an alternative employment arrangement, as he worked at Huangtu Gaming Company, which was a subsidiary of another company. But if his goal was to join other gaming companies, why would he bother to start another Huangtu Gaming Company? Thus, it was predestined that he could not agree. However, channel cooperation is still worth considering, especially since the current Huangtu is no longer the same as before, Wang Chuan said, resting his chin on his palm as a thought struck him, summoning Zhao Jing. Wang Chuan was not particularly concerned about whether Soul Knight would be on other gaming platforms, because Soul Knight had already demonstrated terrifying results and gained autonomy. The needs were already different from before. If the channel could agree to his terms, getting onto an additional channel would be excellent. After all, if he could access more channels, his income would increase. Just like Coca-Cola in his previous life, which had become a globally renowned beverage brand. But why did they invest billions of dollars in advertising every year? It was still about promotion and publicity. Raising awareness was key to revenue. Similarly, games also follow this principle. More publicity and heightened awareness can elevate the quality of the game. Of course, relative to this, Wang Chuan valued the control over the game even more. If being on a channel would subject him to threats from others, then it would be better not to be on that channel. As long as there was still an official gaming platform that could bring him a substantial amount of traffic and players, then Huangtu Gaming Company wouldn't have to face threats from other channels. Online Soul Knight had exploded in popularity, a fact that no one could dispute. Because nearly 2 weeks after the game launched, Soul Knight had already left Illidan's Parable in the dust. The download count officially surpassed 10 million. Although this does not mean the game has 10 million players, this figure of downloads indicates the game's success to a certain extent. Moreover, the impact Soul Knight had on everyone was far greater than that of Stanley's Parable. Stanley's Parable was undoubtedly a game of exceptionally high quality. To date, it has around 9 million downloads and a rating as high as 9.6. Just the 5 yuan buyout price brought Wang Chuan a 6-figure profit. It even ignited the fervor for metagames. One could say Stanley's Parable was sufficiently outstanding. However, in reality, the surprise it brought the industry was not as high as expected. Because it was merely a buyout at a bargain price, the impact it had was more artistic than financially significant. But Soul Knight was different. From the moment it launched, it was far ahead of Aladdin's Parable, with not even a shadow in sight. Then the situation suddenly reversed with download numbers and paying users constantly increasing. After just one day, it directly pushed Aladdin's Parable off the top spot and claimed it for itself. With an excellent reputation among players topping the new game charts, and coupled with unique random gameplay, the shock it brought to the industry was indescribable. People in the gaming circle have a premonition. This time Soul Knight might very well be as popular as the previous Stanley's Parable, becoming the new hot topic online. Moreover, it is a heat that is even more sought after by everyone, especially as Soul Knight's trajectory continues to rise online. It made many media outlets and producers feel as if they were about to witness history. An alternative shooting game, the unique experience brought by Soul Knight. What is a truly good game? The #1 new game, Soul Knight, is here to tell you. A game that achieves a daily revenue of millions. Soul Knight, the father of metagames, creates another distinctly styled game after creating metagames. From Stanley's Parable to Soul Knight, let's delve into Wang Chuan's inner world. Can you believe that one of the 3 big factories, Chia, actually lost to a small company? The heat of Soul Knight continues to rise online, and more media outlets have begun to report on Soul Knight. After all, Spirit Knight has become synonymous with popularity. It would be strange for the media not to follow the trend. However, some media outlets are overwhelmed by the plethora of similar news online. They are thinking creatively to present something different and eye-catching, focusing all their reports on Wang Chuan and Tian Baixuan, as well as Penguin and Huangtu. Surprisingly, it managed to gain some traction. Numerous players and media flocked to social platforms, leaving kind reminders on Tian Baixuan's personal account. "Oh ho ho, isn't this the producer of Aladdin's Fable? I heard your results are out. Ah, sorry, we're still holding the first place, with Spirit Knight inadvertently pushing Aladdin's Fable to third." I must say Tian Baixuan is indeed wise. He didn't impulsively bet against Wang Chuan, or else he wouldn't have a way out now. The one above, is that wisdom. Clearly he knew he would lose. Among this, Tian Baixuan's earlier remark of "just wait and see" has also been brought up. Of course, Tian Baixuan pretended not to know anything and did not respond at all. In the current situation, playing dead has become the most effective method. Wang Chuan did not pay any attention to Tian Baixuan's situation. Why bother? Is it to join in mocking Tian Baixuan? He wasn't that bored. Initially, he engaged with the other party just to ride on the wave of their popularity and promote Spirit Knight, and he was simply irritated by Tian Baixuan's comments. Now the immense popularity of Spirit Knight has proven his strength. Thus, he no longer needs to care. As for the media, he certainly doesn't need to pay them any mind. He knows that although the media currently stands by his side, it is because Spirit Knight has achieved such explosive results. If Spirit Knight had not chosen to be this popular, the news would likely have turned into Wang Chuan's genius is merely inspiration, while Tian Baixuan is the true powerhouse producer. Wait a minute. For Wang Chuan, maintaining the momentum of Spirit Knight and the subsequent version updates is the most important task. As a roguelike game, Spirit Knight is still somewhat different from other games. What sets it apart is its ability to generate recurring profits and repeat in-game purchases. Other games can continuously generate revenue even without follow-up content because players keep joining. This is due to a sufficiently deep pool of cards and an exceptionally high ceiling for in-game purchases. However, Spirit Knight is different. Its monetization points are limited to character purchases and skins. Although there are in-app purchases, they are essentially similar to selling DLC. If Spirit Knight is regarded as a buy-to-play game, then the new characters and skins can be viewed as DLC, making it easier to understand. According to the Pangu editor, Wang Chuan can see the back-end data. The revenue of Spirit Knight has been continuously declining. Although daily income hovers around 1 million, the player base of Spirit Knight is experiencing explosive growth every day. In this situation, the daily income of Spirit Knight can only be maintained and even shows signs of decline. This already indicates that the subsequent revenue of Spirit Knight is not very promising. It is merely because too many new players have joined that the current situation can be sustained. Wang Chuan can see through the data that the growth rate of players is already slowing. This indicates that the target audience for Spirit Knight is nearing saturation. Although more players will still join later, the explosive growth seen previously will no longer occur. In this case, if Wang Chuan does not find a way to maintain it, the daily revenue of Spirit Night will continue to decline until it reaches a certain level. In the villa of Huangta Game Company, Wang Chuan leaned back in his chair, contemplating life. The subsequent version updates for Spirit Night must be made and certain aspects must be attended to. Of course, now that there is a company, he doesn't plan to do it all alone. He intends to create the initial part himself, make a template, and leave the rest to the 4 to handle. His main role is to oversee the overall direction of content for the 4. The version updates will primarily consider 2 aspects. Firstly, since it is a roguelike game, the subsequent versions must also align with this aspect. After all, the most crucial core gameplay of Spirit Night is its roguelike mechanics, which cannot be altered. Moreover, the randomness characteristic of roguelike games is a key reason players can maintain a continual sense of freshness. Based on this premise, the subsequent update content for Spirit Night has already been determined: new characters, new skins, new classes, new level maps, and so forth. In addition to these elements, there should also be expansion gameplay modes, such as endless modes and tower defense. Another point is the content Wang Chuan intends to prepare for the 4, which he hasn't had time to work on. For him, Spirit Night is just one of the projects, not everything. If it were another game company or producer, they would undoubtedly focus on maintaining the heat and profit points of a hot game like Spirit Night at all costs, rather than developing new games. This is why most games often feel increasingly exploitative to players. All games have vitality. A decline in vitality leads to a decrease in revenue. Forcing an increase in revenue will result in a poor gaming experience, causing players to leave. Thus, Wang Chuan's idea is to establish a long-term developmental path within the original framework of the game, prioritizing game content and experience. This allows players who enjoy Spirit Night to continue playing happily. Well, all specific tasks will be handed over to the 4, otherwise why would they be hired? As for him, he will focus on creating new games and doesn't have the energy to maintain the subsequent content for Spirit Night. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan opened the Pangu editor and began to draft the subsequent version updates he envisioned. The subsequent updates are not numerous, mainly focusing on a few aspects. First, a brand new game mode will be added along with enhanced social elements. Similar to the previous Life's Chi Rider, there will be tower defense gameplay, endless gameplay possibilities, and social forums, among others. These are essential features that cannot be missed. In addition, a leaderboard is a must, as it can satisfy players' competitive psychology. This exists in most games. For instance, online games, mobile games, PC games, and indie games all require this. The reason for this is that it is something nearly all players need. However, in mobile and online games, developers amplify the leaderboard feature, making it a core component. For example, when players engage in Chi Rider, if they are blessed with luck in a particular game, they will want to show off their achievements to others. Thus, establishing a community and enhancing the game's social attributes is crucial. At the same time, the depth of the game must be highlighted. It should be noted that even a simple game like Match 3 has its unique content. To maintain a game in the long-term, depth is indispensable. Secondly, a mod repository needs to be established. This is relatively straightforward, essentially requiring the opening of certain permissions to allow players to recreate existing art values, levels, etc. in Chi Rider. A vivid example of this is fan fiction in online literature. Of course, there is a limitation: mods cannot involve game characters or skins that are monetization points, otherwise the income from Chi Rider would certainly suffer. Another feature that Wang Chuan is particularly fond of is the racing gameplay. Players can engage in 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, and other competitive matches. Similarly, with randomly generated levels, players will team up to compete in the same room with the same talents or weapons. However, there is a limitation: players must consider whether to choose a gun or a talent, as they cannot have both. This is a choice. Then the 2 teams compete to see which team can clear the level faster. This also utilizes the professional characteristics of Chi Rider. For instance, the knight character that players first encounter in the game can be said to rank at the top in terms of output alone. When firing 2 guns simultaneously, the highest output will definitely come from the knight. It's almost like a turret. However, in this mode, the team's energy bar is shared. The other team can choose a tank character such as the paladin. They can directly use skills to convert bullets into energy bars. Of course, Wang Chuan cannot guarantee whether this new gameplay will succeed. However, in past experiences, many games have implemented similar gameplay, and the results were quite good. Even if it doesn't succeed, the added social attributes will at least ensure it doesn't fail entirely. Moreover, if there are no new contents, it would be the most fatal issue for Chi Rider, a roguelike game. Unbeknownst to them, Chi Rider has already been online for about a month. Initially, the game that caused such chaos has now seen its various metrics begin to stabilize. During this month, the players of Chi Rider have widely become natural promoters, leading Chi Rider to become one of the hottest games of the year. It is even not far from becoming a phenomenon-level game. Meanwhile, media outlets online upon seeing Wang Chuan and Tian Baishuan coexist peacefully. No matter how they try to stir up rumors of conflict between the two, the traffic has been minimal. The focus has shifted to other aspects, such as the notable achievements of Chi Rider or its gaming philosophy, etc. Many game developers along with media and influential figures have begun to analyze and comment on Chi Rider on gaming forums. Similar to the previous game Stanley's Parable, they are analyzing various aspects including art style, level design, value analysis, and even the game's UI. From all angles they are examining where Chi Rider has succeeded. Although the roguelike game system in this world is not yet fully matured. With Chi Rider setting a precedent allowing so many developers to analyze it, they are bound to discover something. Wang Bishing, a veteran producer from the online entertainment game company, published an article. In it, he conducted an in-depth exploration of Chi Rider and summarized 2 key points. Firstly, the gameplay must be random, so that every time players enter the game it is a brand new start with all levels, monsters, and treasure chests being fresh. This allows players to experience the freshness of the first time, every time. Secondly, in the game, regardless of success or failure, every decision players make cannot be changed. In simple terms, there are no do-overs. Therefore, every time feels like the first and last time, much like life itself. This leads players to immerse themselves deeper into the game. Wang Chuan is greatly impressed by this, as these 2 points have already become the most essential content in roguelike games. It must be said that there are indeed talented individuals in this world. Aside from this, some game companies have begun to attempt to develop games similar to Chi Rider. Just like the previous success of Stanley's Parable, whenever a game becomes popular, these companies tend to follow suit, developing similar games to reap significant profits. They do not choose to independently develop games. Regarding their behavior, Wang Chuan doesn't express any opinion. Why interfere with their affairs? With this time, it would be better to handle his own matters. Moreover, the achievements of Chi Rider have been very, very good. He has perfectly completed the tasks assigned to Chi Rider. By the way, the game that followed Stanley's Parable most successfully is currently Ella's Parable. As for other games, their popularity has been almost completely overshadowed by Chi Rider. Many have fallen into obscurity. Based on the current situation, the first month's revenue of Spirit Knight should be around 16 million. This is after deducting the platform's share and various taxes. If the bank loan is deducted, he still has about 15 million left. Although this seems like a lot, it is merely sufficient for Wang Chuan's subsequent plans. If it were to be used for developing a VR game or a AAA title, that would definitely not be enough. However, he did not become overly ambitious, nor did he think of making Spirit Knight earn all the money in one go. After all, the accumulation of capital is a slow process. He has enough patience to wait. Now Spirit Knight has successfully completed its mission. Moreover, there are already some rough ideas for subsequent updates that can stabilize the profitability of Spirit Knight. Additionally, as long as the future updates do not deviate from the core roguelike games, are bound to maintain a long period of activity for Spirit Knight. After finishing the planning document, Wang Chuan comfortably stretched. Then he opened the Pangu editor and entered the backend to check the data for Spirit Knight. In the meantime, he handled some issues raised by the customer service outsourcing team for Spirit Knight. He also roughly organized the feedback from the students and the 4 personnel for a summary. After handling all these matters, it was already deep into the night. Sigh, another day of insignificance. Wang Chuan rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. Although he wished to handle everything by himself, he realized that he was not a god lacking the energy and time to manage it all. Fortunately for now, aside from updating and maintaining Spirit Knight, there were not many other matters. He could spend time dealing with minor tasks. But what about later? When he has to develop a new game, will he still have so much time? That is impossible. So, I need to find an assistant, Wang Chuan sighed as he gazed out at the starry sky, falling into deep thought. The next morning in the villa, Huang Shanshan, Zhao Jing, Lu Chang, Zhou Wei come here for a moment. During their break, Wang Chuan called the few of them over. Boss, what's the matter? Huang Shanshan naturally said as she approached. Today she was wearing a light yellow long dress, revealing her fair calves resembling a sprite among flowers. I called you here to have you draft a plan for the subsequent updates. Wang Chuan unconsciously glanced at her. This girl was indeed no longer a child. The others looked surprised and involuntarily questioned. After some time, our company will need to expand, and we will have to hire some people. You all should work harder. You might even have a chance for promotion. Also, as for the subsequent updates for Spirit Knight, I'm afraid I won't have the time, so I'll leave it to you all to handle. Wang Chuan thought for a moment and directly entrusted the matter to the 4 while encouraging them a bit. However, he still needed to find an assistant for himself. His thoughts from yesterday resurfaced. Although this world had the Pangu editor, the divine tool for game developers, it was still quite exhausting to develop a game alone, even with this divine tool. After all, a game involves various aspects, While managing the broad framework might be fine, detailing it would be quite labor-intensive. Some might say that Wang Chuan's first game, Stanley's Parable, was completed by just one person. Yes, that's correct, he indeed made it alone using the Pangu editor. But the circumstances were different. Back then he was a newcomer working on a small production among small productions. And now, he is the boss of a company. The games he would develop in the future would certainly not always be small productions. At that time, managing everything alone would not be feasible. Therefore, finding an assistant in advance would ease his burden. He could delegate some basic tasks that were not very important but still necessary to the assistant. Meanwhile, he could focus on the overall direction and key areas. On the other hand, he could also cultivate the assistant's abilities so that they could eventually be promoted to a core member of the team. Initially, he planned to directly recruit someone with strength and experience from the outside. As his assistant, it would be even easier. However, loyalty from people in society is not too reliable. So he reconsidered and thought of the 4 people in the company. Why not try from within? After all, being part of the Huang Game Company and passing Wang Chuan's interview. This indicates that Huang Shanshan, Zhao Jing, and others have certain abilities and are passionate about games. Moreover, after spending some time together, he also realized that their personalities were quite reliable. Given this, why not put in a little effort to cultivate them? After all, the assistant he wanted now was simply to help him manage some affairs. Currently, the Huang Game Company has relatively few issues to face, and he doesn't need someone who can handle everything independently. Thus, it would suffice for someone to assist him with basic tasks. As for becoming independent, that can be developed over time. But boss, I studied art, I don't know game development. Huang Shanshan said, a hint of nervousness in her eyes, waving her delicate hand. She was a bit confused at what was going on with the boss. That's all a minor issue. Wang Chuan looked at the beautiful girl before him with a playful smile and shook his head. Just because one has not studied game development, does that mean they can't make games? Of course not. In the gaming industry, many masters were not originally professional developers, whether in his past life or in this world. For example, Richard Garriott, who created the Ultima series and achieved success with the MMORPG Ultima Online, famously became the 6th space tourist known as the King of Great Britain. Or Hidetaka Miyazaki, who started working in the game industry in his 30s while at a company called From Software and eventually produced the first game. Or Hideo Kojima, who always wanted to be a director but ultimately became a game master, making stealth games shine. And so on. None of them studied game development, yet they all became renowned masters. Therefore, whether one has studied game development is not the key issue. The key lies in whether one has that talent. He had asked all 4 of them to draft a detailed plan outlining potential future updates for the game, covering new content, gameplay modes, mechanics, and more. His intention was to assess their innate talents in game development. Well, alright, I'll give it a try. But we're agreeing in advance, if my proposal isn't up to par, you mustn't blame me. Huang Shanshan murmured softly, twisting the hem of her skirt, her cheeks faintly flushed. Agreed. Wang Chuan, rarely seeing this tender girlish side of her, glanced at her a moment longer. Though his suggestion had left the others pleasantly startled, they readily accepted, and their spirits soared afterward. None of them had formal training in game development. Yet each held a sincere, unwavering devotion to games. Merely participating in the birth of a game filled them with quiet joy. Now being granted the opportunity to shape its future evolution, to craft beloved experiences firsthand, was truly extraordinary. The next noon, inside the villa, they handed their proposals to Wang Chuan during a break, then waited quietly for his evaluation. Scrolling carefully through each submission, Wang Chuan furrowed his brow, then gradually relaxed, lost in deep contemplation. Truthfully, he found the proposals deeply unsatisfying. Yet he tempered his judgment, remembering none were professionally trained in game design. After reviewing Zhao Jing's, Liu Chang's, and Zhou Wei's drafts, he'd all but abandoned hope, until Huang Shanshan's proposal caught his eye, vivid and unexpected. Its contents genuinely surprised him. For instance, her proposal to introduce a competitive speedrun mode within the game, or her idea of boosting player engagement by offering character trial vouchers, or even adding an endless mode. These concepts stood apart from the others, whose suggestions mostly centered on expanding content and enhancing retention to sustain the game's longevity. Huang Shanshan's vision, however, extended further. She proposed thoughtful monetization strategies that preserved gameplay integrity, precisely what astonished Wang Chuan. If Zhao Jing, Liu Chang, and Zhou Wei perceived only the first layer, and Wang Chuan the 5th, then Huang Shanshan had already grasped the 3rd. She was exactly the kind of talent Wang Chuan had long described, one gifted in game design. Without formal training, she intuitively understood core game mechanics and monetization frameworks, balancing innovation with equilibrium. Indeed, she already possessed the qualifications of a professional game designer. It may sound pragmatic, but it was undeniably true. Across both his past life and this world, sustainable monetization remained paramount for any game's survival. Only when a game generated revenue could its creators earn a livelihood. Only with stable income would they invest deeper care into operations, or even embark on developing their next title. Otherwise, who would pour passion into creation without compensation? Consider, for example, the game Black Myth Wukong from his former life. It gained little traction initially, only surging in popularity after releasing a gameplay demo to recruit talent. Moreover, its studio developed a mobile title to fund development and secured substantial investment before the project could finally take shape. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my personal secretary, Wang Chuan mused, a gentle smile rising as he nodded in quiet satisfaction. He marked her proposal with a bold check, signifying approval. Admittedly, beyond those standout ideas, some parts of her draft remain narrow in scope. Yet such gaps could easily be refined through hands-on experience working alongside him on just a few titles. For Wang Chuan's current needs, Huang Shanshan was already fully capable. Her expertise would naturally deepen over time. Having finalized his decision, Wang Chuan chose not to summon each person individually. Instead, he announced the outcome directly in the company's group chat and privately reminded Zhao Jing, Lu Chong, and Zhou Wei. After all, as the company expanded, their continuous learning and growth would be essential to keep pace with its evolution. Following the announcement, he sent each team member a generous red envelope, a bonus. Though the game's profits had yet to materialize, its commercial success was already assured. He thus chose to celebrate early, lifting everyone's spirits. One cannot endlessly speak of dreams alone. Dreams do not fill stomachs. He firmly believed that only by ensuring his team's prosperity and well-being could he inspire greater loyalty and returns. Wealth is infinite, but investing a modest portion to secure unwavering devotion is always wise. As for profit sharing with the team, that did not apply. Fortune Knight was conceived, designed, and developed entirely by Wang Chuan himself. The others served primarily in supporting roles. Once everything was settled, Wang Chuan leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply in relief. He then opened his system interface. Chi Knight had been live for over a month, steadily accumulating fan value. Combined with the fan value accrued from his earlier title, The Stanley Parable, his system now held approximately 3 million fan points. Seeing this, Wang Chuan felt inspired. The time had come to develop his next title, and a few lucky draws might sharpen his abilities, refining the upcoming project to perfection. Though his memory held groundbreaking game design philosophies unseen in this world, and though the system lent him powerful support, his grasp of granular development details remained incomplete. For small-scale indie projects, this gap mattered little. Yet for future ambitions, VR experiences, AAA masterpieces, and other premium titles, exceptional skill would be indispensable. Entering the system, he navigated straight to the grand wheel, and without hesitation initiated 30 consecutive 10-draw spins. Instantly, golden light flooded his vision. This time, the sheer number of spins amplified the brilliance. Golden radiance blazed with unprecedented intensity. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Art Skill Book Attribute 1. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Plot Design Skill Book Attribute 1. It turned out that Wang Chuan's thoughts were not unfounded. The 10 consecutive draws were indeed the way to go. After the golden light vanished, Wang Chuan began to count his gains. There are 20 art skill books. There are 11 action design skill books. There are 19 level design skill books. There are 50 value-related skill books. There are 27 music effects skill books. There are 43 plot design skill books. In addition to these diverse skill books, there are also 30 memory searchers. And there are special items that have helped him greatly in previous draws. This time, however, not a single one appeared. Could it be that this system is like a game starting off as a novice with bonuses, thus always yielding good items, and now that he is no longer a novice, it has returned to normal probabilities? Wang Chuan was puzzled, but did not stop consuming skill book after skill book. As for the other possibility, it was purely that he was having a streak of bad luck. That was impossible. No, impossible. After using up all the skill books, Wang Chuan went to a small room on the second floor. With a smile, he took out the computer and opened a page. No, it wasn't a small video website. It was a gaming forum where he was looking up information about Soul Knight while seeking inspiration for his next game. Soul Knight has held the top spot on the new game list for over a month, now only recently being pushed down by a few new games from major companies. During this time, Soul Knight has also surpassed 10 million downloads. Even when it fell from the top, it reached as high as 15 million. Although the game has the advantage of being free, achieving 15 million downloads itself speaks to the excellence of this game. Similarly, the terrifying data of Soul Knight has also sparked analysis on game forums. This unique game mode can already be considered a disruption in the gaming industry. Not only does it bring joy to players, but it also provides new ideas for game developers. In simpler terms, it allows for a more discreet way to follow trends. However, many are puzzled as to why Tian Baixuan from Penguin has not made any move until now. Even Wang Chuan himself was confused, but after considering it, he chose not to pay attention anymore. Tian Baixuan not making a move didn't mean he couldn't. Now that he had so much time, he naturally had to accept some media interviews. At the very least, he could boost his fame if he could elevate his reputation to that of a celebrity. Then the next time he released a game, he wouldn't even need to do publicity. Wang Chuan couldn't help but fantasize. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Penguin Games, Tian Baixuan lowered his head in silence before the people seated. The person seated, of course, was his superior Ding Ke. So what do you think of the game Soul Knight? Ding Ke signed a document in hand before looking up at Tian Baixuan. His tone was neutral, making it hard to read. The game Soul Knight has outstanding gameplay, and Wang Chuan has particularly highlighted the element of randomness innovatively using an auto-aim system. The game itself leans towards a fast pace, and from the start supports dual-in login and data sharing, attracting players with a free plus in-app purchase model. It's a truly excellent game. Tian Baixuan felt a bit nervous, unsure of Ding Ke's stance, and could only speak honestly. In fact, he did not want to praise Wang Chuan in this way. After all, there was a conflict between the two, and he was the one who had suffered losses. But as a game producer, he could not deny Wang Chuan's excellence. Ding Ke's expression was calm and neutral. After nodding, he said the revenue of Soul Knight in the first month was around 30 million. Although Wang Chuan did not disclose this data, and the Huangta game company was not large with little news leaking out, Penguin is indeed one of the top 3 manufacturers in the country. It is quite easy to find out these things. Like the previous Stanley's Parable, this element of randomness certainly attracts players. However, our producers have tested that this model only works in small productions. Ding Ke looked at Tian Baixuan, speaking unhurriedly. But we are Penguin, the top game manufacturer in the country. The VR game Silver Moon launched last month had a download count of 1.5 million on its first day, and revenue reached 200 million. And what does Wang Chuan have? What does Huangta Game Company have? So your vision should not be so short-sighted. You need to look further ahead, understand? Oh, yes. At this moment, Tian Baixuan finally understood what Ding Ke meant. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly responded. Next month the company will sincerely launch a new project, and there is a new support activity from the official side regarding the 3 kingdoms. Pay attention to it. Ding Ke looked at the other person's attitude with satisfaction, subtly reminding him. All right, mister. Ding, rest assured, I will definitely pay attention. Tian Baixuan was filled with joy, lifting his head and nodding with a smile. Okay, you can leave now and prepare. Ding Ke saw that the other person understood and waved his hand. Yes. Watching Tian Baixuan leave and close the conference room door, Ding Ke couldn't help but nod. He valued Tian Baixuan quite a bit. Young with ideas and achievements. Aside from being crushed by Wang Chuan this time, he was almost perfect. At the same time, Tian Baixuan is one of the people Penguin has been preparing to support in recent years. Oh, what a pity we couldn't recruit Wang Chuan back then. Ding Ke suddenly sighed while sitting in his chair. It must be said that Wang Chuan is indeed a gaming genius. Both Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight have pioneered new gaming concepts. He has gained tremendous fame in the gaming industry. However, he is merely a regret, not a source of regret. After all, they are Penguin with great influence and strength. With Wang Chuan, they might achieve even better results. But without Wang Chuan, they are still one of the top 3 manufacturers. Of course, Wang Chuan was unaware of the events occurring within Penguin. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. No matter how powerful Penguin was, it was not the sole ruler of the gaming industry. There was also Wang Yu and Bali, and at the very least, there was the official support. The success of Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight could attest to this. In comparison to Penguin's affairs, Wang Chuan had more important matters at hand. The second floor was originally a lounge, but it seemed too wasteful to leave it idle due to its large space. Thus, at Huang Shanshan's suggestion, Wang Chuan allocated part of it to create an experience area. At that moment, several people were gathered in the experience area playing games on their phones. Shanshan, how has the new version been received? Wang Chuan called Huang Shanshan over and asked gently. Today, the young girl wore a black wool sweater that perfectly showcased her figure. Especially the delightful curve. Perhaps she shouldn't be called a young girl. Boss, everyone thinks the endless mode in the new version is very interesting. Moreover, they think a more detailed leaderboard should be added, and Huang Shanshan opened her notebook and began explaining to Wang Chuan one by one. Since the two were standing so close, Wang Chuan could smell the fragrance emanating from Huang Shanshan. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward a certain curve. Tisk, with her dressed so tightly, wouldn't she get caught up? For some reason, that thought floated into Wang Chuan's mind. Hey boss, are you even listening to me? Huang Shanshan noticed Wang Chuan's gaze at that moment. A faint blush appeared on her fair face as she coyly protested. Haha, well, I was a bit distracted just now. Shanshan, you can continue talking. Wang Chuan finally snapped back to reality, his face flushing as he scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Although cough, it was fine, he was thick-skinned. If you go check it out, I have some work to do. Wang Chuan, feeling shy, watched Huang Shanshan huff as she handed over the notebook and walked away. Watching Huang Shanshan's graceful figure, Wang Chuan awkwardly touched his nose. At the same time, he felt somewhat helpless. The reason he created the experience area was to gather feedback from the players. It was the same goal as the previous internal testing. After all, this feedback was quite important for the producers. Of course, the suggestions from players often carried subjective ideas, so not all of them could be adopted. After all, the game needed to cater to many players, so some things had to be compromised. It would be beneficial to absorb players' opinions and improve based on their suggestions. However, some opinions were merely for reference. As a mature producer, one must not be led around by the players' opinions. Wang Chuan flipped through Huang Shanshan's notebook, pondering continuously. 3 days later, in the villa of Huang Game Company, Wang Chuan comfortably reclined in his chair and couldn't help but yawn. Lazily, he handed some documents to a confused Huang Shanshan. The content for the upcoming version updates will be entirely up to you. The general requirements are all here. You can decide on the details yourself. Also, for resources and such, you can contact the outsourcing team to handle it. Wang Chuan spoke while admiring Huang Shanshan's appearance. Huang Shanshan was dressed very sexily today, a blend of an OL lady and alluring black stockings. Huh, these are all my responsibilities. Oh, what about you, boss? Me? Of course I'm resting. Cough, I mean I have to think about the next game. Shanshan, as a game development company, we must never slack off, Wang Chuan said with a serious expression. Although he almost slipped up just now, he managed to recover in time. However, Huang Shanshan did not notice this flaw. At that moment, her mind was echoing with one phrase: the next game. Boss, are we going to make the next game? What type is it going to be? Is it going to be like Soul Knight? Or are we going to create a new mode? Instantly, the once mature elder sister was gone, transformed into a chattering little girl. Chasing after Wang Chuan, she kept inquiring, her eyes filled with anticipation. This was also why Wang Chuan referred to her as the girl. Because this girl, when it came to gaming topics, immediately lost her composure and truly resembled a little girl. However, even though Huang Shanshan kept asking, Wang Chuan was not annoyed at all. As for the reason, perhaps it was because this girl was quite beautiful. Do you want to know? Looking at her curious expression, Wang Chuan suddenly felt like playing a prank on her. Yes. Huang Shanshan, although unsure why Wang Chuan was suddenly acting mysterious, still nodded firmly. As a gaming enthusiast, she found it hard to refuse this matter. Come closer. Wang Chuan smiled slightly, beckoning her over with a finger. He revealed a mysteriously secretive demeanor. What's this? Why are you being so mysterious? Huang Shanshan looked at this scene and felt it was odd, but despite mumbling, she still walked over and leaned in. The next game is guess. Ha! Wang Chuan looked at her small, cute earlobe, suppressing the urge to nibble on it, and whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You humph. I knew you were going to prank me. Huang Shanshan realized she had been pranked, crossed her arms, turned her head away, her little face puffed up in anger. She exuded an air of needing comfort because she was angry, or she might cry. All right, I haven't decided on the specifics of the game yet, but it will definitely be an explosive level game. You will all be very surprised. Wang Chuan looked at her adorable appearance and smiled. Tisk, this cute little look made him want to tease her, but what to do? However, he wasn't lying to her. He really hadn't figured out the new game yet, but the content would definitely be explosive. Now the subsequent updates for Soul Knight were entirely entrusted to Huang Shanshan. He could relax and prepare for the next game. It's another Friday, the day of the new version update for Spirit Knight. In fact, Spirit Knight was also released on a Friday. Before the new version update, Wang Chuan had already invited students from the school to participate in a round of internal testing. A few people from the company also joined in for testing. Surprisingly, some minor errors were indeed found during the testing. However, they were not significant, and Wang Chuan optimized those details, resolving all issues. The current updated version is the final version after optimization. Given the vast player base of Spirit Knight, it didn't take long for people to discover that a new version had been released. Similarly, this news quickly became a hot topic on the forums. Oh, finally new content has been updated. I was already bored with the previous version. Haha, I can play new characters again, that's great. You can actually unlock this with coins, what a good person. Endless mode. This is the legendary endless mode. The original version only had a few levels, and I never felt satisfied with it. Now it's so much better. This time there's so much content. There are actually quite a few weapons and talents, wow. The levels even have new monsters and bosses now. That's not the main point, okay? The key is that Spirit Knight has actually opened a mod community. Hey, haven't you all noticed that the game has introduced a racing mode? After the new version update, players quickly experienced the content and shared their feelings on the forums. The popularity of Spirit Knight which had been waning online, began to rise again. Of course, this is a relatively normal situation. After all, Spirit Knight has already accumulated quite a large player base and maintains a significant reputation and popularity online. It had dominated the new game rankings for over a month, and it wasn't just by chance. So for such a game to suddenly undergo such a substantial content update, moreover, new modes and gameplay mechanics were added. How could the media, which originally lacked topics to discuss, let this opportunity slip by? With the joint efforts of players and media, the popularity of Spirit Knight continued to soar. In the villa of the Huang Game Company on the second floor. At this time, everyone was on their break, and a few bored individuals formed teams to compete in Spirit Knight. The teams were clearly divided, with 2 girls in one group and 2 boys in another. Jingjing, quickly use your skills to absorb more energy. With Huang Shanshan's understanding of Spirit Knight, she naturally took the command seat. Okay, don't worry. Hey Shanshan, there's a treasure chest ahead, let me open it. Zhao Jing activated her skills, protecting Huang Shanshan as they entered the room. Suddenly, they discovered a treasure chest in the middle, and Zhao Jing's eyes lit up as she rushed to open it. Alright, if we don't get good equipment, you know what the consequences will be. Huang Shanshan approved Zhao Jing's request, a wicked smile dancing on her lips. While the consequences in a girl's game, those who understand. Ah, orange. Ha, I knew it, I'm a lucky hand. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Zhao Jing opened the chest, and a flash of orange light erupted instantly, filling the room with cheers. Although in Spirit Knight, orange and red equipment are indeed not as powerful as those with class bonuses and ordinary weapons. But the orange and red weapons are beautiful, rare, with high attributes. The cheers from the 2 girls naturally reached the boys' team. However, Lu Chang and Zhou Wei remained unfazed. It wasn't that the 2 were particularly calm or confident, rather they had seen through everything, knowing that happiness was for others. They felt nothing but emptiness and loneliness. What? Found a treasure chest room. Don't get your hopes up, because what comes out will definitely be a white weapon, and it will absolutely be a duplicate. True non-lucky player. While everyone was engaged in a fun and challenging gaming competition, Wang Chuan was not as leisurely as them. He was wandering through the game forums. Since he crossed over, he had been browsing forums. However, this forum was different from the previous one. The previous forum belonged to someone else, discussing every imaginable topic. The one he was currently browsing was different. It was his own, and the topics discussed were all about Spirit Knight. At present, it can be considered an official forum for Spirit Knight. Yet this small forum was a place of great importance to Wang Chuan, because it pertained to future game development and the subsequent growth of Huang Game Company. It was a crucial layout, or rather a probe, that he was conducting. As he previously mentioned, if you do not have your own channels, you will always be at the mercy of others no matter what you do. But fortunately, the games are small productions, and having an official platform is sufficient. But what about in the future? Can we always develop small productions? Sooner or later, we have to move on to large productions, and for large productions, an official platform will not suffice. This is also why companies like Penguin, Wang Yu, and Bailey all have their own channels. So this forum at present appears to be the official forum for Spirit Knight. But in reality, it is a stronghold planned by Wang Chuan. Currently, Spirit Knight is performing very well, and its revenue is also high. It is a dual harvest of reputation and money. A life winner in the gaming industry is not an exaggeration. However, for Wang Chuan's ambitions, having just Spirit Knight is not enough. After all, his production and game mechanisms have already limited his achievements to a certain level. However, Spirit Knight itself has a relatively long lifespan. As long as the game balance is maintained, it can still be operated for a long time. As for subsequent version updates, as long as they align with the game's overall tone, the game's revenue can also be kept at a reasonable level. However, Spirit Knight has too few points for in-game purchases. Originally, in his past life, Spirit Knight had introduced many in-game purchase points later on, but in this life, Wang Chuan cut them all out. As a result, the current game has no repeated in-game purchase points, and similarly, the number is pitifully small. After all, the main income of this type of game still comes from new players. Of course, for the new content updates, both new and old players will still pay a fee. For Wang Chuan, that is already sufficient. He does not plan to add more in-game purchase points to try to increase revenue. There is no need for that. After all, Spirit Knight itself is already excellent. The success of Energetic Knight has already exceeded Wang Chuan's expectations. The revenue generated by this game, after deducting the commission of the official gaming platform and the taxes, amounts to nearly 15 million. This achievement is unattainable for most game developers. Only the top 3 domestic companies and a few first-tier manufacturers possess such strength. Moreover, it is precisely this confidence that allowed Wang Chuan to disregard channel partners like Penguin, Wang Yu, and Bali. Similarly, Wang Chuan remained calm, not expecting Energetic Knight to catapult him to success overnight. The game mechanics and ceiling of Energetic Knight have already determined that its subsequent profitability is limited. It primarily serves as a transitional role. When Huang Gaming Company was just starting out and Wang Chuan's fame was just beginning to emerge, he aimed to accumulate enough funds and a substantial user base through Energetic Night, using these resources to pave the way for future development. This is why he had been insisting that Liu Chang and Zhou Wei must build the platform properly and ensure the database is well prepared. This includes actions such as players needing to register accounts when they start logging into the game. All of this is to accumulate a certain number of users. Of course, relying solely on Energetic Night to accumulate a large user base is undoubtedly insufficient. Even with the help of the official forum, which significantly increased the user base of Energetic Night, the activity level of these users is not high, or in other words, their stickiness is lacking. This stickiness does not refer to the user's attachment to Energetic Night. After all, they came because of Energetic Night. Rather, it refers to the user's attachment to Huang Gaming and to Wang Chuan as the entire producer, which is low or even very low. However, he is aware of this, having been a player himself. Players will play games and support games, but few pay attention to or support the producers. On the other hand, data also corroborates Wang Chuan's thoughts. As of now, the monthly active users of Energetic Night are approximately 12 million. The daily average of active users also ranges from 1 million to 2 million. While this figure appears impressive, it is still not at the top level. Nevertheless, it can barely reach the first-tier standard, and during the update of the new version of Energetic Night, Wang Chuan integrated a dedicated community. This community includes user traffic built into the game itself, which can be considered a small home for Energetic Night. However, the daily active users in this small community are only around 100,000. To be honest, this activity level is not high, especially since the user traffic in the dedicated community is still related to the game content. Compared to the terrifying active user count of millions for Energetic Night, the activity level within the community is pitifully low. Such a conversion rate also proves that the player stickiness of Energetic Night is not high. It can be said that currently Wang Chuan's player user base mainly consists of soft users. What are soft users? They are users who have a certain level of goodwill towards him. As long as he consolidates, maintains, and cultivates the stickiness of these users, they can be converted. And the conversion of these users is something Wang Chuan needs to consider next. However, the importance of the platform in this regard is self-evident. It is crucial to understand that whether in the past life or in this world, having one's own platform and channels is extremely important. Studios that can only develop games will never be able to grow and become strong. They will always rely on the support of others to survive. Therefore, Wang Chuan must have his own platform and his own channels. However, for him at this moment, hastily creating a platform is not advisable. If he were to do so, the outcome would be quite evident. He would definitely end up without a burial place. Why do I say this? Building a platform is not difficult at all. Then why are there only a few platforms on the market? Don't other manufacturers create their own? The answer is simple. While building a platform is easy, you can't have a platform with no games on it, can you? For a platform, you need to have a sufficient game library, otherwise players won't come. Moreover, besides these, one must also face attacks from other major manufacturers. After all, the market shares are limited and your entry means less for the big companies. Wang Chuan is also facing these issues. Aside from the targeting by the big companies, he simply doesn't have enough games. Currently, he only has 2 games, which is far from sufficient. Some suggest that he should first cooperate with other platforms and later establish his own. Leaving aside the quality of his games, the other manufacturers do not even look favorably upon Wang Chuan. Moreover, once he steps into this circle, he is destined to be on the opposite side of the platform. So why would he need to engage with them and lower his head to cooperate? With that time, he would be better off thinking about his future development plans. It's much more satisfying to establish his own platform early rather than cooperating with others. Wang Chuan's thoughts are quite simple. He wants to create an ecosystem, a closed-loop circle. Just like Blizzard in his previous life, they had Battle.net, and Tencent from his previous life, which created Wii Game. Or perhaps the platforms operated by Ubisoft and EA in his past life. Integrating all the gaming resources from his company, many manufacturers in this world are doing the same thing. First, develop a sufficiently excellent game as a showcase to attract a large number of players. Once the player base accumulated from the game reaches a certain number and their stickiness is also sufficient, then begin to expand comprehensively. Just like Tencent in his past life, they initially used a few of their games to funnel users into Wii Game, building a foundation. Then, after developing, they added a few high-quality games to solidify this circle. This method undoubtedly led to the success of Wii Game. However, during the subsequent layout, some unexpected events occurred, resulting in substantial damage. It's a pity. Wang Chuan's ideas are also similar to Tencent's methods. They laid all these things directly in front of him. If he doesn't learn, how foolish would that be? Moreover, he doesn't just copy them. With his experiences from the past life, he has plenty to draw from. He can completely integrate and optimize all these methods, adapting them to suit his own needs. How could he possibly fail? Although Wang Chuan had a rough plan for the developments ahead, he still slacked off for a few days. Ahem, what do you mean by slacking off? I'm just ensuring sufficient rest and letting my brain relax in preparation for the upcoming production. Well, okay, that's just an excuse. However, he didn't completely slack off. He took some time to play the trending games on the market. This wasn't just for fun, there was a reason behind it. He wanted to create the next game, and inevitably he needed to understand the player's preferences. At that moment, sweeping through the market was a very effective approach. And indeed, after experiencing everything, he already had a rough idea for the next game he needed to produce. On this day, with the sun shining brightly at noon, Wang Chuan comfortably lay in a rocking chair basking in the sunlight. At that moment, Huang Shanshan ran over. Boss, didn't you say that the next game we are going to create is going to be an explosive success, a game that will amaze us? Why hasn't there been any news yet? Huang Shanshan pinched the hem of her skirt, blinking her big watery eyes eagerly looking at Wang Chuan. Paired with her outfit for the day, she appeared charmingly delicate. While being this cute, it would be a pity not to tease her a bit. Thinking this way, Wang Chuan did just that. Huh, what game are you talking about? Wang Chuan yawned lazily, lying there casually asking. He feigned a look of, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Off. Humph, boss, you're bullying me again. Huang Shanshan paused for a moment, then saw the smile at the corner of Wang Chuan's mouth, realizing he was teasing her again, and she couldn't help but give him a charming glare. I have to say that glare had a certain charm to it. Haha, I was just teasing you. Oh, I actually have some ideas for the new game. Ahem. Wang Chuan coughed and thought to himself, this little girl is getting more and more charming. Sister Shanshan, is Wang Zong slacking off again? A Wang Zong slacking off, new game, not produced, calculating it's like losing 100 million. At that moment, a man and a woman also walked over. Looking at Wang Chuan's appearance, they sighed. You two are getting along well, this is not slacking off. I already have a rough idea for the new game. Wang Chuan glanced at the two of them, then changed his posture lazily, saying, these two are new employees of Huangta Game Company, though they are just interns. The boy is named Wei Wei, and the girl is called Gong Ingnan. Both are third-year university students. They came to Huangta Games as employees due to a twist of fate. Both of them were originally testers for a Vitality Night, and provided many useful suggestions before its launch. Moreover, both had a great interest and love for games. Wei Wei is also a content creator in the A Station game zone. Although not a major one, he still has a decent fan base. Similarly, Gong Ingnan is not an ordinary person. She works as a streamer on the Panda platform in the country. Of course, she's not a major streamer either, but she also has a certain number of fans. Wang Chuan's choice to hire them as interns at Huangta Games also took this into consideration. Their side jobs give them a unique understanding of games. They possess sufficient talent. With certain achievements in their side jobs, hiring such employees is definitely worthwhile. The games he plans to develop next will be larger productions. Unlike the scale of Vitality Night, although Wang Chuan could manage alone, it would be exhausting. He chose to be a boss, intending to slack off, but how did it become busier? This won't do. Therefore, hiring people is a must. Thus, Wei Wei and Gong Ingnan were selected. They had no objections, they loved games, and being closer to it was all the better. However, since they were still in school, they would start as interns. As for their lack of experience, Wang Chuan didn't mind much. Newcomers and veterans both have their advantages. Newcomers, because they know nothing, are like a clean sheet of paper easily shaped into his desired form. Veterans, having worked for many years, have fixed their styles. Often they may not fit his style. However, they can handle most tasks, adeptly alleviating his production pressure. Based on this, Wang Chuan planned to specifically recruit some veterans in the future. Otherwise, he would wear himself out eventually. By the way, why aren't you two working? Why are you looking for me? Wang Chuan suddenly thought of something and tilted his head to ask. I came to ask you a question, boss. Huang Shanshan paused for a moment, then hurriedly said, blinking her eyes with a pitiful expression. Okay, what about you two? Wang Chuan twitched his mouth as he looked at Huang Shanshan, then turned to ask. As for Huang Shanshan, she was his little secretary and assistant, and she was pretty, so she was an exception. What about Wei Wei and Gong Ingnan? Wang Zong, we just saw that another game company imitated Vitality Night to develop a game, and we came to report to you. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Nowadays, game companies really copy whatever is popular. They have no creativity at all. Exactly, even the three factories are like this. Wait, Penguin didn't do this time, but I guess they were scared from the last time. Buff-ta! The two chatted like they were performing a comedic skit, talking non-stop. Boss, why aren't you saying anything? Huang Shanshan looked at the two, then at Wang Chuan, stealthily leaning closer to him and whispering, Wang Chuan turned around about to say something when he suddenly froze. Boss, Huang Shanshan looked at Wang Chuan, who was hesitant to speak and couldn't help but ask. Ahem, it's nothing, you can get up now. Wang Chuan turned his head away, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Today Huang Shanshan was wearing a relatively loose top, and when she bent over, a peculiar gap appeared. I must say that gap was truly fair. Boss. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, Huang Shanshan understood what was going on, quickly straightened up, covering her neckline, her fair face flushed. Seeing Wang Chuan looking back with a lingering gaze, she couldn't help but speak coyly. Cough, cough. Those are games that crumble under scrutiny, no need to dwell on them. Wang Chuan hastily changed the subject, glancing at Huang Shanshan's alluring demeanor. Ahem, there are people present, this isn't quite appropriate. They blindly imitate Yuanqi Knight, and in doing so they'll be utterly obliterated. After all, Yuanqi Knight has already minimized its monetization points to the bare threshold. Lowering them further would incur losses, while raising them would shatter game balance. Such imbalance would strip the game of its charm, and players would simply walk away. Truly intelligent developers would study the core gameplay mechanics and forge their own original titles, rather than merely replicating others. Today Wang Chuan was unusually inspired, and thus offered the group a thoughtful analysis. In his past life, the earliest version of Yuanqi Knight bore striking resemblance to Enter the Gungeon and Wasteland King. This sparked a heated online controversy, each side accusing the other of plagiarism, with arguments raging endlessly. Yet such cross-pollination between games is entirely natural. As long as a game avoids outright copy-pasting, its inspirations are perfectly understandable. A parallel example is Minecraft and Terraria from his past life. Few realize that Terraria's early development closely followed Minecraft, though one rendered its world in 3D, the other in 2D. Notably, Terraria later carved out its own identity, centered on exploration, thereby distinguishing itself decisively from Minecraft. Similarly, Yuanqi Knight began with echoes of other titles, yet eventually discovered its own distinctive voice. Its mobile-first design, coupled with an auto-aim system, dramatically lowered the skill barrier, liberating players from precise targeting and allowing them to focus entirely on movement and treasure hunting. Thus, it surged unexpectedly to become a breakout hit. That was why Wang Chuan spoke with such unwavering confidence. Any developer attempting mere imitation was doomed to fail. By the way, boss, just now Jing Jie told me the official platform has launched a new initiative to support a specific game genre. Huang Shanshan interjected, as the group listened intently to Wang Chuan's insights. What initiative? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Wang Chuan blinked in surprise. I simply forgot. Huang Shanshan replied, playfully sticking out her tongue with a charming grin. Wang Chuan gazed at his secretary's endearing expression and found himself unable to reprimand her. With a wry shake of his head, he pulled out his phone to check. Zhao Jing had already shared the link in the group chat, awaiting his review. The link led to an official article, a straightforward repost. Unlike his past life, here video games, music, anime, and film were all formally recognized as human art forms, subject to official oversight and governed by rigorous tiered rating systems. Consequently, every official initiative carried solemn weight, promoting traditional Yanhuang culture, nurturing the healthy evolution of game art, and so forth. The uplifting rhetoric left him feeling almost spiritually purified. After careful reading, Wang Chuan grasped the initiative's essence. As Huang Shanshan had said, it was indeed a genre-focused support program, and the chosen genre was one deeply familiar to all the three kingdoms. No restrictions limited participation. Any certified game developer could apply. Game scale was unrestricted, so long as the title wasn't rated for adults only. There were no platform limitations either. Mobile, PC, or VR releases were all eligible. As for rewards, they were commendable. Foremost among them was prominent feature placement on the official gaming platform. Secondly, participants would receive numerous honorary certificates, though notably no monetary prize accompanied them. While superficially modest, insiders understood these honors carried immense value. Consider just the platform feature alone, it was extraordinary. Even a lackluster title could soar to unprecedented visibility through such exposure. Of course, retaining those newly acquired players afterward fell beyond the scope of the promotion. And the honorary certificates, their significance ran even deeper. Under certain circumstances, they functioned as de facto immunity passes, for games that is. Essentially, once awarded such a certificate, a developer enjoyed priority processing during game reviews, provided they avoided self-sabotage. Applications for subsidies or incentives would likewise receive preferential consideration. This was not mere benevolence. It aimed squarely at advancing the entire industry. The authorities had previously launched similar initiatives with generous rewards, but none of the submitted games met quality standards, and thus no awards were granted. The Three Kingdoms setting is legendary, and countless titles already flooded the market. Yet truth be told, the quality of most monthly releases remained deeply disappointing. Hence, this initiative sought to inspire top-tier developers to craft an exemplary Three Kingdoms game, one that would set a benchmark for the industry. It aimed to establish a flagship standard guiding other studios toward emulation and excellence. Still, would this merely ignite another wave of shallow imitation? And in Three Kingdoms, guys, Wang Chuan couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Yet, this truly is an exceptional opportunity. Studying the initiative's details, Wang Chuan felt inspiration stir. He'd already conceived broad ideas for his next project, but the genre remained undecided. This initiative crystallized his vision. Much like web novel contests, why did such events attract so many authors? First, the prizes were exceptionally generous. Second, the attention such contests commanded far surpassed ordinary releases. Having resolved his course, Wang Chuan turned to the forums to research the initiative in depth and soon gathered valuable insights. Though the initiative imposed no size restrictions, participating titles were predominantly mid- or small-scale productions, mostly for mobile and PC, with VR entries exceedingly rare. This disparity stemmed from market realities. Though the Three Kingdoms IP was universally renowned, oversaturation and persistently poor quality had eroded its appeal. Developing within this genre entailed considerable risk, and returns rarely matched expectations. Thus, the scale of competing entries inevitably remained modest. If his previous thoughts were merely a preliminary idea, they have now transformed into a clear intention. His plan is simple: to launch 2 new games in one go. It's not that he is getting carried away, he has a clear purpose. One game is meant to maintain, solidify, and even enhance user engagement. As for the other game, it's straightforward. It is about making money and accumulating the initial funds for the next game. Sister Shanshan, look. Tian Baishuan from Penguin has made a move again, starting to promote a new game. Oh, and it's also a Three Kingdoms type. It's not just Penguin. Even Wang Yu and Bali have producers who have begun promoting games of the same Three Kingdoms theme. My gosh, didn't this event just come out? How can they start promoting it right away? Could it be that they already knew about this news? The nearby Gong Ingnan and Wei Wei, along with Huang Shanshan, suddenly noticed the news from the third factory and began discussing it unconsciously. Of course they knew in advance. Do you think this is some kind of military secret? Wang Chuan lazily reclined in his chair, showing indifference to their discussion. An official event surely wouldn't arise from nowhere. There must be preparation time, so it's not surprising that those big companies would know in advance. Oh, this is so unfair. Huang Shanshan's small face puffed up in protest for Wang Chuan. In her view, since this event is organized by the official, it should certainly be fair. But what does this count as now? Alright, they just knew early and prepared accordingly. The final evaluation of the game will still depend on its quality. Who knows, we might end up taking all the top spots. Wang Chuan comforted the others jokingly. He didn't react much to such matters. After all, where in this world is there absolute fairness? Moreover, in his view, this event is already quite fair. The restrictions set by the officials for game developers are minimal, allowing them to unleash their creativity. The given production time is also quite generous. Even if they knew early and prepared, it wouldn't matter much. Most importantly, the final rankings will still depend on the quality of the games, fundamentally preventing cheating. Just this aspect alone is fantastic. All spots. Boss you. Huang Shanshan's first reaction was that the boss was joking. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly realized a gap in logic. There are only 3 positions with rewards, and saying take all means they need to create 3 games this time. Boss, you can't possibly mean to develop 3 games at once, right? Huang Shanshan said incredulously. As her words fell, even Wei Wei and Gong Ingnan wore expressions of disbelief. Everyone turned to look at Wang Chuan. What kind of expressions are you all making? Wang Chuan chuckled when he saw their ghostly faces. Mr. Wang, are we really going to develop 3 games at the same time? And all of them based on the Three Kingdoms theme? Gong Ingnan asked incredulously. It's not 3 games, it's 2. Wang Chuan smiled, holding up 2 fingers. Developing 2 games simultaneously might be shocking, but upon closer consideration, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, the Huangta Game Company has had great success with Yuanqi Night, which has allowed the originally small company to truly grow. Moreover, it is a long-term operating game yielding consistent income akin to a cash cow. Under such circumstances, even if both games were to fail while developing 2 simultaneously, it wouldn't be catastrophic. The reason they couldn't believe it is that Wang Chuan wants to develop 2 games based on the Three Kingdoms theme at the same time. You must know that major companies tend to consciously avoid releasing similar games when launching their own to prevent competition. Originally, there was one game performing quite well, but with such competition, both would suffer and it wouldn't be worthwhile. Wang Chuan now wants to develop 2 games of the Three Kingdoms genre. Isn't that akin to fighting oneself? Wait, that's not right. With this event, there will surely be countless Three Kingdoms games in the market. Could it be that Boss Wang's intention is to have these two games collaborate to fight against other games? At this moment, everyone's mind was racing with fanciful thoughts. Do you think I wouldn't know what you were worried about? Just put your minds at ease. My idea for the two games is quite simple. Although they share the same theme, they differ in category, gameplay, and profit model. Wang Chuan observed the changing expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but smile. By the way, Shanshan, please inform Zhao Jing to help me gather information about Three Kingdoms themed games in the market. I am already quite mature in my ideas for the games, it's just about realizing them. However, collecting information is still necessary. If the games turn out to be incompatible with this world, that would be a huge loss for me. Okay, I will tell Sister Jing right away. Huang Shanshan also put away her smile, nodding seriously before turning to find Zhao Jing, whom she ran away too quickly, catching Wang Chuan off guard. He initially wanted Huang Shanshan to give his shoulders a massage, but now looking at her, forget it, he'll wait for another day. At this moment, Wang Chuan noticed Gong Ingnan and Wei Wei, who were watching him eagerly. It felt as if he were looking at two little pets waiting for their food. Your tasks are simple. Primarily, you need to review the history of the Three Kingdoms and understand the life experiences and personalities of all the characters. Oh, and don't forget those famous anecdotes. Yes, mister. One, you can rest assured that it's no problem for us. Exactly, we are the most reliable. Wei Wei and Gong Ingnan both looked like victorious roosters full of spirit as they headed out, planning to review the romance of the Three Kingdoms first. Whom should they read the novel? Or watch the TV series? That's a question. These guys. Wang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head as he watched their backs. Now there's only one question left: the art for this game. Unlike previous games, the art for this one is indeed a key focus. Although he has a memory search tool and will certainly get involved himself, the art aspect in games takes up too much space. So much that if he were to complete it himself, it would undoubtedly be exhausting. To begin with, his artistic skills are not very strong. By the way, General Wang, I have another matter to seek your opinion on. What do you think? Just as Wang Chuan was deep in thought, Wei Wei returned, looking at him with eager anticipation. As a prominent content creator in the game community, he was most proficient in storyline design. Thus, he subconsciously believed that the upcoming game he was to develop would align with historical accuracy. He found himself hesitating all the way, pondering what materials to reference. At that moment, Gong Ingnan suggested that he could simply ask Wang Chuan. What is it? Wang Chuan raised his head, curiosity glinting in his eyes. He was slightly intrigued, having just stepped out. What could possibly compel Wei Wei to rush back to inquire? General Wang, should I look at the records of the Three Kingdoms, or Romance of the Three Kingdoms, or perhaps some other book? Wei Wei's expression was serious and earnest, indicating he was ready to take action. He could swear that he had never been this serious before ever. Wang Chuan was quite pleased with his attitude, but still blurted out, "What do you need those for?" "To design the storyline, General Wang. Don't you know? If a game based on the Three Kingdoms is completely historically accurate, it would be dreadfully boring. If it's not accurate, then people will nitpick, so there's much to discuss." As Wei Wei spoke about his expertise, he quickly became animated, chattering away. Wei Wei, about that, what you mentioned makes a lot of sense, but there's one thing I forgot to tell you. For the next two Three Kingdoms games, I have no plans to design storylines. Well, you can just help me with a numerical design then. Wang Chuan carefully chose his words, speaking quite tactfully. There was no way to say it directly, as that would be too hurtful. What? No storyline? As expected, Wei Wei was dumbfounded. A Three Kingdoms game without a storyline. Without a storyline, wouldn't that mean there would be no place for me to contribute? Although disappointed, his love for games reignited his interest. What kind of Three Kingdoms game could possibly lack a storyline? General Wang, are we perhaps going to design a Three Kingdoms game similar to Soul Knight with that kind of gameplay? In Wei Wei's mind, a game without a storyline, yet focused on numerical values, could only reference Soul Knight. It was precisely because of this game that he had encountered Huang to Game Company and ultimately even joined them. Alright, these are matters you shouldn't concern yourself with. Be careful, knowing too much might get you silenced. Wang Chuan joked, gesturing to his throat. Currently, Huang to Game Company has developed two games, the buyout game Stanley's Parable and the long-running Soul Knight. However, only Soul Knight was released on the official gaming platform. Stanley's Parable later became available on all platforms. Yes, all this was for the purpose of becoming a formal game producer, otherwise Wang Chuan would never give others a chance to take a cut. However, it turned out well in the end, as he still gained some notoriety. Currently, the situation for Soul Knight is quite favorable. According to data compiled by Lu Chong and Zhou Wei, it is feedback that shows Huang to Game Company has nearly 7 million players. However, these players came due to Soul Knight, so they are easily lost. Once Soul Knight can no longer attract them, they will naturally drift away. But this is something that cannot be helped. After all, Huang to Game Company is still in its early stages. There is no substantial foundation relying solely on Soul Knight to uphold its reputation. Precisely for this reason, he thought his next game should be one that could increase player retention. At the same time, it must also generate significant revenue. After all, the sustained revenue potential of Soul Knight is not particularly impressive, so he needs to prepare early. He was originally hesitating, pondering which game to produce from the many he remembered. Then an event that the official suddenly initiated helped him lock in his direction. A game based on the Three Kingdoms theme, fun, attracting user retention, and capable of generating substantial income. He happened to have played 2 such games in his past life, and they were perfectly suited to his current situation: Three Kingdoms Kill and Raid of Land. Three Kingdoms Kill is a board game inspired by the gameplay and concept of Bang. It has been adapted to incorporate elements from the Three Kingdoms using cards. For example, the sheriff is transformed into the lord, the deputy sheriff into a loyal minister, the traitor into a rebel, and the outlaw into an internal spy. While Three Kingdoms Kill draws from these inspirations, it also develops its unique features. For instance, the stories and experiences of each character from the Three Kingdoms are transformed into the skills of the characters themselves. New basic cards and strategy cards have also been added to the deck. The synergy of these different character skills, the variety of hands drawn, and the unknown expectations associated with role-playing are precisely the allure of this game. When it comes to attracting user retention, who could rival Three Kingdoms Kill? On the other hand, Raid of Land is a heavyweight in the realm of pay-to-win games. This is a strategy-based nation war game, but it also possesses its distinctive charm. It introduces free sandbox gameplay. In his past life, the statistics for this game were simply astonishing. As a mobile game, the retention rate on the day of launch was nearly 50%, and the 3-day retention rate was over 40%. It was almost unbelievable. If this data were released, no one would dare to believe it. Among these figures, the most praised aspect was the number of paying users. Firstly, the average login rate for paying users was nearly 10%, with paying users spending an average of over 120 yuan. The monthly revenue surpassed 100 million. Similarly, a month later, the proportion of paying users continued to grow steadily. This frightening level was maintained for an impressive 4 years. During these 4 years, Raid of Land consistently generated over 100 million in revenue each month, essentially becoming a massive cash cow. It was precisely based on this that Wang Chuan considered producing these 2 games. In due time, attracting users, enhancing user retention, increasing company revenue, and accumulating starting funds for the next game, all of his goals could be accomplished. The vast number of users along with sufficient capital accumulation is precisely what Wang Chuan and the Huangta Game Company currently lack. There's no need to elaborate on capital accumulation. It can never be too much, no matter how abundant it is. Frankly speaking, if there were enough funds right now, Wang Chuan would dare to directly invest in a AAA title. Unlike now, when he can only manage small productions and earn modest profits. Although Spirit Knight can continue to generate income, its revenue will gradually decline. Thus, a new game is needed to take over the burden from Spirit Knight. Raid of the Land is undoubtedly a suitable game with a relatively high payment level among users and a significant number of paying players alongside numerous unique monetization points. It can also be operated over the long term, which sounds fantastic. As long as it is developed and managed well, it can certainly secure the funding for Huangta Game Company without any issues, and subsequent updates will be quite simple. Moreover, accumulating users for Huangta Game Company absolutely requires spending money. In industries related to the internet, including gaming, spending money to acquire users is the most normal approach. Of course, it is quite expensive. However, it is also feasible to accumulate users solely based on the quality of one game after another without spending money. Furthermore, this method is definitely cost-effective, but it would rely heavily on game quality. Wang Chuan is confident about this. Unfortunately, this approach is also very time-consuming. Therefore, after much consideration, Wang Chuan decided to use both methods together. While spending money to attract a large number of users for early accumulation, he must also have high-quality games to convert these users into fans of Huangta Game. The other game, Three Kingdoms Kill, is the executor of this task. Based on this, Wang Chuan plans to first develop Three Kingdoms Kill and then proceed to create Raid of the Land. Currently, the funds are sufficient. The main concern is that the profits are needed for future use, so there is no rush. However, the urgency lies with the users, as no one knows when a user might suddenly unfollow. Moreover, from the content perspective, the interesting aspects of Three Kingdoms Kill lie in the design of the cards and the gameplay rules, which are all quite straightforward for Wang Chuan to memorize. While the memory search engine isn't sitting idly by, for him the challenge lies more in the artistic aspect. After all, this is a card game, and there's potential for future merchandise. Thus, the art must be appealing and exquisite. Similarly, for the art of Three Kingdoms Kill, Wang Chuan does not plan to adopt the previous version entirely. In his past life, the art of Three Kingdoms Kill was quite unpopular among players, especially the art style, which was truly chaotic. Various skins and characters had different art styles, rough ink wash oil painting anime, and so on. There was no uniformity at all. Of course, this was because Three Kingdoms Kill was initially a couple shop rather than a dedicated studio or company. This determined that the artistic aspect would not be completed independently. Instead, they borrowed and imitated from various sources, leading to the chaotic artistic style observed later. One can only say that the framework determines everything. In addition to the artistic side, there is the subsequent operation. In his past life, Three Kingdoms Kill gradually faded away due to poor management. To say the opening of Three Kingdoms Kill was a heavenly draw of 4 twos and 2 kings would be an understatement, yet the operations team ultimately ruined it. For instance, the operations team launched the Fame expansion pack, intending to provide players with a benefit. Players could design their own characters, which would then be reviewed and adjusted by the official team. The fundamental purpose was to satisfy players' desire for design. The cards designed were issued as physical cards. After all, if the cards were inadequate, offline players could easily discard them without affecting gameplay. But what happened? When Three Kingdoms Kill launched its online version, the operations team, whether due to a lapse in judgment or not, recklessly introduced all those balance-breaking cards into the game. This action directly led to an explosion in game balance. Some heroes became extraordinarily powerful, easily defeating 3 opponents. Previous players openly demanded a ban on these characters. Logically, given how dire the game environment had become, the operations team should have reflected on this and undergone self-correction right. However, that did not occur. The operations team of Three Kingdoms Kill took an astonishing 2 years to make adjustments to a single character. During this time, players could have played 8 rounds. Furthermore, this wasn't an isolated incident, it was a recurring mistake. For example, they previously promoted a character with a skin as a purchase incentive, but shortly after they made the character free. For example, the official team conducted a version update, but the new version did not inherit any data from the old version, requiring players to start anew. For example, the official team launched an activity to distribute virtual currency, initially allowing players to share a significant amount of currency based on their numbers. However, just before it concluded, suddenly hundreds of thousands of players participated, and in the end each player only received a few hundred currency. The display was utterly unsightly. Yet even in such an operational environment, Three Kingdoms Kill still had a large player base. One must admit that this was largely due to its gameplay and a certain nostalgia. All of this serves as a warning for Wang Chuan. With the lessons from his past life, he will naturally be more cautious in managing and maintaining the game. Besides, in Wang Chuan's mind, whether Three Kingdoms Kill can be profitable is not the main concern. His most important task is to help Huangtu Game Company maintain user engagement, to serve as a facade. As for profitability, there are other games. The current Spirit Knight and the upcoming Raid of the Land are certainly more capable than Three Kingdoms Kill, right? Thus, in terms of operations, Wang Chuan does not intend to learn from his past life. All those various paid characters will be completely free. The only monetization point will be character skins and other decorative items which players can choose to buy or not. After all, it does not affect the game, and as long as it does not affect gameplay, there will be no issues. Although it may seem like less profit at first glance, as long as the game's quality is high enough to attract a sufficient number of players, then the profits may not be less than before. Moreover, the most important factor is that handling it this way will allow the game to operate for a much longer time. This is what Wang Chuan values the most. After confirming the goals of these 2 games and the future development direction of the Huangtu Game Company, Wang Chuan began creating the game content, starting with Three Kingdoms Kill. He worked quickly because the rules of this game were fun yet uncomplicated. Since the mechanics of Three Kingdoms Kill from his previous life were already well established, he didn't need to invest much effort. What he needed to do was merely to recreate it. However, Wang Chuan did not intend to reveal all the content of Three Kingdoms Kill at once. After all, updates were still necessary. If everything was completed now, what would happen in the future? Moreover, if everything was released at once, the learning curve for players would be too steep. A high entry barrier is detrimental to the game's spread. It's like the Java programming language. If there are too many books to learn just to get started, many people would likely give up. The same principle applies to games. No matter how high the quality of your game is, or how enjoyable it may be, if the learning cost is too high, players won't recognize its fun and will keep their distance. Therefore, the game's content cannot be dumped all at once. Richer content should be reserved for future updates, allowing players to gradually engage. There must be a gradual progression. For instance, the retention rate of hardcore games is far lower than that of casual games. Is it not fun? Certainly not. There are plenty of players who enjoy this type of game. So why is that? Simply put, the learning cost is too high. It's simply incomprehensible. Thus, in the early stages of Three Kingdoms Kill, Wang Chuan would only produce a simplified version. Concepts like the famous General Expansion Pack would not exist, and the Wind, Fire, Mountain, Forest Expansion Pack would also be scrapped. If there aren't enough generals available for updates later, Wang Chuan might consider adding well-balanced generals from these expansion packs. Or he could weaken those overly powerful generals. In any case, everything is aimed at making the game more enjoyable for players. However, these are all aspects to be updated gradually. In the early phase when the game was just released, the simplified rules and the number of generals were already sufficient. Wang Chuan did not use a memory searcher to recall the rules, card effects, or general skills within the game. After all, the mechanics of Three Kingdoms Kill are quite simple and not complex at all. Even someone like Wang Chuan, who does not play often, could recite the rules and card effects from memory. However, one crucial element in card games is the art. Art in card games is akin to the Sun Wukong for Tang Seng. Without it, survival is impossible. Although many people claim that Three Kingdoms Kill and Rate the Land do not strictly qualify as card games, Wang Chuan disagrees. Although their gameplay structures differ, they both wear the skin of a card game. Thus, art remains highly important. Unlike when he first created the game, he now has the revenue from Energy Night, so he does not need to cut corners with the art. Moreover, if the card designs are unattractive, it could easily affect the revenue levels of Three Kingdoms Kill and Rate the Land. In terms of art, the early versions of Three Kingdoms Kill and Rate the Land were both struggling brothers. As previously mentioned, everyone is aware of Three Kingdoms Kill. Conversely, the initial art of Rate the Land was similarly poor, but unlike Three Kingdoms Kill, this was due to a lack of resources. When development first began, the entire game team consisted of fewer than 10 people and received no attention from the company. It was only during the beta testing phase that players responded enthusiastically, revealing the game's potential to the company. Only then did the company invest substantial funds for widespread promotion and to recreate the art. Hey, since both games are based on the Three Kingdoms theme, could the art resources of Three Kingdoms Kill and Rate the Land be unified? Could we create a Three Kingdoms universe? A crossover between two or even multiple games? Suddenly, ideas began to flood Wang Chuan's mind as he wrote the proposal. Of course, the concept of a Three Kingdoms universe is nonsensical. It requires significant investment, has a low success rate, and yields little revenue. However, unifying the art is indeed feasible. As long as there are no preconceived notions, it is entirely possible to use the same mold for the art of both games, given they are both based on the Three Kingdoms. Regarding preconceived notions, there truly aren't any works with such a dominant presence in the market. If this were done, there would be a dreamlike crossover effect between the two games. It would also allow for the integration and cross-communication of players from both games. After all, one is a tabletop competitive game, and the other is a free strategic sandbox game. The target audiences of these two games do not conflict at all. Moreover, in his previous life, the most praised artistic style of both games leaned toward realism. Three Kingdoms Kill in particular possesses the quality of ink wash painting. He opened the system and found the memory searcher in the item section. He clicked to use it. Instantly, memories of the character illustrations from Three Kingdoms Kill he had seen in his previous life surged in his mind. At the same time, his hands unconsciously began to move, sketching the original artwork. Stanley's Parable and Energy Night earned him quite a bit of fan value, but he spent it all in one go. Although the fan value was depleted, the gains were substantial. Dozens of memory searchers, no matter how many there are, it's never too much, so he stocked up. Various skill books increased his abilities. Not to mention, though his artistic skills do not yet compare to industry experts, he can replicate some of the original art he has seen quite well. That's already sufficient. He does not intend to restore every detail of the original art, as that would surely exhaust him. He just needs to determine the artistic style of the generals and note the coloring details required later, which can then be handed over to the appropriate artists. One must learn to be lazy, but it's a skill for maintaining one's health. In the quiet room, only Wang Chuan was fervently writing, with characters appearing, some cunning, some bold, and some benevolent. Wang Chuan first sketched out some famous generals such as Cao Cao, Zhuge Liang Sun, Quan Lu Bei, Zhou Yu Zhao Yun, and so on. Of course, this is merely the line art showcasing only the general style of the characters. As for completing the details, retouching, coloring, and other tedious time-consuming tasks, he had no intention of doing them himself. Such matters are naturally best left to subordinates. As the owner of a large company with millions at stake every minute, he hardly has the time to handle such trivialities. Alright, these are just excuses. The truth is he wishes to be a lazy fish. First, sketching a few generals is also to give Huang Shanshan and Gong Ingnan a concept of the game's artistic style. Once they have this concept, the work becomes theirs. After finishing a few sketches of the generals, Wang Chuan stretched, feeling the soreness in his body, and made up his mind. He thought about how he would ask Shanshan for a good massage. Just the thought of her soft hands on his shoulders made Wang Chuan a bit excited. He quickly put away the files and sent a message to Huang Shanshan. Ahem, there was no inappropriate context here. He was just being serious, asking Huang Shanshan to bring everyone over for a meeting. In the conference room, several people took their seats. Ahem, as everyone knows, we are to participate in the activity initiated by the official organization. Wang Chuan stood at the front looking at everyone as he spoke. Therefore, I plan to create 2 games both themed around the 3 kingdoms. I have already completed the general content of one of the games. Boom, boom, boom. It felt as if everyone's minds were bombarded. Completed? So soon. It had barely been half a day since he mentioned making 2 games. Boss, have you really completed the framework for 1 game? Huang Shanshan paused adorably and then asked hesitantly. This was already good. The expressions of Gong, Ingnan, Zhao Jing, and the others were one of shock and confusion. They didn't even ask any questions. Well, I have been conceptualizing this game in my mind, but due to the official activity, I just temporarily wrapped it in a 3 kingdoms theme. Did you really think I was slacking off a few days ago? At this point, Wang Chuan became quite proud. Indeed, he had been slacking, but they had no evidence. He. Boss, you're amazing. Huang Shanshan's eyes sparkled with admiration, looking like a little fan. Well, after entering the Huang to game, she had interacted with Wang Chuan the most, and unknowingly, she was influenced by his charismatic personality. Ahem, let's skip this self-indulgent topic. Alright, you all know it now. Here, this is the game plan. I take a look. Wang Chuan enjoyed the moment of admiration and various apologies from everyone, then steered the conversation back on track. After exporting the files from the Pangu editor and transferring them to everyone, they began to look down. The first thing they saw were the line drawings of various generals from 3 Kingdoms Kill, although they only had rough outlines and were not colored. However, everyone still recognized some of the generals through their iconic actions and weapons. For example, Guan Yu stroking his beard while holding the green dragon crescent blade, Zhao Zilong with his white horse silver armor, and spear Zhuge Liang with his feather fan and silk scarf, and so on. These are all characters everyone is very familiar with and can recognize at a glance. Of course, there were still many they could not identify. Wang Chuan was not surprised by this. It was all within his expectations. Even with the grand IP of the 3 kingdoms, only a few very famous generals could be recognized through details. Most generals people would only know their names, and those who knew a bit more could only grasp a rough timeline. First, the artistic style should lean towards realism. What you need to do is refine the line drawings and then color them. You don't need to worry about the specific requirements, they'll provide them later. Also, for the 3D modeling aspect, just find an outsourcing team. The requirements remain the same. After seeing that everyone had finished looking, Wang Chuan began to distribute his ideas one by one. Of course, the focus was still on Huang Shanshan. After all, she was his little secretary and assistant. He was responsible for assigning these tasks while she handled all subsequent matters. The reason he wanted to do 3D modeling was not for 3 Kingdoms Kill, as it did not require modeling. Instead, he intended to produce it in advance for Shui Tuji Bin. Due to Wang Chuan's sudden idea, the art for 3 Kingdoms Kill and Shui Tuji Bin would be shared. This was also to allow both games to mutually attract players. Wang Chuan with good intentions. In his past life, if 3 Kingdoms Kill was obviously a game based on the 3 Kingdoms theme, then Shui Tuji Bin was a lot worse. Because if he didn't mention it in advance, many people wouldn't be able to tell that it was a game based on the 3 kingdoms. It was a very typical weak IP. In Wang Chuan's heart, he still held anticipation for Shui Tuji Bin. Therefore, he wanted to make this game as perfect as possible. In his previous life, Shui Tuji Bin actually had several shortcomings. For example, the guidance in the early stages of the game was not very detailed. For instance, one of the battle scenes had little visual appeal. This was limited by the team's weak foundation and poor technical level during development. This led to the issue. Of course, Shui Tuji Bin was mainly a strategy game, so these battle scenes were not very important. As long as one could skip past them, it did not affect gameplay. After all, the terrifying results in his past life proved this point. But this is also part of the player's gaming experience. It must be perfect. Since there is this condition, why not do it? Optimize and upgrade the battle scenes, including the models in the game, so that players can see the battle scenes more clearly, enhancing the game's artistic effect. This way, the player's gaming experience will definitely be exceptionally high. Aside from this, the maps in the game also need careful refinement. In the previous version of Shui Tuji Bin, the large map had identical land plots, a typical case of resource repetition. Although this is very common in the industry. After all, you can't have every stone in Minecraft being different sizes, nor can every tree be of different species. Even the surface terrain cannot be various landforms. However, the large map of Shui Tuji Bin is crucial to the game. It primarily aims to recreate the authentic map of the 3 Kingdoms period. It even features a synchronized weather system to replicate the various weather changes of that time. Therefore, the resources of the large map in Shui Tuji Bin must be modified. The funding for this part of the project is still within what Wang Chuan can bear. After all, the contribution of Yuanqi Knight to the company has been tremendous. The reason Wang Chuan is so willing to invest is that On the Edge of the World itself as a strategy game has a gameplay that is already quite mature. For anyone who enjoys this type of game, once they reach the mid to late stages, it's basically impossible to escape. But precisely because of this, the key lies in how to keep players engaged until that point. Thus, it relies heavily on the player's first impression of the game. The artistic style of the game, the character designs, and the storylines of the game characters are all crucial aspects. Moreover, Wang Chuan's sudden inspiration aligns the art of On the Edge of the World with that of Three Kingdoms Kill, even setting the general characters to be identical. This is also to create a sense of familiarity for players like, isn't that someone from my home? This feeling can immerse players into the game. Of course, this is also beneficial for the game's player acquisition. In his past life, On the Edge of the World was a major company project, while Three Kingdoms Kill was from a small studio. For these two games to connect was truly an impossible feat. However, in this world, these two games have yet to make their appearance. Since they haven't appeared yet, they all belong to Wang Chuan, making this connection possible. After arranging matters for Three Kingdoms Kill, Wang Chuan did not begin the production of On the Edge of the World. On one hand, the official event provided ample preparation time, so there was no need to rush. On the other hand, the artistic resources for On the Edge of the World, including 3D modeling and music effects, are all being developed in sync with Three Kingdoms Kill. This all requires time, they must wait. However, waiting isn't without purpose. Wang Chuan still needs to establish the gameplay framework for On the Edge of the World. Once those resources are completed, they can seamlessly connect and be produced directly. The sketches of important characters in the game were all drawn by Wang Chuan. In contrast, the relatively unimportant cards were entirely handed over to Huang Shanshan. For example, the basic cards in the game such as Kill Dodge Wine, or the strategy cards like Unassailable and Southern Barbarian Invasion. Yes, this is also to give her some experience. It's a form of training. Wang Chuan pretended not to see the eye roll from the other side, firmly holding on to his belief. Of course, this is all an excuse. In reality, it is due to his own lack of time. Thus, he had to work hard to seek external help. Aside from this, Huang Shanshan finally found a new art outsourcing team. This time, the outsourcing team was a well-known small team. Previously, it was Wang Chuan's old friend, the art outsourcing team, that worked on Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight. Wang Chuan even communicated with them specially. They assured him that they could meet the quality requirements. However, regarding quantity, they simply did not have enough time, so they were unable to undertake this task. Because what Wang Chuan lacks the most is time. Meanwhile, for the voice acting in the game, Huang Shanshan also found someone and specifically discussed it with Wang Chuan. After all, voice acting is crucial for a game. Therefore, Wang Chuan was not at ease with someone else's selections and had to take matters into his own hands. In this regard, he was willing to spend money hiring some of the top voice actors in the industry. Yes, it's still the same statement. Soul Knight's contribution to Huang Game Company is truly immense. It allows him to focus on producing these two games without worrying about funding. At Huang Game Company within the villa, it was not yet time for the lunch break. Huang Shanshan looked around, and after confirming no one was around, she secretly took a sip of the milk tea on the table, revealing a cute expression like a little kitten. A sense of satisfaction arose within her. I finally finished coloring. Wang Zong's speed is just too fast. Next to her, Gong Ingnan, after finally finishing coloring, a general saw the sketches in the background, which were more than before, and couldn't help but feel disheartened. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me. Huang Shanshan patted her chest and shot an annoyed glare at Gong Ingnan. She had been busy with the task given by Wang Chuan, staying up late last night, and woke up late this morning, so she didn't even have time for breakfast, having to sneak sips of milk tea to relieve herself. Shanshan, you've been with Wang Zong for a long time. Tell me, what type of game is this Three Kingdoms Kill? I don't think it feels like a traditional card game. Gong Ingnan showed an apologetic expression upon seeing this, then asked with a face full of confusion. I only came to understand a few months earlier than you. I don't know much either. However, I do think you are right. This game indeed doesn't feel like a traditional card game. Huang Shanshan smiled shyly and nodded in agreement. Wang Chuan had not disclosed any specifics about the gameplay of Three Kingdoms Kill to anyone. Of course, not telling is one thing, but the game's production still involved everyone. After all, he needed manpower. As for why they assumed it was a card game, well, that's on Wang Chuan himself. That day, after Huang Shanshan's massage made him comfortable, he accidentally let something slip without sealing his lips tightly, and everyone found out. Fortunately, after revealing the card game aspect, he kept his mouth tightly shut afterwards and said nothing more. That guy made Huang Shanshan so angry that her massage strength increased. However, this force was just to Wang Chuan's liking, and in the end, he was the one who enjoyed it. Wei, what do you think? After a few exchanges between Gong Ingnan and Huang Shanshan, she turned to look at Wei, who was on the side. How would I know? Wang Zong hasn't assigned me any tasks. Speaking of this, Wei showed a gloomy expression. He had been the most idle these days, only able to watch Romance of the Three Kingdoms to relieve his boredom. Zhao Jing was assigned tasks by Wang Chuan collecting information from the gaming world every day, as well as handling feedback from the outsourcing customer service regarding Soul Knight. As for Lu Chang and Zhou Wei, to be honest, Wei hadn't seen them for many days. The two had been busy with the database platform and forum matters. Although some basic tasks had been outsourced, the most crucial areas were being monitored by both of them with no room for negligence. It was said that they had lost a lot of hair these days, almost becoming a punch man. They were so busy that it seemed they could almost live in the company. As for Huang Shanshan and Gong Yingnan, there was no need to mention them. They were busy all day with the art-related tasks, frequently retouching and coloring. One could say the busier Wei was, the more leisurely the two of them were. He seemed like a ghost in the villa, wandering about with nothing to do. Moreover, Wang Chuan had not assigned him any tasks. Normally such a situation would delight many, but not for Wei. He was an ambitious person who preferred to be busy. Even if it meant working like a 007 agent, he would gladly embrace it as long as he could learn something. Alright, it's not that I want to assign you tasks, it's just that the timing isn't right. You can enjoy this easy time for a while, but when it's time for you to work, don't complain about being tired. Wang Chuan approached, having overheard their conversation, and chuckled oddly. This wasn't him trying to scare Wei. The focus was currently on developing Three Kingdoms Kill, which was why Wei was so relaxed. He had single-handedly determined the game's rules, the art for the generals, the effects of the cards, and the voice acting. Next, he just needed to complete these resources and integrate them together according to the rules to finish the game production. Since Three Kingdoms Kill was a tabletop game, its core lay in that set of rules which did not require Wei's involvement. However, the upcoming Loyal to the Land was different. Its main focus was the complete numerical mechanism. If Three Kingdoms Kill was simple enough for Wang Chuan to handle alone, then Loyal to the Land would definitely require team assistance. He couldn't manage it alone. Of course, it was precisely because of this complete numerical system that Loyal to the Land consistently maintained high revenue. From the general framework of the game to the business model, from user behavior to players spending, this series of data models were key elements in Loyal to the Land. To be honest, in his previous life, the number of national war strategy games was certainly not small. But why did only Loyal to the Land achieve success? Why is that? It's because it has a complete data system. Thus, when Wang Chuan set out to create Loyal to the Land, he was still responsible for the main tasks. However, he still needed Wei to assist in designing other details. Given the massive workload, it was uncertain whether Wei could manage just the details. Really? That's fantastic. I need to go read and enrich myself. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, Wei instantly fell into a state of excitement, ready to tackle the challenge. He hurriedly grabbed relevant books, intending to prepare himself. Little did he know the monumental workload that awaited him. And he had no idea how much hair he would have left after this. Boss, what are you up to? Huang Shanshan asked with a smile, noticing the small box in Wang Chuan's hand. She was quite curious. Since Wang Chuan moved into the villa, he had rarely gone out. Now he suddenly went out and returned with a small box, clearly holding some secrets. He was like a quintessential styrofoam guy. While calling him a styrofoam guy wasn't entirely accurate, as he occasionally worked out and swam. Suddenly Huang Shanshan recalled Wang Chuan's physique, which made her heart flutter. Indeed, it's not just men who admire women's figures. Women equally appreciate men's physiques. This is our upcoming new game. Wang Chuan, seeing Huang Shanshan's curiosity, shook the small box and said with a smile. Huh, why is Huang Shanshan suddenly blushing? He had no idea that she was thinking about his physique. Well, based on his previous lives' experiences as a styrofoam guy, Wang Chuan paid special attention to his health in this life. Fortunately, this villa had a gym and a swimming pool, allowing him to develop a good habit of exercising and swimming daily. Perhaps due to his extraordinary physical talent, he had even sculpted an impressive physique. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, everyone was surprised and hurried over to take a look. Mr. Wang, today isn't April Fool's Day, right? How can our new game be in that small box? Although they were all amateurs and not professional game developers, having experienced the development of Energetic Night, they had some understanding of games. But which game is packaged in a small box? This could not be a prank for April Fools. What else could it be? After all, we are in an information-driven society with the internet. Thus, most games are in electronic format now. What CDs and such have long since become outdated. Of course it's not an April Fool's joke. Just wait until I open it, and you'll see. Wang Chuan didn't mind, and his smile grew even wider. After searching for scissors without success, he opened it with a pen. As soon as he opened it, everyone could see what was inside. A stack of items resembling playing cards was inside, and upon seeing the contents, everyone was astonished. This design looks familiar. Isn't this the card artwork for our new game? Gong Yingnan, responsible for the art, reacted immediately and exclaimed. As for Huang Shanshan, also responsible for the art, she was standing by in a daze, the blush on her face still lingering. She was still lost in her own imagined scenes. This is a card game. Physical card game. Is this a tabletop game? Zhao Jing suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise. Even though everyone knew Wang Chuan was developing a Three Kingdoms-themed game and that it was a card game, they never expected it to be a tabletop game. Mr. Wang, is this really a tabletop game? It feels a bit strange. No way, right? Mr. Wang, isn't it that type of thing? Everyone's expressions were awkward, but they all wanted Wang Chuan to abandon this unrealistic idea. This highlighted just how low the popularity of tabletop games was in this world. Hee, just wait a moment, once we play around you'll understand. Wang Chuan merely smiled and shook his head. Seeing the skeptical expressions of the crowd, Wang Chuan chose not to say anything. He briefly explained the rules to everyone before preparing to give it a try. In his past life, the game Three Kingdoms Kill initially took the form of a card tabletop game. Back then, Wang Chuan had even bought a box of cards, spending $30. Playing with friends was indeed quite enjoyable. Of course, the reason it first appeared as a card game was simply that smartphones had not yet developed at that time. Initially, the operation team of Three Kingdoms Kill planned to start as a tabletop game from university dormitories as a breakthrough, and they indeed succeeded. However, the growth rate of the user base was relatively slow. It wasn't until they developed the web version of Three Kingdoms Kill that, leveraging the convenience of the internet, it truly became a sensation across the land. Thus, with the guidance from his past life, Wang Chuan formulated a very detailed development strategy for Three Kingdoms Kill. The main focus was still on developing the online game to maintain, consolidate, and increase the user base. As for the physical tabletop game cards, Wang Chuan thought for a moment and decided to go for it. Although the profits might not be substantial, he felt that without these physical cards, something essential would be missing for Three Kingdoms Kill. Moreover, after establishing the physical cards, he could produce two sets, one being the standard version for users to purchase freely. The other set would be the premium version, a limited edition released once a year with the quantity determined by player feedback. Speaking of this, Wang Chuan recalled the bizarre operations of Three Kingdoms Kill in his past life. Various so-called limited editions and collector's editions were released carelessly, and some internal officials even brazenly sold collector's edition cards at exorbitant prices. However, in this lifetime, under Wang Chuan's guidance, he would be wary of such practices. For these cards, he directly aimed to provide players with an opportunity to collect what they liked. He would not exploit this for profit or engage in any reprints or additional sales. Once limited, it would remain limited. After all, the value of the cards depended on the players' perceptions. If players liked them, the cards would be invaluable. If they did not, those cards would be worthless. Soon, everyone roughly understood the rules. Oh, Mr. Wang, the rules are so simple, I get it. After listening to Wang Chuan's explanation, Wei Wei confidently patted his chest and said, Haha, after playing for a while, you'll understand that sometimes rules are rules, but gameplay is another matter altogether. Wang Chuan separated the general and identity cards, unable to help but smile at Wei Wei's words. He seemed to envision Wei Wei being outmatched in various ways. The game involved 5 players, a classic and basic mode of Three Kingdoms Kill, the 5-player game. 1 Lord, 1 Loyalist, 2 Rebels, and 1 Traitor. In his past life, there was also an 8-player mode consisting of 1 Lord, 2 Loyalists, 4 Rebels, and 1 Traitor. However, this setup made the traitor's chances of winning too slim, leading to scenarios where the traitor would jump sides or turn loyal, and some even dropped out of the game after receiving the traitor identity. Thus, the 8-player mode was not the best format. The identities in the game were chosen blindly, but since Wang Chuan was dealing the cards, only he knew everyone's identities. As for the selection of generals, there would be a large pool online, randomly drawing 12 generals each time for players to choose from. The player with the Lord identity could choose first. The remaining 4 players would determine the order based on the game's system, rolling dice. However, since they were playing with physical cards, this rule had to be adjusted. Wang Chuan randomly drew a dozen cards from the general pile. Then he let everyone choose in turn. Haha, it seems I have good luck in the Lord. Wei Wei excitedly revealed his identity card. He then immediately chose the renowned Yao Chan from among the generals. No, it definitely wasn't because of the artwork. Tisk tisk tsk. Wang Chuan quietly observed, making no effort to interfere with the choices. After all, they were just familiarizing themselves with the rules in the teaching bureau. However, Wang Chuan genuinely didn't have high hopes for this operation. The Lord chose Yao Chan. You are a foolish ruler. Next, starting from the Lord, each player would draw 4 hand cards. While drawing, Wang Chuan briefly explained the rules to everyone. Currently, Wang Chuan was essentially substituting as a new player guide. After all, every game has a new player guide to help newcomers understand the rules. Three Kingdoms Kill followed the same routine. Additionally, after completing the new player guide, players could also receive a random general skin. This was something that did not exist in his past life, a gesture of generosity from Wang Chuan. It was primarily aimed at keeping players engaged in the game. Each identity in the game corresponds to different tasks you need to. Wang Chuan briefly explained the victory conditions associated with each identity. This was quite simple. The Lord needed to eliminate 2 rebels. The loyalists had to protect the Lord, while also killing 2 rebels. The rebels had to kill the Lord, and the traitor had to take down the Lord in a duel after everyone else was dead. Moreover, killing rebels allowed players to draw 3 cards, while the Lord would lose all hand cards upon killing loyalists and gain nothing for killing the traitor. After explaining the identity cards, Wang Chuan started explaining the game cards. For example, basic cards like kill and dodge, equipment cards like horse and blade, and strategy cards like unexpected gain and southern barbarian invasion, among others. This also included distance rules in the game. For example, there is a distance between players with 1 player in between, counting as 1 distance. If the middle player has a horse, it will also increase the distance. Therefore, to attack distant players, one needs to equip items or horses to reduce the distance. Similarly, some strategy cards also have distance limitations. After hearing all this, everyone generally understood, overall, it was still relatively simple. The only thing that confused everyone about the game was that each general's skills were all different. Aside from Wei Wei, who chose Jiao Chan, the other 4 players selected Zhao Yun, Jinji, Sun Shangxiang, and De Qiao. After listening to Wang Chuan's introduction, everyone pondered over their general skills. Well, except for Wei Wei. Damn it. Does that mean I'm missing a skill, eh? Wei Wei stared blankly at Jiao Chan's general card, utterly bewildered. Jiao Chan's portrait was as exquisite as her legendary self, breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. No wonder Wei Wei had chosen her instantly. Wang Chuan's hefty investment hadn't been in vain. Yet that wasn't the crux. The real issue was that Jiao Chan was missing a skill. Normally, Jiao Chan possessed 2 skills. Her first was sowing discord. During her turn, she could discard 1 card from hand to compel 2 generals to duel. This skill echoed the famed stratagem from the 3 Kingdoms era, the scheme of sowing discord. But damn it, aside from Zhao Yun, there wasn't a single male general present. Referee, can this skill target female generals? Brother Lu Chong, why on earth did you pick Sun Shangxiang, a formidable lady warrior, when you're such a sturdy man? Wei Wei nearly broke down, speaking with helpless exasperation. The others couldn't hold back. They burst into unkind, unrestrained laughter. Good heavens! Our Lord has crippled himself before even stepping onto the battlefield. Truly the finest Lord imaginable. You dare blame me? Didn't you snatch Jiao Chan the moment the game began? Besides, your general has 2 skills. Even if sowing discord is unusable, you still have moon cloaking, a remarkably potent ability that lets you draw an extra card at the end of each of your turns. Free cards. How could that not be delightful? Rounded up, you've just profited 100 million. Lu Chong flushed crimson, then retorted defiantly. Oddly enough, though he'd spoken offhand, the more he spoke, the more convinced he became that his logic was irrefutable. After a few light-hearted exchanges, they began the game in earnest. Thanks to Wang Chuan's thorough explanation, the rules were now crystal clear, and so were the effects of their hand cards and general skills. First, Lord Wei Wei drew cards. Since no one yet knew their true roles, and none held useful pouch cards, he proceeded with caution. Afraid of attacking the wrong person, Wei Wei opted to skip his turn entirely, discarded excess cards, then activated Jiao Chan's moon cloaking to draw 1 additional card. Indeed, free cards were delightfully advantageous. Next came Gong Yingnan, who played Jinji. Zhenji's skill allowed her to perform a judgment before drawing. If the judge card was black, she could claim it. As the judgment began, everyone froze in disbelief. Spades, clubs, 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 spades, spades, clubs, spades. After discarding over a dozen cards, she finally drew a diamond. Her judgment failed, and the skill ended. Huh, what the a? Yingnan, you're incredible. Holy hell, what kind of divine luck is this? Wei Wei gaped in utter shock. She'd just claimed over a dozen cards. Staring at the single card he'd drawn, Wei Wei suddenly found it far less appealing. Ahem, feel free to begin the next round. While the others remained stunned by Gong Yingnan's miraculous fortune, Wang Chuan, watching from the side, could barely suppress his laughter. He knew everyone's roles and thus deeply admired both Gong Yingnan's extraordinary luck and Wei Wei's equally extraordinary misfortune. Huh, what's wrong? Why start the next round already? We've barely begun. Wei Wei looked genuinely perplexed. He'd only just grown captivated by the game, especially as the Lord. How could it already be over? He hadn't even had his fill. Because you're already dead. Wang Chuan shot him a wry, pitying glance, utterly speechless. Poor lad. He still hadn't realized Jinji's true identity. As a rebel, she'd drawn an astonishing hand of pouch cards, rain of arrows, steel draw 2, and more. Most critically, she'd even drawn the Zhuge crossbow, and just then her judgment yielded an entire sequence of attack cards. Meanwhile, the Lord held only a single dodge, and no one else held a peach. Under such circumstances, surviving would have been near miraculous. Thus, in the history of San Guasha, the very first match, played after everyone fully grasped the rules, ended in under 2 minutes. The Lord remained utterly baffled, still clueless about how or when he'd lost. The other 3 players wore identical expressions of dazed confusion. I didn't even play a single card. How did I win? Or lose, eh? Aside from the triumphant Gong Ingnan, all 4 others turned toward Wang Chuan with strange questioning looks. Though he hadn't uttered a word, Wang Chuan instantly understood their silent inquiry. Ahem. This was an exceptional anomaly, much like Do Di Zhu. Whoever draws the best hand may pull off a miraculous reversal. It's not standard procedure, rest assured. Moreover, isn't that very uncertainty, that thrilling possibility of sudden unpredictable reversal either for you or your opponent, the essence of what makes games captivating? Wang Chuan himself was surprised. He'd expected their first match to unfold conventionally. Perhaps it would have lasted dozens of minutes, measured and methodical. Instead, Gong Ingnan's hand had soared straight into the heavens. It left even him momentarily flustered. After all, in any card or board game, beyond strategy, luck remains an inescapable element of skill. Like mahjong, if someone wins with a heavenly hand on the opening draw, you don't accuse them of cheating. You simply concede their extraordinary fortune. Hearing Wang Chuan's explanation, the group remained faintly puzzled, but chose to trust him. There simply was no other plausible explanation. Still, though the first round ended far more abruptly than anyone anticipated, its purpose had been fulfilled. Everyone now thoroughly understood the game's mechanics. So it hadn't been in vain. Well, except perhaps for Wei Wei, who still wore a look of profound bewilderment. Did I even play? Did I? Or didn't I? Why do I feel so utterly disconnected? Fresh off the match, enthusiasm surged. The defeated burned to reclaim victory. The victor craved another triumph, and those who hadn't played a card longed for their chance. In short, all were brimming with excitement. Perfect, it's lunch break now. Let's continue. Glancing at the clock, Wang Chuan saw no reason to intervene, and once again presided over round 2. Familiarity bloomed effortlessly after 1 round, and they embarked on their second journey through Sanguisha. Having won the first round, Gong Ingnan noticed Huang Shanshan watching with keen interest, and graciously stepped aside, offering her the seat. But Huang Shanshan politely declined, and the two exchanged courteous deferential remarks. All right, Shanshaning, Nen just played once, so you can't refuse anymore. We will play often in the future anyway, Wang Chuan said decisively. Huang Shanshan no longer hesitated. She actually wanted to play out. Seeing others enjoying themselves made her eager. However, she felt embarrassed to say it while watching Gong Ingnan play happily. These two seemed off. Soon everyone started a new round of the game. This time Wei Wei drew a role that was not the Lord but a loyal minister instead. This time he didn't choose Jiao Chan. Having learned his lesson, he no longer selected generals based on their card illustrations. Instead, he directly chose Zhenji, the general who had shown brilliantly in the last round. After all, everyone was just getting acquainted with Three Kingdoms Kill, and he wasn't very clear about the skills and effects of other generals. However, he had a solid feeling about Zhenji. While he couldn't help but feel it, last time he was completely destroyed by Zhenji. If luck was on his side, he could endlessly draw cards, which was undeniably powerful. If he could then get a Zhuge crossbow, he could take out someone in 1 round. The effect was really explosive. As someone who had been taken out, Wei Wei definitely gave Zhenji a thumbs up. The game started, and everyone had to draw 4 cards first. When Wei Wei looked at his hand, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. 1 kill, 2 dodges, and an equipment card. He had long desired the Zhuge crossbow. Wow, wasn't this a jackpot? What a heavenly start. Moreover, his position was similar to that of Gong Ingnan last time, right below the Lord. After the Lord played his cards, it would be his turn. Quickly, the Lord Zhao Jing finished playing his cards, his choices similar to those of Wei Wei last time, using an action to counter all actions. After that, it was Wei Wei's turn to play. However, Wei Wei didn't rush to make a judgment. Instead, he pressed his palms together and prayed to the heavens. O heavens, earth, infinite celestial respect, Amiba Allah, bless me, let me judge them all. Then, with a serious expression, he drew the first card, slowly flipping it over. A red one, and it's a peach. Phew, it's okay, it's just an uncertain judgment. I can still draw 2 more cards. Maybe there will be good cards. Wei Wei bit his lip, constantly comforting himself in his heart. However, when the next cards were drawn and flipped over, he saw 2 dodges. While this time it was really hard to die, it was a full defensive lineup. But with the diamond Zhuge crossbow, the red kill and dodges, and the diamond dodges. What does this mean? When I need black cards, do you all turn red? Can you be any more perfunctory? Was my prayer wrong just now? Wei Wei's heart felt like an ocean, yes, a sea flowing with tears. Previously playing Jiao Chan, although 1 skill was wasted, and he was taken out in the first round, at least he could draw a free card at the end of each round. And now he couldn't even draw a card. Thinking of this, Wei Wei helplessly prepared the Zhuge crossbow and aimed it at the next player, Xia Ho Chun, to attack. Then the opponent lost a point of health, triggering their skill. After losing a point of health, they could make a judgment, If successful, the attacker Wei Wei would either lose a point of health or discard 2 cards. Reluctantly, Wei Wei discarded 2 cards, ending the current round. Why does it always feel like I'm at a loss? Soon the game ended again, and Wei Wei felt a bit lost in life. He lost again. Of course, the outcome wasn't the most important. The focus was still on the experience of this match. His Jinji from start to finish had not activated a single skill. Not once. Besides that, all his hand cards were red. Oh, wasn't that over the top? If it weren't for the fact that they were playing with physical cards this time, he would have thought someone was deliberately targeting him. In this game, someone was playing De Qiao. As long as he was affected by Lubu Si Shu, if there was no Wu Shikeji, or if no one used Shun Shou Qian Yang, or Qiao Zha Chai Qiao to take away Lu, he could never get through. Moreover, he could only attack the next player Xiao Chun, but due to the opponent's skill, as long as he dealt damage, the opponent's judgment would surely succeed. Then he would have to face a choice cards or health. This was a difficult decision. Could it be that I am more suited to play De Qiao? Wei Wei suddenly thought of the General De Qiao, then murmured with a glimmer of hope. After all, for De Qiao, diamonds were the most important. And coincidentally, he was not lacking in diamonds this time. No, you are not suited for De Qiao. You are best suited for Liu Bei. At least you can still play a role. Zhao Jing the Lord heard this and couldn't help but say with a hint of melancholy. Normally, with Zhao Jing's personality, it would be hard for her to say something sarcastic. However, this time, if she didn't tease him, she would be letting herself down. Heaven knows how difficult it is to be the Lord in this match. Originally, having the identity of the Lord was an advantage. After all, there was a loyal minister and a traitor disguised as a loyal minister to help. But who would have thought that this loyal minister hadn't activated a single skill, and every round's output was like a joke? She was really desperate, facing 1 against 2, 1 against 3, etc. I can't do it. Even a god would lose in this situation. Ha, Wei Wei, I'm willing to call you the strongest. Lu Chong on the side almost laughed himself into a fit, stammering. It's no wonder he was so happy. Before Wei Wei arrived at the Huangta Game Company, he had always been the one with the darkest luck. Even Zhou Wei had a slightly fairer face than him, well, just a degree fairer. Heaven knows how they managed to get through when playing Spirit Knight with Huang Shanshan and the others. Apart from the guaranteed red equipment when fighting bosses, they had never found anything other than white equipment in the boxes. But now everything was different. He was finally going to rise up. And all of this was thanks to Wei Wei the hero. So how could he not be happy and excited? Wang Chuan couldn't help but smile as he observed the expressions of those around him. He felt reassured about the game's potential success. Huang Shanshan and her friends, despite not being involved in the game's design, were still interested in the mechanics of Three Kingdoms Kill. This gave Wang Chuan a sense of confidence. Although he appeared calm, he actually had some uncertainties lingering in his heart. After all, what players enjoy in this world may not necessarily align with what players enjoyed in his past life. For instance, in fighting games, the complex moves in his previous life were executed with up, down, left, right, and Alibaba, but fighting games in this world were different. They turned into right, left, down, up, ABBA. However, the reactions of Huang Shanshan and her friends gave Wang Chuan some reassurance. Although Three Kingdoms Kill in a board game setting has an extra appeal when played with familiar friends, translating that to the online version should not yield poor results. The online version of Three Kingdoms Kill also has its own unique features, primarily the detailed illustrations of the character cards and the exquisite voice acting from top voice actors, providing players with an immersive experience. Moreover, compared to Wang Chuan's simple introduction, the online version of Three Kingdoms Kill can present the game mechanics in a more vivid manner. Alright everyone, let's get back to work. Once the online version of Three Kingdoms Kill is released, you can all give it a try and see what differences there are. Wang Chuan glanced at the time and noticed it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He stood up, clapped his hands, and addressed everyone. By the way, Shanshan, please take these card sets to the second floor experience area. You all can play there later. After saying this, Wang Chuan handed the organized card sets to Huang Shanshan. Sure, leave it to me, boss. This experience area was established during the launch of Soul Knight, as there was a closed beta before its official release. So they temporarily created an experience area to allow students to test the game. Later, because Soul Knight was a great success, it brought in significant profits for the company. Wang Chuan specifically organized this experience area and decided to keep it. In the future, students from the school could come here to experience games. As for whether the game's content would be leaked in the future, Wang Chuan wasn't too concerned about that. After all, being able to place the game in the experience area meant it no longer needed to be kept secret. The content of the experience area game had already been positioned by Wang Chuan as something that would not cause harm even if leaked. Of course, the most important thing was that the development progress of Three Kingdoms Kill was very fast. It wouldn't be long before the game went online. Moreover, Wang Chuan already had a promotional plan in mind for the subsequent marketing, so there was no need to worry about leaks. Even if something were to leak, it wouldn't cause any significant damage to Wang Chuan. Meanwhile, while he held a game experience for Three Kingdoms, Kill His Old Friend was also working on a game with a Three Kingdoms theme. Who is this old friend? If you don't know this, you clearly haven't been paying attention. The old friend is of course Tian Baishuan from Penguin. When Wang Chuan was in dire need of promotional resources, Tian Baishuan lent a helping hand. When Wang Chuan needed popularity the most, Tian Baishuan stepped in. Although Tian Baishuan wasn't very enthusiastic at the time, that was not important. Currently, Tian Baishuan was busy working on his new game, Three Kingdoms: The Farmer in Charge. Thanks to Dink's reminders, he had already been developing it for quite some time. It was nearly complete with only adjustments left to make. This scene is wrong, make it darker. At this moment, Guan Yu failed in the Wheat City. We need to emphasize the feeling of failure, not bright joy. This is wrong but needs to be changed. When Liu Bei learns of Guan Yu's death, he should be extremely sad. He is a man who divided the world and is very calculating. His expression should not be subtle. He must show great sorrow to win people's hearts. On a personal level, he should also be very sad because it is his brother who has died. This scene is also incorrect. Although Zhang Fei is a brash man, he is perceptive. The details in this scene are lacking. I can tell at a glance, so how could Zhang Fei not notice? This segment of the cutscene needs to be redone. This isn't what I wanted. The effect is not right. Redo it. In a certain studio at Penguin, Tian Baishuan sat in a chair inspecting various scenes in the game, occasionally explaining things to those beside him. After Dink's persuasion, he had completely recovered from the failures of Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight. As Dink said, winning and losing are common. With Penguin as a strong backing, he could afford to lose a time or two, as long as he won once. That was enough. But what about Wang Chuan? Could he afford to lose? If he loses once, that would be a loss. Thus, he was filled with a deep sense of urgency, wanting to create something even more outstanding or achieve greater results to prove himself to Wang Chuan. I am not inferior to you in any way. Therefore, for this official event, first place is a must. As the days passed, the Three Kingdoms themed games in everyone's hands began to take shape. During this time, major domestic manufacturers were frequently appearing. This was all to compete for some popularity and promote their new works. The so-called game preheating. These various Three Kingdoms games led to heightened anticipation among players who hoped to see a game dominate this empty market. Most of these manufacturers focused on PC and mobile platforms. However, there was not a single game for the VR platform this time. According to explanations online, this was because the VR platform's approval did not pass. To be launched on the VR platform, a certain quality must be met. Otherwise, it would be rejected. After all, producing VR games incurs very high costs. Therefore, apart from those major companies and some capable manufacturers, other small firms simply do not have the funds or technology to produce VR games. Thus, the official event initiated is not profitable at all for manufacturers capable of producing VR games. If there is that much time, they might as well focus on making other games which would yield more profit. And those small firms that wish to create them lack the capability. Bland and unappealing. Moreover, due to the continuous hype from various companies during this period, the previously popular Yuanqi Knight has become invisible on the charts. Wang Chuan didn't really care about this. To him, the rankings were merely a form of publicity. Now that Yuanqi Knight already has a player base, it doesn't matter whether it appears on the charts or not. What he valued more was the quality of the game itself. Thus, when creating Yuanqi Knight, he eliminated most of the monetization points. Including the previous version updates, aside from the addition of a new character and skin, there were no areas requiring monetization. Instead, more new gameplay was introduced, and old gameplay was adjusted, emphasizing the quality of the game. At this moment, at the villa of Huangta Game Company, several people gathered in a room, occasionally discussing various matters. This is not some cult gathering. Rather, it is a daily brainstorming session set by Wang Chuan. Everyone sits together each day to discuss information, creative ideas, and more. This helps to inspire everyone, particularly Wang Chuan. At this moment, Huang Shanshan stealthily approached Wang Chuan, her toes lightly tapping, revealing her anxious heart. Suddenly, she took a deep breath and resolutely asked, "Boss, the income from Yuanqi Knight has fallen by 500,000 this month. Should we add a few monetization points in the upcoming version updates?" In fact, the income data of Yuanqi Knight is monitored by Zhao Jing, including outsourced customer feedback and information that needs to be released officially. Seeing this, some may wonder why it was Huang Shanshan speaking, since Zhao Jing is in charge. Of course, it's because Huang Shanshan is Wang Chuan's little secretary and assistant. This is no joke. All information that needs to be reported must first pass through her hands for processing before being handed over to Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan's secret of laziness. Let the secretary handle the tasks, and when there's nothing to do, cough cough. As one of the earliest employees in the company, even Zhao Jing herself isn't fully aware of these operational details. Of course, this is also Wang Chuan's deliberate design to cultivate everyone's diverse talents. For instance, Zhao Jing is in operations, Huang Shanshan is the assistant, and everyone needs to understand various aspects. Lu Chong and Zhou Wei handle maintenance, responsible for the database and platform. If Zhao Jing's operational capabilities are developed, it would greatly benefit Huang to Games. A good operation team is exceedingly vital for a product. Just like the previously mentioned example, the disastrous start of Three Kingdoms kill, followed by a tragic end. Wasn't that all a result of the operational team's misdeeds? And even when faced with such an operational team that drove away a batch of Three Kingdoms kill players, the players still occasionally come back for a match. This shows the players' affection for Three Kingdoms kill, and it also reveals the immense charm of this game. With this lesson learned, Wang Chuan understood clearly. He would absolutely not let his game become like that. However, in the short term, under his control, the Huang to Games projects would face no issues. But what happens when time passes and more games are added? What then? After all, he is human, not a deity, and lacks the energy to oversee so many game projects. Unless he specifically focuses on operations, but that would be putting the cart before the horse. Who would make the games then? Therefore, in such circumstances, it is essential to have an operational team to assist. At that point, Wang Chuan only needs to manage the operational team. Thus, his intention in training Zhao Jing is to cultivate a leader for Huang to Games' operational team. After all, old employees have their emotional attachments. With this in mind, Wang Chuan felt that the operational team's philosophy for Huang to Games could already be determined. No matter what game it is, whether a buyout or in-app purchases, there will always be fluctuations. The ceiling for Yuanqi Night is set, although it is free, everyone knows that in essence, it is no different from a buyout, as no one will repeatedly consume. Therefore, future income will further decrease, and you need to be prepared for that. Wang Chuan didn't provide an answer right away. Instead, he dissected the game and explained it to Huang Shanshan. After all, she is his little secretary and needs to understand more. If he can train Huang Shanshan, well, wouldn't he be able to relax a bit? If we hastily add monetization points, while it may lead to a short-term surge in income, it will correspondingly drain the game's future vitality. What I actually hope for is that all games can have a longer vitality. In the future Huang to Games, I envision a model of long-term operation rather than a short-term sprint. Wang Chuan articulated his thoughts after explaining. At the same time, he was greatly moved, reflecting on how friendly this world is toward the gaming industry and game developers. Why do I say this? It all goes back to why most games in the past life pursued short-term profits. Isn't long-term operation a viable option? True, but why not pursue it? This is mainly because in the past life the game industry had separate teams for production and operations, with another team taking over the later stage of operations. Genuine game lovers who create the game cannot be responsible for its operations, and other operational teams only handle the game for a few months before it is handed over to others. Given this, why should they bother with long-term operations? Shouldn't I just trade away the later vitality for better performance during my operational phase? As for what happens with the team that takes over later, what does that have to do with us? The subsequent operational teams are often left in a lurch. While the previous team's performance was impressively high, they certainly cannot perform worse than that. Thus, for the sake of performance and salary, they can only continue to exploit. Do they not realize that this will drain the vitality of the game and lose the trust of players? They know, of course they know. But the key point is that this is not their only game, and after running it for a few months they will move on to the next one. If that's the case, why bother with long-term operations? It is precisely because of this comparison that Wang Chuan laments how favorable the world is to the gaming industry and to game developers. Game developers are able to hold the reins, and game companies will listen to their opinions. It is based on this that Wang Chuan possesses the dominant power over the game. After careful consideration, he decided to conduct long-term operations from now on. At that time, each operation team would have to manage a game over the long term and decide on benefits and promotions based on various performance metrics and reputation. In this way, once Huang to Game Company has more games running in the long term, a qualitative change will occur, and the user retention will definitely not be low. However, this is all in the future. For now, Wang Chuan is still explaining things to Huang Shanshan. He remembered Zhao Jing midway and called her into the room. With both women tutoring together, it's a good thing Wang Chuan is in good health, otherwise they wouldn't be able to teach at all. It has been almost a month since the official event was launched. Online news about this event has also started to heat up. This is thanks to those game companies that have been continuously preheating, heating, and reheating during this time. They even made the preheating quite mysterious, only revealing to players that the theme is related to the Three Kingdoms without disclosing anything else. Now players are discussing this matter all over the internet. Damn, I was wondering why the companies have been so excited lately, all starting to develop Three Kingdoms themed games. It turns out it's because of this official event. That's great. If it weren't for this event, where would we find so many Three Kingdoms themed games to play? Exactly, this event is pretty good. So many companies are participating, so there should definitely be a few quality games coming out. Quality. I doubt it. Every game chosen by the judges, aside from having a strong artistic atmosphere, seems to lack any fun whatsoever. That's a valid point, but there's nothing to be done about it. After all, it is organized by the official. This time is different. My. Is there a twist? Quick, tell me. If it's really different, it'll reward you with 300 forum coins. They'll give you 100. They'll give you 30. They'll give you 1. Okay, since everyone is sincerely asking, I'll quietly tell you all. According to what my classmates' uncle's neighbor's brother-in-law's relative said, this time the official plans to give the selection rights to the players, first selecting a portion of players through the event, and then letting these players serve as judges to rank the games. No way, really. Is it true? Does the official have such boldness? Those upstairs, hasn't the official always been quite bold? They have always been receptive to everyone's feedback and constantly improving. Hey, who do you think will win first place this time? It must be Penguin. They are the top of the 3 factory, and the new project is managed by Tian Baishuan, so there's a guarantee of quality. I don't support Shuei. Although they are not from the 3 factory, they have been focusing on the 3 kingdoms field and are quite experienced. Hey, do you think Wang Chuan's Huang Tu will participate? After all, Spirit Knight has already been earning tens of millions a month before. It's possible. If Wang Chuan really participates, I would actually be quite looking forward to it, as Stanley's Parable and Spirit Knight are both quite good. Yeah, they have influenced an era. The recent new works have borrowed elements from both games. I don't think so. After all, Spirit Knight has just updated a new version, and there is still content to be done, so he probably won't have time during this period. Hey, you might be forgetting Wang Chuan's speed. It hasn't been long since Stanley's Parable was completed, and he already set up the company and released Spirit Knight. He has enough time. He might even be able to make 2 games. Hey, don't exaggerate. 1 game is already tough enough. Dare to bet on something. 1 game, I will give you 1,000 forum coins. 2 games, I will give you 10,000 forum coins. Deal. I've taken a screenshot waiting to get rich. Unknowingly, the discussion among players had already veered off course and started a betting game. Meanwhile, this user who had engaged the wealthy was now smirking, looking carefree. At this moment, a very beautiful woman entered the room, and she sweetly said, "Boss, hurry up, we will be late for class soon." Indeed, this boring person is Wang Chuan, who got a bit playful while browsing the forum and set a trap for that wild wealthy user. All right, Shan, stop urging. I'm leaving now. Wang Chuan put away his smile, had Huang Shan tidy his clothes, and prepared to set off. Yes, off to class. Ahem, in the role of a teacher. Although he had already graduated from school, Wang Chuan still maintained a good relationship with the school. Moreover, with the previous successes of Stanley's Parable and Spirit Knight, the school has always wanted Wang Chuan to give a few lessons to the students. Most of the students at the school were also very curious about Wang Chuan, the creator of Stanley's Parable and the father of the gaming legend Spirit Knight. Thus, Wang Chuan is fully qualified to give a public lecture to the students. Compared to the school's teachers, students might have a deeper impression of Wang Chuan. After all, Wang Chuan has been established as a model by the school and promoted throughout the campus. Furthermore, he has achieved remarkable success in the gaming market and even founded his own company. For most students who have not stepped out of the ivory tower, this is like a legendary story. How could they not feel admiration? As for the invitation for the public lecture from the school, Wang Chuan had no reason to decline. He didn't have time before, but now that he does, he certainly has to make the trip. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, senior. Goodbye. Wang Chuan waved farewell to his classmates before heading to the director's office. It is said that the director has something to tell him, specifically asking him to come over after class. Wang Chuan, I heard you participated in this official event. I received the latest news and thought I should inform you. What did you say, director? After a few polite exchanges with the director, Wang Chuan sat down and they began discussing serious matters. Apparently, there will be changes to the evaluation mechanism for this event, so you need to prepare yourself. The director spoke, kindly offering careful reminders. Due to the lack of success in previous events, the official body has decided to hand over the evaluation power to the players. The judges' scores will only account for 40%, while the players' scores will constitute 60%. Therefore, if you need to make changes to your game, you should hurry. The director's words were quite tactful, intending to alert Wang Chuan that if the game was too artistic, he should make quick revisions to avoid failing to secure a ranking. After all, the essence of such events is to select quality works and correct the market situation by driving out inferior products. However, the games selected by the officials in previous events were often more artistic than commercially viable, failing to fulfill this purpose. Ultimately, a game is still a product. If it cannot gain players' recognition, it serves no purpose, even in terms of artistry. This has led to certain developers deliberately creating more artistic games just to aim for awards during subsequent events. The reason the director specifically reminded Wang Chuan was because he feared Wang Chuan might follow this trend, which would be problematic. Because the rules have changed this time. Don't worry, director, I'm very confident about this ranking. Upon hearing the director's words, Wang Chuan was momentarily taken aback, almost unable to react. Then a wave of joy washed over him. This world is truly wonderful. Wang Chuan sighed in his heart once more. This change is actually a great opportunity for him. He is very confident about the game he is going to create. After all, it's based on games that were immensely popular in his past life, with a guarantee of quality. However, these are games that players enjoy, which may not necessarily align with the judges' preferences. If a group of judges were to choose the award winners, Wang Chuan would indeed feel uncertain. But if it were the players, that would be no problem. Full of confidence. Just as Wang Chuan was engaging in heartfelt conversation with the director, in the experience area of Huang To Game Company on the second floor, Gong Yingnan was live streaming with her phone. Although she had already joined Huang To Game during her breaks or free time, she still chose to go live. After all, this was her first job to earn pocket money, and she had a certain attachment to it. However, the current live streaming experience was different than before. Previously, she was just an ordinary person, but now she had official certification. The certification came from Huang To Game Company. Wang Chuan, hee woman, you've already been marked by me. Viewers, what? How could the host she raised in just a few days be taken by someone else? Event. Of course, Wang will participate for our new game is almost finished. What type? Guess. However, if you are really interested, I recommend you come to the experience area of Huang To Game, where all the games under Huang To can be freely experienced. Moreover, future new games from Huang To will also be showcased here. Gong Yingnan smiled adorably, cheerfully talking to the viewers in the live stream. The reason she said this was partly for promotion to generate some hype. Secondly, the viewers in the live stream were all asking her to spill some details about Wang Chuan's new game. What could she do? Of course, she would reveal a little bit to pique everyone's interest. If she revealed everything, it would lose excitement and anticipation. However, if she revealed it little by little, leaving some things shrouded in mystery, it would greatly enhance the sense of anticipation. Of course, the main reason was still to avoid saying too much and affecting Wang Chuan's future promotion plans for the game. Thus, she only used her phone to show the viewers a glimpse of the entire experience area. However, due to the location of the villa being relatively remote, most of the visitors were students. And since it wasn't the weekend, there were fewer people around. Of course, the experience area was open to everyone and welcomed all visitors. Unfortunately, even though Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight were both huge hits, Wang Chuan did not gain popularity alongside them, even though he frequently participated in interviews and appeared on various programs. However, Wang Chuan understood this. After all, when he was a player, he often couldn't remember the names of producers, at most recalling the names of games. So he didn't push it, letting things unfold naturally. The viewers in the live stream saw that Gong Yingnan had only shown a brief overview and did not continue, feeling a bit anxious. They were all sending gifts, hoping she would reveal something about the new game and give them a sneak peek. However, Gong Yingnan was completely unfazed. Nanan, are you live streaming? It's fine, just go for it. It's perfect for warming up the game since it's going online in a few days. At that moment, Wang Chuan returned from school, saw Gong Yingnan with a selfie stick, and immediately guessed she was live streaming, laughing and saying. Wang Chuan was indifferent to leaking information about the games in the experience area that had not yet been launched. After all, if he really wanted to keep it a secret, he wouldn't have placed it in the experience area. However, despite saying this, Wang Chuan was still quite touched to see Gong Yingnan holding her ground. Hey Wang, you're back from class. Upon seeing Wang Chuan, Gong Yingnan was momentarily stunned, then remembered something and asked, is this game going online soon? Really? I thought there were still many art resources left to finish. When it came to art, she knew it very well. She had been busy with Huang Shanshan for days dealing with art outsourcing. Haha, the art for Three Kingdoms Kill has been completed. What you haven't handled is content for another game. Seeing Gong Yingnan's confused expression, Wang Chuan gently patted her head, explaining carefully. Oh, I see. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, Gong Yingnan playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit shy. Right, I almost forgot. Besides Three Kingdoms Kill, Wang has mentioned developing another game in the Three Kingdoms genre. Wait, what was I doing again? The live stream. Suddenly, Gong Yingnan remembered that she had completely forgotten about her live stream while talking to Wang Chuan, and their conversation was clearly heard by the viewers in the live stream. Oh no. Thinking of this, Gong Yingnan's eyes widened, her expression revealing a hint of anxiety. Then she looked at Wang Chuan with watery eyes, trying to convey that she hadn't meant to do it. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also getting restless. Wow, they actually heard big news. Are they going to silence us? Hey, did you all hear? Wang Chuan is really making a new game and has participated in an official event. You upstairs, you just found out. The new game's name is Three Kingdoms Kill. Take it, no need to thank me. No, didn't you hear the host Wang Chuan say that besides Three Kingdoms Kill nearing release, another game is currently in production? While producing 2 games at once, Wang Chuan is truly a rapid-fire creator. Oh, what a bold statement, but I like it, hee. I feel that Wang Chuan's voice sounds so young. Could he show his face? Indeed, Gong Yingnan's intuition was correct. After their conversation was overheard in the live stream, various bullet comments appeared simultaneously. Alright, you all know enough already, so stop asking about the rest. This is all a secret. Everyone can follow Wang's social media accounts or the official account of Huang to Games, and announcements will be made there. Gong Yingnan looked at Wang Chuan's expression and noticed he wasn't angry or anything, which made her unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Then she started replying to messages in the live stream. Haha, there's no need to show my face. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. Besides, once I win an award, you'll be able to see me. So your focus should be on Three Kingdoms Kill. This game is going to be a lot of fun. After chatting with Gong Yingnan, Wang Chuan joked with the viewers in the live stream before heading towards the experience area. Do you know why those agents end up dead? Oi. Suddenly Gong Yingnan asked mysteriously. If it's all your fault for making me accidentally leak the second game. Thankfully Wang isn't angry. I need to scare you all a bit. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback and started sending bullet comments. Agents, that must mean they were stealing information. They must have committed treason and were killed. Hee, that's all wrong. The reason agents die is simple: you know too much. So don't ask anymore. I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing her goal achieved, Gong Yingnan smiled mischievously at the startled expressions in the bullet comments. After saying that, Gong Yingnan hurried to catch up with Wang Chuan while introducing the experience area to the viewers in the live stream. She also planned to call for people to join a tense and exciting game of Three Kingdoms Kill. Currently, the number of people in the experience area is actually quite small, and the feedback from players is also very limited. However, even though the number is small, it still allows for immediate feedback. It's possible to identify problems and solve them quickly, but having too few players is still a problem and currently challenging to resolve. However, Wang Chuan looked up at Gong Yingnan, who was explaining the experience area to the viewers. Perhaps they could try live streaming. Games that can be placed in the experience area without worrying about leaks could potentially receive some direct feedback on this platform. If it works, it could also make up for the lack of players in the experience area. After all, some games, while they may not provide feedback through gameplay experience, can still gain valuable insights from visual effects, which is excellent. Seeing and hearing are both inseparable parts of a game. Just like in Stanley's Parable, without that narrating voice, the game would lose much of its flavor. Currently, the equipment in the experience area includes only PCs and mobile devices. Since this isn't a formal experience store, no advanced VR devices are set up, but these are sufficient for use. After all, most of Huang's games are designed for mobile or PC. Players can use either device to experience the game, with data being interchangeable. Thanks to Gong Yingnan's persistent efforts, she finally managed to gather Huang Shanshan, Wei Wei, Zhao Jing, and other veterans during the lunch break. The reason it was so easy was that they had played a few days ago and couldn't forget about it, thinking about coming back for another round every day. I must say, tabletop games can be quite addictive. Sister Shanshan, Wei Wei, hurry over. Let's have an intense and exciting game of Three Kingdoms Kill. From afar, Gong Yingnan called out. Coming. You little girl, don't you know to wait for me? Huang Shanshan and the others approached, playfully scolding Gong Yingnan. I was just anxious. Gong Yingnan smiled shyly, explaining, then looked around and curiously asked. Hey, where are Lu Chang and Zhou Wei? They can't make it. I heard there are issues with the database, so they can't get away. What are we going to do? It's just four of us, me, Sister Shanshan, Sister Jing, and Wei Wei. Gong Yingnan felt a bit down. Would they not be able to play today? Did you forget? There's still one person. Huang Shanshan said with a mischievous smile, gesturing with her eyes. Gong Yingnan followed her gaze and saw the innocent Wang Chuan nearby, suddenly enlightened. Right? We can invite Wang to join. Yes. Let's get Wang to play. He created the game, but I've never seen him play Three Kingdoms Kill before. Exactly. Wang, don't refuse. Hurry up. Gong Yingnan's voice was too loud, catching the attention of those around, and everyone joined in the teasing. Due to the remote location of the experience zone, most of the attendees are students from the school, namely Wang Chuan's juniors, who are all familiar with him. Many students had even participated in the beta testing of Energetic Night, so they knew Wang Chuan's gentle nature and were not surprised to see him getting teased. The viewers in the live stream also joined in on the fun, sending a flurry of yacht and airplane emojis regardless of whether Wang Chuan could see the barrage of comments. Alright, since everyone is so supportive, it would be rude for me not to join in. Wang Chuan smiled and agreed, enjoying the lively atmosphere. At the same time, he felt a stirring within. Although he had played Three Kingdoms Kill countless times in his past life, it had always been someone else's game. Now that it was his own creation, it suddenly felt different. By the way, Sister Shanshan, you can try the online version this time. It was just made by Boss Wang, and it will definitely feel unique. Gong Yingnan suddenly recalled something and quickly stopped Huang Shanshan from grabbing the cards, saying with anticipation, I haven't played it either, but I've heard it's incredibly fun. Really? Then I must give it a good try. Huang Shanshan exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Gong Yingnan's words. As a diligent secretary, she naturally knew many things about her boss. She had heard Wang Chuan mention this online version of Three Kingdoms Kill countless times and had long been curious. Now she could finally see it for herself. Zhao Jingwei Wei and others were also filled with excitement as they took their seats one by one and eagerly opened the client. Compared to the physical cards of the tabletop version, the online version of Three Kingdoms Kill was more refined and had fantastic effects, providing an immersive experience. Every time a card was played, there would be corresponding voiceovers from the generals along with the card effects displayed, making the game feel multidimensional. Since everyone was experienced players, they ignored the newbie guide and dove straight into the game. However, this left the viewers in the live stream in a tough spot. Those watching the broadcast were encountering Three Kingdoms Kill for the first time and had no idea what was happening. From the start of the game to the allocation of identities and the selection of generals, they were all utterly confused. What on earth was going on? The general cards were understandable as card games always feature such elements. It was just that this version had more beautiful illustrations. But what did those identities mean? Ruler, loyalist, rebel, spy. And what does Rain of Arrows mean? Is it related to borrowing arrows with straw boats? While they could grasp the concepts of attack and dodge, I attack you dodge, and if you don't dodge you lose health, everyone was still lost without a clear understanding of the game rules. Unexpectedly, they felt that the game was quite engaging, especially with the beautiful illustrations and decent voiceovers. If it goes online, it could be a hit. Boss Wang, why did you choose Lu Meng? That general is quite weak. Since Wang Chuan was the ruler for this game, he chose the general first, and seeing Wang Chuan select Lu Meng, Wei Wei expressed his confusion. Wei Wei had played with this general before, and it was precisely because of that experience that he found this hero to be weak. Lu Meng's skill self-control allows him to not discard cards if he doesn't play an attack during the card play phase. It sounds good, but Wei Wei knew where the pitfall lay. When he used Lu Meng, he was directly overwhelmed and defeated before 2 turns passed, losing a good hand of cards before he could use them. You'll find out once the game starts. Wang Chuan remained calm, smiling without saying much. His choice of Lu Meng was certainly for a reason. Those who had played Three Kingdoms Kill in their past lives knew that Lu Meng, due to his skill of self-control, was the ideal choice for a ruler. As a ruler, if one cannot analyze the spy, rebel, and loyalist at the outset, then Lu Meng's skill is undoubtedly the best option. After Wang Chuan made his choice, the others also selected their generals in a somewhat serious manner, and to be fair, their choices were all quite good. Especially Wei Wei, who learned from his previous lesson and directly chose Zhuge Liang as his general. Zhuge Liang has 2 skills, one is stargazing and the other is empty city. Stargazing allows him to draw cards equal to the number of players before drawing from the deck, deciding the order himself. This was to avoid repeating the unfortunate fate of Jinji, who had no black cards and all red cards. Empty city is even simpler. When he has no hand cards, he cannot be attacked or challenged. This was to prevent a repeat of Jiao Chan's fate, who was instantly killed upon entering the fray. Not bad indeed, he has really grown. Once everyone had selected their generals, Wang Chuan performed a simple operation, and he could sit back and watch the game. For Lu Meng, the early game was all about accumulating hand cards, acting as a warehouse, and then exerting power later. If he had group tactics, such as Southern Barbarian Invasion or Rain of Arrows, he would just unleash them. Then he could patiently wait to control the game with cavalry and Zhuge's crossbow. However, unlike the first game, everyone here were experienced players. They knew not to let Lu Meng accumulate too many cards, or else Zhuge's crossbow could wipe them out. Yes, Wei Wei had died from this last time. The rebels were very decisive, directly jumping to the rebel side and aggressively attacking the ruler. After all, they couldn't let Lu Meng gather cards. This was a blatant strategy. Of course, the rebels jumping to their side had its advantages, clearly defining their relationship with their allies and avoiding attacking the wrong person. But on the flip side, they would be subject to attacks from 3 players. After all, the spy is just a wild card. To win, they must keep the ruler alive, while eliminating the others, ultimately killing the ruler. Quickly, 2 rebels were severely injured. However, Wang Chuan was not faring well either. He had been accumulating cards and enduring the output from the 2 rebels, leaving him with just 2 health points. His tender shoulders bore a pressure that one of his age should not have to endure. Of course, the reason he dared to withstand this was that he had 2 peach cards in hand. I initially intended to interact with you all as a loyal minister, but what I received in return was coldness. No more pretense. I am the traitor. I am revealing my true self. Suddenly, Wei Wei, who had been keeping a low profile, said with a beaming smile, quite arrogantly. The reason Wei Wei remained low-key was that his true identity was that of a traitor who had turned into a loyal minister. But now he was done pretending. He was going to reveal everything. I say the cost of pretending to be a traitor is rather high, isn't it? Seeing Wei Wei expose his identity, Wang Chuan felt a wave of speechlessness. At this point, everyone's identities had basically been revealed. Initially, he was a bit uncertain because Wei Wei had been dealt good cards by Zhuge Liang during his stargazing session, such as creating something out of nothing or taking things from a bag, and so on. Meanwhile, Huang Shanshan Zhao Yun had simply been focused on targeting the rebels. After my diligent research over this period, I finally devised the strategy of self-inflicted injury. General Wang, look at this move of mine. It's quite effective, isn't it? Seeing the situation stabilize, Wei Wei couldn't help but feel pleased and began to explain his killer move to everyone. Currently, both the loyal ministers and the rebels each have a drop of blood. The recent barrage of arrows indicates that General Wang has lost health, showing that you don't have a dodge. I still have another barrage of arrows in my hand plus a kill. General Wang, you are at full health with 2 drops of blood, but Lu Ming alone cannot defeat Zhuge Liang. I'm sure I'll win. Finally, he achieved victory. It was truly not easy. This was the first time he had won after playing for several days. Moreover, he won with the identity of a traitor while opposing 4 players and still emerged victorious. For a moment, a sense of accomplishment unexpectedly rose in Wei Wei's heart. Wei Wei, don't get too smug too soon. You still have a lightning bolt hanging over you which might blow you up at any moment. Gong Yingnan, unable to tolerate Wei Wei's arrogance, retorted discontentedly. Of course I am aware, but that lightning is what I prepared for General Wang. I am Zhuge Liang, capable of stargazing. What do I have to fear from lightning? Wei Wei was not the least bit flustered this time. He had calculated thoroughly inside and out. No matter what happened in the end, he was certain he would win. With full health and full cards as Zhuge Liang, who can observe the stars, he found no reason to lose. Wang Chuan thought for a moment and realized that in this situation there was indeed no way out, filled with helplessness. After all, in the game of 3 kingdoms, luck truly outweighs skill. Sometimes if the hand is good enough, even without skills, one can wipe out the entire field. For example, choosing the General Zhang Fei, who can continuously deal damage, and if the starting hand is just right, he could immediately eliminate the Lord. Suddenly thought of someone's Jiao Chan. If the situation had been normal, Wang Chuan would have certainly weakened each player. At that time, no matter how it went, he would have had the upper hand. But this time, not only was the traitor lucky, but the rebels were also quite fortunate. Not only did it cause great trouble for Wang Chuan, but it also prevented him from paying attention to the traitor. Soon the situation began to unfold in the direction Wei Wei had anticipated. The rebels directly eliminated the loyal minister, and after taking out the loyal minister, unable to reach the Lord, they had no choice but to attack Zhuge Liang, only to be dodged by him. Observing the celestial phenomena tonight, I know the great affairs of the world. With victory in hand, Wei Wei skillfully recited Zhuge Liang's line when using the stargazing skill. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang's voice also echoed in the game. The difference was that the line Zhuge Liang recited was another phrase. Knowing the heavens is easy, but resisting them is difficult. Simultaneously, due to the death of the loyal minister, only 4 players remained, leading to 4 cards appearing before Wei Wei. Upon seeing the cards, Wei Wei was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. The audience watching the cards also froze, then began to laugh uncontrollably. Of such a twist, I'm shocked. Wei, good, do you want to kill me with laughter and inherit my Huabei fortune? The wall may not yield, but to you it does. Even the old lady yields to you. What a line! Knowing the heavens is easy, resisting them is difficult. Did Zhuge Liang already know this would happen? You guys think the next card won't also be spades 2 to spades 9, right? That would be even more unbelievable. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it. What a coincidence, so am I. As Wang Chuan and others heard the commotion, they couldn't help but put down their devices and rush over to Wei Wei out of curiosity. Then, well, forgive them, they laughed shamelessly. Those 4 cards were simply too adorable. Because one loyal minister had died, Zhuge Liang could only see 4 cards. These 4 cards were very flattering to Wei Wei: spades 2, spades 3, spades 4, spades 5. If the 5th card were a spades 6, it would be a straight flush. It's worth mentioning that for the lightning judgment, spades 2 to spades 9 count as a successful judgment. If successful, the player would be struck by lightning, losing 3 drops of blood. Please don't gloat over my misfortune, okay? From a certain perspective, this is a kind of luck. Right now I see all around me are spades, but I've moved them away, so I've avoided it, which is a good thing. Although Wei Wei's heart was filled with gloom on the surface, he still appeared confident. Dragging all 4 cards to the bottom, Wei Wei kept praying in his heart. Infinite heavens, venerable Amitabha, Almighty Allah, please bless me, let it not be spades. Soon the judgment card appeared. The next moment, everyone laughed even harder. A joyful atmosphere spread, even the losing rebels began to laugh heartily. Judgment card, spades 6. Sure enough, it was a straight flush. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck down on the screen, followed by a sound effect. Zhuge Liang's health bar was instantly emptied, leaving behind a dying message: the general has fallen. After that, the audience became even more joyful than before. Even though Wei Wei had won, it didn't have the same effect. Ha ha ha, Thunder God. Wei Wei, you are truly amazing. I originally thought you would be eliminated in one round, unable to draw the cards you wanted, always being. Already quite impressive, but unexpectedly, there was such a flashy move. You set off lightning to blow yourself up. 666. Cough, Wei Wei, you're overdoing it. If you're unlucky in the game, perhaps you'll have better luck in reality. After work, remember to buy a lottery ticket. You might just hit the jackpot. Also, from now on, you should avoid playing heroes like Zhuge Liang and Jinji. I think heroes like Liu Bei, Zhao Yun, and Guan Yu would suit you better, as they are more offensive. Wang Chuan struggled to suppress his laughter, doing his best to comfort Wei Wei. However, it was to no avail. No, mister. Wang, think about it. Given Wei Wei's luck, it's possible that Zhao Yun has no kill or dodge, Guan Yu has all black cards, and Zhang Fei has all dodges. At this moment, Wei Wei's friend Gong Yingnan jumped in and mercilessly stabbed Wei Wei with her words. In that case, let's play Liu Bei. At least he can recover 1 health point each turn. He has strong vitality. Upon hearing Gong Yingnan's words, an image floated into Wang Chuan's mind. Considering Wei Wei's luck, it seems that it's not impossible. Wei Wei suddenly felt like he had lost interest in being a person. I won't be a human anymore. Mister, while my work time is coming up, I'll go to work now, goodbye. Suddenly Wei Wei raised his hand to check his wrist, finding nothing there. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he was a positive and energetic young man. He loved his job, so he had to go to work, and no one could stop him. Seeing Wei Wei go from confident to fleeing in disarray, everyone couldn't help but laugh heartily. Even the viewers in the live stream were bursting with laughter, because during the match, Gong Yingnan had not forgotten her duty, continuously streaming the game. So even though most viewers had never played Three Kingdoms Kill, they understood the game quite well, because Three Kingdoms Kill is fundamentally simple. One can grasp it after watching for a bit. As a result, most people understood some aspects. Therefore, the discussion among the viewers in the live stream was quite lively. That lightning is amazing. It successfully dealt 3 damage, and Zhuge Liang's skill was to swap card orders, and yet he got blown up. I'm impressed. I always thought in Soul Knight I could never get good weapons or talents, considering myself a non-lucky player. But seeing this Zhuge Liang, I suddenly feel okay. At least I didn't die right before victory. But this Three Kingdoms Kill looks so interesting. So many generals and skills, and everyone's identity is different with various tasks. It has a bit of the flavor of the Three Kingdoms. Exactly. I feel that the voice acting in the game is particularly good, and I really like Zhao Yun's skill. Using kill and dodge interchangeably is indeed the way to go. Oh dear, you all are making me feel excited. I can't wait to log in and play a match. Yeah, if it weren't too far, it would be great to go to Mr. Wang's experience zone to play. Don't worry, Nan said earlier that the game is already finished, and it will be online in a few days. In the live stream, the audience was growing, and the barrage of comments was dense, making it all look very lively. Clearly, most viewers were attracted by the Three Kingdoms Kill played by Wang Chuan and the others, and forgot to leave. Although they didn't introduce gameplay, while playing normally, it was still possible to guess some aspects based on everyone's performance. And precisely this is the unique charm of Three Kingdoms Kill. Even if one knows nothing about the game, after watching for a while, one can intuitively understand the use of cards and the gameplay. It is worth mentioning that Three Kingdoms Kill itself is a game where luck outweighs skill. Such games are not only suitable for playing, but also very suitable for live streaming. Due to luck, it can easily lead to results that no one expects. For example, Wei Wei just became the puppet master of the game, planned everything, and then suddenly a huge lightning struck, and he was done for. This could be said to be extreme good luck or extreme bad luck. Although he lost the game, this scene is not something just any player can encounter. Just imagine if what happened to Wei Wei occurred in the live stream, the streaming effect would definitely be explosive. Because Wei Wei was laughed away by everyone running off to pursue his work, thus the number of viewers decreased. Everyone also stopped continuing the game. Mr. Wang, the viewers in the live stream are particularly eager to ask you a few questions. Can you answer them? At this moment, Gong Yingnan shyly leaned closer to Wang Chuan and whispered. Actually, she didn't want to, as it was not easy, but she couldn't withstand the viewers' earnest pleas, so she had to give it a try. Of course, what questions do you have? I'll answer some selectively, as there are still some questions that need to be kept secret. Wang Chuan didn't mind, on the contrary, he considered it a warm-up. Great. Gong Yingnan didn't expect to gain unexpected rewards, so she hurriedly relayed all the questions to Wang Chuan. Let's start with this question: when will Three Kingdoms Kill go live? It will be online in a few days, and we will meet everyone. Soon you will be able to see the game's promotion online, so there's no need to rush. What is the other new game? Good question. I can only say it's a secret. However, this game is completely different in style from Three Kingdoms Kill and is more oriented towards mobile platforms. Will there be updates for Soul Knight later? Of course, updates for Soul Knight are already in the works. Moreover, in the mod community, some player-created mods are quite popular. We will consider collaborating with them, and who knows, we might integrate them into the official game. What? Let me show my face. No, how can an ordinary handsome guy like me expose himself on camera? If you want to know what I look like, then you'll have to work hard. If Three Kingdoms Kill ranks in the top 3 during the event, I will definitely come out to accept the award, and then you can see me. Well, let's stop here for today. For more content, please follow my social accounts or the official account of Huang to Games, where everything will be announced. Wang Chuan did not show his face, but hid to the side, watching the questions from the viewers popping up on the screen, selecting which ones to answer. In his view, maintaining a friendly relationship with the players was quite important. After all, player feedback was very effective for improving the game. After chatting casually for a while, Gong Yingnan glanced at the time and then closed the live stream. He then returned to the office with everyone to continue working. Although Three Kingdoms Kill was largely completed and would go live in the coming days, some details still needed optimization. Moreover, most of the work for the Land of the Rate was still unfinished, especially in terms of artistic resources, which were still lacking significantly. By the way, there was also the subsequent version updates for Three Kingdoms Kill. Wang Chuan needed to prepare the planning document, as he might not have time to produce it later. If he made it now, he could hand it over to Huang Shanshan and Gong Yingnan to be responsible for. For example, the beloved generals by the players and gameplay, such as national battles, would need to be gradually updated in the later versions. As for the expansion packs from his previous life, along with those powerful generals, Wang Chuan dared not even think about it. Although they were quite enjoyable to use, they had completely disrupted the game's balance. Furthermore, Three Kingdoms Kill itself was a highly competitive game. Without game balance, what competitiveness would remain? Of course, the reason the previous operators released such powerful generals was mainly to make money, as they only had this one successful product. Thus, they could only keep milking money from Three Kingdoms Kill. However, for Wang Chuan it was entirely different, as he had too many resources. Therefore, for him, Three Kingdoms Kill was more about increasing user engagement. It was merely a layout in his broader strategy. Revenue was a secondary goal. Of course, given the quality of Three Kingdoms Kill, profit was assured, but the amount was uncertain. However, this depended on operations and monetization points, and according to Wang Chuan's thinking, as long as the profit could sustain the operation of Three Kingdoms Kill, that would be sufficient. Today, Gong Yingnan's live stream unexpectedly showcased Three Kingdoms Kill, although it seemed inconspicuous to Wang Chuan. However, for those who had been following Wang Chuan and Huang to Game Company, it was quite shocking. Although Huang to Game Company was not large, at most considered a small workshop, being able to attract some attention from players and producers seemed somewhat unreasonable. But if one looked at Huang to Game's results, this perception would change. Just like Stanley's Parable, which pioneered the era of metagames, pointing out a path for many game developers. Even now, some metagames in the market still bear its shadow. The later released Spirit Knight directly broke free from Wang Chuan's father of metagames influence, creating another path. It incorporated random elements into the game as its core, achieving explosive success. It crushed Penguin's games underfoot. In the subsequent new games, many also added Spirit Knight's random mode. Although the results were not explosive, they were still quite good. With these achievements, Wang Chuan and his founded Huang to Game Company were no longer seen as lucky people who succeeded. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much capital eager to acquire and invest. Of course, these investors were rejected by Wang Chuan, who did not lack money and wanted to maintain his independence. During this time, many who followed Wang Chuan speculated whether Huang to Game would participate in the official activities initiated. The discussions were lively, but no one could convince anyone. Later, other game companies began to warm up for their new games. Meanwhile, no news came from Wang Chuan, leading everyone to lean towards the idea that Huang to Game Company might not participate. Thinking about it made a lot of sense. After all, Huang to Game had very few people, and their last game, Spirit Knight, had just been updated, so they might not have the energy to develop a new game. Although it seemed reasonable, everyone was quite disappointed. After all, Wang Chuan's games had always been of high quality and were worth looking forward to. Player: I'm still waiting to play. Manufacturer: I'm still waiting to copy. Just when everyone was feeling disappointed, a piece of news suddenly broke. Wang Chuan's game was actually almost completed, and it had already been in internal testing for a while and would go live in a few days. Wow, this speed is truly inhuman. And how did you hide the news so well? Players who knew Wang Chuan, Stanley's Parable, and Spirit Knight had no reactions, except for surprise and anticipation. However, within the gaming industry, the news about Three Kingdoms Kill left many producers dumbfounded. How on earth did he achieve this? How could he be so efficient? They unconsciously began to discuss. Hey, did you all go online? I saw online that Wang Chuan is also participating in the event and has developed a Three Kingdoms themed game. I watched that recording. The game's completion level is very high and represents a new genre. I also saw it as Wang Chuan, even human. It takes me half a year to make a game, and this is already the third game in such a short time. Do you think Wang Chuan will clash with Penguin again this time? Tian Baishuan was pretty badly defeated last time. That shouldn't be the case. The last time was intentional. This time, they can just avoid it. You're silly this time. It's an official event. Oh, all participants will have to PK in the end. How could they avoid conflict? Haha, I estimate that if they don't clash, Tian Baishuan will want to kill Wang Chuan. I must say this is just hilarious. What's going on? What's going on? Just go online and see. Wang Chuan's promotion is truly brilliant, and the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill has skyrocketed. I watched it. It's indeed true. However, Tian Baishuan has no choice but to endure since Wang Chuan has even showcased a finished game. That's reasonable. Wang Chuan is like an old workhorse making games so quickly. If I were his opponent, I'd probably go insane. The discussions were filled with laughter while on the other side someone at Penguin was already losing it. At this moment, Tian Baishuan frowned, occasionally tapping his head and pacing back and forth. Originally, Tian Baishuan was quite busy working on the game Three Kingdoms Farmers in Charge, but suddenly one of his subordinates brought him news about Wang Chuan. In an instant, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. They had a fixed game promotion strategy such as pre-release hype, gradually revealing game content to whet the player's appetite. During this time, the news also proved that their efforts were commendable. Online Three Kingdoms Farmers in Charge had been a hot topic among players. After all, it was a game from Penguin, and it participated in official events, achieving a level of popularity that stood out even among a myriad of Three Kingdoms-themed games. Unfortunately, just as they had a great start, they encountered Wang Chuan. At the peak of Penguin's game popularity, Wang Chuan also began promoting Three Kingdoms Kill. And this time, Wang Chuan was not like last time, when he worked tirelessly to promote Energy Night, even personally jumping into the fray to compete for attention. With the millions earned from Energy Night, Wang Chuan managed to escape his financial difficulties. Now with some capital, he directly negotiated with several media outlets for a certain degree of advertising promotion. He had always believed that money is not saved, but earned. Therefore, for advertising promotions, he chose only the best options available. In addition to advertising, Wang Chuan also thought of the users of Energy Night. After all, the initial goal was to increase user retention. Thus, he inserted an internal traffic driving event in Energy Night. Players could log in to Three Kingdoms Kill for 7 consecutive days to sign in and earn free skins, and so on. If it were just these, it wouldn't have caused Tian Baishuan such a headache. The most important thing was that their game Three Kingdoms Kill was already a competent game, not just a concept. Even the launch date had been announced by Huangta Game Company. When Tian Baishuan heard this, he was momentarily stunned, questioning his own existence. He had learned about the news half a month ago and had started production 2 weeks in advance. Yet even now, he couldn't keep up with Wang Chuan's production speed. Moreover, the current popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill left Tian Baishuan and even other manufacturers at a loss. If Three Kingdoms Kill were not a finished game, it wouldn't be this way. Precisely because of this, Huangta Game chose the best time to launch. They immediately maximized players' expectations while the popularity of other games dwindled. The reason it was the best time was that major manufacturers, including Penguin, had been gradually releasing content to keep players engaged. Now players' appetites had been whetted, but what filled them was not their game, but Three Kingdoms Kill. Thus, Tian Baishuan faced a series of combined attacks, truly feeling helpless. Alright, for the time being, we won't promote. However, keep the promotional resources reserved for the next opportunity. Also, there's no need to rush the game. Everyone can take the afternoon off. Thank you all for your hard work over these days. After pondering for a long time, Tian Baishuan exhaled a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and addressed everyone. Due to the need to coordinate with promotions, the studio had been rushing to make modifications. But now it was no longer necessary. Everyone cheered and left. Just before Tian Baishuan walked out, he suddenly remembered something and said to his assistant, "Keep an eye on Three Kingdoms Kill and remind me on the launch day." Yes, although Tian Baishuan wanted to directly use the resources at hand to outshine Three Kingdoms Kill, with promotions rendering Wang Chuan's efforts ineffective. However, rationally speaking, he couldn't do that. It wasn't worth it. The resources for the game were already very limited, and even if the promotion succeeded in overshadowing Three Kingdoms Kill, what would it matter? His game was not yet complete and couldn't even be launched. After careful consideration, he abandoned this impulsive thought. He wasn't foolish enough to joke with his future over a momentary pride. Moreover, launching early wasn't necessarily a good thing. The players' evaluations and the judges' opinions were the key factors in the selection. Soon 2 days passed, and Three Kingdoms Kill was about to launch. Unlike the last time with Energy Night, when Wang Chuan truly tried every possible means to gain attention. For example, promoting Energy Night alongside Stanley's Parable. For example, creating a dispute with Tian Baishuan from Penguin and constantly seeking attention. And so forth. He really exerted himself, employing every tactic because the initial heat of the game was crucial. However, this time the launch of Three Kingdoms Kill was swift, suddenly emerging, casually teasing for 2 days before announcing the launch. If Wang Chuan at this moment still resembled his former self when developing Energy Knight, the data for Three Kingdoms Kill would surely be a disaster. But now it was different. In terms of fame, Stanley's Parable had pioneered the era of metagames, earning Wang Chuan the title of the father of metagames. Moreover, the randomness mechanism of Energy Knight opened a new path for business models. In terms of funding, Energy Knight earned nearly 10 million monthly, which, while not exactly a cash cow, was still quite considerable in the short term. If he was to produce a AAA title, he might not have the capability, but currently these small projects pose no problem. Furthermore, he still had Energy Knight, a game with a large user base. He could directly conduct player flow within his game without affecting the player experience. If players wanted to obtain character skins, they had to complete tasks in Three Kingdoms Kill. Of course, if they didn't want it, that was fine too. There was no compulsion. In addition to the game flow, advertisements were also placed on various video sites and gaming websites, just as he said, not afraid to spend money. In addition to these, Wang Chuan also created a mysterious form intending to surprise the players. It listed the voice actors for various characters in Three Kingdoms Kill. Well-known voice actors in the country were all moved by Wang Chuan and eagerly took part in the voice work for Three Kingdoms Kill. In order to pave the way for his future, he swiftly confirmed everything and directly launched Three Kingdoms Kill without keeping players waiting. According to Wang Chuan's consistent tradition, Three Kingdoms Kill similarly has not logged onto other platforms, only launching on the official game platform. Of course, it is not that other channels have not approached Wang Chuan. After all, he has proven his capabilities, making it impossible for them not to come with capital. For example, companies like Chia and Bali have sought Wang Chuan, but he rejected them all. It's not that Wang Chuan holds any grievances against them, but rather that both parties simply could not reach an agreement. Even though Wang Chuan's previous work, Energy Knight, has already demonstrated his capabilities. However, compared to the three companies, the level he currently displays is still insufficient. Hence, the three companies' attitudes are arrogant, refusing to accept some of Wang Chuan's conditions, believing themselves to be the dominant force. Of course, Wang Chuan is not a child. He sees through these matters clearly. He wasn't angry at all, merely sending the representatives of the three companies away. He knows that currently the three companies are more powerful, but in the future, who knows who will be stronger or weaker. Although Three Kingdoms Kill has only launched on the official game platform, the few live games streamed by Gong Ingnan in the Experience Zone before the launch became a huge hit. People online have been continuously watching, inadvertently turning players into word-of-mouth promoters. Moreover, Wang Chuan was very proactive, announcing on the same day that Three Kingdoms Kill was about to launch. He instantly fulfilled the players' anticipation built up over several days and snatched the opportunity. Other game companies were infuriated. Following that, 2 days before the launch, Wang Chuan engaged in a frenzied promotion. Despite the extensive promotion, it only lasted 2 days, so the expenditure was not that high. Then Energy Knight also included event-driven traffic. Thus, even before the game launched, Three Kingdoms Kill had already captured the attention of most people. So even if the launch felt a bit rushed, the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill was indeed higher than that of several similar Three Kingdoms games during the same period. Not long after the announcement of the launch, a large influx of players rushed to the official game platform and directly searched for the content of Three Kingdoms Kill. Wow, this card is so beautiful. Once the physical version is released, I must buy a collector's edition. No, look at this voice acting list. I know all these voice actors. What is this want to game? Is it really that fierce? Wait, are there no cutscenes? This feels too casual, right? They haven't finished it yet. What? It's just a card game, it doesn't have those. Didn't you check out the videos online before coming? Huh, I really didn't. How does this card game work? Is it about collecting and clearing stages? After browsing through the general content, the players entered the game interface. Then a tutorial popped up. The rewards were also very attractive. By completing the tutorial, players could freely obtain a skin for a general. The time limit is permanent. Player while permanent. I have to complete this task. Why skip it if I can get it for free? Of course, this was the mentality of most players, though some did not choose to participate. Wang Chuan put a lot of effort into the tutorial section. After all, what players encounter first upon entering the game is not the gameplay itself. Rather, it's the visuals, sounds, and tutorial, etc. Therefore, determining whether players can stay right from the start is particularly important. Thus, having tutorials that are mandatory to complete in some games is not without reason, as they need to let players understand the gameplay. However, if it becomes mandatory, some impatient players may just leave. Wang Chuan connected the tutorial directly with the game's rewards. As long as players completed the tutorial, they could get a permanent skin for free. Just ask yourself, wouldn't you be tempted? They give you a skin right away, or would you still want to leave? This is like a tactic in card games where they give you a bunch of max level characters and various items up front. The inventory is filled with various items, making it look very fulfilling. This is because the manufacturers want to give players a motivation to continue playing, allowing them to feel the joy of the game. Furthermore, with so many items in hand, if you quit the game, that would be such a loss. So once this tactic is employed, players can't really escape. Soon players entered the tutorial. In this instructional game, players would default to using the General Zhao Yun. After all, Zhao Yun's skills are the least cumbersome, the easiest to read. Other skills would not be suitable for the tutorial. As players use Zhao Yun as the ruler, the role of the loyal minister showcases all the effects of various cards within the game. Thus, this tutorial truly opened players' eyes. At the same time, they also got to experience the feeling of being lucky. What is this? Creating something from nothing, taking advantage of the situation, Zuges, repeating crossbow, bagua formation, etc. What you want just appears and what you need just comes. Of course, with such good cards, the remaining rebels and traitors were quickly defeated, taken out in one round. Although they won against the computer, players still felt the charm of Three Kingdoms kill. Awesome, when the big reveal comes. But when players truly start matching up for battles, the situation will reverse. Perhaps many players will never again feel the luckiness. However, these players are not angry, nor do they leave the game, because they discover a huge surprise. All generals in Three Kingdoms kill are actually free. Even in the shop, there is a note: this game will never launch paid generals to ensure the game's environment players can enjoy with peace of mind. At that moment, all players were stunned. Such conscience. This is so conscientious. Boss Wang is truly great. All the generals are free. But if the generals are free, how does Boss Wang make money? I'm so afraid such a conscientious game will go bankrupt due to lack of revenue. Don't worry, although the generals are free, the skins have to be purchased, and they are not expensive, just around a dozen yuan. By the way, these skins are really beautiful. Moreover, each skin has different effects and voice lines. No way today, I must buy a ton and nobody stop me. Ha ha ha, I'm hooked. Ooh, I don't want to leave. Is anyone hosting a room? Let's all experience a game together. I want to try out the skills of different generals. Hey, fellow enthusiasts, the room is set up. Ooh, I've invited you. Me. Bro, pull me in. I want to experience it too. Okay. When players began to experience the thrill of Three Kingdoms kill, many game developers immediately opened the game for evaluation. They wanted to see the quality of this game and whether it matched previous standards. After all, Wang Chuan had achievements with Stanley's Parable preceding it and Spirit Knight following, both causing significant ripples in the gaming industry. However, as they played, many developers were stunned. This gameplay felt oddly familiar. Isn't this just a competitive board game? It's merely wrapped in a Three Kingdoms theme. Isn't that obvious? Are you just realizing this? Videos of Three Kingdoms kill have been online for ages. Haha, that's right. I was busy making games before, only just now finding the time to pay attention. This game is essentially just a skin for Three Kingdoms kill. The fundamental gameplay remains the same, and changing the skin wouldn't affect it at all. That's not entirely true. This game fits the Three Kingdoms theme better. Switching to another theme would lose some of its essence. Exactly. The historical references to the Three Kingdoms combined with these generals are simply perfect. Moreover, the interactions between the generals are captivating. Hey, now that you mention it, I remember that if there are Shu generals on the field, when Liu Bei uses a provoking tactic, a new line will appear. Right. If Cao Cao uses a protective tactic, and there are Wei generals on the field, there will also be linked dialogue. Haha, it's mainly because there are so many famous characters in the Three Kingdoms, and this major IP is well known, making it easy for players to immerse themselves in it. More than that, what intrigues me is the revenue model of Three Kingdoms kill. I wonder how Wang Chuan came up with the idea of making all generals free while only charging for skins. Yeah. If they want to maintain the game environment, why not just buy it outright? That would save on future operations. Right? I calculated roughly, and the cost for promoting voice acting art and so on for Three Kingdoms kill already exceed $1 million. Could it be to please the players? Perhaps to secure their votes during events? Alright, stop worrying about that. Although Three Kingdoms kill has low income, as long as the user base grows, even if all generals are free and only skins are sold, it won't be a loss. Moreover, if the player count increases significantly, it might even surpass the income of Spirit Knight. Hey. The various discussions on the game forum didn't affect others. Just like Tian Baishuan, who should be anxious, remained tense. The reason for this was Three Kingdoms kill. Last time, Aladdin's Parable had a strong start, but plummeted, ultimately being overshadowed by Spirit Knight. This made him feel a pressure to prove his abilities to Wang Chuan. Moreover, Wang Chuan's new game, Three Kingdoms kill, had also entered the official events. He could not afford to take it lightly. Although he often belittled Wang Chuan, it was a strategic disdain. In his heart, he held Wang Chuan in high regard. After all, he knew his own capabilities, and if Wang Chuan could overshadow him, he must possess genuine skills. Therefore, upon learning about the imminent launch of Three Kingdoms Kill, he promptly instructed his assistant. He wanted to log into the game as soon as it launched to investigate. Quickly, the progress bar finished loading and Tian Baishuan hurriedly installed it. At that moment, he even set aside the game he had previously treasured, Three Kingdoms Farmer's Rule. He was determined to immerse himself in the game, seeking to uncover its intricacies. Then he would absorb its strengths to incorporate into his own game and ultimately defeat his rival. Is this Wang Chuan's game? After a while, a game concluded and Tian Baishuan murmured in astonishment. He did not expect the quality of this game to be so high, although he had already seen some videos of the game featuring scenes of Wang Chuan and others competing. Having had some guesses in his mind that this game couldn't be bad, he realized after experiencing it that it was not just good, it was exceptional. Although Three Kingdoms Kill is merely a card game, every general has independent dialogue skills and even top-tier voice actors for the dubbing. It was clear that Wang Chuan spared no expense in this regard. This made Tian Baishuan a bit envious, willing to invest heavily just to enhance the game's perfection. He actually wished to do so, had always wished to. However, in a large company like Penguin, although there were recommendations and more resources, often the budget was not under his control. Thus, he could only envy Wang Chuan's actions. Of course, this did not mean he would give up. He merely aimed to climb to greater heights to fulfill this aspiration. As for establishing an independent company like Wang Chuan, he did not hold much hope. If everyone could succeed, why were there only 3 major studios in the country? Beyond these aspects, Tian Baishuan also observed the framework of the game, namely its mechanics. For example, basic cards, scheme cards, equipment cards, general skills, different identities, and so on. These different elements blended together, filling the game with competitiveness and gameplay. Meanwhile, the game's mechanics appropriately reflected scenarios from the Three Kingdoms. This Wang Chuan really has incredible luck, yet another hit game. Tian Baishuan shook his head, lamenting helplessly. After all, as a game producer at Penguin, overseeing multiple game developments, how could he lack even basic evaluative skills? He could still discern the quality of a game and its potential to be a hit. It now seemed that the only issue Three Kingdoms Kill faced was whether players could ultimately adapt to this card battle format and whether they would stick around. This is the most crucial point. Of course, based on the current market feedback, Three Kingdoms Kill has basically achieved a 90% success rate. The remaining 10% depends on opportunity. In a sense, it can be said that Three Kingdoms Kill has already reached the limit of its current potential. Tian Baishuan closed his eyes and gently exhaled a sigh of turbid air, alleviating the anxiety in his heart. Letting go of his mind, pushing out all other distractions, breathe. Soon he opened his eyes again and returned to a calm expression. I must say the release of Three Kingdoms Kill by Wang Chuan is indeed a stroke of genius. Even his currently developed game, which he holds great hopes for, Three Kingdoms Farmer's Rule, may not surpass Three Kingdoms Kill. Whether it's the user base or the game's revenue situation, he has no confidence at all. Although at present in Three Kingdoms Kill, all generals are free and only some props and skins are charged, it seems that no other game makes money. But doesn't Tian Baishuan understand that others don't understand? When a game reaches a certain level of user numbers, even if the paid items are few, when accumulated by so many players, it will certainly become abundant. After all, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. It's like if every person in the Dragon Nation gave him $1, he would be a billionaire. At the same time, Tian Baishuan deeply understands one thing: the nature of players. Just think about it: when everyone is in a room, if one player has a skin for a general along with that general's artwork, voice acting, lines, and even effects, it is different from others. He will naturally occupy a high position, distinguishing himself from other players. Such a scenario is the one that best satisfies a player's vanity. If it can make players show off, then skins and such will surely be bought up. Why buy skins? On one hand, it's because they look good and the user experience is explosive. On the other hand, isn't it just to show off? Wang Chuan, I admit that your Three Kingdoms Kill is excellent, truly excellent, but I still have a chance to win. Tian Baishuan stood up, looking out at the scenery, revealing a smile. He knew that according to the content mechanism of Three Kingdoms Kill, it might have a natural advantage among the player community. Even during official event evaluations, player ratings would likely be very high. But don't forget, the judges also have their scores, and although they only account for 40%, that's still considerable. And this 40% is where Tian Baishuan's confidence lies. While the gameplay of Three Kingdoms Kill is undoubtedly excellent, it has no narrative whatsoever. The promotion of the Three Kingdoms content is not very prominent either, which are the weaknesses of this game. Therefore, in the judges' evaluation, Three Kingdoms Kill is very unlikely to receive a high score. Although Tian Baishuan has only played for a few hours, he already has a rough idea. Does Three Kingdoms Kill promote the content of the Three Kingdoms? It does. Within Three Kingdoms Kill, the names of the generals, their skills, and the historical references are all quite well promoted. However, because it is essentially a competitive confrontation mode, and still in the style of a board game, it is difficult to express specific content. This is the most fatal weakness of Three Kingdoms Kill in evaluations. And similarly, it is the only opportunity for Tian Baixuan to truly surpass Wang Chuan. Even if player ratings account for 60%, Three Kingdoms Kill cannot achieve a perfect score, so he has a chance. The real drama is about to begin. It's still too early to talk about win or lose. Tian Baixuan chuckled, then closed his laptop and called the staff back to assign work. Everyone has rested enough, it's time to get to work. In the experience area of the Huangta Game Company on the second floor of the villa. In the experience area, players were clearly divided into two groups. One part was at the table, a group of people playing the physical card version of Three Kingdoms Kill. The other part was also playing Three Kingdoms Kill, but using mobile or computer versions. Although they follow the same rules, the two different ways still have subtle differences. After all, the physical version of Three Kingdoms Kill feels more like a group of classmates or colleagues having a party, creating a certain atmosphere. Whereas the online version of Three Kingdoms Kill is more convenient, allowing players to purely experience the joy of the game. The gaming experience is excellent. Each has its merits, and the nuances are not something to be discussed with outsiders. This can't be real, it must be an illusion. How could my luck be this bad? At this moment, Wei Wei let out a desperate voice. This time he was playing as Hua Tuo, where all red cards can be used as peaches. However, in his hand, there were only spades or clubs and no red cards. Damn, where's that red card from the last time I picked Jinji? Why don't you show it? So I accept your fate. Gong Yingnan looked at Wei Wei with pity, speaking heavily. Huang Shanshan covered her mouth, holding back her laughter, and said, condolences. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jing and others could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Among them, Lu Chang and Zhou Wei were the happiest, as their luck had noticeably improved since Wei Wei joined. Well, without Wei Wei's misfortune, it must have improved. Wang Chuan shook his head helplessly from the side. He felt somewhat speechless in his heart. As for Wei Wei, how should I put it? His luck is not that bad. He just has fewer lucky moments, making him appear unlucky. For instance, when he plays characters like Zhao Yun or Zhang Fei, his luck is quite good. Of course, when he plays those skill-based characters, his luck is also extremely terrible. With Hua Tuo holding a hand of black cards, Da Xiao having no diamonds, and Jinji filled with red cards, these bizarre scenarios are quite common in Wei Wei's hands. Alright, Wei Wei, actually your luck isn't bad, you just haven't utilized it well. Wang Chuan looked at the hopeless Wei Wei and finally mustered some words to comfort him. How to utilize it? Hearing Wang Chuan's words, Wei Wei raised his head with eager eyes and asked. He felt that if someone could save him at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Wang Chuan. It seems. Maybe. Look, every time your luck is poor, which generals do you play? And every time your luck is good, which generals do you play? Seeing that Wei Wei still didn't understand, Wang Chuan could only continue to hint at him, wondering why he was so slow to catch on. When I play operational generals like Zhuge Liang and Zheng Ji, my luck is poor, but when I play strong output generals like Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei, my luck is good. Wei Wei suddenly realized and muttered to himself. However, he found that he wasn't fated to be a non-lucky person, which made him happy again. So, Mr. Wang, what do you think I should do in this situation? Your solution is quite simple, which is to avoid playing operational generals. I have always thought that you are naturally suited to be a warrior. Wang Chuan nodded in agreement upon seeing that Wei Wei understood. Wei Wei looked confused, thinking that if he couldn't play, well, he shouldn't play at all. What kind of logic was that? You are not right. Meanwhile, the people nearby, hearing Wang Chuan's words, couldn't help but laugh. They thought Wang Chuan was genuinely giving Wei Wei advice, only to realize in the end that he was subtly suggesting Wei Wei give up on some generals. But thinking about it this way, it was quite effective. Playing with basic cards, Wei Wei's luck was indeed quite good. However, when it came to generals that depended on judgment, Wei Wei's hand would definitely make anyone exclaim that there really are such unlucky people in this world. Haha, Wei Wei, I think Mr. Wang is right. You should just accept your fate. These operational generals are simply not meant for you. No, I don't believe in fate. I must prove that I can operate these generals. Let's continue. This time, let's open a private room, so I can freely choose my generals. I think the issue before might have been because I didn't buy skins. They'll go buy a few skins later. That will definitely change my luck. Wei Wei said firmly with a glimmer of conviction in his eyes. He now looked particularly like players who are cute when spending money. I say, why are you acting like a player? We developed the game ourselves. Don't you realize that skins won't improve your win rate? Huang Shanshan couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this theory. She didn't know when this rumor started circulating online. It is said that having more skins can increase a player's chances of drawing good cards. Then skins quickly became very popular. Sister Shanshan, I'm just trying to motivate myself. Besides, those skins really are beautiful, and each skin is like a DLC with new content. Wei Wei awkwardly scratched his head and replied with a smile. The group huddled together, eagerly discussing Three Kingdoms Kill and strategizing how to win. Seeing this, Wang Chuan smiled and left. He didn't join them to play as Three Kingdoms Kill had just launched, and he needed to keep an eye on it. Employees may not need it, but the boss certainly does. Back in his room, he opened his computer and browsed the internet occasionally, checking the players' comments on Three Kingdoms Kill. At this time, the rating for Three Kingdoms Kill had been unlocked. Thanks to the players' relentless efforts, the current rating had surpassed Spirit Knight, reaching a score of 9.7. After a glance, Wang Chuan found that most players had given a perfect score of 10. However, there were also some players who gave the lowest scores, which pulled the overall score down. Otherwise, it could have been even higher. Of course, this is a relatively normal situation. After all, no game can please all players. There will always be those who do not like it. This is also an unavoidable circumstance. Furthermore, among these negative reviews, there are not only players, but also trolls from other game companies. Although it was just launched on an official platform, and the platform is very strict about ratings, once the player base grows, some biases are inevitable. Accounts like these trolls often use excuses to criticize the game, such as claiming luck attributes are too heavy, certain generals are too powerful, disrupting game balance, and so on. Of course, there are players making such comments too, but most are trolls. Wang Chuan just glanced at this situation and didn't care much. Because he didn't need to step in personally, there were already other players engaging in discussions with them. This also showed that there were indeed many players who liked Three Kingdoms Kill. After looking at the comments for a while, Wang Chuan logged into his social account. After some time, his follower count had reached 8,000. Moreover, all these followers were genuine fans. Wang Chuan had not bought any, so they were all high-quality active followers. At this moment, beneath his social account, there were many comments from players. Glancing through, he noticed comments about Spirit Knight and Stanley's Parable. But there were even more comments about Three Kingdoms Kill. Of course, this was mainly related to the gameplay, as this competitive game has clear distinctions from other games. Looking at the players' diverse comments and discussions, Wang Chuan couldn't help but smile. In his view, players, although the most picky, are also the cutest. As long as you create a high-quality game, these players will continue to support you unwavering. Similar examples can be seen in his past life with Three Kingdoms Kill, which was managed in such a way, yet still had so many players. After some thought, Wang Chuan decided to post a message to thank the players for their support. Thank you all for your support of Three Kingdoms Kill. Therefore, I have decided to launch an opening event this Friday. All players who log in and play will randomly receive a skin for a general after completing a match. This is our sincere feedback to the players. Meanwhile, I wish all the lords in Three Kingdoms Kill to have fun and enjoy the game. At the same time, I hope players can avoid the following scenarios. Zhenji's judgment is always red. Zhuge observing the stars and thunder strikes himself. Hua Tuo is on the brink of death with a black card. De Qiao is forever without a square card. Su Zhu is bare and can't reach. Feng Xian is counterkilled in a duel. After Wang Chuan's news was released, it didn't take long before players took notice. Seeing what was ahead, the players were all filled with excitement. This was truly a matter of conscience, absolutely a great act of goodwill. Previously, all the generals were free, and now they were actually starting to give away skins. It is known that apart from the generals, Three Kingdoms Kill relies on skins for revenue. No more need for words. I am definitely committed to this game. Then they saw the little poem behind Wang Chuan and burst into laughter. After all, Three Kingdoms Kill had been online for several hours, so players were well aware of what was going on. Moreover, the game itself is not difficult. The skills and historical tales of the generals are similar and easy to remember. Furthermore, there are media outlets like New World of Games that collected first-hand materials from Three Kingdoms Kill and published explanatory posts. These posts provided various insights into the gameplay, content analysis, and so on. It actually helped gain quite a few followers. Therefore, when players saw this little poem, it felt as if they could visualize the scenes within the game. Does Wang Chuan want to laugh me to death and inherit my Huabei debts? This is just too vivid. Does this situation really exist? Why haven't I encountered it? De Qiao has no spades in hand. How can one play like this? Wouldn't that be a disaster? You think De Qiao is the most unfortunate? You are too naive. Exactly, the one who is truly unfortunate is Zhuge Liang, who cannot avoid lightning even with stargazing. Is this really human? Even a fate that is not a lucky draw shouldn't be this bad. Then I truly suggest you watch the Three Kingdoms Kill video released by Huangta Games. An employee from Wang Chuan's company, while live streaming the game, indeed showcased such a scene. Oh really? I have to go check it out. By the way, most of the situations mentioned in that poem that employee has encountered. While this face cannot simply be explained as black anymore, many times players feel that there is a distance between game developers and themselves. It's like the difference between the second dimension and the third dimension. One can see it, but they won't intersect. Thus, it leads to players having a hard time paying attention to game developers. However, with Wang Chuan's messages on social platforms, it can be said that he has instantly bridged the gap with the players. This is actually the result Wang Chuan has always wanted. Just like before when Gong Ingnan was live streaming, Wang Chuan did not refuse and directly joined in. He didn't want players to feel that he was very distant and not on the same page as them. As for why he refused to show his face when players strongly requested it at that time, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather he intended to tantalize the players, perhaps hoping for unexpected gains. After Three Kingdoms Kill launched, it quickly spread among players, turning many who had played it into advocates. Moreover, compared to the previous Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight, Three Kingdoms Kill spread faster and wider. This is because Three Kingdoms Kill is essentially a board game, and even as a digital version it retains certain party attributes. Therefore, compared to those games, Three Kingdoms Kill is very suitable for both online and offline play, allowing groups of friends to gather and have fun. Moreover, in Three Kingdoms Kill, luck outweighs skill. As long as you're fortunate enough, even taking on 4 opponents is not a problem. Thus, it is easy for some amusing events to occur. At that moment in a dormitory at a university, a few people were chatting, joking around, and unknowingly began discussing Three Kingdoms Kill. Hey brothers, have you played the recently launched Three Kingdoms Kill? It's particularly interesting. I've played it. It was quite popular before the launch, so I was paying attention. The moment it went online, I logged in. I must say Zhuge Liang is truly impressive. When there are many players, stargazing allows for easy card selection, and the next player is always just killing with lightning, while when there are few players, it's an empty city, and Unknown is truly powerful. I've heard of it, but haven't played it yet. Is this game really that fun? Of course it's particularly fun. Why don't you download it now and give it a try? It's not large at all. Exactly. This game is a true act of goodwill. All the generals are free, and right now there are events where you can get skins for free. What? Free skins? Then I must download it quickly. Hey, but with you we only have 3 people, we still need 2 more to play. Oh come on, if there aren't enough people, just go to the next dormitory and recruit some. They'll go through the beginner's guide while you call people. Meanwhile, in a restaurant a group of people was complaining. I will never come here again. Is this food made on Mars? It is indeed a bit slow. We all made reservations in advance, but we have already drunk 3 pots of tea and nothing has come out. Since we're just waiting, why don't we play Three Kingdoms Kill together? Three Kingdoms Kill. Is that the popular game online? Yes. This game is incredibly fun. Really? Then you teach me how to play it. Compared to the previous Stanley's Parable and Soul Knight, Three Kingdoms Kill has had a smaller impact on the developers, but the impact on the players is simply unmatched. The key point is that Huangta Games has established a good reputation. If we consider that during the time of Soul Knight, Huangta Games was still a newly established small company with no solid foundation. Therefore, when the game first launched, there weren't any good promotional resources, which led to it being overshadowed by Illidan's Parable. Although later on they achieved a turnaround within a day. But that doesn't mean Huangta Games is powerful, it simply indicates that the quality of the competitor's game was truly lacking. On the contrary, Soul Knight has great potential, with its first-day results relying entirely on word of mouth, while the initial data was indeed somewhat low. Although Soul Knight continued to operate well afterward and had a significant revenue in its first month. However, this was also due to the initially low data, which prevented the game's potential from being activated. Otherwise, Soul Knight's revenue would have increased even further. After all, the profit point of Soul Knight is almost similar to that of a buyout system. Old players, when there are no new content updates, can hardly find places to spend money. This is all due to the Huangta Game Company, which is a newly established company with insufficient foundation, resulting in the game not being able to gain momentum when it first launched, leading to its subsequent slow rise. However, the current situation faced by Three Kingdoms Kill is completely different. Because now the Huangta Game Company is no longer the same as before. It now has 2 games under its banner, and Yuanqi Night is considered a long-term game. The game itself comes with a large user base, making game promotion very easy. With a certain level of promotional efforts, and considering that Three Kingdoms Kill has a simple gameplay with a degree of competitiveness and entertainment, it can be said to be a game for all ages. This is unlike Yuanqi Night, which requires a certain level of skill. If one's performance is not up to par, the gaming experience is not very good. Even though the threshold for Yuanqi Night is already low, the issue of clumsy players cannot be avoided. In contrast, Three Kingdoms Kill completely avoids this issue, or it can be said that anyone can easily pick it up and have a great time. This is very similar to games like Do Diju and Mahjong, which are generally aimed at the entire population. The so-called different gameplay allows skilled players to showcase their skills, while casual players can also enjoy themselves. Yet the core remains the same, which has led to Three Kingdoms Kill rapidly gaining popularity among players. This wave of popularity is significant, but the first to be affected is not the players, but the various game developers participating in official activities. Among them, card games with a Three Kingdoms theme bear the brunt of the impact, while other types of games fare better. It can be said without reservation that as the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill continues to rise, other developers' card games have seen a sharp decline in both activity and revenue. This has left those game developers distressed, yet they have no way to counter it. Should they simply copy Three Kingdoms Kill? While that is not impossible, as long as they make some general modifications to avoid plagiarism, it should be fine. After all, that's how the gaming industry works. However, a problem arises. Three Kingdoms Kill has participated in official activities, so if one were to copy it, it would be akin to committing a crime in broad daylight. This would be a slap in the face to the officials, making it all too easy to get into trouble. Following the trend. Imitating. It may fool the outsiders, but to the officials it's outright copying, and one can expect a crackdown. What could they possibly do? Thus, this limitation has left these developers at a loss. They cannot think of any solutions, and can only watch as their game data continues to decline with all the heat being stolen by Three Kingdoms Kill. Give up. After all the effort put into creating the game, and without even recouping the costs, how could they give up? Continue. With the heat already mostly stolen, continuing to operate seems to offer little profit. Therein lies the predicament of all the developers of Three Kingdoms card games at that moment. As the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill soared, some developers were discussing these matters in the game forums. Have you heard? Jianya Three Kingdoms by Jianhong has reportedly postponed its launch date by a few more days. How infuriating. I have been looking forward to it for so long. Your information is quite outdated. Not only Jianhong, but even those major companies like Penguin have delayed their originally planned launch dates. The market is particularly desolate. Oh. Why? I have been looking forward to Jianhong's new work for so long. How could it be delayed? No way, I'm not satisfied. You really can't blame them. There are reasons for this. Oh. What reasons? What else could it be? It's obviously because of Wang Chuan. If it weren't for his game Three Kingdoms Kill stealing all the heat from Three Kingdoms themed card games, it wouldn't be like this. Stolen all the heat. Is it really that powerful? Absolutely. It's simply inhumane. Tisk tisk tisk. Speaking of this, Wang Chuan is truly extraordinary. He has released 3 games since debut and each one has become a hit. It's uncanny. Indeed, so how will we survive in the future? By the way, how are your games doing in daily active users? I've dropped by half. You've only dropped by half. I've dropped by more than half. There are so many Three Kingdoms themed games, yet the player base is limited. Three Kingdoms Kill occupies a large share, and the remaining games have to divide the rest. How can it not drop? It's troublesome. The players have all been taken away by Three Kingdoms Kill. This time I've suffered a huge loss, but Wang Chuan must have made a fortune. That's impossible. Even though Three Kingdoms Kill is popular, Wang Chuan actually made it, so that all generals are free, with only a few skins and items being charged. How could the revenue possibly increase? While that may be true, it can't compete with the sheer number of players. Just look at Yuanqi Knight. The monetization points are those skins and professions, but when the number of players increases, the income reaches tens of millions each month. Not to mention, with Wang Chuan's approach during the official evaluations, players' ratings will undoubtedly be high. And now that you mention it, I feel like Wang Chuan is doing this on purpose. It's terrifying. The discussions in the forum were fervent, all while keeping a close eye on Three Kingdoms Kill. They had no choice but to pay attention. If the new work launched at the same time as Three Kingdoms Kill had an event, it would be disastrous. Moreover, the download numbers and the frequency of discussions about Three Kingdoms Kill online have already proven its popularity. Of course, what intrigued everyone even more was the revenue situation of Three Kingdoms Kill. Although Three Kingdoms Kill also launched only on the official gaming platform, it reached the top of the new game sales list within the first day of launch. However, the specific data has not yet been released. The only inference that can be made is that Three Kingdoms Kill must have daily earnings exceeding 500,000. How can we be so sure? Because the second game on the sales list has daily earnings around 500,000. Since Three Kingdoms Kill is above it, it must be higher than 500,000. As for the exact amount, that remains unknown. The only ones who might know apart from the official platform are likely Wang Chuan himself. As the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill continues to rise, not only industry insiders, but also gaming media have begun to take notice. Soon Wang Chuan's promised server launch event arrived, fulfilling all the various benefits that had been previously proposed. With the weekend came the first server launch event of Three Kingdoms Kill, and the player count of the entire game increased once again. In light of this situation, many third-party organizations, gaming media industry producers, and players began to make estimates based on the data available online. For a time, the so-called real data of Three Kingdoms Kill was flying everywhere. Of course, none of it was correct. Wang Chuan knew the true numbers clearly. At that moment, on the second floor of the Huangtu Games villa, Wang Chuan sat in a chair looking at a piece of data from the Pangu editor's backend. When Three Kingdoms Kill first launched, the game's activity peaked at 2 million players. However, this was due to the traffic brought in by Spirit Night and Wang Chuan's extensive promotion. It was considered a normal achievement. After the event that offered skins for the server launch ended, the activity of Three Kingdoms Kill instantly reached over 4 million players. At its peak, it was almost on par with the updates of Spirit Night. Considering that Three Kingdoms Kill had only been online for a few days while Spirit Night had been live for over a month, it was clear that the potential of Three Kingdoms Kill was far from exhausted. Of course, such explosive growth is impossible to sustain going forward. It will rely on a steady and gradual increase in users. Besides that, the other data for Three Kingdoms Kill was also quite impressive, especially its Day 2 retention rate, which surprisingly reached 70%. It is important to know that for a game, the Day 2 retention rate is crucial as it determines how many players your game can retain. With a Day 1 activity of 2 million and a Day 2 retention rate of 70%, this is already an outstanding achievement, truly remarkable. Moreover, the retention rate for the following week was also impressive, consistently maintaining around 60% and never dropping below 50%. If this were to be publicly announced, it would surely astonish game producers within the industry. Then they would frantically follow suit. Wang Chuan was indeed surprised by this data, but after reflecting on the dire situations of other card games based on the Three Kingdoms, he felt relieved. With such a large market share occupied, this achievement seemed quite reasonable. However, in contrast to such an extraordinary retention rate, the revenue of Three Kingdoms Kill felt like the opposite end of the spectrum. The earnings for the first week were around 9 million. Although it seems quite a lot, isn't it, similar to that of Spirit Night? But compared to the user base of Three Kingdoms Kill and its astonishing retention rate, this level of income is rather lacking. Of course, Wang Chuan was not too surprised by this level of income. If there is anything to say, it would be that they are earning too much. For Three Kingdoms Kill, he did not seek profit. Just breaking even was enough. The higher aim was to bind the users, gradually enhancing user engagement, establishing a user pool for Huangta games. Therefore, once the profit point for Three Kingdoms Kill was determined, Wang Chuan was already mentally prepared. However, to be fair, the profitability of Three Kingdoms Kill is not too bad. Weekly income approaching 10 million is somewhat lacking considering the retention rate. But if we only consider this number, it's not too low. At the very least, it is not much different from the previous Spirit Night. Moreover, Three Kingdoms Kill has some differences from Spirit Night. That is to say, Three Kingdoms Kill has more monetization content than Spirit Night. Because in Spirit Night, there are only so many monetization points, and veteran players often face the situation of having no money to invest before a version update. Currently, for about 200 yuan, players can buy all the characters and skins in Spirit Night. However, Three Kingdoms Kill is different. Although all the generals are free, each general has several game skins. There are also more decorative items, etc. Of course, these skins and items, aside from looking impressive, do not disrupt game balance. If players want to buy all these monetized items in Three Kingdoms Kill, it won't be something that can be resolved with just a few hundred yuan. On another note, the user base of Three Kingdoms Kill is also significant. As long as players do not quit the game, sooner or later they will become paying players. Because Three Kingdoms Kill has this charm, as your gaming time extends, your recognition of the game will also increase. Until one day a skin is updated in the game that is particularly appealing, or a skin suddenly goes on sale. Or perhaps there is an event where skins can be purchased at a discount. You may end up acquiring a skin, and after experiencing the benefits of the skin, it becomes harder to give it up, leading to more purchases. As your collection of skins increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to quit the game. Thus, the income potential of Three Kingdoms Kill is far greater than that of Spirit Night. While Wang Chuan was looking at the back-end data on the second floor, a discussion about him was taking place downstairs. When will President Wang start the production of the next Three Kingdoms game? I'm dying of boredom. In the office, Wei Wei sat dejectedly in his chair, gazing at the sky, feeling utterly disillusioned. Ever since the company began the production of Three Kingdoms Kill, he had been idle, watching others busy every day with envy. Although Three Kingdoms Kill was finally released, Wang Chuan still had no clue about the next game, which greatly disappointed Wei Wei. Well, since the next game isn't coming out anytime soon, I might as well find something to do. Let's play a few rounds of Three Kingdoms Kill. You must have played Zhuge Liang again, and got struck by lightning while stargazing. Lu Chang walked past, saw Wei Wei's mortified expression, and couldn't help but smile warmly as he teased. Nonsense. It was just bad luck. I happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Statistically speaking, it's perfectly ordinary. Anyone could have experienced it. Wei Wei immediately protested. This was a lifelong stain on his reputation. Couldn't they just drop it? Was it truly unforgivable? Then, without delay, Wei Wei launched into an impassioned demonstration of what it truly meant to be a university student, dragging Lu Chang by the arm and refusing to let him leave until every detail was clarified. A torrent of probabilities, formulas, and statistical reasoning poured from his lips, none of which Lu Chang could follow. Yet Lu Chang conveyed a silent, knowing message through his gaze. We're all unlucky souls. No need for words. We understand. Wei Wei instantly grasped the unspoken meaning and felt his world darken. Ha ha ha. Huffed. Meanwhile, Huang Shanshan and Gong Yingnan, who'd been quietly eating lunch nearby, burst into unrestrained laughter. In that moment, the entire office brimmed with infectious mirth. Hey, don't underestimate Wei Wei. People evolve. Getting struck by lightning while playing Zhuge Liang is passé. He's now advanced to being electrocuted as Sima Yi, the ghost strategist. And that spade card. Oh, the sheer audacity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just then Wang Chuan strolled over and joined the banter. Hearing his quip, everyone erupted into even louder, heartier laughter. Indeed, what a revelation. One truly had to view Wei Wei through the lens of progress. How astonishing. Just days ago, and already he'd ascended to such heights. Being struck as Sima Yi was infinitely more improbable than as Zhuge Liang. Once the merriment began to settle, Wang Chuan shifted smoothly to business. All right, since the launch of Sanguisha, I haven't assigned any formal tasks. I wanted you all to rest. Because the next project, it'll be grueling, exhaustingly so. Now that you've recuperated, I'll draft the core concept for the new game within the coming days. In the meantime, please study the current market landscape of strategy games and submit comprehensive analytical reports to me. Understood. Everyone nodded vigorously. A thoughtful glint flickered in Wei Wei's eyes. Was the new title perhaps a strategy game? Indeed, the synergy between the three kingdoms' setting and strategic depth was undeniable. While Wei Wei pondered gameplay mechanics, Huang Shanshan's attention fixed instantly on Wang Chuan's attire. Ordinarily, Wang Chuan dressed casually at the villa, t-shirt and jeans, and added only a light jacket when stepping out. But today was different. Head to toe, he'd meticulously groomed himself. Not only freshly coiffed hair, but entirely new garments. Boss, are you going on a blind date? You look absolutely dashing. Huang Shanshan, biting her lower lip, hesitantly asked as Wang Chuan prepared to leave. She wasn't quite sure why she'd asked, but the thought of him dating left a faint sour tang in her chest. Wang Chuan paused, startled, then glanced down at his outfit. Actually, he did look rather date-ready. What on earth are you imagining? I'm doing a media interview, not courting. Who has time for romance? He lightly tapped Huang Shanshan's forehead with a playful smirk. Oh. She nodded, dumbly, warmth blooming where his hand had rested, a quiet secret sweetness stirring within her. An interview? Which outlet? The others stared stunned. Had Boss Wang truly risen to such prominence? Could it be because Sanguisha is so exceptional it's already dethroned all competitors? Has the official authority preemptively crowned it and sent a crew to film Boss Wang on site? Gong Yingnan, ever imaginative and mischievous, offered this theory, while surreptitiously glancing at Huang Shanshan's face, now flushed deep crimson like a ripe monkey peach. Something was definitely off between those two. But really, was a head pat from Boss Wang genuinely that delightful? As Wang Chuan's hand withdrew, Huang Shanshan's involuntary wistful expression lingered, leaving Gong Yingnan puzzled. Ugh, I wish I could get patted too. Then she shook her head sharply. No. Gong Yingnan, what are you thinking? No one noticed their distraction. All were eagerly pressing Wang Chuan for details. No, officials aren't that efficient. Ahem, this is an exclusive interview with Game New World. Wang Chuan had assumed he was the most fanciful thinker, until he realized his team outstripped him in imagination. Game New World. Everyone nodded unsurprised. They knew well the outlet's close ties with Wang Chuan, and its deep collaboration with Huangta Games. Especially Zhao Jing, who'd recently spearheaded promotional efforts and engaged extensively with the publication. All right. I must dash now, or I'll be late. Wang Chuan checked his watch. Time was tight, and hurriedly issued final instructions. I've scheduled a delivery with our outsourcing team this afternoon. They'll send over the art assets. Shanshan, please receive them promptly. Also collect everyone's analysis reports. Oh, got it, boss. Huang Shanshan blinked, then responded swiftly. With a satisfied nod, Wang Chuan departed. The interview venue was conveniently located, a cafe near the villa. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Xia Xiao, lead reviewer at Game New World. A true honor. The moment Wang Chuan entered, a statuesque urban professional approached with radiant enthusiasm, extending a warm greeting. Hello. He stood flustered. Had he mistaken the location? Unbeknownst to him, Xia Xiao's fervor sprang from profound admiration. It began with her unexpected encounter with the Stanley Parable, initially skeptical, yet utterly captivated by its immersive, boundary-defying experience. Then came Dungeon Warfare, its procedural randomness ensuring each session was a thrilling, unprecedented adventure. Now Sanguisha had redefined competitive tension and hidden role exhilaration, Truly, this remarkable string of masterpieces had long cemented Wang Chuan's stature in Xia Zhao's mind. After all, becoming a reviewer demanded not just expertise, but deep abiding passion for games. And a designer of Wang Chuan's caliber was impossible to overlook. Thus, upon learning of the upcoming interview, she'd eagerly submitted her application and arrived today brimming with exhilaration. Ahem, you don't need to call me Teacher Wang, it feels strange. Just call me by my name. Wang Chuan waved his hand in refusal upon hearing the other party address him as teacher. The title of teacher is a sacred one, and at his current level, he feels he falls short. Thus, he cannot dare to accept it directly. I see, then I will call you Wang Chuan, and you can call me Xia Xiao, okay? Although Xia Xiao didn't quite understand, she didn't press the matter further and went along with Wang Chuan's words. In fact, they had already interviewed each other once before. They were somewhat familiar, and that interview had quite a coincidental background. The initial interview on Stanley's Parable was conducted by Xia Xiao, though it was done online at that time. Wang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Firstly, thank you, Wang Chuan, for taking the time to accept our interview. Secondly, I would like to ask, you must be very busy with work, right? Seeing Wang Chuan nod, Xia Xiao became less concerned and began her first question. It's not too bad, it depends on the game. For example, during the production of Three Kingdoms Kill, I was quite relaxed, and after its launch, I even took a break for a while. And you don't need to be so nervous, just consider it a casual chat. Wang Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. Having lived 2 lives, he had some psychological preparation. However, it was the interviewee who seemed unfazed while the interviewer was quite nervous, which left Wang Chuan somewhat amused. Okay, hey. Xia Xiao instinctively nodded, then realized it was incorrect. Who is interviewing whom here? Recognizing this, Xia Xiao steadied her mindset, returning to her usual self. The earlier nervousness was merely due to meeting Wang Chuan for the first time. It was natural to feel anxious, just like a fan suddenly meeting their idol. Let's start with the recently launched Three Kingdoms Kill. Many people have noticed that Three Kingdoms Kill is different from other card games. What distinguishes it? After recovering, Xia Xiao quickly posed the question, and the interview entered in normal rhythm. Three Kingdoms Kill utilizes the general's legends and events of the Three Kingdoms and presents it in the form of a tabletop game, while most card games on the market are more about collection, which is a significant difference. Seeing Xia Xiao recover quickly, Wang Chuan couldn't help but give her a glance of encouragement. I see everyone knows you have developed 2 games, each in a different category. So what was the reason behind choosing the Three Kingdoms theme? Xia Xiao, encouraged by Wang Chuan's glance, smiled even more brightly. The reason is simple. Everyone knows about the Three Kingdoms. It's an era that produced many generals and is beloved by many. Like everyone else, my passion for Three Kingdoms culture and the desire to respond to official activities led me to develop games based on this theme. Moreover, besides Three Kingdoms Kill, our Huangta Games is secretly developing another unique Three Kingdoms game. Wang Chuan said this with an air of mystery. His words captured Xia Zhao's attention. Simultaneously developing another Three Kingdoms game. Something unique. Xia Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She initially thought this was just a chance to meet her idol, but unexpectedly stumbled upon such big news. The news about Huangta Games developing 2 games simultaneously was not a big secret. Previously, before Three Kingdoms Kill launched, Gong Ingnan accidentally leaked it during a livestream. However, there was no information regarding this particular game. Now hearing that it was also a Three Kingdoms game. What are they trying to do? Wang Chuan, can you reveal some details about the new game? Xia Zhao's big eyes blinked, eagerly filled with admiration. Ahem, I can share some details, but it won't be too much. The new game is called Shui Tu Ji Bin, and it can fully showcase Three Kingdoms culture. Moreover, it is different from all other Three Kingdoms games on the market, so it's worth looking forward to. When Wang Chuan reached this point, he seemed somewhat uneasy under Xia Zhao's gaze, clearing his throat a few times before continuing. Wang Chuan, can't you reveal a bit more? Xia Xiao looked at Wang Chuan with a pitiful expression. She was trying to dig out more information from Wang Chuan. Naturally, Wang Chuan smiled apologetically at this pressure, not reacting further. There truly isn't anything more to reveal. This is already the limit. Seeing this, Xia Xiao did not insist anymore and shifted the topic back to Three Kingdoms Kill. So Wang Chuan, Three Kingdoms Kill has surpassed 10 million in its first week revenue. What do you think are the contributing factors? This is all thanks to the support and love from the players, as well as the official support for Three Kingdoms games. However, although it's in the tens of millions, the actual earnings of Three Kingdoms Kill are quite low. If we calculate seriously, we are actually in a state of loss. Wang Chuan sighed, shaking his head. This can't be true. Xia Xiao was instantly taken aback. Three Kingdoms Kill, which ranks first in the new game bestsellers, is actually losing money. You can compare it with last month's new game, Fei Mo Chuan. Its day 2 retention rate is 30%, the 1-week retention rate is over 20%, and its peak activity was nearly 200,000 with a monthly revenue of about 150 million. In contrast, the data for Three Kingdoms Kill can be said to be more than double that of Wang Chuan, yet the actual income is only 1/5 of theirs, or even lower. Are we not losing money? Looking at Xia Zhao's shocked expression, without waiting for her response, Wang Chuan continued, moreover we said it, so that as long as all players complete the beginner's guide, they can get free skins. There are also launch events where players can also get free skins. Based on the current number of players, we have already given away about 1 billion soft currency skins. At this point, Wang Chuan's expression was quite serious, as if this matter was incredibly important. That. Hearing Wang Chuan's statistics, Xia Zhao instinctively opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Her mind went blank, feeling something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Instinctively pondering, she found that the other party's statements made a lot of sense. The interview did not take long to conclude. At the entrance of the cafe, after exchanging a few polite words, Wang Chuan bid farewell and left. Xia Zhao stood still, her eyes fixed ahead at Wang Chuan's figure, feeling a bit dazed. Looking down at the notebook and voice recorder in her hands, she began to doubt her life choices. How is it that I was the one conducting the interview, yet Wang Chuan controlled the entire process? A game producer has taken over the editor's role. Where am I to voice my grievances? Am I being played here? Xia Zhao replayed the process in her mind, and to her astonishment, she realized that not only the rhythm, but even the topics of the interview were brought up by Wang Chuan. Even that game called Lords of the World, which is based on the Three Kingdoms theme. Moreover, she had actually felt grateful at the time that he could discuss such sensitive issues. Now that she thought about it, perhaps Wang Chuan had brought it up intentionally for promotional purposes. The topics she had considered before coming had barely any chance to be addressed, and she hadn't utilized them at all. Oh wait, it's not that she didn't utilize any of them. She did ask one question regarding the revenue of Three Kingdoms Kill. However, Wang Chuan's answer seemed to be misleading. Hey Xia Zhao, you're still too young. Let me broaden your horizons today. Wang Chuan suddenly turned around, chuckling at the confused expression on Xia Zhao's face. Since the other party was not a professional journalist, the initial conversation had already disrupted her rhythm from the start. Throughout the entire interview, the topics were primarily those that Wang Chuan wanted to discuss. Xia Zhao had little opportunity to regain control of the rhythm, having to passively follow his lead. Of course, this was also because the topics he brought up were not devoid of substance, but rather engaging content. For instance, the second game being developed simultaneously, or the data about Three Kingdoms Kill that had remained largely unknown until now. Without much waiting, almost the next day, the exclusive interview with Wang Chuan aired on Game New World. The producer of Three Kingdoms Kill: The Things You Didn't Know. This was the title of the article, which aligned well with its content. As for the content of the article, it was all what Wang Chuan wanted. However, since the information Wang Chuan shared was all substantial, Game New World made some additional content to enhance the article further. For example, the editor asked about the difficulties the team encountered while producing Three Kingdoms Kill. Wang Chuan replied that their team had been researching extensively to accurately recreate the historical Three Kingdoms and achieve a good integration with the game. Wang Chuan hardly looked at the edits made later. It was so realistic that he almost believed it himself. By the end of the article, even Wang Chuan, the producer, felt moved, let alone the players. As a result, this article sparked considerable buzz among the player community and was actively discussed. Among them, the fans of Wang Chuan were the most enthusiastic. Indeed, Wang Chuan actually had fans now. How surprising. Hey, did you all read the article about President Wang's exclusive interview? If not, hurry and check it out, it's truly moving. Exactly, I was so moved I almost cried. I never expected President Wang and his team worked so hard. However, I only just found out that Three Kingdoms Kill is so popular with so many people playing it. Haha, did you see President Wang's last answer? It really cracked me up, but the more I think about it, the more it seems to make sense. It's just absurd. I feel the same way. Although I know President Wang was joking, I can't help but feel that he makes some good points. Is this the charm of President Wang? Persuasion 941, a resounding success. Charm 10021, a tremendous success. I'm amazed that President Wang invested 800 million yuan to develop a game. But honestly, Three Kingdoms Kill is truly a conscientious game. I've played without spending any money and can enjoy it freely, plus I can easily obtain many skins and items. I feel a bit guilty. Right. I think the best thing about Three Kingdoms Kill is that it never pressures you to spend money. Whether you're a paying player or not, it treats everyone equally, and that environment is quite comfortable. Hey, are you all only focused on Three Kingdoms Kill? President Wang has already mentioned that the next game, Lords of the World, is about to be launched. Aren't you all looking forward to it? Of course I'm looking forward to it. Anything produced by President Wang is bound to be a masterpiece. Wang Chuan's fans were passionately discussing, and what intrigued them even more was Lords of the World. This game was developed alongside Three Kingdoms Kill, yet had been delayed in its launch. What could it be like? Compared to the players' gossip, this article sent shockwaves among producers in the industry. Regarding the data of Three Kingdoms Kill, Wang Chuan did not hide anything during the interview. He spoke honestly. The reason for his candor was also due to his own considerations. Firstly, the astonishing data of the game could further elevate the already popular Three Kingdoms Kill. At the same time, it aimed to inform the players of Three Kingdoms Kill that many people were playing the game, so there was no need to worry about trivial matters. After all, many people have a herd mentality which exists even in gaming. If a game has a large number of players, and even those around you are playing it, then unless you have no interest in games in such an atmosphere, you will inevitably feel curious and have the desire to play. Some people might even participate in the game to maintain social connections. This is the effect of the herd mentality in gaming. On the other hand, it was also a way to promote Three Kingdoms Kill and build its momentum. Don't let the achievements of Three Kingdoms Kill blind you. This game is one that participated in official events. Therefore, to achieve a ranking solely relying on the game's achievements is not enough. There must also be momentum. Three Kingdoms Kill reached a peak of 5 million active users within half a month of its launch, with a retention rate of 55% and total revenue of 25 million within that period. After the article interviewing Wang Chuan was published in the New World of Gaming, the data for Three Kingdoms Kill was also spread widely. This astonishing data truly shocked all game developers. Although Wang Chuan weakened many of the monetization points in Three Kingdoms Kill to maintain balance, the revenue from the game still brought him some pleasant surprises. In its first week, the revenue from Three Kingdoms Kill barely reached around 10 million. However, in the second week, it climbed steadily, reaching about 15 million. The reason for this, aside from the expanded player base leading to an increase in paying users, can also be inferred from the back-end data that more of the paying users were veteran players who entered the game right after its launch. This made Wang Chuan once again marvel at the kindness of this world towards games and game developers. In this world, the gaming industry holds a high status as the ninth art, hence the players here have a strong awareness of paying. Therefore, players have high expectations for the monetization points in Three Kingdoms Kill. As long as they recognize the gameplay, they will stay in the game and continue to play. Thus, players naturally develop a sense of willingness to pay. Simply put, Three Kingdoms Kill differs from other games in that it does not constantly entice players into impulsive spending. Players in Three Kingdoms Kill tend to consume more rationally. However, this rational consumption is what Wang Chuan prefers, as it represents the genuine desires and needs of the players. Thus, these veteran players will continue to support Three Kingdoms Kill throughout its subsequent operations. Therefore, it can be estimated that if Three Kingdoms Kill does not release new character skins in the future, its subsequent revenue will also decline, similar to Soul Knight. However, the duration of this decline might be longer. In the office of Huangta Game Company, Wang Chuan observed the back end of the Pangu editor, continuously estimating the data situation in his heart. Meanwhile, countless producers and companies in the gaming industry were shocked by the data of Three Kingdoms Kill. Not only independent game developers and mobile game producers, but even those focusing on PC games and VR games were equally astonished. It was not the various data of Three Kingdoms Kill that they hadn't achieved before, but rather the astonishing retention rate that truly amazed them. In a group of producers, there was a heated discussion about this issue. Did you see it? Did you see it? That retention rate is too terrifying, right? Hurry up and tell me it's all photoshopped. I saw it, but I still can't believe it. It's just too exaggerated, right? Are you sure it's not fake? What kind of joke are you making? Wang Chuan is boldly promoting it. How could it possibly be fake? Doesn't Wang Chuan fear official scrutiny? But this data is truly frightening. A retention rate of 55% after half a month means that almost more than half of the players who initially launched the game stayed. Hey, with such a high retention rate, why is the revenue so low? Is there something fishy? Isn't it still high? Every week, it's over 10 million, and it keeps increasing week by week. Oh, based on this revenue, it could definitely rank in the top 100 of the official monthly revenue list. What are you even thinking? Do you have any experience? I'm not comparing it to those games, but based on this game's retention rate. I think this is mainly related to the monetization model of Three Kingdoms Kill. If Wang Chuan were to change the characters in the shop to be paid, the revenue would absolutely explode. What you're saying isn't wrong, but if that's the case, the game's environment will have issues, and if characters are sold like that, some characters with specific skills would be hard to sell, and thus the game's balance would be affected. Also, when it comes to future updates. Oh, that's right. So selling skins is the best result, right? It does seem that way. Did Wang Chuan foresee all of this already? Alright, why are we even talking about this? Shouldn't you be paying attention to Wang Chuan's other game? It's said to also have a Three Kingdoms theme called Rate the Land. Oh, I noticed that right away, but I couldn't figure out for the longest time why Wang Chuan would create a second Three Kingdoms game. Although having two Three Kingdoms games seems to increase the number of games, the player base remains the same. Isn't that splitting the players? Moreover, according to Wang Chuan, this is a game like no other. Who knows what kind of mystery he's selling? Haha, if you ask us, who should we ask? However, we can still look forward to it. After all, anything produced by Wang Chuan is bound to be a quality product. That is true. Since Stanley's Parable, Wang Chuan's games have consistently maintained high quality. It can be said that with the publication of the article in the New World of Gaming, it was like a massive earthquake. It caused quite a stir among game developers, companies, and players alike. Of course, compared to those producers who were astonished by the astonishing data of Three Kingdoms Kill, Tian Baixuan from Penguin Studio was still in a daze. He was originally focused on producing Three Kingdoms Farmer's Rule, but suddenly came across that article in the New World of Gaming, leaving him stunned. He wasn't surprised that Wang Chuan would participate in this official event. If it were him, he would participate too. However, he never anticipated that Wang Chuan would create Three Kingdoms Kill. Such high quality actually led to such an astonishing retention rate. Yet even when faced with such a mountain, Tian Baixuan still felt he had a chance of victory. After all, the games that ultimately achieve ranking are evaluated not only by player ratings, but also by judges' scores. For example, if Three Kingdoms Kill and Stanley's Parable were both submitted for official evaluation, the one favored by the judges would undoubtedly be Stanley's Parable. Because Stanley's Parable contains profound reflections. Its artistic atmosphere is many times stronger than that of Three Kingdoms Kill, naturally garnering the judges' favor. Of course, the official activities have undergone changes in rules, and it is no longer the case that only the most artistic works can win awards. However, if a game can better express the content of the Three Kingdoms, it will inherently possess greater artistry and naturally be more likely to receive high scores from the judges. The game Three Kingdoms The Farmer is in Charge, produced by Tian Baixuan, is an ARP-type game. In addition to some RPG settings and work experiences within the game, it primarily showcases the storyline of the Three Kingdoms, attracting players to experience this segment of history. The portrayal of the Three Kingdoms scenarios is also a highly artistic aspect, and it is the point that Tian Baixuan is most proud of. This is also the key reason for his confidence to compete with Wang Chuan. However, now Wang Chuan unexpectedly mentioned in an interview that he is also developing another game called Shui Tu Bin. Moreover, it is also a Three Kingdoms themed game. This made Tian Baixuan feel a bit uncertain. What on earth is Wang Chuan up to? Does he really think he can create two games of the same theme and make them both a hit? Tian Baixuan continuously browsed articles on his computer, feeling puzzled by Wang Chuan's words. Having previously clashed with Wang Chuan, he understood this person deeply. Therefore, unlike others, he simply believed that Wang Chuan's strategy was foolish. Two games of the same theme would compete for players. He knew Wang Chuan was not that foolish. Since he was doing this, there must be his own schemes. After pondering for a long time, Tian Baixuan finally calmed down and called his assistant. He instructed the other party to continue monitoring Wang Chuan's every move and to notify him immediately if there were any developments. After giving this order, he no longer paid attention and directly immersed himself in game development. No matter how many games Wang Chuan has developed or how successful they may be, the game in his hands must be completed. Otherwise, when it comes to a real contest, if his game is not finished, it would be quite embarrassing. On the other side, at the Huangta Game Company in the Villa, Tian Baixuan's old rival Wang Chuan was equally busy. Although he personally wanted to take a break for a while, time was short, and he could not satisfy this small wish. Now there are less than 3 months left until the official event ends. If he were only working on Shui Tu Bin, that would definitely be enough. However, the ultimate goal of Shui Tu Bin is to participate in the official event and secure a ranking, so it still needs to be launched. Once it is launched, it cannot be without some achievements, right? Therefore, he needs to set aside some time for promotion marketing and allowing Shui Tu Bin to ferment on its own. As it is an SL-type strategy game, it requires not only strong promotional efforts, but also time for players to gradually experience it, which is determined by the nature of the game itself. The gameplay of this game determines its charm, requiring a vast user pool to showcase it. This is also why Wang Chuan prioritized developing the simpler Three Kingdoms Kill first and launched it quickly. Because he needed Three Kingdoms Kill to go online ahead of time to build a large user pool, which would ultimately lead traffic to Shui Tu Bin, thus completing the preliminary transition for Shui Tu Bin. Boss, here is the analysis report you requested. I've brought it to you. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and Huang Shanshan's voice rang out. Come in just in time, I'm free. Let me see how you all have written it. Upon seeing Huang Shanshan, Wang Chuan put down his pen and said with a smile, this was a perfect opportunity to take a break while reviewing the report. As expected of my little secretary, she really brings what I think of. He took the report from Huang Shanshan and glanced through it. In the end, he only kept 2 copies, those of Huang Shanshan and Wei Wei. There is no need to mention Huang Shanshan's report. The reason he chose her as a secretary and assistant was that she had a natural talent, allowing her to see through many issues. Wang Chuan focused on Wei Wei's report. SL-type strategy games, especially those centered around national warfare, may not be in the mainstream market, but they still have a certain audience. In the analysis report, Wei did not engage in grandiose rhetoric, but instead selected several well-received SLG games on the market for analysis. He even extracted some comments from players, giving Wang Chuan an intuitive sense. Why are these the only few games? Are other game companies dead? I'm so tired of these games. Yeah, why are there no new national warfare games? Do you have any recommendations? Yes, one game from Baji Paladin Conquest is quite good. I know of a game that has decent quality, but it's not pay-to-win, and it's hard to keep playing. Isn't that very normal? Which national warfare game isn't like this nowadays? If it's not pay-to-win, how can you play the game? You are being narrow-minded. I recommend a game that is also Three Kingdoms themed called Three Kingdoms Kill. It's particularly fun. It's not made by a major studio or a top-tier company. How fun can a small company's game be? Don't you know Wang Chuan's game? What? Isn't this Wang to game? Oh, this is Wang Chuan's company, then it's fine. I've played Three Kingdoms Kill. It's fun, but lacks the essence of the Three Kingdoms. It feels just like playing cards. That's true, but didn't Wang Chuan say there is another Three Kingdoms game called Shui Tu Ji Bin, which is said to be different from the games on the market? That sounds worth looking forward to. After reading the players' comments, Wang Chuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. From this, he saw the players' anticipation for Shui Tu Ji Bin and the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill, which had already transcended its niche. Even players who don't usually play card games have already heard of it and experienced it. More importantly, his reputation was gradually rising, and Huang to game was also being propelled along. I believe the day when his name is met with countless promotions is not far off. Upon examining the report closely, Wang Chuan could discern that these data were excerpts from articles by several well-known media outlets in the country. In addition to this, it also listed the situations of each company after launching their games. In fact, Wang Chuan had previously asked Zhao Jing to gather some specific information. He even personally downloaded several of these games to experience them firsthand. Combining his own impressions with the analysis reports from Wei Huang Shanshan and others, he had developed some insights into this market. For SLG strategy games, if the game itself is not particularly captivating, then the impressive data behind it must be supported by high promotional costs. Moreover, the operational strategies of the companies currently in the market are quite similar, relying on extensive operations to interfere and exhausting future potential. Each newly opened server needs a substantial number of heavy spenders to recoup costs. This results in a scenario where light spenders and free-to-play players become mere benefits for the heavy spenders. They are like the ones running alongside, as their spending pales in comparison to that of heavy spenders, rendering them insignificant. The tactics employed by game manufacturers are also quite similar. In the early stages, the focus is primarily on upgrading cities, consuming resources along the main quest, upgrading various buildings, and then waiting through cooldown periods, repeating this cycle. In the mid-game, since upgrading city buildings requires a massive amount of resources, players either choose to spend money or raid other players on the map, constantly stimulating players' desire to spend. This is a characteristic of the more well-known SLG games in the market, and it is precisely due to this that such games can only be sustained by large companies. As a result, the primary income for these games is concentrated among heavy spenders, as the payment model inherently aims to extract as much as possible from wealthy players. Spending 10,000 is nothing serious, 100,000 is just a sound, while several 100,000 is considered normal. This is why a single heavy spender can outweigh thousands of light spenders. Therefore, these game manufacturers choose to cater to heavy spenders, going to great lengths to ensure that their gaming experience is optimal. However, Lords Mobile is entirely different from these flashy and deceitful games. It is primarily based on a seasonal model where even a recharge amount of several thousand is already considered heavy spending. Of course, most players fall into the category of light spenders, with the majority being monthly card users. The difference from other games is related to the inherent game model. Unlike other SLG games where players on a server cater to the few top heavy spenders, everything revolves around those few players. In Lords Mobile, there is a greater emphasis on unity among players, and at times the side with more numbers has a greater chance of victory. Similar to the Three Kingdoms era, although powerful generals, heavy spenders possess greater strength in this tumultuous situation, it is still the side with greater numbers, ordinary players, that holds the advantage. Thus, the game model of Lords Mobile strives to foster positive interactions among players as much as possible. One could even say that all functionalities support the active engagement and growth of players in warfare. In conclusion, it enables ordinary players to genuinely participate in the game with a good experience, allowing heavy spenders to take on leading roles in this warfare. Everyone works towards a common goal. This is the core charm of Lords Mobile. Therefore, in the previous life, during the subsequent version updates of Lords Mobile, the introduction of the treasure system immediately caused the game's reputation and playability to plummet. It was precisely because the introduction of the treasure system widened the gap between previously united heavy spenders and ordinary users, even leading to conflicts. This was in direct contradiction to the core essence of Lords Mobile. Thus, a once prominent dominator led to its own downfall and made way for successors. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan couldn't help but sigh. He was quite clear about the general framework of Lords Mobile. What truly needed careful crafting were the very complex battle rules within the game. Because in Lords Mobile, a single battle can support hundreds of players participating simultaneously. Moreover, there is a tactics system within the game, which is a major difference of Lords Mobile compared to other SLG games. Countless different tactics can be combined by players. If well coordinated, it is entirely possible to achieve victory against stronger opponents. This is also where Lords Mobile makes players feel the fascinating aspect of strategic gameplay. Good, everything you wrote is decent, you all passed this time. After reviewing everything, Wang Chuan smiled and nodded at Huang Shanshan. Great then, boss, I will head out to work now. Huang Shanshan cheerfully gave a thumbs up behind her before saying to Wang Chuan. After being nurtured by Wang Chuan for so long, occasionally having her write analysis reports and meticulously guiding her, she was finally able to deliver a perfect report. I haven't finished talking to that girl yet. Watching Huang Shanshan's figure disappear, Wang Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. He then set the report aside, opened the Pangu editor's backend, and sent a document to both Huang Shanshan and Wei Wei, attaching a note for them to ponder carefully. If they couldn't comprehend it, they should come seek him out. The document sent to them was the plan for Lords Mobile, which he had drafted after the launch of Three Kingdoms Kill by taking time to cooperate with the memory searcher. There is no need to elaborate on this process, it wasn't particularly pleasant. Although Lords Mobile is just a mobile game, he plans to develop it as a dual platform for both mobile and PC. Therefore, the overall complexity of the game can be said to rival that of AAA titles. Of course, this does not mean that this game can be equated with major works. It is merely about the complexity of its production. A true masterpiece given Wang Chuan and Huangta Games Foundation still has a little way to go. However, it is getting close. Ding dong. A message suddenly popped up on the computer. Wei Wei opened it and was pleasantly surprised to find it was from Wang Chuan, instantly filled with joy. Ever since the production of Three Kingdoms Kill, he had been idle, and even with the game's launch, he remained unoccupied. He was becoming increasingly lethargic. Now was finally the time for him to shine. With this thought, he lowered his head and began to read intently. When it comes to planning something, if it hasn't been truly realized, merely discussing it can be quite difficult to understand. However, once it was laid out before him, it became easy to comprehend. Soon enough, the coffee on the table had gone cold, and Wei Wei had finally read through the entire document thoroughly. I finally understand why General Wang said that this game doesn't need the storyline of the Three Kingdoms. Sitting in his chair, Wei Wei was momentarily lost in thought before suddenly standing up and heading to the second floor. He felt a sense of confusion in his heart that he couldn't suppress. These questions, it seemed, could only be answered by the creator of Shui Tu Ji Bin, Wang Chuan. General Wang, do we really have to do this? A free sandbox strategy game allowing 10,000 players to wage war on the same continent, enabling players to experience the true Three Kingdoms. Arriving before Wang Chuan, Wei Wei asked eagerly. He had read the entire game plan diligently, which was why he was so astonished. That's right, your understanding is absolutely correct. Wang Chuan lifted his head, put down his pen, and said earnestly with both hands clasped together. He had long suspected that Wei Wei would come to inquire. After all, Wei Wei had arrived at Huangta Games too late and had encountered too few experiences. Unlike Huang Shanshan, his little secretary, who faced this issue without a hint of surprise. She didn't even seem puzzled, completely adopting a whatever you say goes attitude. While she has already been conditioned to Wang Chuan's way of thinking. But General Wang want this idea be too crazy. Wei Wei hesitated for a moment, and despite his uncertainty, he couldn't help but ask. Although he believed that Wang Chuan must have his reasons for doing this, he felt no confidence in his heart. There are generally quite a few national war games themed around the Three Kingdoms in the market. After all, the Three Kingdoms is a massive IP that stands here. Influenced by countless literary and film works throughout history, people have a deeper understanding of the stories and figures from the Three Kingdoms period, whether from historical texts or novels, making this era quite unique. Heroic Cao Cao Emperor Liu Bei, the Sun family of Jiangdong, the unmatched Liu Bu, the loyal Guan Yu, the valiant Zhao Yun, and so many strategists and heroes emerged in this era. Moreover, the countless anecdotes from the Three Kingdoms add a mystical color to this chaotic world. The Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Oath in the Peach Garden, the 7 captures of Meng, or the Battle of Red Cliffs, the Straw Boat borrowing arrows, the Empty City Plan, and so on. These innumerable anecdotes are something that cannot be found in any era. Thus, based on this, for any national war game, the Three Kingdoms period is undoubtedly the top choice. After all, you can take advantage of a major IP for free. Plus, with general strategists, anecdotes, and plots to draw upon, there's no need to worry about the game's content. However, in Shui 2, Jibin Wei Wei could not see any of this. If it weren't for the generals still having those names, he would begin to suspect if Shui 2 Jibin was truly set in the Three Kingdoms period. The only thing he could confirm was that players should be portraying various warlords from the Three Kingdoms in the game. As for other plots, sorry, it's completely absent. Don't be anxious, sit down. Seeing Wei Wei's anxious expression, Wang Chuan couldn't help but smile and say, not just Wei Wei, even in his past life, Wang Chuan and many others were puzzled by the design of Shui 2 Jibin. A game themed around the Three Kingdoms, yet it has no Three Kingdoms storyline. What the heck is this? However, later on some experts explained, and everyone began to understand one of the reasons behind this. Such behavior in Shui 2 Jibin could be said to have set aside many important events and anecdotes from the Three Kingdoms. It can even be said that if all the names of states, generals, and strategists in the game were replaced, one could argue that this is not a Three Kingdoms game at all. All game developers, after utilizing a certain IP, will do their utmost to promote it, seeking to attract players to the maximum extent. However, in Shui 2 Jibin, if you disregard the names of the generals, it becomes quite difficult to remember that this is a Three Kingdoms game. But then another mysterious operation occurred. In this situation, Shui 2 Jibin surprisingly organized the geography of the Three Kingdoms period, including mountains, rivers, states, and armies, and placed all of it on the map. This later became a significant feature of Shui 2 Jibin. Even the community that emerged from game updates recorded players' histories in the game, replacing the history of the Three Kingdoms. This unique operational design has given this type of game a distinctive name, Shui 2-like games. Wait, this is different. Other companies' games, although they display these anecdotes, if you observe closely you will see. These games coincidentally turn these anecdotes into dungeons or event maps without truly showcasing them. Wang Chuan's smile faded as he spoke about the game. He always became quite imposing. This was the confidence brought to him by countless classics from his past life, enhanced by the system. In fact, this problem exists not only in this world, but even in games from the past life. The question is, what identity should players adopt to participate in the game? What role should they play in this event? What influence can they exert at most? This question ties into the game's operation and mechanics. It is precisely these issues that lead to Three Kingdoms games having the popularity of the Three Kingdoms IP, yet struggle to produce blockbuster products. Just then, Wang Chuan explained to Wei Wei the reasons behind Shui 2 Jibin's approach in detail, and he also entrusted Wei Wei with responsibilities regarding the game's values. Upon receiving the task, Wei Wei was overjoyed. After many days, he finally saw this delightful task and could finally work with peace of mind. Do not assume that The Land of the Raid is an easy national war game to produce. In fact, its system framework and gameplay mechanics are quite complex. For those heavy spenders, what they engage in is merely social interaction. However, for the vast majority of ordinary players, the strategies, warfare, and general officer combinations within the game are what truly attract them. To what extent is the system of The Land of the Raid complex? There are hundreds of different battle strategies classified by their effects, with each strategy possessing capabilities for offense, defense, and support. This complexity allows for a diverse array of combinations to satisfy players. For newcomers just starting out, it may take months of study to fully grasp the game. Moreover, compared to other games, The Land of the Raid offers a more sophisticated strategic gameplay. Even if a player is fully equipped, if they are countered by a team of a lower level using targeted strategies, they could easily find themselves in a precarious situation. It is this very real balance that keeps players from wanting to give up and encourages them to continue playing. Because of this, they can experience a sense of fairness and involvement within the game. They can also utilize their intelligence to assemble suitable teams rather than being completely dominated by spenders. In his past life, The Land of the Raid managed to stand out among a plethora of SLG games, and even the games that came later could not affect it. This was undoubtedly a matter of strength. In its early days, The Land of the Raid was a free-to-play game with in-app purchases. Not only was a lot of effort put into balance, but even the monetization was handled exceptionally well. Later, the game introduced a seasonal rotation mechanic, a brilliant move that helped maintain overall game balance. One could say that its success was not solely due to gameplay, but also the support of its operations, maintenance of game balance, and moderation of monetization. However, that was only the early stage. Things went downhill afterwards. After many years of operation, the game's lifespan diminished, leading to a decrease in revenue, which caused panic in operations, prompting them to seek higher income and directly disrupting the balance they had maintained. These are all critical points regarding The Land of the Raid. As an experienced player, Wang Chuan is well aware of this, so he pays attention to these aspects during production and operation. He has always stated that the success of a game is not solely based on its quality, but also on its operations. It's done. Finally done. I can take a break now, Wei Wei said, saving the completed data into the Pangu editor in the Huang to Game workspace. His face lit up with a sense of liberation. Aren't you the one who always wanted to keep busy and get a task from Boss Wang? Now that the task has arrived, you want to rest. This murmured statement reached Lu Chang, who happened to be passing by, prompting him to curiously ask. I was wrong, I was too naive. Boss Wang was right before. That was one of my few breaks, and I regret not cherishing it. Hearing this, Wei Wei immediately looked sorrowful, bitterly stating. It was rather amusing. He had previously claimed to be the most idle among everyone requesting to be assigned tasks. Wang Chuan even kindly told him that his tasks were yet to come, and when they did, there might not be a moment of rest. He didn't believe it back then, but now the consequences have arrived. Is it really that difficult to develop the new game's mechanics? Lu Chang, taken aback by the sudden change in his demeanor, regained his composure and curiously asked, how could it be difficult? It's extremely difficult. Wei Wei replied, his expression quite complex while discussing this. No way. That sounds exaggerated. Isn't this just an SLG-type game? Plus, I watched Huang Shanshan design the general skills for a bit, and it didn't seem too complicated. Lu Chang, somewhat skeptical, continued to inquire. The art for the new game was overseen by Huang Shanshan and Gong Yingnan. This art includes skill effects for generals, as well as the design of game scenes. For this game, Wang Chuan learned from past mistakes and increased investment, enhancing the visual presentation. You have no idea what I need to do is develop the strategies for the new game, which consists of hundreds of types categorized into different major classes. The strategies must also be compatible with various generals. Each combination's outcome needs to be developed, so just think about the numbers involved. Wei Wei spoke about this with a sense of pride, as if he were quite impressive. Alright, don't get too smug. Boss Wang's achievements are his own and have nothing to do with you. Gong Yingnan, unable to stand it any longer, retorted directly. I'm just promoting Boss Wang a little, letting everyone see how formidable he is. When Wei Wei realized he had been exposed, he could only awkwardly smile and sit back down. By the way, Shanshan, have you seen the new game's planning? Do you think the Land of the Raid can achieve a ranking in the official events? After retorting Wei Wei, Gong Yingnan looked at Huang Shanshan with curiosity. Only Huang Shanshan and Wei Wei have seen it. If she were to ask someone else, that person would likely become overly excited. Well, I can't say for sure. Huang Shanshan pondered before finally shaking her head. Personally, she supported Wang Chuan's success, but had no definite predictions. What about you, Wei Wei? Didn't you also see the planning? Do you think there is hope? Lu Chang suddenly noticed the low-key Wei Wei and quickly asked. Initially, Wang Chuan had said he would develop 2 games at once and take half of the top 3, which everyone had dismissed as a joke. However, the unexpected success of 3 Kingdoms Kill made everyone realize that Wang Chuan was not joking at that time. He was indeed quite impressive. Well, I'm not very clear either. Wei Wei recalled the planning, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. Although Wang Chuan had explained some things to him, he still lacked confidence in the content and mechanics of the Land of the Raid. It's still unclear if the Land of the Raid can succeed, but 3 Kingdoms Kill will definitely achieve a ranking. We're just not sure if it can take the first place. The top 3 are guaranteed, but first place is a bit uncertain. Wei Wei shook his head dismissively, shaking off the other's hopes. What do you mean? Are you deliberately targeting me? Gong Yingnan retorted, clearly displeased. Wei Wei shook his head with an amused, exasperated smile. No, I have my reasons. Rumor has it that Tencent is already launching promotional preheating for a new game. Meanwhile, Sangua Sha was surging in popularity online, its momentum unstoppable. Across gaming forums, video platforms, and live streaming sites, topics related to Sangua Sha consistently ranked among the top trends. Even on Bilibili, every line of dialogue, be it a general's battle cry, skill description, or skin-specific quip, had been remixed by content creators into wildly infectious short videos. And even Wang Chuan's once casual limericks, originally posted on social media, had not escaped this fate. Once players grew thoroughly familiar with the general's abilities in Sangua Sha, revisiting Wang Chuan's limericks evoked an almost painful cringe. Yet for some, led by Wei Wei, those verses stirred profound empathy, a quiet ache for what once was. Tencent. You mean Tian Baishuan? He's nothing but a vanquished rival of our CEO Wang. He's hardly worth fearing. Lu Chang lowered his head in thought, then dismissed the notion with effortless disdain. His tone carried a subtle, unmistakable contempt. Tian Baishuan in his eyes was merely a defeated foe. His words resonated deeply. After all, they were all employees of Huang to Games. And when it came to Tian Baishuan, their enmity was unified, unwavering. Granted, he is a defeated rival of our CEO, but we must not underestimate him. As a rising star under Tencent, he commands formidable strength. Moreover, backed by Tencent's full institutional support, their promotional reach is exceptionally powerful. Judging from their campaign alone, their upcoming ARPG set in the Three Kingdoms era appears to be a major production, so the outcome remains highly uncertain. Though Wei Wei himself harbored quiet disdain for Tian Baixuan, he analyzed the situation with sober clarity. Indeed, even though the official rules for this event have changed, the judges' evaluations remain critically decisive. Neither Raid of the Borderlands nor Sanguisha features a concrete Three Kingdoms narrative, so our standing with the judges is perilously weak. Gong Yingnan sighed, reflecting on Wei Wei's assessment. Deep down, she fervently hoped Huang to Games would rise triumphantly, crushing all competition without mercy. Yingnan is absolutely right. Players are easier to please. If the game is fun, high scores follow naturally. But judges award significant points for narrative depth and dramatic resonance. Huang Shanshan nodded in full agreement. Honestly, just moments ago, we still held strong hopes of victory. Now, thanks to your analysis, our odds seem to dwindle by the minute. Zhao Jing shot them all a wry, exasperated glance. Are you really boosting the enemy's morale while crushing your own? I know, but this is the reality. I'm only speaking plainly. Wei Wei spread his hands wide, his expression one of helpless resignation. Indeed, his assessment was grounded in meticulous study, years of official event archives carefully distilled into hard-won insight. Ahem, who says this is fact? Just then Wang Chuan descended the stairs and interjected casually. He'd overheard their conversation as he emerged from his office. True, Sanguisha faces steep odds in winning judges' favor. But Raid of the Borderlands? That's another story entirely. CEO Wang, how did you? Wei Wei froze mid-sentence, suddenly recalling his earlier remarks, and flushed faintly with embarrassment. Remember this official event centers on the Three Kingdoms theme, but scripted narratives represent only one facet of that vast era. They do not define its totality. Besides, why on earth do you claim Raid of the Borderlands lacks narrative? Wang Chuan settled calmly into his chair, gazing at them with serene confidence. What? Narrative? But the design document. Wei Wei stared blankly. Did Raid of the Borderlands actually have a storyline? Yet the design doc he'd reviewed contained no such thing. Had he misread it? Or was the version he held incomplete or outright false? Impossible. He'd scrutinized it 32 times. Huang Shanshan, who'd read the same document, shared his bewilderment, but remained silent, waiting patiently for Wang Chuan's explanation. Noting their stunned expressions, Wang Chuan began to clarify. Raid of the Borderlands does have narrative. The players are the narrative. Their interactions, alliances, betrayals, and conquests constitute the game's living story. Thus, the entire epic unfolds, not through scripted scenes, but through the collective imagination of its players. His words landed with crystalline authority, and silence fell upon the room. Why in his past life had Raid of the Borderlands captivated so many? Its allure lay precisely in its gameplay, a boundless sandbox strategy experience empowering every player to forge their own legendary saga within the Three Kingdoms. Only Huang Shanshan grasped the implication immediately, the rest remained baffled. Wang Chuan offered no further elaboration. The core insight had been delivered. If comprehension eluded them, the path forward was self-discovery. After all, game development entailed countless interwoven elements. Even with the aid of the Pangu editor, which greatly streamlined production, many nuanced decisions still demanded human judgment and creative instinct. That was precisely why he'd recruited Wei Wei and Gong Yingnan. He recognized their raw potential as game designers and envisioned cultivating them into future pillars of Huang Games. He aimed to build a resilient talent pipeline, ensuring the company's strategic growth wouldn't stall due to a shortage of skilled personnel, even as its success inevitably soared. Thus, during Raid of the Borderlands development, he intentionally delegated numerous non-critical tasks to the studio team. He also held regular knowledge-sharing sessions and required progress reports, while reserving final oversight for himself, guiding the game's overarching vision and safeguarding its artistic integrity. All of this served one purpose: nurturing these promising yet unrefined assistants. Some truths, however, could not be taught. They had to be lived, felt, and ultimately realized. Leaving Wei Wei immersed in contemplation, Wang Chuan gestured gently toward Huang Shanshan. Another assignment awaited. Boss, is there something you need? Huang Shanshan, upon being called by Wang Chuan, tidied her clothes and walked over with a beaming expression. Yes, the company is still a bit understaffed. You need to find a way to recruit 2 more people, one for the front desk to handle the experience area, and another as an office clerk to assist with some trivial tasks. Wang Chuan glanced at the office area, his demeanor serious as he issued instructions bit by bit. The situation in the experience area had improved significantly. With the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill, many people specifically traveled to the suburbs to see what the legendary experience area of Huang Games was like. Of course, most of them were students from the nearby schools, but there were also a small number of journalists and producers from local small companies. They wanted to come here to learn properly. This was also the reason why Wang Chuan decided to hire more staff who, after all, things were different now, and the number of people in the experience area had increased, necessitating someone to oversee it. Moreover, as Huang To Games developed and grew, the responsibilities of Huang Shanshan, the little secretary, also increased. Furthermore, the subsequent development would undoubtedly rely on her. Wang Chuan suddenly realized that having such a little secretary in the company to handle various tasks made things incredibly easy. Thus, he planned to properly train her during the production of Lushou Jibing. After all, she was initially meant to be an assistant. Although it felt quite appealing to have a secretary midway, it wouldn't hurt to combine both roles. Learning a bit about game production would also be beneficial. After all, having multiple skills is always advantageous. Oh, and when you have time, make sure to watch the official historical programs online, such as Chronicles of the Masses, Historical Explanations, Ancient Tales, etc. You need to familiarize yourself with them. Alright, you can watch it together with Zhao Jing. Upon thinking of this, Wang Chuan directly instructed Huang Shanshan. After hearing Wang Chuan's words, Huang Shanshan seemed almost dazed. What is the boss trying to do? Am I not already a part-time artist and assistant as a little secretary? What else does he want me to learn? Wasn't I supposed to be an artist from the start? Suddenly, Huang Shanshan fell into deep thought. Alright, I'm not asking you to memorize everything, you just having a general understanding is sufficient. After Wang Chuan finished speaking and received no response, he noticed Huang Shanshan, who was deep in thought with her head down, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, he wasn't asking Huang Shanshan to conduct a historical study. Was it really necessary for her to be this distressed? Just a single volume of records of the Grand Historian has been studied by countless people from ancient times to the present, yet even today, no one has fully understood it. Instead, various theories and arguments have emerged. Thus, Wang Chuan certainly wouldn't put undue pressure on his little secretary. What if she got too stressed out? Who would do her work then? The reason Wang Chuan asked Huang Shanshan to take Zhao Jing to research these matters was also to prepare for the future operation of Lushou Jibing. They needed to create an official community. With the gameplay of Lushou Jibing, there's no need for overly professional content, otherwise it would become incomprehensible. So just a basic understanding would suffice. Having Huang Shanshan bring Zhao Jing along was mainly because Huang Shanshan would become his little secretary and the chief steward of Huang To Games in the future, so she needed to have some knowledge of everything. Otherwise, how could she assist him in handling most of the business? However, this does not mean she needs to specifically be in charge of this area, so there needed to be someone dedicated to it. In the studio, Zhao Jing was the most talented when it came to operations. Therefore, it was only natural that she would be included. After finishing his instructions with Huang Shanshan, Wang Chuan called in others and continued to discuss the crucial points to pay attention to during the production of Lushou Jibing. As of now, the general framework of Lushou Jibing has been established and aspects such as values and gameplay have also been finalized. The main focus now is to handle the art within the game. For instance, how to perfect and refine a cutscene. For example, how to upgrade the buildings on the large map so that players can clearly see the different effects. For instance, when players lead their armies to attack a location, the dynamic visual effects displayed during the army's movement. All these aspects need optimization and upgrades. Games based on the Three Kingdoms IP have a large audience due to their popularity. However, the quality of Three Kingdoms themed games on the market has not been satisfactory, which is why they have not become popular. During the time Wang Chuan and his team were energetically producing Lushou Jibing, the number of players in Three Kingdoms Kill did not decrease, but instead increased, and player engagement was also very high. Of course, this is all related to the characteristics of Three Kingdoms Kill. Every game round is a new beginning with different generals, different hand cards drawn, and facing different opponents, providing a unique experience. Just like Soul Knight, each match is a new start, although the weapons and items may repeat, the experience is different. It is precisely this varied experience that allows Three Kingdoms Kill to maintain its appeal. Even though the generals and cards are the same, there are always differences. Moreover, the timing of Wang Chuan's launch of Three Kingdoms Kill was undeniably excellent. If it had been earlier, without the user base accumulated from Soul Knight, it would have been very difficult for him to fully unleash the potential of Three Kingdoms Kill. If it weren't for the events initiated by the official team, Three Kingdoms Kill would very likely have been copied by other companies right away, failing to achieve its current success. Even in the end, while Three Kingdoms Kill managed to break through under the siege of major companies, the number of users would not have reached the current level. It was precisely because the official team was present that large companies found it inconvenient to intervene. Even if small companies tried to, they couldn't compete with Wang Chuan, making it not worth the effort. All these reasons allowed Three Kingdoms Kill to smoothly navigate through its early stages and expand its scale directly. Now that the foundation has been laid, it can be said to be as solid as a rock. As long as such games gain the player's recognition first, they will not easily switch to another game. Otherwise, why did players persist in playing Three Kingdoms Kill despite its poor operation in the past life? Simply put, it's all about nostalgia. Time flows swiftly like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. The official activity has only about 1/5 of the time remaining. During this period, most developers have completed their games and have begun uploading them to various major platforms. Meanwhile, some powerful game developers have also started promoting their games in advance. Suddenly, the internet is buzzing with various game news. Of course, most of these games are either mobile or PC games and are not very large in scale, representing small budget productions. The major developers understand that creating large-scale PC or VR masterpieces is not very suitable. If they don't achieve a ranking, the profits are not substantial and they may only recover their costs. However, if they fail to secure a ranking, they will be the subject of ridicule and even their costs could be wasted. Therefore, it's better to produce something with a smaller budget. It's best if it succeeds, and if it doesn't, it's no big deal. Among the many small productions, several excellent games have emerged. For example, some games have incorporated many elements of metagame, such as the randomness found in Yuanqi Rider. Of course, the game with the most significant promotional effort is Three Kingdoms, The Farmer Takes Charge, produced by Stanley. Although this is a single-player game and not very costly, every aspect that requires investment has been executed impeccably. Especially in terms of art, a considerable amount has been invested. Both the scene modeling and character illustrations surpass the standard. As for gameplay, the game focuses on the storyline, though the specifics have not been revealed by Chier. However, a general idea is available. Players will assume the role of a farmer, gradually growing from an ordinary peasant to witnessing the rise and fall of Shu Han. While starting as a farmer, growth relies heavily on survival. That's the gist of it. It seems the game has some tragic undertones and likely multiple endings. Wang Chuan believes that the creators aim to cater to the judges' tastes to achieve high scores and rankings. After all, tragedies are often memorable and become classics, embodying greater artistic value. Just as in the film industry, regardless of past or present, any award-winning work possesses a certain tragic artistic quality. Chier lives up to its reputation as its promotional efforts are unparalleled. Across the internet, all well-known game media websites and public accounts feature Chier's advertisements. It's an overwhelming presence. Had it not been for the lack of breakout, people would be surrounded by advertisements. Chier's promotion has successfully sparked discussions among players. Hey, have you guys seen Chier's new game? I thought the promotion looked pretty good. Yeah, I only found out because of the promotion. Is the promotion that extensive? Alright, it's a big company. Their promotional costs are calculated in millions, which is quite normal. I heard this time it was Tian Baishuan himself who made the game. I didn't expect his skills to be quite good. Yes, I think this game has more of the Three Kingdoms flavor than Three Kingdoms Kill. I can't refute that, but Three Kingdoms Kill is more fun, no arguments accepted. Agreed. By the way, wasn't it said that Wang Chuan was also developing a Three Kingdoms game? What was it called? Lords of the Earth. Why hasn't there been any news? Yeah, I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. Oh, why is there still no update? Could it be that time is running out? After all, making a game is quite complex, especially since he previously developed Three Kingdoms Kill. That can't be. Wang Chuan is known for being quick. This amount of time should be more than enough for him. What do you mean quick? As Three Kingdoms, The Farmer Takes Charge began its promotional build-up, players online had already started discussing who would take the first prize in this official event. Given the current situation, this grand prize certainly raises some questions. After all, Three Kingdoms Kill launched first and holds a significant advantage, yet Chier's Three Kingdoms, The Farmer Takes Charge also looks promising. It can be said that this official event has been successfully accomplished. The quantity and quality of games this time far exceed previous events. Now, we just await the results. While players were fervently discussing, suddenly someone noticed that Wang Chuan had posted a message on social media. However, players couldn't decipher what it meant. If you suddenly found yourself in the Three Kingdoms period, how would you survive in this chaotic world? Wang Chuan's message left all onlookers dumbfounded. What is this? What does it mean? Survive in the chaotic Three Kingdoms era. Who said that? I'm not going. Although some players could vaguely guess that this should be a promotion for Wang Chuan's new game. But what kind of promotion is this? Usually promotions would at least include some art or game videos. At the very least, there should be some text, but what is this? Instead, it poses a puzzling question to us. I wonder if this is the content of Lords of the Earth. What is Lords of the Earth? What the heck, you up there? How long have you been off the internet? You don't know this. Lords of the Earth is Wang Chuan's new game. New game? Wow, this guy is as productive as a cell. This is actually an SL-type game. How unusual. Wow, I just mentioned him and Wang Chuan is already promoting his new game. How miraculous is that? However, this question is quite interesting. If we were to travel back to the Three Kingdoms period, what would we do? What else is there to say? Just join Cao Cao and fight for dominance, ultimately becoming a high-ranking official. Wouldn't that be wonderful? What the heck, you've traveled back in time, and you still want to follow someone else to fight? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to go solo? Come on, you all should stop dreaming. A bunch of ordinary people, if they went back to the Three Kingdoms period, just surviving would be a win, and you want to unify the world. Your heads must have been kicked by a donkey. Is it really that hard to survive in the Three Kingdoms period? Remove the really, and it's exceptionally difficult, isn't it? It was a chaotic time when lives were worth little. But look at those time travel novels. They depict characters arriving in the Three Kingdoms and seizing opportunities to rise up, gathering talented individuals and becoming kings and ancestors. Why can't I do the same? You said it yourself, that's fiction. Furthermore, to achieve anything in the Three Kingdoms, you need a decent background. Even if you traveled back, you'd still be an unknown with no connections, only achieving the most by participating in the Yellow Turban Rebellion, right? Exactly. Look at those famous warlords: Cao Cao Dong, Zhui Yuan, Xiao Yuan, Shu Gong, Sun Zan. None of them lacked a good background or pedigree. That's not right. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Dong Zhui seized power, fundamentally disrupting the social order. Take Liu Bei, for instance. Although he claims descent from the Jing king of Zhongshan, wasn't he just a straw sandal seller? And then there's Sun Jian. Although he later defended Jiangdong, didn't he earn his reputation by defeating pirates? From what you said, it's clear you lack education. Liu Bei had Liu Ji as his teacher from a young age. He was a great Confucian scholar. How can you say he had no background? And as for Sun Jian, you only know he gained fame from defeating pirates. But did you know his family had held official positions in Jiangdong for generations? How can you claim he had no background? In response to Wang Chuan's question, the crowd began to debate fervently, and the more they discussed, the more heated the conversation became. Soon the topic veered off course, shifting from the question of time traveling to the Three Kingdoms to a history lesson on the Three Kingdoms, explaining the situation of the era, and then evolving into how one could rise to prominence during that time. The most heated discussions revolved around what preparations a person with no connections or background would need to become a warlord in the Three Kingdoms. The fervor of the discussion sparked a lot of controversy among players, and over time it successfully broke through the bubble. Even on the internet, bystanders came to watch, and some historical researchers joined in to study the topic together. For instance, was Cao Cao a heroic tyrant or a patriotic figure? Did Guan Yu have genuine feelings for Cao Cao? And so on. So many topics began to ferment over time, drawing more people's attention. Wang Chuan received significant attention, and his new game Rate the Land was successfully promoted. After all, the reason this topic gained traction was fundamentally due to Wang Chuan's message. With the rising popularity of Wang Chuan and Rate the Land, at the Penguin Game Company, Tian Baishuan was completely thrown off by the situation. What was going on? He had been promoting his game Three Kingdoms the Farmer as master in the morning. How did the afternoon promotion turn into a nationwide discussion about the Three Kingdoms? Even if the popularity of Three Kingdoms was beneficial for him. But why did the popularity of Rate the Land also surge? This is outrageous, simply too outrageous. Tian Baixon's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, it wasn't just him feeling disheveled in the wind. Other companies promoting Three Kingdoms games were also struggling. Meanwhile, while other companies were confused, Wang Chuan was sitting comfortably in his chair, enjoying a massage from Huang Shanshan. He had anticipated the trend of events all along. Although it seemed he had just casually posted a message, how should one survive in the Three Kingdoms? It had no other meaning. In reality, he was promoting the game. This method of promotion is called precision marketing, an extremely sophisticated marketing strategy. It not only requires preliminary market research, but also continuous observation of the subsequent developments, including secretly buying some water army to heat up the topic, pushing the discussion until it successfully breaks through. The promotional costs involved are not low at all. One could even say they are quite high. Of course, by this point, there's no need for further large-scale investment. After all, the topic has already fermented and the popularity has risen. As long as attention is paid to not let the topic veer off course later on. Boss, this is truly brilliant. How did you come up with this idea? Huang Shanshan, who was massaging him from behind, spoke with admiration in her dreamy eyes. Ha ha ha, it's a small feat. It's all standard procedure. Wang Chuan waved his hand, speaking without a hint of modesty. Using controversy to seize victory through topics is tightly aligned with the Three Kingdoms theme, facilitating our game's promotion. Then using the premise of surviving in the Three Kingdoms to spark spontaneous comments from players while guiding the water army to trigger points of controversy. Finally, continuously expanding the influence and using this topic as a foundation to bind all players' attention, gradually shifting their focus to the new game Rate the Land. Boss, you're simply amazing. Huang Shanshan expressed her admiration for Wang Chuan's maneuvering, and a phrase came to her mind that she felt perfectly suited Wang Chuan's method. With a flip of the hand, clouds form. With a wave of the hand, rain falls. Isn't that so? This promotional campaign was precisely targeted from the start, and this kind of promotional technique isn't Wang Chuan's innovation. It was actually used in the past by Rate the Land, it's just that the topic was different back then. However, the general form of promotion remains the same, and Wang Chuan is simply applying what he learned. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Huang Shanshan, startled, quickly withdrew her hand and stood aside. Wang Chuan helplessly coughed softly and said, "Come in, Mr. Wang. As you expected, this promotion was very successful." As expected, the person entering was Wei Wei, his face filled with excitement. He was not surprised to see Huang Shanshan in Wang Chuan's office. After all, this was a common occurrence. Well, nothing strange here. Enough with the flattery, get to the point. Wang Chuan raised an eyebrow lightly and spoke casually. "All right, Mr. Wang, here are the documents you wanted. I've brought them to you." Wei Wei suddenly ran out of things to say and mumbled, "By the way, Mr. Wang, if I could travel back to the Three Kingdoms period, what should I do to become a king and dominate? Should I start by taking a minor official position to build strength? Or should I go out to fight the Yellow Turbans to accumulate merit?" Wang Chuan was originally examining the materials in his hand, but upon hearing Wei Wei's words, he put down what he was holding and glanced at Wei Wei, saying slowly, "Are you dreaming? But it's still daytime." "Oh, daydreaming, then that's fine. Wang, we shouldn't belittle people. Yes, I might just be fantasizing, but if I could really travel back to the Three Kingdoms period, I still have a chance to succeed." Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, Wei Wei immediately retorted. He believed that with his high education and intellectual qualifications, if he arrived in the Three Kingdoms era with the ability to foresee events, he certainly had a possibility of becoming a ruler. Going to the Three Kingdoms to become a ruler. Seeing that the young man was quite insistent, Wang Chuan decided to have a serious talk with him. First of all, if you time travel to the Three Kingdoms, you must be able to read traditional Chinese characters and understand the language of that time right. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Wei Wei's bewildered expression. Without hesitation, Wang Chuan continued, "Of course, even if you can speak the language and recognize traditional characters, you still need to understand what others are saying right. You should know that back then they spoke classical Chinese. Are you sure you can comprehend it? All right, looking at your expression, I can tell you can't. So your desire to become an official seems unlikely to happen." Hey, Wang, even if I can't be a civil official, I can still become a military general. And being a general means having a squad of soldiers, which is a good thing." Wei Wei was initially a bit downcast, but as he spoke, he suddenly became excited. No doubt he still had a chance. He become a military general. Just look at your physique. Wanting to go to the battlefield and kill Yellow Turbans to earn merits, that seems impossible. How can you become a general then? Are you going to become a Yellow Turban? Hey, don't say that. If you were to become a Yellow Turban, given your knowledge, you might actually manage to secure a position. At this point, Wang Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Aye. Wei Wei hesitated, trying to say something, but unable to. After all, Wang Chuan's arguments were logical, leaving him with little room for rebuttal. Moreover, he felt somewhat persuaded. Meanwhile, Huang Shanshan was laughing uncontrollably, saying, "Moreover, if you become a high-ranking official among the Yellow Turbans, you might even help Cao Cao and Liu Bei in their rise. Thinking about it this way, aren't you a bit excited?" "Ha. Hey, Shanshan, which side are you on? Can you not discourage me like that?" Wei Wei suddenly became a bit despondent, thinking for a moment, and finally said in exasperation, "Forget it. At worst, it'll just become a ruler in the game." Ha, becoming a ruler in a game. The game Lands of the Earth is different from other games. You might not have that much time. Wang Chuan, recalling the game's mechanics, pondered for a long time before speaking. "Wang, this is something you don't know. I'm the best at time management in our school. Just watch, you'll see how I play." Wei Wei didn't take Wang Chuan's words to heart and confidently said, "Different from other SLG games. Even if they are different, how different can they be? Could it be that game time and real time are synchronized? What a joke. All right, since our promotion has been effective, looking at the current buzz, many SLG players have already noticed our game. So our war is about to begin. Tomorrow it'll give you a day off, and by Friday the game will officially launch." Wang Chuan smiled at Wei Wei's ambitious spirit and shifted the topic back to the game. While handling the materials in his hands, he directly discussed the upcoming plans. Meanwhile, the discussions online about the topic of the Three Kingdoms initiated by Wang Chuan continued. During this period, due to the unprecedented popularity of the Three Kingdoms, several small companies, Three Kingdoms-themed games, also rushed to launch, taking advantage of the heat. They could ride the wave created by Wang Chuan and soar. Meanwhile, over at Penguin Tian Baishuan also launched his new game, Three Kingdoms the Farmer, in charge ahead of schedule. Although Wang Chuan's initiated topic disrupted their promotions, and the game's popularity declined significantly, it also elevated the Three Kingdoms as a major IP. So with this addition and subtraction, the outcome was still about the same. Since it's similar, why not launch it directly? Moreover, the game's performance was good. On the first day of launch, Three Kingdoms The Farmer in Charge garnered over 200,000 sales, directly reaching the top position on the new game bestseller list. Additionally, due to its impeccable storyline and graphics, it received favorable reviews among the player community. Time flew by, and it was Friday, the launch day of Lands of the Earth. Although many Three Kingdoms-themed games emerged in the market due to the official event's stimulus, few had high quality, most were just filling up the game library. Therefore, very few games could continually attract players' attention and linger in their memories. Among these, Wang Chuan's new game Lands of the Earth was naturally one of them. Including the past favorites like Soul Knight and Three Kingdoms Kill, both were beloved by players. Hence, once Lands of the Earth announced its launch, it was immediately noticed by many players. And it sparked widespread commentary. Wow, it's finally out. I never expected to see it in my lifetime. Has it only been a few days? You don't understand, for me a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Indeed, it's an SLG type of game. Just look at this slogan, how imposing it is. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. By the shores of the earth, all subjects belong to the king. I just wonder how the quality of this game is. Although many games have come out recently, the really fun ones are still just a few. This goes without saying, it must be fun. Wasn't the previous Three Kingdoms Kill also produced by Wang Chuan? Wang Chuan's productions are guaranteed to be exquisite. I remember Wang Chuan mentioned in an interview that this game is unlike any other similar games on the market. I wonder what makes it different. Who cares what's different as long as it's fun? That's reasonable, but to be honest, I haven't played an interesting SLG game in a long time. Now when I see a free model with an app purchases, my wallet gets a bit anxious. I feel a bit anxious too, but this game is made by Wang Chuan and his games have always had a good reputation, so he probably won't go overboard with the monetization. Actually, it's fine. After all, it can be downloaded for free later. If it's enjoyable, I'll play it. If not, then I won't. Good idea, Shio. On the other hand, the game developers of Shui Tu Bin are also actively following the discussions. Among them is Tian Baishuan from Penguin. Now, with only 2 months left until the official event starts, once these 2 months pass, the game will begin its evaluation. During this period, Tian Baishuan took a general look at the games and found that his biggest competitor is still Wang Chuan. Previously, Sanguosha had a unique gameplay and an excellent reputation. However, his game Sanguinong Fu Dang Jiazuozhu also performed well, so he still has a chance. But then there's Shui Tu Bin, which left him a bit puzzled. Especially since Wang Chuan went to great lengths to create an unprecedented marketing campaign for this game, making it even more perplexing. From the initial nonsensical topic discussions to the later viral trends, it even sparked discussions among historians. The discussions, due to their rising popularity, continuously infiltrated other areas and also boosted the interest in Shui Tu Bin. At this time, many people realized that this was a form of marketing, a promotion, a publicity effort. This method is unprecedented, trailblazing, and a textbook example of promotion. Similarly, this model can be applied to movies, television, anime, and other fields. However, this method still has certain limitations as it is difficult to replicate. The premise of this marketing is the degree of correlation with the promoted product. If it's low, the promotional effect will be poor and the effort will be in vain. Therefore, everyone's focus turned to Shui Tu Bin. Is the correlation high? No one knows, but many developers hope it isn't. As an SLG game, if its content is no different from previous games, or only slightly different, then this classic marketing effort will become a mere illusion. And Wang Chuan and Huang Tu games would become a joke. Among those concerned about this issue, Tian Baishuan is naturally included. Thus, on the day Shui Tu Bin launched, Tian Baishuan set aside his work. He downloaded Shui Tu Bin and focused on experiencing it, then estimated the quality of the game. He wanted to see if it posed any threat to him. If there was a threat, he needed to respond early. Shui Tu Bin is available on both mobile and PC platforms, and the data between the two is interconnected. Thus, Tian Baishuan immediately picked up his phone, downloaded the game, and entered it. Upon entering the game, the first thing he saw was the initial game interface accompanied by a grand BGM. On the screen stood a mighty general wielding a long sword on the command platform, with countless soldiers standing orderly before him, as if ready for battle at any moment. Without lingering, Tian Baishuan chose to enter. In an instant, a cloud of yellow sand was raised and countless cavalry charged forward as the game's login interface appeared. The opening animation is simple and not dazzling, but it effectively showcases the game's theme of conquest and war, truly worthy of Wang Chuan. As Tian Baishuan filled in the account for Huang Tu Games, he commented on the initial animation, his words filled with admiration. After the game officially started, the first thing that came was a simple opening animation. However, unlike other games, it wasn't a colorful CG animation, but more like a black and white comic style. The Han Dynasty is in decline, and the 13 states are divided. Here one can become a lord, marking territory as a city. Looking out at the two 25 million grid sand table all is unclaimed land. Luoyang changes hands, the 6 kings are gone, the 4 seas unite. After the wildfires sweep through the 13 states, the smoke of battle will eventually dissipate, but this chapter of war history will transcend, all becoming an epic. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king, and all shores belong to the king's ministers. A lengthy passage unfolded before Tian Baishuan like a comic strip. Accompanied by various scenes, troops besieging cities, recruiting talented generals, bloody battles, and rallying for war, paired with a highly energizing BGM, igniting one's blood and making one eager to rush into battle. In fact, this segment of the opening animation can be skipped, but in the interest of assessing game quality, Tian Baishuan still watched it from beginning to end. After watching, he couldn't help but frown. This wasn't because the opening animation was particularly impressive. In fact, it was simple yet above average. What he was focused on were the scenes and the narration. This opening animation already reveals the core gameplay of the game. Whoever the little rooster points to, I will choose. It's you. Tian Baishuan pointed around and finally selected Jingzhou as his birthplace from numerous options. After a burst of special effects, the game scene appeared before Tian Baishuan. It was a simple sandbox map featuring forests, farmlands, and mountains. The game's camera was quite peculiar. Within the same game screen, each area was represented as individual square tiles. At this point, Tian Baishuan immediately thought of the previously mentioned 225 million square meters of fertile land. Of course, he had no mood to count whether there were really that many tiles. In the center of the screen was a small city surrounded by thick black smoke. Half of the tiles were green, while the other half were red. Not far away was a bandit camp, which in comparison to the small city was exceptionally shabby, lacking even proper houses. After a brief look around, Tian Baishuan focused his attention on the beginner's guide. According to the storyline displayed, the small city was under attack by bandits, and at this moment the player appeared in the city like a child of destiny. Easily rescuing the small city, the player then settled in the area. A rather plain opening, but it allows players to understand what to do, truly worthy of Wang Chuan. Tian Baishuan watched this opening with curiosity and nodded. He then began to follow the system's instructions, starting to assemble his army to counterattack the bandits. Unlike other SLG games on the market, in Shui Tizian, players can lead multiple armies. Moreover, each army can have 3 different generals, each with different ranks. However, at this stage, this feature was locked and could only be unlocked gradually. In the initial beginner phase, there were no additional choices. He could only take the generals provided by the system. Following the beginner's guide tasks, Tian Baishuan prioritized eliminating the bandits and rogues surrounding the small city. This process was relatively simple. He simply selected to dispatch troops, and a squad of soldiers would appear in the small city, steadily moving towards the destination on the sandbox map. Above the army, there was a countdown timer indicating the time they needed to reach their destination. The entire army's information could be clearly seen on the map. Since the bandits were close, the army quickly arrived at the battlefield. Upon contact, they directly entered the combat phase, triggering a battle cutscene. Wow, it's so exquisite. Does Wang Chuan have too much money to spend? Tian Baishuan was astonished by this cutscene. Typically, SLG games do not invest serious effort into creating combat animations. The core gameplay of such games relies heavily on numerical values. Therefore, as long as the numerical values are well done, players will be attracted, so why go to the trouble of creating detailed combat animations? Not only is it a waste of effort, but it also raises costs, which is quite painful. Thus, over time, SLG games have all followed this formula. But now, Shui Tizian is different. It actually creates very refined battle animations. Whether it's the appearance of the soldiers, the generals, or the scenes during combat, it's clear that a significant investment of resources and effort was made. Compared to other games, it stands out exceptionally. Normally, SLG games focus heavily on creating battle animations for 2 main reasons. One is to create buzz for promotion to elevate the game's popularity. The other is simpler to provide a better experience for players. Thus, the enhancement of the game's visuals will undoubtedly bring endless visual enjoyment to the players. However, this enhancement often leads to increased production costs, which is a pressure and challenge for the developers. In comparison, Wang Chuan's Shui Tizian undoubtedly leans toward the latter. After all, from the game's promotional materials, there is not a single mention of visuals or art content. After pondering this for a moment, Tian Baishuan focused his attention on the tasks ahead. The beginner's guide had just begun. Next, Tian Baishuan was to draw cards to recruit generals, a mechanism that everyone was familiar with, as many card games in the current market feature this setup. This mechanism is often a significant point for monetization in the game, indeed the most crucial one. Even some niche game types such as action games or horror games include such mechanisms. For example, drawing characters or obtaining character fragments to synthesize or improve the quality of characters, etc. Tian Baishuan was quite familiar with this and skillfully drew a weapon. Using this general, he established a second army and began conscription. Without skipping any part of the beginner's guide, Tian Baishuan diligently experienced every step. Upon completion, he received a reward allowing him to directly view the battle results and skip the combat scene. This setting clearly takes into account different players. After all, not every player enjoys watching game cutscenes, so at this point, they can directly skip the cutscene and check the results instead. In fact, this setting is not just for SLG players, it applies to most players. Essentially, once players have passed the early stages and lost their novelty, they tend to skip cutscenes. Successfully repelling the surrounding bandits, Tian Baishuan alleviated the danger of the small city and completed all the beginner's guidance. During this period, he also grasped the general gameplay of the game. For instance, to launch an expedition, one must be close to their territory to attack. He had noticed this point while following the beginner's guide concerning the bandits. From this, it can be seen that in Shui Tuzian, the land tiles are a very important factor. At this moment, the ultimate goal of the game popped up on the screen akin to the main quest in other games. Silly, the domain of imperial power now as the heroes vie for dominance, all sharpen their weapons determined to seize Luoyang, to uphold imperial authority and rule the world. Is there nothing more after this? Tian Baishuan was instantly bewildered, flipping back through the pages only to find that there was indeed nothing more. What main quest of others isn't lengthy and elaborate? But why is yours so short? It's simply astonishing. Compared to other games which often require new players to undergo tutorials lasting from a few minutes to several hours, the tutorial in Lords of the Land is remarkably straightforward. At times, many players complain about why the new player tutorial in games is so lengthy and cannot be skipped. In reality, the developers also want to make it shorter, but can't. Because if it isn't long, it won't ensure that each player understands every step of the game, which is crucial for the game's profitability. However, in this regard, Lords of the Land takes the opposite approach. Didn't you say the new player tutorial was long? Fine, then I will satisfy you by shortening it directly. Thus, the new player tutorial is completed in just a few simple minutes. Didn't you say the new player guide was complicated? Then I will make it straightforward. Even in this inherently complex SLG game, a simple introduction will suffice. Such a design, in fact, left Tian Baishuan perplexed. What exactly does Wang Chuan want to achieve? Of course, it wasn't just Tian Baishuan who harbored doubts about the model of Lords of the Land. Some producers in the gaming industry also downloaded Lords of the Land to try it out. After playing for a while, they too were struck by a wave of similar questions. Because this game, Lords of the Land, is truly different from the SLG games they know. It could even be said that the differences are enormous. My God, is it me who has the problem, or is it Wang Chuan who has the problem? Why do I feel that this game, Lords of the Land, is somewhat strange? Right, they just drop players onto a gigantic sandbox map, thinking the new player tutorial would give some guidance, but who knew it would be so short? What am I supposed to do now? Indeed, I'm equally baffled. Is the gameplay of this game really about seizing territory? I don't understand. There are no dungeons, no main quests, no player levels, just some power value that seems related to land parcels. I really have no idea what this is. Could it actually be a Three Kingdoms game? Same question here. Apart from a few generals from the Three Kingdoms, the rest seems to have nothing to do with it. Moreover, Wei Shu and Wu have become 13 states. Players are obviously more familiar with Wei Shu and Wu. I don't get it. Is this Wang Chuan out of touch? Does he not know who he is anymore? After all, since graduating, Stanley's Parable, Soul Knight, and Three Kingdoms Kill have all been huge successes with no experience of failure. It's quite possible. Many producers have been like this in the past, and most of them didn't manage to carry on in the end. Yes. I remember there was a producer from Penguin who became overly confident because of his game's success and ended up floating away. I know that one. It's the guy who, due to Penguin's help in making his game successful, suddenly felt he was capable and even threatened Penguin. How little did he know that the fool was himself. Hey, we're getting off topic. Weren't we just talking about Lords of the Land? I don't understand this Lords of the Land. It feels like the top place in the official activities should be selected from Three Kingdoms Kill and Three Kingdoms The Farmer's Rule. There are still more than 2 months left. It's too early to say this, and Lords of the Land may not necessarily flop. Ultimately, it comes down to the game's data. Given this game model, I estimate that the data won't rise. If it does, I'll eat my hat upside down. The one above screenshot for proof. I'm waiting for your performance. After Lords of the Land went live, the heat of the previous discussions instantly transferred to the game, and many game producers began discussing it on forums. Of course, most producers who experience the game are not very optimistic about Wang Chuan's new game, because it differs too much from the SLG games on the market. While innovation is a good thing, it doesn't mean that every innovation will be successful. More often than not, innovation is synonymous with failure. It just hasn't been widely publicized. As the saying goes, a step ahead is genius, a step too far is madness. Most game producers now view Wang Chuan with the same eyes as they would a madman. Because Lords of the Land is very different from other SLG Three Kingdoms games, extremely different. Firstly, the gameplay mode of this game divides the continent into small squares, meaning that all future players must revolve around these small squares to play. The experience of such a game is self-evident. Secondly, while this game is labeled as a Three Kingdoms game, the elements related to the Three Kingdoms are indeed far too few. Although there are Three Kingdoms generals that players can collect, this aspect contributes far too little to the overall game content. Another aspect that can be associated with the Three Kingdoms is the division of regions. The division method of the 13 states corresponds to the Three Kingdoms period, but such terminology hardly leaves a deep impression on players. While the Three Kingdoms IP is quite hot, players are far more familiar with the terms Wei Shu and Wu compared to Jingzhou, Yongzhou, and Yangzhou. This is also why most current Three Kingdoms games on the market differentiate factions using Wei Shu and Wu, because players know this. If you mention states and prefectures, players won't have an impression, but once you mention Wei Shu and Wu, players immediately know this is about the Three Kingdoms. Apart from this, the various mechanisms in Lords of the Land are overly complicated. Similar games on the market have greatly simplified this aspect. It's simply about spending money, then clicking, then spending money, and clicking again, repeating this cycle. In short, the more you spend, the more powerful you become. The entire game revolves around you. In contrast, Lords of the Land is different. The combat system is incredibly complex, and the unique settings of the land parcels determine that no matter how much you spend, it won't help if you don't know how to play. Moreover, it is precisely due to these unique settings that most game producers do not have faith in Wang Chuan's game. Because Lords of the Land is different from what they know, even contrary to their current understanding. Regarding the attitudes of numerous producers online, Wang Chuan was unaware. Of course, it was only Wang Chuan who was oblivious. If he had known, he would have surely laughed heartily. At this moment in the villa of the Huangta Game Company, Wang Chuan was comfortably seated on a chair on the balcony, playing with his phone, browsing the news, and watching videos. It must be said that basking in the sun while playing with a phone is very pleasant. Of course, it would have been even better without the two nagging voices behind him. Indeed, standing behind him were two people, one male and one female, Wei Wei and Gong Yingnan. President Wang, why do you lack any sense of urgency? The current situation is very urgent, very urgent, very urgent. Wei Wei's face was full of anxiety, evidently intimidated by the comments online, repeatedly emphasizing his point. And it wasn't just him. Even the usually calm Gong Yingnan was incessantly nagging. Yes, President Wang, do you think we should redo the new player guidance? Many players online are saying that our new player guidance is too limited and they don't understand how to play. Unable to withstand their nagging, Wang Chuan sat up and looked towards Huang Shanshan, who had been silent and couldn't help but ask, Shanshan, do you feel the same way? I believe that since you boss are determined to do this, there must be a reason so. Huang Shanshan shook her head. Surprisingly, she was very supportive of Wang Chuan's decision. It's just unclear whether this is based on intuition or for someone else's sake. After hearing their comments, Wang Chuan put down his phone, feeling somewhat conflicted. The complexity stemmed from a mix of happiness and helplessness. The joy was that Huang Shanshan was finally supporting him, and even those who disagreed were still paying attention to the company's game situation. The helplessness was in the fact that while these individuals were concerned, why did they think he wasn't paying attention? He was the boss and the producer. How could he not care? Whether or not to redo the new player guidance, don't you all have your own experiences? Surely you have your thoughts on this. Wang Chuan's resolve was firm. He would not make changes. However, facing these novices, he couldn't be too blunt, so he had to speak more tactfully. President Wang, when I played myself, I felt that the game was quite interesting. But mainly it's not just the online players saying this, even the players in the testing area are saying it, and so are those producers. Wei Wei hesitated somewhat, but ultimately expressed his true feelings. From a practical standpoint, he genuinely enjoyed playing this game, so he thought the new player guidance was fine. However, from the company's perspective, since so many people were struggling to understand, the game needed adjustments. Haven't I told you before? Not every game can please everyone, even with various benefits. And do you really think I haven't been paying attention? I have clearly been keeping an eye on things, all right. Wang Chuan stood up confidently, smiling at the crowd. So, President Wang, given the current situation? Gong Yingnan asked a bit awkwardly. Don't worry, everything is under control. Wang Chuan extended a hand as if grasping something and clenched his fist tightly. The sunlight shone upon him, appearing almost sacred. Zhao Jing, log into the Pangu editor backend and send the data for Shui Tu Ji Bin to the group. With this said, Wang Chuan began to give everyone a lesson. All right, President Wang. Once Wang Chuan spoke, Zhao Jing hurriedly brought over the computer, logged into the Pangu editor, accessed the backend, found the data, and forwarded it to the group. After the data was sent to the group, everyone took just a quick glance and was instantly shocked by the figures. Wow, really? This data? President Wang. Could this data be? No way. Wei Wei and the others in the group glanced at the data file and were utterly astonished. In fact, this was just a simple table, but it recorded several key numbers. Of course, the active users here were certainly not as many as those in Sanguisha. This was due to the nature of the game genre. USLG games, no matter what, can never compete with tabletop card games like Sanguisha. Just like games such as Do Di Zhu or Mahjong, both in the past life, and in this world they have the largest user base. This is determined by the inherent nature of the game. Therefore, for Shui Tuji Bin, the most crucial figure to look at was the retention rate. According to this document, the next day retention rate for Shui Tuji Bin was 55%. This is no longer just a simple achievement. Among the many games in the market, it counts as a decent performance. And most importantly, this retention rate over the past 3 days has surprisingly remained at 50%. This makes it seem quite extraordinary. Although this retention rate does not match Sanguisha, it's not far off either. At the same time, it indicates that half of the players who entered the game stayed. Moreover, the average payment rate of the players has also exceeded 10%. President Wang, now I finally understand why you are so calm. Wei Wei carefully examined the data from start to finish, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Had he known this data earlier, he wouldn't have worried at all. Moreover, this data proves that the comments online are utterly unreliable. This data clearly indicates that the performance of Shui Tuji Bin has always been excellent. Yes, President Wang, if you had this data, you should have said so earlier, causing us to panic like this. Gong Ingnan said with a complex expression, half amused and half exasperated. She had been prepared to work overtime and modify the game overnight. But who knew? Indeed, President Wang is not an easy person. In her heart, Gong Ingnan secretly labeled Wang Chuan. Among everyone, only Huang Shanshan quietly smiled to herself, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, she had not misjudged Wang Chuan. Her persistence was correct. In contrast, Wei Wei and the others, upon learning the back-end data of Shui Tuji Bin, felt a sense of stability that was different. Meanwhile, in Penguin Company, Tian Baixin's mood was getting worse and worse. When Tian Baixuan first experienced Lands of the Red Earth, upon its launch, he didn't think much of it at first, and even looked down on the game. However, as time passed, he found himself increasingly astonished by the game. Moreover, he was unaware of the current data for Lands of the Red Earth, so he could only perceive its uniqueness through the gameplay itself. In fact, when he first tried it out, he did not delve deeply into the gameplay of Lands of the Red Earth, sharing the same sentiments as other developers. Besides a very simple tutorial for beginners at the start, the subsequent gameplay was quite similar to other games on the market. Building construction upgrades and gradually unlocking new buildings while continuously accumulating resources. This primarily ensures that players have something to do in the early stages. Additionally, through gameplay, some unspoken mechanics are naturally understood by the players. For example, players' starting locations are quite close to each other and the land is not infinite. Therefore, everyone must strive to seize territory at the beginning. The importance of territory is self-evident, right? If a piece of land belongs to someone else, you cannot move through it. At the same time, players will receive a peace status upon entering the game. After occupying new territory, they will also gain a peace status. Furthermore, in the early stages, each player receives a buff to help them adapt to the game and become accustomed to the buff's mechanics. In Tian Baixin's view, these early game elements were no different from those in games on the market. However, after experiencing these aspects and joining an alliance, he was amazed to find that the overall game experience was entirely different. The alliance he found was called Unified Kingdoms, a group dedicated to SL-type games. The players within were all enthusiasts of SLG games, seasoned veterans. In this regard, Tian Baixuan was actually a novice and had not encountered many SLG games, so there were many aspects he did not fully understand. However, while chatting with other SLG players within the alliance, he was astonished to discover that these SLG enthusiasts, the veterans, had high expectations for Lands of the Red Earth. Suppressing his surprise, Tian Baixuan pretended to be a newbie and chatted with them to uncover their opinions. Unintentionally, he quickly received the answers he sought. Although online game developers and ordinary players hold various doubts about Lands of the Red Earth, often feeling there was little to do in the early stages or being uncertain about what to do. It seemed there was nothing to do besides upgrading buildings and seizing territory. Yet for seasoned players of SLG games, the objectives in Lands of the Red Earth are very clear. Seizing territory and using each piece of land as a springboard to attack others' territories and cities. Through continuous battles, first achieve unification within a large state, then compete with players from other large states for dominance over Luoyang, ultimately striving for world domination. For enthusiasts of this type of game, Lands of the Red Earth has clearly showcased the core gameplay. Moreover, while playing in the game, there are various details that demonstrate a large number of players engaging with this game. For instance, nearby starting locations reveal other players and not in small numbers. For example, the chat system includes world channels, major state channels, and alliance channels, all indicating that this game has a substantial player base. If conflicts arise, it will surely be lively and entertaining. For instance, when a player draws a rare general, an announcement will be made across the entire server. In addition to these, there is a progress bar in the game related to the trends of the world. This mode divides the game's progress into different stages. The yellow heaven is to be established, chaos reigns, the world is divided into 3, and the world is unified. Each stage presents different tasks, and players who complete these tasks will receive special rewards. For example, rewards could include currency for everyone or special items. These mechanics vividly illustrate the gameplay mode of Lands of the Raid Earth. If knowing all this left Tian Baishuan quite astonished, then the organizational behaviors of players within the game further shocked him. After joining the Alliance, Unified Kingdoms, he had to join a chat group as well. Players entering the group must undertake different tasks. For example, one may be responsible for researching gameplay, another for combat strategies, and yet another for forming a diplomatic team to seek cooperation with other players' alliances, pursuing developmental paths in the early stages, etc. In this setup, whether players are spenders or regular players, each person has a specific task, and the division of labor is quite clear. After all, SL-type games, whether on the market or Lands of the Raid Earth, are fundamentally social games. Only when there are many players will the game present a different experience and truly showcase its charm. So that's how it is, it's different like this. Tian Baishuan infiltrated the Alliance, leveraging the experiences of many seasoned players, successfully discovering the extraordinary aspects of Lands of the Raid Earth as an SLG game. While the early stages focus on upgrading buildings and seizing territory, as the game progresses, players can occupy cities and unify large states. In the later stages, they can engage in battles with other large states, continually competing until they achieve world domination. It can be said that the so-called 3 kingdoms in Lands of the Raid Earth does not rely on any specific 3 kingdoms storyline. Instead, it refers to the great trend of the 3 kingdoms shaped by the players themselves, establishing a 3 kingdoms that belongs to the players. If the most interesting and anticipated aspect of SL-type games is players developing and battling each other, then Lands of the Raid Earth goes beyond that, providing an early gameplay mode. That is seizing territory. Because in Lands of the Raid Earth, there is no concept of combat power like other SLG games. Instead, a concept known as influence value quietly emerges. This influence value, as the name suggests, represents the power under the player's command. Thus, the number of territories a player controls is of paramount importance. The greater both their territory count and level, the higher their faction power. One critical point to note is that while low-tier resources remain abundant and sufficient for all players, high-tier resources are strictly limited. Consequently, fierce competition and inevitable combat will erupt among players vying for these scarce high-tier resources. Moreover, Rise of the Kingdoms is inherently designed to encourage confrontation. It is therefore easy to imagine how brutal and blood-soaked the late-game landscape will become. That said, one may choose instead to withdraw from conflict entirely, to live as a reclusive hermit, passively following the tides of fate. Such a path remains viable, though it sacrifices much of the game's exhilarating depth. Yet for those harboring ambition, domination is the only worthy pursuit, and once chosen, this path inevitably leads to resource-driven strife. Amid this relentless cycle of conflict, players adopt diverse tactical doctrines to strengthen themselves, and as their strength grows, so too does their drive to expand through conquest. This forms a self-reinforcing spiral. Brother Tian, Director Ding has asked for you. Something urgent. Suddenly, Tian Baishuan's assistant knocked and entered his office. Ah, yes, I'll be right there. With a sigh, Tian Baishuan reluctantly set aside his phone and rose to head to the director's office. He had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of Rise of the Kingdoms. Perhaps it was Wang Chuan's influence, but he sensed something profoundly unusual about this game. After concluding his meeting with Director Ding, Tian Baishuan rushed to finalize his project deliverables. Only upon returning home did he immediately log into Rise of the Kingdoms. Not because the game was inherently entertaining, but because its mechanics remained elusive to him. For days he had immersed himself in meticulous exploration, even spending heavily, to experience every facet of Rise of the Kingdoms firsthand. He might appear obsessed, yet he could unmistakably feel that Rise of the Kingdoms stood apart from all other games. He had to admit, the more he played, the more deeply he became engrossed. This game was truly extraordinary. Moreover, he had revised his earlier skepticism. Wang Chuan was not merely overconfident, success was genuinely within reach. For once Tian Baishuan passed the novice phase, the game revealed its compelling depth and strategic richness. Indeed, he had risen to become a core member and key pillar of the alliance unifying the realm. Likely due to his consistent investment, the alliance leader personally recruited him into the inner circle, a group now plotting a momentous operation. Alliance leader, attention all members. Tonight no one sleeps. Prepare your forces. Await my command, we strike straight at the heart. Chief strategist understood. Chief strategist, haha. I've observed the rival alliance leader for 3 days straight. Beyond spending lavishly on gacha pulls, he neglects everything else. A true fool. Our odds are excellent. Alliance leader, affirmative. Stand by a moment longer. Issue orders to mobilize troops. Chief strategist acknowledged. It was already 2:30 am, and the game world lay nearly deserted. Upon reading the chat, Tian Buoxuan experienced a sudden uncanny sensation, as if he were participating in a grand alliance campaign. By this stage, most players had thoroughly mastered the game systems. Those uninterested had long since departed, only dedicated SLG enthusiasts remained. And once the protective novice phase expired, vulnerability descended upon all, tension thickened across the entire realm. After all, war remains the immutable eternal theme of any strategy game. Ultimately, each province must unify under a single banner, leaving only one dominant alliance while others submit or perish. Thus, Rise of the Kingdoms is by its very nature a game of victors. The triumphant reign supreme, the vanquished are cast aside. The alliance unifying the realm into which Tian Buoxuan had serendipitously been drawn had now ascended to third place among all alliances in his province, Jingzhou. Across the entire server, comprising 13 great provinces, it ranked within the top 10. Yet within Jingzhou itself, unifying the realm faced mounting pressure, though currently for strength, it was besieged by two formidable rivals. The second-place alliance, His Majesty Laughs Not, and the third-place Ancient Battlegrounds had forged a pact, uniting their forces to assault unifying the realm, provoking furious indignation from its leader. Individually, neither rival matched unifying the realm in strength, but together they commanded formidable power. Meanwhile, scattered minor alliances had either been absorbed or maintained neutrality, waiting to pledge allegiance to the ultimate victor. Such pragmatism was entirely expected in Rise of the Kingdoms. For the game's very architecture reward scale, the larger the alliance, the greater the rewards for each member. Thus, smaller alliances and individual players welcomed unification, not opposing it, but embracing the superior rewards it promised. The sole complication: peaceful consolidation would face no resistance. The crux lay in the defiance of the second and third-ranked alliances. They refused submission, demanding decisive battle. Whoever triumphed would unify Jingzhou. As a result, the entire province reached an impasse, and unifying the realm's expansion plans were indefinitely suspended. To grow, Tian Buoxuan's alliance first had to subdue these two rivals. Only then could Jingzhou be unified without resistance, freeing them to campaign across other provinces. To this end, the alliance's chief strategist devised a precise operational plan: Operation Decapitation. Shoot the horse before the rider, seize the king before the bandits. The strategy was unequivocal: eliminate the third-ranked alliance, swiftly crippling a portion of their strength, then concentrate fully on defeating the second. Since the second-ranked alliance was inherently weaker, open confrontation posed no fear whatsoever. Per Rise of the Kingdoms rules, a player falls into subjugation status once all their armies are destroyed and their city's structural integrity reduced to zero. Crucially, should the alliance leader's capital fall, every member instantly enters subjugation status. Subjugated players cannot retaliate and forfeit control of all their territories, which then become enemy staging grounds. It can be exploited by the enemy, allowing them to march and attack the alliance. Of course, this state can be lifted, but the method is quite laborious and costly. Firstly, the costly method requires paying certain resources to the enemy, and then once a betrayal occurs, it can be lifted. Secondly, the laborious method requires other players to assist in attacking the already fallen cities, depleting their durability to rescue them. The reason this method is deemed laborious is that every city that falls will gain a half-day state of peace. During this time, combat cannot be initiated due to this state. If one wishes to proceed this way, they must first establish fortifications around the city, using them to launch attacks. Otherwise, mobilizing troops would take several hours. Based on these rules, the strategist of the Unified World Alliance has formulated a series of very detailed regulations to prevent the second and third players from escaping, aiming for a one-hit kill. After 3 days of reconnaissance before the battle, it became clear that the leader on the second side is an experienced SLG player, and he is very cautious, always activating his defenses before leaving the game. Thus, attacking him is quite difficult. However, the third player is different. He is simply a fool who willingly gives away his life, never activating his defenses. Therefore, this time the target of the decapitation plan is the third player. After 3 days of reconnaissance by the strategist, the unified Jiangshan side has basically grasped the schedule of the third player's leader and developed a plan accordingly. With some time left before the plan, the core members of Unified Jianshan are all prepared, engaging in casual chats in the group. To avoid wasting time and prevent command errors, everyone has activated voice chat for communication. I must say, among all the SLG games I've played, only Land of the Rising Sun feels particularly free and realistic. Same here, I feel as if we are genuinely conducting a night raid. It's so real. Haha, if this were in the Three Kingdoms period, we would definitely be great generals. By the way, the leader of the third player can't possibly be doing this on purpose, right? Is there really a leader who doesn't activate their defenses? No way, no way. Rest assured, the strategist has already investigated this thoroughly. It is definitely true. He truly is a fool. Leader, you need to be cautious. Remember to activate your defenses. If you fall, our alliance will be doomed. Don't worry, I have alarms set on both my phone and computer to ensure I remember to activate my defenses. Our plan cannot be used against us. The leader is great. Suddenly, I feel that Land of the Rising Sun is really different from those previous SLG games. In this game, every player is extremely important. Each one is irreplaceable. Exactly. In the past, I played some SLG games where ordinary players couldn't survive at all. No matter how strong you are, if someone pays to win, you'll definitely lose. I've experienced that too. If this game is good, regardless of whether you spend money or not, if you can't play well, it's all in vain. Alright, the time is upon us. The scout has sent back news. Great strategist. A group of people were chatting in voice in the group. Tian Baishuan was also quite excited as he chatted with everyone, feeling a bit nervous deep down. At first, he only wanted to investigate the quality of Wang Chuan's game and see if it posed any threat to his own game. However, now he has realized the outcome. There is a threat. A significant threat. Why? Because while playing, he unknowingly became immersed. It's really enticing. At this moment, a scout player in the group suddenly uploaded a PPT. Task decapitation plan. Location Jingzhou Alliance. The age of warfare coordinates 900,650. Time September 13th, 2:30 a.m. Participating players: 1 who drinks alone. I am a Three Kingdoms fan. The carefree Marquis of Xiaoyao. The death of Changshan, Lu Yunruoyu. Content: I am a Three Kingdoms fan, leading 2 people as scouts to conduct reconnaissance ahead and observe if there are any enemy troops nearby. Lu Yunruoyu leads part of the army for a detailed attack. Tian Baixin's gaze moved from top to bottom, looking at the full content, and he couldn't help but be amazed. If he were to write this, he probably wouldn't reach this depth. Indeed, there are talented players among them. After this plan document was released, the chatter in the group immediately decreased as everyone was clearly focused on reviewing the plan. After a long silence, the group finally began to communicate. Leader: alright, the fortifications are finally built. Everyone stay alert. This is the key point for us to dominate Jingzhou. We must not be careless. Leader Xiaoyao Marquis, you lead the cavalry to probe ahead. We will slowly move the main force forward while conserving energy. Xiaoyao Marquis, got it, leader. My cavalry are all top-notch. Strategist: leader, I see that a city next to the third player's main city has activated peace status. I don't know if they are still online. What do you think? Leader: at a crucial moment, there must not be the slightest negligence. We can first dispatch a troop to head in other directions, pretending to pass by while focusing on the main city. Xiaoyao Marquis: okay, I understand. After receiving the task in the group, Xiaoyao Marquis immediately deployed his cavalry towards the enemy's main city, approaching in an arc. However, until he was 4 units away from the main city, there was no reaction from the enemy. Seeing this, Xiaoyao Marquis quickly sent a message back and intensified the attack, planning to end it quickly. In Land of the Rising Sun, there is a setting called Vision. When a stranger approaches the main city or fortifications, a very conspicuous red line warning pops up. Moreover, it can directly reveal the enemy's location. Therefore, if the enemy is online when Xiaoyao Marquis gets closer, there will definitely be some action, yet now there is not a single reaction. Thus, it is evident that the enemy is offline. To avoid missing this opportunity, Xiaoyao Marquis had no choice but to turn the probe into an all-out attack. After a while, Xiaoyao Marquis finally handled everything well and returned to the group amazed. Xiaoyao Ho of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa laughed, ha ha ha, even offline and still not holding the fort, this leader is truly a good person, directly sending me ahead. If I don't accept it, it would be an affront to heaven and earth. The leader replied, it's mainly because the game has just launched and everyone is not very familiar with its various settings. If it weren't for the reminder from the dog-headed strategist, I wouldn't even know that this thing exists in the game. Xiaoyao Ho of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa said, as expected. The dog-headed strategist lives up to his name. He's truly impressive. Alright, enough flattery. Let's hurry up and get our main forces to push and capture the main city, said the dog-headed strategist. Under the dog-headed strategist's insistence, everyone had to conclude the conversation quickly and then focus. Although the opponent was offline and scouts had been roaming around the area several times, the dog-headed strategist had also made plans in advance. However, time is crucial, just like the concept of a blitzkrieg in warfare. Most importantly, there is a prompt in the game that helps players understand the status of their main city. Moreover, this prompt is sent directly to their phones via text message. Therefore, if they do not seize this rare time to exploit a time gap, it could easily lead to failure. This is why the dog-headed strategist and the leader discussed scheduling the decapitation plan for the night, specifically at 2:30 in the morning. At this time, most people would be asleep, deep in slumber, and heavily immersed in dreams. Even if there are text message prompts, the opponent might not see them, and even if they do, they may not be able to wake up from their dreams. This time difference is already sufficient for them to execute their decapitation plan. If they couldn't take down the opponent after such a long time, they would have no face to continue playing the game. Indeed, these hardcore players are truly fierce when they get serious. Xiaoyao Ho of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa declared, "Leader, dog-headed strategist, the mission has been accomplished. I am withdrawing." The leader replied, "Teleport back directly, and I'll reimburse you." Xiaoyao Ho of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa exclaimed, "Thank you, leader, you're magnificent." "Well done, I'll remember this merit," the dog-headed strategist said. Xiaoyao Ho of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa successfully opened the path and swiftly used an item to teleport back to his main city, then set out again with his army. Once they successfully occupied the land near the opponent's main city, the waiting army would immediately set out. At this moment on the map of the unified Jiangshan Alliance members, they were all pointing towards the main city of the third member. Meanwhile, Tian Baishuan, who participated in this operation and followed the main force, felt extremely nervous. This real, yet dreamlike night raid was truly his first experience in life. The most absurd part is that he experienced it in a game. As a player of the Ancient Battles Alliance, he is considered an old player of SLG-type games. Before Raid of the Land, he had played many SLG games, but none had been able to retain him. However, when he experienced Raid of the Land, he was instantly conquered by this game and had no intention of leaving. Because this game is currently the best experience he has had regardless of the type of player, everyone can find their own meaning in the game. The reason he says this is that he never spends money on games, at most getting a monthly card. One can imagine what kind of good experience players like him could have in the market's SLG games. No wonder he couldn't leave when he saw Raid of the Land. That night he struggled to get out of bed, found his phone, and groggily logged into Raid of the Land. As a monthly card player, he cannot miss the free card draw every 12 hours. Although it was already past 2 in the morning, he had been sleeping soundly. But what does that matter? After all, he got used to it after doing it many times. After all, Raid of the Land is too different from other games. Every time he upgrades various buildings, recruits troops, or goes on expeditions, it requires a lot of resources and time. Sometimes the game's progress gets stuck halfway in the middle of the night. If he doesn't attend to it, it would be easy to waste this time. As an SLG-type game, if one just wants to be a farmer, they could just admire the beautiful scenery in the game or collect generals. Then there is no need to grind, they can play whenever they want. But if they truly want to play seriously and not spend money, they must maximize resource efficiency. Thus, players like him must grind until the early morning to avoid wasting resources. Moreover, they must deplete their stamina and fill the building queue, otherwise any remaining stamina would be a significant waste. Therefore, although he is not the kind of hardcore player who sets alarms on both his phone and computer, as a monthly card player, getting up in the middle of the night is a basic operation. I wonder how many days it will take to draw a 5-star general. He placed his phone on the table and intentionally went to the bathroom to wash his hands carefully. Washing his hands before drawing cards is a mystical technique he has summarized from years of gaming. As for whether this actually works, who knows? If you believe it, there is; if you don't, there isn't. After drying his hands with the lingering fragrance of hand soap, he prayed in his heart and clicked the draw button. After a flurry of special effects, seeing the 3-star general appear, he felt a bit disappointed. Sideday's hand soap is not powerful. Shaking his head, he pondered whether to buy a new hand soap tomorrow. Hey, the lavender scent I saw last time was pretty good. Lost in thought, he felt drowsy. He planned to sweep through and then go to sleep. But the next moment he was startled awake by a full screen of red, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Damn, this is too ruthless, doing a night raid in the middle of the night. Glancing around, he discovered that the area around his main city was all red zones. As he opened the map, he was shocked to find that all the members of Unified Jiangshan were gathered near the leader's main city. What the opponent wanted to do was something even an idiot would know. Damn it. What was that dim-witted alliance leader's contact number again? Guan Yu paced back and forth, tapping his temple in desperate recollection. Yet his mind remained utterly blank, empty, silent, devoid of any trace. Moments later, he froze stunned into disbelief, then gritted his teeth and swore, "Holy hell, I don't even have the dim-witted leader's phone number." At that thought, panic surged. If the enemy seized the leader's capital city, every alliance member would suffer catastrophic consequences. This was no trivial matter. It threatened the fruits of everyone's relentless efforts over countless days, especially his own. At once fury flared within him. He rushed to the Alliance chat group and began frantically pinging members. He had no choice. He was no core member, nor did he possess access to key figures. Now all he could do was entrust their fate to chance. All members, is anyone still awake? Can anyone reach the group owner or moderators? Yitong Jianshan has launched a night raid. The leader's capital is on the verge of falling. Everyone act fast. Indeed, among players of the ruler's horizon, nocturnal cultivators were plentiful. His message had barely appeared before replies began flooding in. Did I hear that right? A night raid mechanic, in a game. Whoa, such an amazing feature. Let me at it, Withdraw your fantasy upstairs. This isn't metaphorical. It's literal. Wait, The leader didn't even activate Fortress Defense while sleeping. How has he survived this long? Fortress Defense. What's that? Guan Yu Weiya's message struck the group chat like a boulder dropped into still water. Every dormant fish leapt to the surface. As conversation erupted, confusion deepened. Some players stood dumbfounded by the audacity of a night raid, while others stared blankly at the term Fortress Defense, clearly unfamiliar with the game's rules. In short, players began questioning whether they were even playing the same game, a surprisingly common occurrence. After all, the ruler's horizon had only just launched, its mechanics, rules, and systems remained uncharted territory for most. Some, for instance, mistakenly believed activating Fortress Defense granted immunity from combat. Enough. No time for tutorials now. Dispatch your main forces immediately. Our top priority is holding the capital, or else all our efforts these past days will vanish into thin air. And, does anyone have the leader's contact? Wake him up fast. No use, we're too weak. Their nitrate force consists entirely of high-tier warriors, while ours are all offline. Looks hopeless. Hopeless or not, we must stand and fight. If we lose everything. So let's treat a corpse as if it still breathes. Once Guan Yu Weiya discovered the raid and alerted the group, the plan shifted instantly. Online players swiftly convened to devise an emergency rescue strategy. After all, Galai Jingzhan ranked third among Jingzhou alliances, so even at midnight reinforcements could be rallied. Within moments, players logged in masse, hurling their elite armies toward the capital, fighting tooth and nail to hold the line. They didn't know if they could withstand the assault until the leader returned, but they'd fight regardless. Defeat meant utter ruin, resistance offered a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, Yitong Jianshan detected Galai Zhengzhan's mobilization and immediately convened their own war council. Calling the leader. A sudden wave of enemy players has logged in and deployed troops to defend. We've been exposed. Stay calm. These are just ordinary players. No high-tier warriors among them. No need to worry. Even if their elites log in later, we must seize the capital now. Victory must be decisive and absolute. Exactly. The doghead strategist speaks wisely. So long as the enemy leader remains offline and fails to activate Fortress Defense, victory is assured. Still, remain vigilant. Prolonged engagement invites unforeseen complications. Strike swiftly. End this before dawn breaks. Through voice chat, the leader and the doghead strategist rallied the troops, and their words ignited fierce resolve across the ranks. Even Tian Baishuan himself had to admit he was no longer evaluating the game as its designer scrutinizing its craftsmanship. He was now immersed, as a player, pouring raw emotion into the battlefield, charging alongside comrades, conquering cities and seizing lands. Who could have imagined an SLG could be crafted this way, so immersive that even a veteran game designer would lose himself completely? Through collective resolve, the initial objectives of the decapitation strike were achieved in record time, proof that these players were true masters of the SLG genre. Though the ruler's horizon diverged sharply from conventional SLGs in design, these seasoned veterans quickly grasped its essence through instinctive intuition. Take this decapitation operation. Yitong Jianshan spent an entire week preparing, each faction gathering intelligence on enemies and probing game mechanics. Finally, the doghead strategist synthesized all data into a cohesive plan, so hastily devised that recipients were left momentarily bewildered upon receiving it. Mission complete. Leader, issue the order. We're ready to march. Indeed, the soldiers are ravenous for battle. Very well. Listen well, warriors. Full-scale assault, now. Affirmative, by the leader's command. Affirmative, by the leader's command. Affirmative, by the leader's command. Stirred by his comrades' fervor, the leader even slipped into the rhetorical cadence of ancient Three Kingdoms generals. Upon his command, other core players instinctively echoed the tone, spontaneously conjuring the palpable aura of the Three Kingdoms era. Though of course it was all born of their own vivid imagination. In Rate the Land, players' main cities differ from other cities as they consist of 9 plots. The main urban area is located at the core, while the surrounding areas serve to protect it. However, the urban areas have durability, which is determined by the level of the main city. Moreover, once the durability is depleted, it can be gradually restored. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they are quite resilient. However, the resources required to build the city walls could easily be enough to upgrade other buildings by 3 levels. Thus, few players would neglect essential buildings to build city walls in the early stages of the game. The leader of ancient warfare thought similarly, choosing to allocate resources to the buildings within the main urban area. After all, if enemies were to attack, he would deploy his troops directly and wouldn't need the city walls. Consequently, his urban area was quickly depleted of durability by the players of Unified Kingdom and was subsequently occupied. Like other plots, the urban area also triggers a peace buff upon being occupied. Under this peace buff, the players of Ancient Warfare are unable to launch an attack. They can only wait until the buff expires before they can strike. Of course, they might not even have that opportunity since the opposing side has already mobilized. From the moment the urban area was occupied, the leader of Unified Kingdom took the lead, rallying other core players to launch an assault on the enemy's main city. Each player's main force boasted tens of thousands of soldiers gathering together in a grand display, resembling an army of 100,000. From Tion Baeksin's perspective, this scene appeared as a patch of red on the map of vivid crimson, formed by a mass of red lines charging straight towards Ancient Warfare's main city. Seeing the map within the game, multiple armies were marching swiftly, with everything arranged perfectly. The other players, having nothing to do, could only return to the chat group to continue their conversations. Wow, I suddenly feel like we are making history. Isn't that right? This night raid plan, the decapitation plan, is a creation of the dog-headed strategist. So exhilarating. I won't be able to sleep a wink now. I have to say, this game Raid the Land is really thrilling. If this were in the Three Kingdoms, we would have executed a successful night raid, and just like that, Ancient Warfare would be annihilated. The players in the group were chatting happily, while Tion Baishuan simply listened in silence. However, in his heart, he had a rough idea. This time, with the official event launched, he was likely going to face disaster. Three Kingdoms Kill held an absolute advantage among players. His Three Kingdoms Farmers Take Charge might not measure up, but he still had some hope. At first, he didn't think much of Raid the Land, but now that he played it, he realized this game was even more ferocious than Three Kingdoms Kill. He could foresee that soon the game's ratings would bounce back. Of course, these thoughts came and went suddenly as his focus was entirely on Raid the Land. Whether he could secure a ranking was currently unimportant. The priority was to take down Ancient Warfare. If the hard-earned night raid decapitation plan allowed the enemy to survive, his mentality would surely collapse, just as the entire player base of Unified Kingdom mounted a main assault on the main city. The players of Ancient Warfare, under the leadership of About Me, also gathered successfully to prepare their defenses. What they faced was a sea of bloodshed on the map. About Me was taken aback, mustered courage to venture forward for a test, and soon realized they couldn't win. They had to open the chat group and send the battle report. About Me, we can't win. The opponents are well prepared, all core members. I went to test the waters and my team only took down a few hundred of theirs. Seeing About Me's message, the players in the group instantly went wild. Where the hell is that damned leader? Is he off sleeping in Antarctica? Why isn't he here yet? The leader they were all thinking about didn't show up until Unified Kingdom launched successive attacks, and the dog-headed strategist secured the first blood, ending Ancient Warfare. At the same time, a system message popped up in the world channel: Jingzhou Ancient Warfare has been attacked by Jingzhou Unified Kingdom, and the entire alliance has fallen. With this system notification, all players in the world channel became aware. You grandpas and Yojo, wow, Jingzhou is quite lively. It's late at night, and two alliances are heading for a clash. Jingzhou, About Me, haha, what clash? There is no clash. It's clearly Unified Kingdom that is conducting a night raid, and our leader doesn't even know how can we withstand it. Yangzhou Black, Pineapple Head Night Raid. How can this game be played like this? I won't be able to sleep at all now. Bingzhou, remember to close the door. Tisk, you guys are in a tough spot, but your contributions will be remembered. Especially before logging off, make sure to defend. Jingzhou Melon Eater, my goodness, I just came to draw a card. How has everything changed so much? What have I missed? Due to a series of bold moves by Unified Kingdom, the players still cultivating late into the night opened the door to a new world, and everyone gained new knowledge. This game can actually be played like this. 666. Because of this groundbreaking event, even as dawn approached, the world channel remained lively. It must be said, Unified Kingdom's actions this time marked the dawn of a new era, liberating the players' minds from confinement. This made them recall Wang Chuan's words: the game Raid the Land is unlike any other SLG games on the market. Indeed, it is indeed unique. Just like Unified Kingdom's night raid and decapitation plan, not every game can pull off such tactics. Moreover, this isn't some game event, it's a genuine player-driven initiative. It felt as if they had truly conducted a night raid battle incredibly thrilling, and the results were significant, capturing Ancient Warfare's main city with almost no losses. And it resulted in the entire player base of Ancient Warfare falling into despair. A flawless night raid, meticulous intelligence gathering, unwavering teamwork, had brought this decapitation operation to perfect fruition. Though dawn was fast approaching, he remained utterly alert and wide awake. In fact, not a single core member of the Alliance, unifying the realm, had logged off. All were celebrating together in their chat group. Ha ha ha, success. Absolute success. And the city of Gulai Zhengzhan is now ours. The doghead strategist secured the kill. And I'm genuinely curious what expression will Gulai Zhengzhan's alliance leader wear tomorrow upon hearing this news. Remarkable. This game actually allows night raids. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Alright. Everyone withdraw your troops promptly. Fresh from victory, their exhilaration was palpable. Exhaustion held no sway. They could easily push through another hour or two. Well done. Everyone withdraw swiftly and rest early. Tomorrow I'll have the doghead strategist tally our numbers and distribute generous rewards to each of you in celebration. Understood. Let's celebrate properly. And the alliance leader himself was elated, yet spoke with measured composure. As for whether this decapitation plan would succeed, whether it was even feasible at all, he harbored no definitive answer. He'd simply embraced the experiment, devised the strategy, and summoned his core members. After all, every core player was a seasoned spender. Wealth mattered little. What truly intoxicated them was the collective triumph, that profound, visceral satisfaction of shared achievement. This operation had also revealed their unity in action. Each player bore clear, distinct responsibilities, and the outcome resoundingly effective. Haha, excellent. Then we'll leave the expenses to you, leader. See you all tomorrow. I'm logging off now. I've work tomorrow. Oh, and leader, don't forget to activate the garrison protocol. Only the deputy remains, a negligible threat. We'll simply overwhelm him together. Haha. Conquering Jingzhou may well be imminent. By your kind auspices, I'll now share my phone number with everyone. Should any matter arise in game, feel free to call me anytime. No need to mind the hour. Understood, leader. NAS members bid farewell in the group. The leader paused, then decided to share his personal contact details with the alliance. Though victorious today, his opponent's crushing defeat served as a sobering reminder. This game differed profoundly from other SLG titles. He'd never before encountered one where defeating an alliance's leader alone triggered the entire alliance's collapse. Lu Tuzhi-bin was unprecedented in this regard. Precisely because of it, he chose to distribute his contact information to ensure he'd never be caught unawares by a sudden counteroffensive. He dreaded suffering the same fate as Gulai Zhengzhan's leader. His capital city breached while he remained blissfully unaware. That day, online discourse surged once more around Lu Tuzhi-bin. Originally, its internet buzz had been gradually waning. After all, its initial surge stemmed from the Wang Chuan incident. But every crisis sooner or later finds resolution. Moreover, numerous publishers were aggressively promoting new titles, fragmenting Lu Tuzhi-bin's audience attention, a natural phenomenon as no trend retains universal fascination indefinitely. And Lu Tuzhi-bin, being an SLG title, had never possessed mass-market appeal. Just as its popularity ebbed, Wang Chuan and Huang Tu Games' official accounts jointly released a video. It ignited Lu Tuzhi-bin's popularity anew, an immersive chronicle of unifying the realm's nocturnal decapitation strike against Gulai Zhengzhan executed the previous night. Wang Chuan entrusted the video's production to Huang Shanshan and Zhao Jing, a deliberate exercise for both. One needed foundational exposure, the other would soon assume full responsibility for such tasks. Its stylistic execution mimicked a premium television documentary, so convincing that viewers might momentarily mistake it for a historical broadcast. The video was published immediately, not merely as content, but as a milestone, the first-ever night raid achievement in Lu Tuzhi-bin. It would henceforth reside in the player community archives, enshrined in collective memory. Within the game itself, a new glossary entry, Night Raid, was added, citing unifying the realm's operation as its defining example. Backed by fervent support from Lu Tuzhi-bin's player base and amplified by broader internet commentary, its virality was inevitable. Beneath Wang Chuan's personal account, commenters engaged enthusiastically in delightful news. Delightful news. Who knew playing a game could inspire a genuine all-night raid? Ha, I was there, a member of Unifying the Realm, though regrettably unable to participate directly. Now I'm watching the footage to relive the glory. And good heavens, Unifying the Realm's raid has even cured our alliance leader's chronic negligence. These days he won't sleep unless he's activated the garrison protocol first. Whoa, this level of dedication to gaming, a real night raid. And Unifying the Realm is legendary, absolutely legendary, and truly electrifying. The video burns with intensity. Who edited this? brilliant craftsmanship, and, rumor says, 2 talented young women. They're reportedly quite stunning. And cough cough. 3 minutes flat, I need their contact details. Unquestionably, unifying the realm is extraordinary. Observe their division of labor. Crystal clear, meticulously coordinated. They surveilled their target for days, dispatched scouts for intelligence, and spent a full week refining their strategy, hence this masterful night raid. This game captivates. It bears no resemblance to predecessors. Here money holds no advantage, only true mastery prevails. Precisely. After watching this, I uninstalled every other SLG title on hand, and recruited my friends to join Lu Tuji Bin without hesitation. Likewise, I've joined the Alliance Invincible Under Heaven in Yangzhou. Welcome aboard all. Although Wang Chuan invested minimal resources in promoting this video, it nonetheless generated considerable buzz and attracted numerous new players to Rise of the Realm. Moreover, the unique Night Raid gameplay mechanic and the video series' historical documentary-style presentation captivated a broad audience of players. What? This game is so unconventional. It can actually be played this way. How novel. How astonishing. How delightfully engaging. Consequently, many former players who had long since abandoned the game returned en masse. Observing this unexpected surge, producers and publishers across the industry were left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Has the world turned upside down? We pour vast sums into advertising and marketing. Yet Wang Chuan's single casual video draws more players than all our campaigns combined. Where then can one possibly appeal such injustice? Among all those affected, Tian Baishuan of Penguin Interactive felt the sting most acutely, torn between professional rivalry and reluctant admiration. Inside Penguin's project research lab, an assistant stood beside Tian Baishuan, attempting to soothe his agitation. Brother Tian, please don't fret. Wang Chuan must be panicking and resorting to gimmicks to reignite interest. Just check the rankings. Rise of the Realm remains stubbornly lodged at second place, firmly seated beneath your game, unable to rise or even turn over. Ahem, enough. I'm perfectly fine. You may return to your duties. Tian Baishuan coughed awkwardly at his assistant's words and waved him away. He felt strangely disoriented as a rival. He was now, inexplicably, the central figure within his competitor's promotional video. Such a plot twist would be deemed too implausible even for television. Perhaps he ought to request a naming rights fee from Wang Chuan. No, absolutely not. That would betray his involvement. His thoughts drifted and his gaze inevitably settled upon the press release before him. A sudden premonition seized him. Rise of the Realm was poised for an extraordinary breakthrough, its performance and revenue alike surging upward in a dramatic reversal. Though his assistant spoke with confidence, Tian Baishuan knew better. The reason Three Kingdoms Farmer's Reign had maintained its lead over Rise of the Realm lay primarily in its buy-to-play business model, revenue concentrated almost entirely within the first month with steep decline thereafter. If Rise of the Realm could now surpass it, his position at Penguin would become untenable. His conviction stemmed not from speculation, but from yesterday's visceral first-hand experience. Whether the collective thrill of coordinated night raids with Alliance members, or the profound satisfaction of conquering enemy territories, or even his own impulsive 1,000 yuan top-up yesterday, all these factors converged. I'm technically off duty. Surely indulging in a quick session wouldn't be inappropriate. Suddenly, he recalled the aftermath of last night's raid, wondering how the situation in Jingzhou had evolved. Glancing discreetly around and confirming he was unobserved, he calmly retrieved his phone and logged into Rise of the Realm. Truly admirable, a seasoned game designer using his rest time to deeply analyze a rival's title, identifying gaps, refining insights, pursuing excellence. Jingzhou's situation, meanwhile, was exceptionally favorable. Following last night's decapitation strike, Tian Baishuan's alliance, Unification of All Under Heaven, seized the moment and launched a direct confrontation against the runner-up. As previously noted, Unification of All Under Heaven held a narrow edge over its rival as Jingzhou's dominant force, but lacked overwhelming supremacy. Now the alliance's main forces surged forward en masse, clashing head-on with the opposing coalition in fierce, relentless combat. On the strategic map, crimson and azure banners intermingled violently, a breathtaking spectacle of large-scale warfare, far surpassing earlier covert incursions. Such open engagements centered on territorial conquest and capital sieges, battles decided not by guile, but by raw collective strength. And when strength was measured across the entire alliance, Unification of All Under Heaven held undeniable superiority. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Huangta Game Company's villa, in the experiential playroom, Wei Wei sat absorbed, intently focused on his mobile device. The screen displayed Rise of the Realm. A closer look revealed Wei Wei's newly cultivated ocular technique, panda-style dark circles. Alas, it was unavoidable. Rise of the Realm was an uncompromisingly hardcore title. To play it casually meant abandoning its very essence, its deepest, most demanding mechanics. One could simply ignore contention altogether, opting instead for peaceful cultivation indifferent to grand strategy or imperial upheaval. Indeed, several such farming alliances had already emerged within the game. These farming alliances typically settled in remote corners of the map, tending their fields in tranquil seclusion, impervious to the storms of war raging beyond their borders. Yet they remained a minority. In this genre of strategy games, most players are readily swept up, heart-pounding senses heightened, fully immersed. The clearest exemplars: Tian Baishuan of Penguin Interactive and Wei Wei of Huangtu. At that moment, Huang Shanshan approached Wang Chuan holding a document. Boss Sister Jing proposes launching a topic-driven marketing campaign centered on Server 1, where Jingzhou is nearing unification, marking the game's first fully consolidated province. I believe this campaign holds tremendous potential, so I've brought it for your approval. Huang Shanshan handed the document to Wang Chuan with earnest professionalism. As the future chief operating officer of Huangtu Games, she needed mastery across every facet of game operations. Thus, she had begun shadowing Zhao Jing to deepen her understanding of live service marketing. Wang Chuan fully supported their initiative, granting them partial administrative access to Rise of the Realm, enabling direct visibility into real-time in-game metrics. The Server 1 referenced by Huang Shanshan was none other than the server where Tian Baishuan played, and the Jingzhou in question his own domain. Naturally, the alliance with the strongest claim to Jingzhou's unification was Tian Baishuan's unification of all under heaven. Wang Chuan modeled the core mechanics of Rivers and Borders entirely upon those of its predecessor in his previous life, adopting a rolling server architecture. Indeed, this rolling server design proved indispensable to the game's success. What if you failed to conquer the realm in your first server, but refused to surrender? Then simply migrate to the next server, rebuild your forces, and wage war anew. In most other games, such a rolling server model exists solely to maximize revenue. Yet in Rivers and Borders, it feels not contrived, but inevitable, as though woven into the game's very essence. This mechanism not only stabilizes the player base, but also sustains ecological equilibrium within the world. Moreover, it significantly enhances player retention and deepens engagement. No, you're oversimplifying. The intricacies of Rivers and Borders run far deeper than you imagine. If Jun Maxiao of Jingzhou had exercised even modest foresight, Jingzhou would never have fallen so swiftly. In short, your assumptions are too naive. Jingzhou may well remain divided, never unified under a single banner. Hearing Huang Shanshan's unwavering conviction, Wang Chuan smiled faintly, not glancing at the documents in his hand, but instead explaining the underlying dynamics to her. Though Wang Chuan had never played Rivers and Borders since its creation, that did not mean he lacked mastery over its systems. After all, in his past life, he had been an avid gamer, versed in every genre, every mechanic. Furthermore, with the Pangu editor, a tool granting direct access to the game's backend, he could monitor real-time data, track progression, and observe live events across the entire world. Take last night's nocturnal raid. Wang Chuan was undoubtedly asleep at the time. Yet the moment he learned of it, he used the Pangu editor to reconstruct the entire sequence, from inception to aftermath, with forensic precision. He even reviewed Jingzhou's current geopolitical landscape in detail. Thus, every assertion Wang Chuan made to Huang Shanshan was grounded not in speculation, but in irrefutable data. Surely not. Unification confers overwhelming strategic advantage. Huang Shanshan blinked in disbelief and asked, puzzled, could Jingzhou truly resist unification for long? And even if unified, would it necessarily fall under the banner of the all-encompassing Sovereignty Alliance? How could that be possible? In Huang Shanshan's understanding, in any game, dominance inevitably culminates in victory. Advantage once secured becomes destiny. Moreover, judging by Jingzhou's present state, all-encompassing sovereignty appeared destined to triumph. In truth, her assessment was perfectly sound. Originally, Jingzhou had been evenly partitioned among three major alliances: all-encompassing sovereignty, Jun Maxiao, and ancient campaigns. Though all-encompassing sovereignty stood strongest, the combined might of Jun Maxiao and ancient campaigns matched it precisely. Thus, Jingzhou remained locked in stalemate, an equilibrium that had long forestalled unification. But last night's surprise raid by all-encompassing sovereignty eliminated the leader of ancient campaigns, shattering that balance irreversibly. Now only Jun Maxiao remains, and stands utterly outmatched against all-encompassing sovereignty. By all appearances, victory is already assured. Yet, is it truly so inevitable? Wang Chuan held the answer. From a surface-level perspective, you're absolutely right, with ancient campaigns dismantled and only Jun Maxiao remaining, whose overall strength pales before all-encompassing sovereignty. The outcome in most games would indeed follow your prediction. But this is not most games, this is Rivers and Borders. True all-encompassing sovereignty possesses vastly superior elite combat power, but in rivers and borders such superiority alone is not decisive. And previously when Jun Maxiao and ancient campaigns stood equal to all-encompassing sovereignty, their parity rested on something far more fundamental, something entirely different. Wang Chuan smiled enigmatically, savoring the suspense he'd just seeded. And this was his unvarnished truth. Though all-encompassing sovereignty's decapitation strike yielded spectacular results, granting them immense momentum, their ability to consolidate those gains remained profoundly uncertain. Was all-encompassing sovereignty truly the greatest beneficiary of this raid? Not necessarily. In rivers and borders, when an alliance's leader falls, its members collapse into disarray, making the leader appear paramount. Yet paradoxically, the true cornerstone lies not in leadership, but in the players themselves. So long as players remain loyal, resurgence is always possible. Like Lu Xuanda of old, who rebuilt his empire repeatedly not through conquest alone, but by preserving talent and trust. Elite warriors matter, but so do ordinary players. Without them, Jun Maxiao could never have withstood all-encompassing sovereignty. Thus, ancient campaigns is far from cornered. Should a figure of stature now emerge from its remnants, mobilizing survivors under the banner of vengeance for lost homeland and shattered honor, their cohesion could reignite. They might reforge a tripartite equilibrium alongside Jun Maxiao, or failing that, merge outright with Jun Maxiao to contest Jingzhou in a binary struggle. Alternatively, they could negotiate favorable terms and integrate into all-encompassing sovereignty, sharing in the spoils of unification. Or, should all else fail, they might withdraw entirely, relocating to another province to launch a fresh campaign for dominion there. Even should that too falter, they could align with rival provinces' forces, awaiting interprovincial warfare to serve as guides, exacting retribution for past defeat. Their paths are manifold, limitless in possibility. It is precisely this freedom that led Wang Chuan to declare all-encompassing sovereignty's raid was executed flawlessly. Yet ultimate success remains theirs to claim, not guaranteed. Their meticulous preparation was matched only by their oversight and aftermath. Most critically, that oversight remains unresolved even now, for they lack the capacity or the reserves to eliminate ancient campaigns' scattered remnants. Because Jun Maxiao still stands defiant, engaged in mortal combat at their flank. It is indeed a great pity. If the plan of unifying the kingdom had been executed flawlessly, considering the aftermath of ancient wars and having a counter-strategy in place, then none of this would have happened. However, that is not the case, so it is still too early to determine who will unify Jingzhou. Of course, this is also part of the charm of the game on the shores of the world. It is just like the Three Kingdoms, the development of events is always filled with uncertainty, making it hard for anyone to consider this as merely a game. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, Huang Shanshan shared the same sentiment, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Boss, is this really still a game?" Haha, why not? Your vision is still too narrow. You need to observe and comprehend more. Otherwise, how could I entrust the company to you? Moreover, there is no rush regarding the promotion. Oh, just watch the situation in Jingzhou won't end here. There will be even more bizarre developments. Let the storm intensify a bit. Wang Chuan revealed a mysterious smile. Although he did not agree with the operation, it was merely a matter of timing. However, creating a video segment on classic battles is still feasible. As the two discussed the operation, on the shores of the world, the flames of war gradually ignited, with Jingzhou being the epicenter. At this moment, the battle between the two alliances unifying the kingdom and Jun Maxiao had reached a fever pitch. Logically speaking, the high-end players of the two alliances differ significantly, so it should have been a crushing victory, right? Yet the battle was surprisingly evenly matched, which seemed quite absurd. However, at this moment, some individuals began to realize the importance of ordinary players. Well, let's not discuss that here. Unlike the state wars between the large states, the focus of civil wars within a large state is primarily on the main cities of both alliance leaders. After all, once the main city of an alliance leader falls, the entire alliance will be in a state of collapse. Of course, due to the presence of many idle players, Jingzhou did not fall into a state of two strong opponents facing off. But that is only temporary. Idle players do not form a system and will not have a significant impact. It is precisely due to these reasons that the current situation in Jingzhou has unfolded as Wang Chuan predicted. If Jun Maxiao and the remnants of ancient wars take no action, then this war is without a doubt unifying the kingdom will surely unify Jingzhou. The reason for this assertion is that on the shores of the world has one aspect that sets it apart from other games. That is, cities cannot be relocated at will. After all, the main city of the alliance leader is a matter of life and death for the players of the entire alliance. If there were no such restrictions, the entire game would become a joke. If you come to attack me today and I sense danger, I can spend money to relocate. You won't be able to hit me, right? If you can't hit me, then I'll come to hit you. This would defeat the very purpose of the game. Thus, and on the shores of the world, there is a restriction. If you wish to relocate a city, you must first build a subsidy in advance. The location of the subsidy is where you will be able to relocate in the future. This way the mechanism is quite balanced. For the alliance leader, as long as they build more subsidies, they can achieve their original goals, having a form of protection. For the enemy, they do not lack advantages either. As long as they know the location of the subsidy in advance, they can simply block it off. Therefore, under such a disadvantageous situation, if neither side takes action, their awaiting fate is surely defeat. Fortunately, Jun Mo Shao managing to secure the second position in the Jingzhou alliance is not purely by luck. At this moment in the chat group of the core players of Jun Mo Shao, more than 10 individuals were engaged in voice chat. As the alliance leader of Jun Mo Shao, Lu Huangshu, was feeling quite troubled. Based on the current situation, it seemed inevitable that Jun Mo Shao would face defeat sooner or later. Damn it, the leader of Ancient Wars is truly remarkable. They logged off without even considering defense, not only leaving their own alliance in ruins, but also putting me in such a predicament. By the way, there's no need to think about contacting the other side. Once they saw their alliance defeated, they switched servers. In the group, the leader Lu Huangshu shared the current information. In fact, the situation in Jingzhou was initially quite simple. Jun Mo Shao and Ancient Wars had teamed up to divide Jingzhou with unifying the kingdom. But now that's no longer possible. The situation has changed. Alliance leader, given this situation, should we go all out against unifying the kingdom? Or should we seek peace with the other side? Yes, peace talks are also a good idea. Given our current standing, we can certainly secure favorable terms. When the time comes to merge with them, we can still be considered the unifiers of Jingzhou. Merge. No, peace talks can be considered, but merging is out of the question. The players in our alliance would definitely not agree to that. Right? If we truly fail, then surrender may be acceptable. But right now we still have the strength to fight. Why should we surrender? Exactly. Before the fighting began, we had no talks of peace. Now that we are halfway through the battle, should we suddenly seek peace? What would they think of us? That would be so humiliating. Indeed, even if we fail and are driven to ruin, it would be due to lack of skill, and I would gladly accept defeat. But to surrender and apologize to them? Absolutely not. Most players in the core group are high-end specialists, each of whom is not short on resources. During this time, they have genuinely ignited a fierce rivalry with unifying the kingdom. Those few players wishing to negotiate peace are simply no match for these big shots. All right, everyone stop arguing. I've thought of a way to break the deadlock. We don't need to negotiate. At that moment, while everyone was discussing how difficult it was to negotiate, someone suddenly sent a message. The group fell silent for a moment before messages began to appear. The strategist is here. What method does the strategist have? Yeah, as long as it doesn't require peace talks or surrender, I'm all for it. Exactly. Could it be a night raid? Shall we learn from them and execute a decapitation plan? No, what are you thinking? If they were the first to execute a night raid, how could they possibly lack defenses? Have you ever seen someone whose carpentry skills could surpass Liu Ban? In an instant, the chat group became lively with everyone sharing their own opinions. Unlike before this time, the lively discussion was not filled with despair, but rather carried a hint of anticipation. At that moment, an image posted by Owl Strategist silenced the group's debate. This morning, a player from a minor alliance was attacked by someone from Yidong Jiangshan. What does that mean? Attacking players is perfectly normal in-game. Why make a fuss? The others stared at Owl Strategist, baffled by his abrupt, context-free remark. Though Yidong Jiangshan's behavior was deeply distasteful, like a Zhongshan wolf, arrogant and ruthless the moment it gained power, what did it have to do with Owl Strategist's plan? I don't judge by appearances alone, I look deeper beneath the surface. That minor alliance player was struck down merely for refusing to yield the path. What does this reveal? The state of people's hearts. Lutu Jibin differs fundamentally from other SLG games. In most such titles, dominance by high-tier forces seals the outcome, but not here. Though our elite strength falls short of theirs, if our broader player base reaches sufficient scale, we still hold the potential to reverse the tide. Consider the remnants of Gulai Zhengzhan. They remain adrift, neglected by Yidong Jiangshan's policies, and now intoxicated by victory. That faction has already lost the people's trust. Moreover, as the alliance leader previously mentioned, Gulai Zhengzhan's leader is preparing to migrate to another server. We could acquire their accounts and stage a grand spectacle for all to witness. Then we shall achieve two objectives with one arrow. The great enterprise will be within reach. As the members read Owl Strategist's messages one after another, excitement surged within them. Owl Strategist's proposal seemed genuinely viable. Meanwhile, Tencent Corporation granted its staff a half-day holiday due to an internal event. Tian Bushuan returned home. Rarely free from work, he eagerly logged into Lutu Jibin to assess the current situation. As a project lead at Tencent, his workload was substantial. He couldn't possibly neglect professional duties for the sake of a game. Consequently, he often struggled to keep pace with in-game developments and remained largely unaware of the shifting battlefield. Only today's holiday afforded him the time to check in. Still, though he rarely logged on, he trusted his alliance's progress implicitly. Though Yitong Jianshan and Jun Mo Xiao remained locked in combat, the former held overwhelming strategic advantage. Even if the conflict appeared evenly matched on the surface, victory was already tilting decisively toward Yitong Jianshan. I wonder where the alliance leader has advanced. Has Jun Mo Xiao been crippled? I hope I get a chance to claim a kill. Muttering under his breath and envisioning glorious outcomes, Tian Buoxuan entered the game. Yet the moment he logged in and opened the chat channel, he realized the actual state of affairs bore little resemblance to his expectations. What the hell is going on? Did I log into the wrong server? 3 rapid questions flashed through Tian Buoxuan's mind before he reluctantly accepted reality. He had not mistyped the server. Scrolling carefully, he discovered the battlefield had transformed dramatically during his absence. First, Jun Mo Xiao had absorbed the remnants of Gu Lai Zhengzhan and allied with scattered players from Jingzhou to form a coalition opposing Yitong Jianshan. The result: Yitong Jianshan found itself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Stunned, Tian Buoxuan thought, I've only been offline for a few days. How could so much change occur? He scrolled far back through chat logs and consulted active players before finally grasping the full sequence of events. It began when Yitong Jianshan requested passage to attack Jun Mo Xiao, but a minor alliance player refused to yield the route. Compounding the tension, that player harbored prior animosity toward the one requesting passage, so in a fit of rage the latter assaulted him outright. Normally such an incident would cause no ripple. It occurred entirely within the game, without real-world consequences. In any other title, it would vanish without trace. But Ludajibin was unlike any other game. Soon after the assault, the long-silent leader of Gu Lai Zhengzhan exposed Yitong Jianshan's nocturnal raid on their alliance, an act previously concealed. He then issued a public condemnation across the world channel, speaking as a victim. Coincidentally, identical sentiments began appearing mysteriously across chat channels. Each echoed the same accusation that Yitong Jianshan's members, drunk on power, committed atrocities, oppressed the innocent, and reveled in cruelty. Shortly thereafter, Jun Mo Xiao issued the first formal proclamation in Ludajibin's history. We Lu Huangshu and others hereby proclaim righteousness to all under heaven. Yitong Jianshan defies heaven and deceives earth. It annihilates states and murders sovereigns. It pollutes the imperial court and slaughters the living. Its ferocity knows no mercy. Its sins overflow. Now, bearing the emperor's secret edict, we raise righteous troops to cleanse the realm and eradicate these villains. We call upon all who uphold justice to rise together, vent collective outrage, restore the royal house, and save the common people. Spanning hundreds of characters, the proclamation resonated with profound emotion and stirring eloquence, evoking the very spirit of the Three Kingdoms era. Readers felt compelled to draw their swords and enlist immediately, swearing eternal enmity against Yitong Jianshan. Tian Buoxuan recognized instantly this was no accident. It was deliberate strategy. Using Yitong Jianshan's unprovoked assault on the minor alliance player as pretext, Jun Mo Xiao had successfully drawn in other alliances, forging a united front against their rival. Most astonishingly, it had worked. Even Jun Mo Xiao's own alliance leaders, seeking to strengthen their ranks, had intensified recruitment of elite players, bolstering high-tier combat capability. Now, with masses of ordinary players joining the coalition's overall strength rivaled Yitong Jianshan's, no longer inferior in any meaningful way. How is this even possible in a game? Once he fully understood the chain of events, Tian Buoxuan was left utterly dumbfounded. Yet this bewilderment differed from before. Earlier it stemmed from ignorance. Now it arose from awe. Clarity had only deepened his astonishment. Just like their earlier nocturnal raid and decapitation strategy, utterly unpredictable. Who would have imagined that Rise of the Realm could be played this way? His own alliance left behind rivers of blood and ravaged lands. Preposterous. And besides, where in this game does blood even exist? A question mark hung in the air, not only for Tian Buoxuan, but for every player watching this unfold. How could the very same event appear so utterly different simply by shifting perspective? The official campaign, having evolved and intensified over several months, was now drawing to a close, though formal evaluations would not begin for another month. Yet this round of evaluation differed fundamentally from prior ones. Player ratings accounted for 60% of the final score. Thus, contenders could no longer rely solely on artistic merit or narrative depth. Commercial viability became essential. Games had to resonate with players to captivate and retain them. Yet earning genuine player trust and support, from inception to acclaim, demands time. Consequently, nearly all titles vying for the award had already launched. those still unreleased. Merely token participants, background noise unworthy of attention. As of now, however, several titles stood out for their strong reputations. For instance, Wang Chuan's Sanguosha, developed under Huangta Games, and Tian Baishuan's Three Kingdoms, A Farmer's Reign, released by Penguin Interactive. Sanguosha reimagined tabletop card combat as a leisurely yet fiercely competitive experience. Its astonishing player retention rate stunned the industry upon debut. As for Three Kingdoms, A Farmer's Reign, it was equally exceptional. Tian Baishuan masterfully integrated metagame mechanics into its design. He refined them further, ensuring actions taken in the first playthrough meaningfully echoed within the narrative of subsequent runs, a brilliantly engaging conceit. Indeed, the title achieved remarkable success when Sanguosha's popularity began to wane. Three Kingdoms, A Farmer's Reign seamlessly inherited its momentum. It claimed the top spot on the new releases chart and held it ever since. Backed by Penguin Interactive, it combined artistic sophistication with commercial triumph, making it a frontrunner for the crown. By contrast, offerings from other studios, including Wangyu Entertainment and Bali Games, proved unremarkable, falling far short of the two standout titles. Then came the question, what about Wang Chuan's other title? Patience, Rise of the Realm is now due for its moment. From its inception, nearly every developer dismissed Rise of the Realm outright. Many assumed Wang Chuan had lost his footing, producing a title destined for obscurity. No one believed it could achieve meaningful recognition, neither in rankings nor revenue, for it diverged radically from conventional SLG design. Its tutorial was disarmingly simple, its Three Kingdoms narrative superficial, its lore devoid of artistic gravitas. All reasons it was widely overlooked. Moreover, its genre defied expectations. How could an SLG thrive without aggressive monetization? Yet Rise of the Realm practiced extraordinary restraint in monetization, and even paying players remained fallible, setting it starkly apart from mainstream titles. Unlike Wang Chuan's previous releases, Rise of the Realm launched without viral traction and baffled most players who struggled to grasp its systems. On the revenue charts, its name lingered near the bottom, leading developers to pronounce it commercially deceased. As the official campaign approached its climax, developers and media alike fixated on a single question: would Wang Chuan's Sanguosha or Tian Baishuan's Three Kingdoms, A Farmer's Reign claim first place? Huangta Games or Penguin Interactive? The gaming forums erupted in heated debate. Wang Chuan and Tian Baishuan again. Feels like destiny pitting them against each other. I'm shipping this pair. Fujoshi, step away. This year's competition feels more suspenseful than ever. I can't predict the winner. True, the past few campaigns were monopolized by the big three studios. But this time is different. Not only has the judging methodology shifted, but Sanguosha's metrics. Well, just look at them. Absolutely. Those numbers are absurd. Lately, I've noticed Sanguosha's revenue flows with uncanny stability, like an ancient, unfaltering river. Really? I hadn't noticed. Enough about Sanguosha. Look at the new releases chart. Wang Chuan's Rise of the Realm is surging. Whoa, Rise of the Realm is climbing that fast. Wait, did I misread? Is that right? In mere hours, it seized the top position. Penguin's title has been dethroned. Unbelievable. I stepped away for 5 minutes, and the landscape shifted entirely. And look at the heat index. It's skyrocketing. Did Wang Chuan pour millions into advertising? Suddenly, a forum announcement jolted developers across the industry, prompting frantic checks of the live charts. Likewise, players who'd never before noticed Rise of the Realm sensed something amiss. Overnight, it had stormed the top of the rankings. It ascended ruthlessly, toppling title after title. The previous chart topper was Penguin's latest project. Public data indicated roughly 100,000 units sold within 24 hours, at 55 yuan per copy. Thus, Rise of the Realm's single-day revenue had already surged past 5 million yuan. Is this real? Could the figures be fabricated? At that moment, developers, players, journalists, and casual netizens alike froze in disbelief. Of course, not possible. The game launched exclusively on the official platform, where data manipulation was strictly impossible. When On the Edge of the Earth was first launched, it did make it onto the new game rankings, though it never reached the top spot. It wasn't due to poor data. Upon release, a massive influx of players ensured the game's performance was quite commendable. However, at that time, other publishers had also launched their buyout games. Therefore, with its long-term revenue model, On the Edge of the Earth naturally couldn't compete with these buyout games in the early stages. As a result, On the Edge of the Earth remained suppressed and had few opportunities to rise. Furthermore, the external data regarding On the Edge of the Earth was largely unknown to the public. But now everyone is clear about it, as after On the Edge of the Earth reached the first place, a simple comparison reveals that on just this day, the game's daily revenue had already surpassed 5 million. This left many in disbelief. Weren't they just down in the dumps? How could it suddenly take off now? With this confusion, many began to peruse the update details of On the Edge of the Earth. However, after reading from beginning to end, people became even more frustrated. The updates consisted merely of minor tweaks, such as adjustments to values and interfaces. There were none of the new monetization schemes they had imagined. So why did the daily revenue of On the Edge of the Earth suddenly spike? Moreover, the increase was not trivial, it shot straight to the top. Wait, why is the rating for On the Edge of the Earth so high? Suddenly, many game developers found themselves confronting a new question. The rating of On the Edge of the Earth was extraordinarily high. Additionally, in the comments section of the official gaming platform, players reported frighteningly high game durations. Some interested developers calculated and discovered that most of those who left comments played the game for an average of around 5 hours a day, with the highest duration reaching 10 hours. It was as if they were immersed in the game. Although this was merely a game designed for fragmented time, the amount of time spent was truly terrifying. Could it be that something significant occurred while they weren't paying attention to On the Edge of the Earth? Many game developers, players, and gaming media were left bewildered. Of course, all these questions were just the beginning. There was much more to come. For those who hadn't delved deeply into it, the leap of On the Edge of the Earth was profoundly puzzling. However, for Stanley Parable and those who had thoroughly experienced the game, the success of On the Edge of the Earth was entirely normal. In fact, one might say it would be bizarre if it hadn't succeeded. This game, unlike others, is precisely positioned. From the very beginning, with Wang Chuan's promotional themes revolving around the three kingdoms to the cutscenes within the game, as well as the combat system, gameplay rules, and various settings. All these elements were prepared for enthusiasts of the SLG genre, ensuring that seasoned players would find themselves captivated from the very moment they entered the game. Moreover, as the game progressed into the mid to late stages and large-scale state wars emerged, players like Stanley Parable quickly began to sense the distinctiveness of On the Edge of the Earth. They also understood why Wang Chuan repeatedly emphasized that this game is fundamentally different from all other SLG games, because it possesses a completely different game mechanism. In On the Edge of the Earth, every player has a vital role, each with their own significance. In large-scale state wars, players can organize at least 3 squads, 1 main force, 1 support force, and 1 scouting force. The scouting force does not need to bring troops during city sieges, as when attacking a player's main city, it is impossible for the scouting force to defeat the opponent's main force, hence their task is simply to dismantle the terrain. Moreover, in such large-scale state wars, different players can perform various roles. For instance, high-strength players can attack the opponent's main force, serving as the military backbone of their side. Of course, it is unrealistic to think one can blindly spend money to enhance combat strength and charge like in other games, because this could easily lead to being targeted and severely damaged. Thus, one must also conduct reconnaissance in advance. Furthermore, high-strength players have defensive roles in addition to their offensive duties. If within an alliance they manage to capture some critical locations of the enemy, high-strength players can secure these areas, mitigating the risk of losing them. Ordinary players can undertake tasks such as dismantling. According to the game's settings, as long as the siege value exceeds 100, sieging can commence. Thus, as long as ordinary players have a squad with a siege value above 100, they can assist the alliance in capturing cities and territories. Additionally, ordinary players can also perform scouting duties. This task focuses on scouting and gathering intelligence. It does not require immense combat prowess. Just running fast will suffice. In summary, it can be said that in On the Edge of the Earth, every player is crucial. The spending whales have their importance, and ordinary players also contribute significantly. They all have their unique roles. In fact, players are aware of this before they start playing, as there is no absolute fairness in SLG games. Similarly, it is impossible for a free player to think they can defeat all the spending whales. While this may seem somewhat unfair, On the Edge of the Earth, as a free-to-play game with in-app purchases, has achieved a commendable balance. Here, spending whales can charge into battles, but when the battle reaches a certain scale, it is no longer just about individual strength. Instead, it tests the sense of collective honor and the power of the alliance. This is the core that On the Edge of the Earth has developed in national war games, allowing ordinary players to exert their own strength. Spending whales can indeed enhance their combat prowess, but the resources in the game cannot be purchased, they still need to be seized. Moreover, the time for recruiting and deploying troops is fixed and cannot be accelerated. All of this helps maintain balance, preventing ordinary players from losing their advantage. However, in critical localized battles, spending whales become exceedingly important. Nevertheless, while important if the scale reaches a certain level, avoiding high-strength players and using indirect methods can allow one to evade spending whales completely. In the Ruler's Shore, gameplay is rich and varied. The campaigns extend far beyond mere sieges of cities. Reconnaissance and demolition are equally indispensable. Moreover, as time advances and the game progresses, even non-paying players relying solely on in-game welfare rewards, can steadily assemble a formidable army. Since troop compositions vary, elemental counterplay emerges naturally. Thus, the composition of an ordinary player's forces holds profound strategic significance. Likewise, as the game evolves, it becomes increasingly evident that an alliance cannot sustain true strength by depending solely on high-spending elites and elite combatants. A strategist capable of profound calculation, serving as the alliance's cerebral command, and a vast cohort of ordinary players often prove more vital than elite combat power alone. When transposed into the Three Kingdoms era, these distinct player archetypes align remarkably well with classical military roles. Elite combatants mirror legendary generals, slaughtering foes without mercy, toppling even divine beings. The strategist naturally embodies the sagacious counselors of old, commanding clouds and rain with a mere flick of the wrist. As for the overwhelming majority of ordinary players, they correspond to the rank-and-file soldiers of that age, unassuming yet absolutely indispensable, the very foundation upon which victory rests. At this moment, the battlefield of Jingzhou unfolded precisely as Wang Chuan had foreseen. The victor remained undecided, a truth Tian Buoxuan felt deeply in his bones. Upon the release of Jun Mo Zhao's article, widespread support surged instantly. Reinvigorated with fresh recruits, Jun Mo Zhao abandoned its prior strategy entirely, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation with Yi Tongjiangshan's elite forces. Instead, it launched precise strikes against Yi Tongjiangshan's vulnerabilities. After several days of such engagements, neither side gained decisive advantage. Victories and defeats balanced perfectly. This astonished countless players who had never imagined the game could be played in such a way. Meanwhile, as Jingzhou descended into civil strife, other major provinces also stirred from slumber. Each plunged into its own internal conflicts, entering the decisive phase of provincial unification wars, including the recently launched server. Some provinces hosted 2 or 3 rival alliances locked in endless chaotic warfare. Others enjoyed serene stability, unified swiftly under a single alliance. After all, the ruler's shore has been live for quite some time, and players have long grasped its core mechanics. Only by unifying one's province early can one secure overwhelming advantage in the upcoming interprovincial wars. Yet if this is universally understood, why do certain provinces remain mired in chaos? The answer lies in human nature alone. Though all alliances recognize the benefits of unification, none willingly submits to another's banner. Beyond this, another powerful motive deters submission: the desire to etch one's name indelibly upon history. Life, after all, revolves around wealth, power, and renown, and here lies a rare opportunity to attain the latter. Who among players could remain unmoved? Indeed, it is Wang Chuan's initiative, a dedicated game community for the ruler's shore, updated daily with authoritative reports. Any brilliant campaign, whether in a newly launched server or an established province, is meticulously recorded and broadcast widely. Every player may access and verify these records. Just as dynastic historians chronicled emperors' deeds, so too are these victories inscribed in an enduring digital annals. From a player's perspective, most SLG enthusiasts possess substantial financial means, especially those capable of founding and leading a dominant alliance within the ruler's shore. Their economic standing is invariably robust. What then do these affluent players seek in gaming? Merely joy, exhilaration, the pure thrill of triumph. Under such circumstances, who would not yearn for their account and their alliance to be enshrined in history as victors? Would any wish instead to be memorialized thus: so-and-so was slain on horseback at such and such a place? How utterly humiliating. This too fuels their fierce resistance to defeat. And just as most provinces remained locked in relentless civil war, and a few had only recently achieved unification, the first province in the ruler's shore stood on the precipice of collapse. Ah, chut! Tian Buoxuan yawned sleepily, logging into the ruler's shore with practiced ease, his body and spirit heavy with exhaustion. Some may wonder, if one is merely playing a game, should one not feel joy, not fatigue? A fair question, yet his alliance now faced dire straits. As one of its elite combatants, Tian Buoxuan fought alliance wars day and night relentlessly. Once his troops were depleted, he immediately conscripted new soldiers. Once his ranks swelled again, he marched them straight back into battle. Truly, it was exhausting. Unbidden, he recalled the glory days when his alliance launched daring night raids and decapitation strikes. Yi Tongjiangshan had crushed Gu Lijiangzhan, utterly seized absolute dominance, and sent Jun Mo Zhao fleeing in disarray. How majestic, how awe-inspiring. Yet later, Jun Mo Zhao issued a stirring proclamation rallying the shattered remnants of Gu Lijiangzhan, its strength surging overnight, nearly matching Yi Tongjiangshan's own. Moreover, that proclamation attracted numerous ordinary players, abruptly revealing to Yi Tongjiangshan a critical oversight they had long ignored. Consequently, the gap between the two alliances narrowed dramatically, devolving into a grueling war of attrition where neither dared lower its guard for an instant. Now, while civil wars had concluded across nearly all other servers, Jingzhou still raged, perhaps because it was the inaugural server drawing an exceptionally large influx of players. Thus, neighboring provinces also hosted 2 or 3 competing alliances, likewise embroiled in chaos. Indeed, the mutual entanglement of several provinces in simultaneous conflict delayed unification across the entire region. Were even one province to achieve unity, the others would immediately halt their internal strife. For provincial wars are but preliminary skirmishes within the vast world of the rulers, sure they mark only the beginning. The true crucible lies ahead, the contest for supremacy across the realm, the unification of all 13 provinces. As Tianbuishuan drifted into reverie, a seismic shift erupted within the game. Instantly, the official forums ignited. Players flooded discussion threads, voices rising in disbelief and excitement. Have you heard? Yangzhou province on server 29 has fallen, the first such collapse since the dawn of the ruler's shore. No way, really. This will surely be inscribed in the annals. TSK, what utter disgrace for Yangzhou's players. Hey, have you seen the reports from those battlefield journalist players in the community? They're truly impressive. I saw them and I was amazed. I initially thought that night raids and assassination plans were incredibly impressive, but who would have thought it could be played this way? Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's quite normal. After all, the game's settings dictate that there is time for armies to move, and in order to attack others, one must first occupy territory. While that's just too hardcore. Not only was this being discussed on the game forum, but even in the alliance group unifying the land, everyone was aware of this matter. Tianbuishuan instinctively entered the group and saw a bunch of people fervently discussing. After scrolling through the chat history, he looked astonished. No way. Has a major province already fallen? How long has it been since the game launched? In such a short time, a major province has been breached, which is simply unbelievable. It's no wonder Tianbuishuan was shocked. In Raid of the Land, every major province is separated by mountains. There is simply no way to cross directly, to break through and attack another province. There is only one way. That is to break through the checkpoints within the mountains, to cross the obstructing mountains and attack other provinces. However, to break through alone in the early stages is absolutely impossible. Only by relying on alliances with all players mobilizing together is there hope of breaking through the checkpoints. But such an approach would create too much noise. An alliance of dozens of players gathers their forces to head towards the checkpoints in the mountains. Everyone knows what your intentions are. Faced with such a situation, even provinces embroiled in civil war would unite against the outside, rapidly achieving unification under pressure. Therefore, in the early stages, it is completely impossible to conquer a major province. After all, this is not a civil war within a province, but a war between provinces. So in this context, how was Yangzhou on server 29 conquered? Tianbuishuan became curious and noticed no one in the group was discussing this matter. Feeling a little anxious, he directly opened the game forum to check the player discussion section. In the discussion section of the game forum, there were all sorts of posts. Among them, one post stood out far more than the others and was pinned by the administrator. Moreover, the title of this post was particularly eye-catching, such that Tianbuishuan couldn't look away. I admit I am guilty. A confession from an undercover agent. Undercover. Confession. What's going on? Tianbuishuan's curiosity grew, and without pausing, he clicked to read more. As for the matter of Yangzhou's fall on server 29, he could look into that later. Surprisingly, after opening the post, Tianbuishuan discovered that the player who made the post was actually a player from Yangzhou on server 29. Could this undercover agent be related to the fall of Yangzhou? Having just caught a glimpse of the post, Tianbuishuan perked up. Who would have thought it would come so easily? He had just been searching for the details of this matter, and now it had surfaced directly. Excellent. Thinking of this, Tianbuishuan's gaze turned to the content of the post. Hello everyone, I am a very ordinary player. How ordinary, you ask? I'm the kind who can't even bear to use a monthly card and logs on daily to draw cards at specific times. One day I came to Raid of the Land, and upon logging in was assigned to server 29, arriving in Yangzhou. Naturally, I made the same choice as everyone else and joined the strongest alliance in Yangzhou swing together. Of course, after joining the alliance, I was still just an ordinary player. Usually I chatted with friends in the group, occasionally recruiting troops, participating in city battles, and actively engaging in tasks released by the alliance, until that day when the alliance's strategist found me. They assigned me a task, and from then on I was no longer so ordinary. The task was quite challenging. I was to create a new account with the alliance, providing funding with the goal of joining another alliance in Yangzhou. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not cease, and becoming an undercover agent within it. At first I refused to accept it. After all, I was just an ordinary person, an ordinary player. However, under the strategist's persuasion, I ultimately accepted the task. Everything was for the Alliance, for our glorious future, so even if I could only survive in the shadows, I still wouldn't regret it, as this is a war. Therefore, I created a new account and joined another alliance. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not cease, as an ordinary player, while the strategist planned a night raid for me to gain more influence. In the end, I was able to discover and stop an impending threat, and this action indeed allowed me to infiltrate the enemy alliance's upper echelons and gain favor. After that, I remained inconspicuous, making no moves, and worked hard for the enemy alliance, unknowingly entering their core ranks. Not long ago, the enemy alliance planned a major operation to crush my alliance in one fell swoop, but I transmitted all the details to the strategist. That battle saw the enemy alliance repeatedly lose the initiative, ultimately suffering a humiliating defeat against my alliance. Soon after, Jingzhou and Izhou completed their unification, and due to consecutive defeats in battles, the enemy alliance's strength significantly diminished, leading them to reluctantly agree to unite with my alliance to resist external provinces. My alliance, in order to weaken the enemy alliance's strength, successfully absorbed them, sending them to the checkpoints to face incursions from other major provinces. This was a blatant strategy that could both weaken the enemy alliance's power and defend against attacks from foreign provinces. By this time, it seemed my undercover career was coming to an end. The enemy alliance was already on the brink of collapse, and now I should be able to return to the light. However, things did not develop in the direction I envisioned. The enemy alliance did not resist the attacking provinces as required. On the contrary, they directly allowed the opposing side to breach their defenses. If there wasn't an inside story, I wouldn't believe it myself. After the incident, the alliance leader began to suspect me, but I truly knew nothing. At that moment, the strategist stepped forward to defend me. Gratitude surged within my heart, only to be instantly cast into an abyss. The alliance lord stared at the bird-headed strategist's self-assured smile, a chilling realization dawning upon him. This matter, no, it truly was him. The bird-headed strategist was also a mole, yet his infiltration ran deeper, his influence far greater. All of this was a meticulously woven conspiracy from the very beginning. The bird-headed strategist had belonged to the enemy alliance, and even my own infiltration into that faction had been orchestrated by them. As for the enemy alliance, when the tree wishes for stillness, the wind refuses to cease. It was in essence a branch of the enemy prefecture. From the outset, they had reached consensus with the enemy prefecture's central alliance. Only our alliance stood in their way, thwarting their ambitions, until ultimately they invited the entire enemy prefecture into the fray. What tormented me most was this paradox. I was meant to be one of the swaying together alliance. Yet I had been handpicked by the bird-headed strategist who himself belonged to when the tree wishes for stillness, the wind refuses to cease. Thus my identity was that of a mole within a mole, and the alliance lord of when the tree wishes for stillness, the wind refuses to cease. Aware of my double-layered deception, knew I was never truly part of swaying together, but rather one of them. In other words, I had been infiltrating my own alliance all along. Those I trusted as friends were in truth my enemies, and those I deemed enemies were in fact my allies. Among the 8 great hells, the deepest is Avicii, the uninterrupted hell, where suffering flows without cessation, where the damned neither die nor find respite, and whose lifespans stretch across eons of hellish torment. In that moment, as a mole, I grasped the true horror of Avicii, and swore henceforth to live only as an ordinary player, never again as a mole. Reading this, Tian Buoxuan felt a quiet resonance. Avicii indeed mirrored the existential vertigo of moles. Then a sudden doubt struck him. Was this account even true? He realized with a jolt that he might be moved to tears over a fabricated post. How utterly awkward that would be. He promptly cross-checked from multiple sources and confirmed that this was no fiction but a documented reality. His astonishment knew no bounds. Indeed, reality often outstrips even the wildest drama. The first major prefecture ever breached in Lushu Jibin fell, not to siege or strategy, but to a single mole. A night raid and decapitation plan. Acceptable. Issuing manifestos in game. Understandable. But now, moles nested within moles. That defied belief. Was this truly still a game? At that moment, such a question echoed, not only in Tian Buoxuan's mind, but in countless others. Players and developers alike, all deeply invested in Lushu Jibin, shared this awe. Without exaggeration, Lushu Jibin shattered industry conventions for SLG games and redefined the genre's very foundations. Before its release, SLGs followed a rigid formula. Players hoarded resources, upgraded cities, mustered armies, while wealthy players spent lavishly to steamroll opponents, leaving ordinary players cheering 666 from the sidelines. Victory hinged solely on who possessed more affluent patrons and who spent more. Not so with Lushu Jibin. Though free to play with optional purchases, it leveled the field. Yes, high-spending players held advantages, but those gaps were narrow, surmountable, and never decisive. Ordinary players retained ample room to strategize, influence, and shine. Moreover, the game's design actively encouraged players' ingenuity, enabling them to devise original tactics and forge distinct playstyles. From the Unifying the Realm Alliance's nocturnal decapitation strike to Jun Maxiao's psychological subversion and diplomatic coalition building, right down to this intricate double mole stratagem, the game relentlessly reshaped one's perception of possibility. It was nothing short of paradigm-shattering. Meanwhile, at Huangta Games, Villa shock rippled through the studio itself. Zhao Jing, Huang Shanshan, and Wei Wei gathered around Wang Chuan, bombarding him with questions. Mr. Wang, did you foresee these diverse strategies and playstyles? Wei Wei, eyes fixed on the forum's feverish discussions, asked in stunned disbelief. Wang Chuan, reclining comfortably as Huang Shanshan massaged his shoulders, replied with a faint knowing smile. Indeed, I designed Lushu Jibin precisely around this vision. Wang Chuan closed his eyes, savoring the massage, and gave a casual nod in response to Wei Wei's query. Wah, Mr. Wang, you've ruined me. If only I'd asked you earlier. I'm in the Swaying Together Alliance. Wei Wei's face crumpled into despair. Had he consulted Wang Chuan sooner, he might have avoided total exile. Ahem. Such is fate. Your next move should be swift: join another faction and rebuild. Wang Chuan cleared his throat sympathetically. A faint involuntary smile tugged at Wang Chuan's lips. Perhaps a lingering side effect of San Guasha misfortune befell Wei Wei, and laughter rose unbidden. Sir, tell me, why didn't the bird-headed strategist choose me? Had I been the mole, I'd have turned the tide, exposed him, and saved Yangzhou. Wei Wei lifted his head, voice ringing with conviction, as if already scripting his own triumphalist novel. The sun's risen, yet you're still asleep. Huh, what do you mean? Wei Wei scratched his head, baffled. What did sunrise have to do with sleep? But Wang Chuan offered no further reply, leaving him to ponder alone. Sunrise, sleep. Oh, he means I'm daydreaming. Ugh, just say it outright instead of cloaking it in riddles. Boss is Wei Wei's prefecture beyond saving. Huang Shanshan chuckled softly, her hands never pausing their gentle rhythm. Virtually no hope remains. With a mole guiding them, the enemy prefecture advances unimpeded, and such a seismic event cannot go unnoticed by neighboring prefectures. The likely outcome: a pact between two adjacent prefectures to jointly partition Yangzhou. Under those circumstances, even summoning reinforcements would be futile. Every other major prefecture is fully occupied. Of course, there is another possibility, which is to persuade the neighboring state and join forces to collectively resist the enemy state. Only then might a reversal be possible. Wang Chuan pondered for a moment and began to analyze bit by bit. In truth, this last sentence was equivalent to saying nothing, as with an undercover agent guiding them, Yangzhou could never present a united front. And such a Yangzhou certainly could not persuade the neighboring state. After all, they could simply divide you and be done with it. Oh, why would they bother helping you drive away the enemies? Not only is it a thankless task, but there is also no benefit to be gained. Oh, I see, Wei Wei, you can switch to another server to play. Huang Shanshan nodded in agreement after attentively listening to Wang Chuan's words, smiling at Wei Wei. Well, it seems there is no other choice, Wei Wei said, pinching his brow in mild frustration, his face a mask of despair. After Wang Chuan's analysis, Wei Wei came to understand that if there were no undercover agents, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. However, given the current circumstances, that seemed impossible. As for that glimmer of hope, Wei Wei envisioned the figure of their alliance leader flashing through his mind, then shook his head in despair, deeming it futile. To encounter such a scenario on your first play is quite remarkable. Looking at Wei Wei's expression, Wang Chuan chuckled. I'd rather not have this opportunity. Wei Wei shook his head, sighing, feeling both amused and helpless. Now he understood why Ruler of the Land was labeled as a game of the Three Kingdoms genre, but had no actual Three Kingdoms storyline. It was aimed at creating a real and free world, and the fate of this world was left for the players to decide. A very vivid example is Wei Wei himself, whose server was directly breached by the neighboring state due to the existence of undercover agents. However, in another server it might not have developed in the same way. Every server has no script. How it develops depends entirely on the actions of the players. It is precisely because of this free environment that players have countless choices in the game, and the final outcome of this server is collectively determined by all players. As for the situation in Ruler of the Land, especially the final alliance that could unify the world and sweep through the 6 directions, everyone is filled with endless fantasies. However, before the situation is formed, no one can predict it. Yet what everyone can be sure of is that the alliance capable of seizing the world must possess sufficient military strength, that is the power of the army. In addition to this, there must be a capable think tank, which means there should be enough strategists among the players. Of course, the alliance must also include a certain number of players, which means not only wealthy players, but also ordinary players. In Ruler of the Land, although there are certain limitations for wealthy players, a level of balance has been established. Wealthy players have sufficient advantages in the early stages, allowing them to quickly form combat power, but ordinary players can also build an army that is not inferior to that of the wealthy players with enough time. Moreover, some can even defeat wealthy players through certain tactics. Additionally, in the world of Ruler of the Land, there are unique game mechanics that can maximize the assurance of the gaming environment. This leads to the fact that during the game, both wealthy players and ordinary players are equally important. At the same time, it also stimulates the spending enthusiasm of everyone to a certain extent. All of this is reflected in the data of Ruler of the Land, especially in terms of per capita payment rate, which is remarkably high. Of course, this is also because of the inherent advantages of the game's type. No matter what kind of battle it is, it generates a sense of collective honor among players, and they joyfully spend money in a state of oblivion. Due to the unique gameplay of Ruler of the Land, along with Wang Chuan's management of the game, including promotion, establishing player communities, and documenting significant events, etc. All these measures caused the player's payment ratio to surge during the period of large-scale civil wars and conflicts between states. Moreover, events like night raids, beheadings, and articles to attract attention, along with the presence of undercover agents, have continually spread across the internet. These have sparked some heat, attracting players who had never played Ruler of the Land, gradually leading them to the game, while also raising its popularity. Currently, Ruler of the Land remains at the top of the gaming charts. It has been almost a month since the game went live. Under normal circumstances, a month after a game's launch, the data and popularity would stabilize and start to decline on the charts. However, many game producers have suddenly discovered that the popularity and ranking of Ruler of the Land have not only not decreased, but have continually risen. Especially on the mobile game charts, it suddenly surged to the 5th position. It is important to note that this chart does not function like the new game chart. It records the monthly revenue of the game. If previously Ruler of the Land had swiftly ascended to the top of the new game chart, many game producers would have felt surprised. Now, having reached the 5th position on the mobile game chart, their reaction is not just surprise, but shock. At the same time, they know that the potential of this game is definitely beyond what they have seen. Let it be known that the games Wang Chuan previously produced, including Three Kingdoms Kill and Spirit Knight, also made it to the charts, but ultimately did not generate much heat. The reason for this is that in the beginning it was clear to everyone that the heat and momentum of those games were absolutely capable of exploding. However, Ruler of the Land is different. When it first launched, it was lukewarm and was even looked down upon by many producers and players. This is largely thanks to Wang Chuan's excellent marketing strategy, which sparked a hot topic and garnered widespread player participation. Such an incredible launch did not cause Ruler of the Land to explode in popularity. As a result, many producers who initially paid attention to Ruler of the Land, but later lost interest, were confused about how this game became successful. Of course, this does not include Tian Baishuan and others who have genuinely delved into the game and eventually became completely captivated by it. They are well aware that Ruler of the Land achieving this position is entirely normal, and they wouldn't be surprised if it climbs even higher in the future. And things were just as they had imagined, as Wang Chuan continually developed and promoted the player community of Litu Jibin. Many significant events were documented, and some professionals were invited to analyze and explain the in-game situations regularly. This has led to a rapid increase in the game's popularity and revenue. Online, the legends of Litu Jibin seem to be everywhere. After successfully reaching the 5th position on the mobile game charts, the game's achievements shocked all game producers, media, and players. In the second week after securing the 5th place, one of the game's servers finally achieved unification of the states, initiating large-scale state wars. The game was no longer satisfied with being 5th and began to sprint towards the top position, successfully claiming the throne as number 1. This event caused all producers and companies to have their worldviews shattered. Could it be that we have been abandoned by the times? How could a game reach the 1st place without any promotion? Can you believe that? Of course, the 1st position was only held for a week before being overtaken by a new buyout game. However, as the saying goes, where there is one, there is another. Thus, within a few days, Litu Jibin climbed back to the top position. The game producers found it hard to believe that an SLG-type game could be so fierce. It is well known that SLG-type games have an inherent drawback, which is a high learning curve. Players find it difficult to get started and progress slowly. For instance, in Litu Jibin, when players first enter the game, they hardly feel any fun. The real enjoyment comes when they familiarize themselves with the gameplay and join alliances. This enjoyment peaks during the civil war within the states and the large-scale wars between different states. Therefore, normally speaking, while SLG-type games might have a lot of revenue, it is usually steady and long-term, rarely explosive or rapid. However, this rule seems to have lost its effect in Litu Jibin. With lingering doubts, the game producers specifically researched the game's payment system, and ultimately found that the payment intensity was genuinely not high, even somewhat low. But if the payment is low, how could it suddenly become popular? The game producers were baffled and couldn't explain the situation. After dominating the charts for 2 weeks, Lotto Jibin was finally pushed down by some new games. However, it must be said that during the period of dominance until being surpassed, Lu Jibin did not initiate any official monetization activities, nor did it update any new monetization points. All of this was driven by the players themselves. So what are the data behind such a popular Lotto Jibin? This question suddenly arose in the minds of all game producers. Wang Chuan also did not hide anything. He originally did not intend to keep it a secret, because this data could better stimulate game development and would greatly aid in evaluating future official activities. Thus, Huang Games and Wang Chuan shared a picture on their social accounts. It recorded the monthly active users and daily activity index of Lotto Jibin. It could be clearly seen that the first-day active users of Lotto Jibin were only 1 million, but the first-day retention rate was quite high, reaching over 50%. This is not the focus. The key lies in the 3-day retention rate, the 7-day retention rate, and the half-month retention rate, which are gradually increasing and later even surpassed Three Kingdoms Kill, which is terrifying. Additionally, the player payment rate reached an impressive 19.8% with the first month's revenue around 150 million, and the game's rating soared to 9.6. Moreover, the game's monthly active users have already surpassed 3,500,000. On social platforms, Wang Chuan detailed some of the data of Lotto Jibin. This data instantly shocked game producers, game media, and players. This world is different from the previous life. Mobile games did not develop as vigorously since their popularity was often overshadowed by other forms of entertainment, leading to mobile games not being as hot as imagined. Thus, the revenue of Lotto Jibin in its first month shocked everyone. Heated discussions erupted in the small group of game producers. What did you see? Wang Chuan released the data. The first month's revenue is 150 million. What level is this? I could never reach this level in my lifetime. No, even in your next life or your next life, you wouldn't reach it. That's not the point, okay? Didn't you forget? Lotto Jibin was not popular in the early stage, but exceeded in the later stages, which indicates that its player base is continuously increasing. So if this trend continues, the revenue of Lotto Jibin next month will double. Why doesn't that mean it will exceed 200 million? Are mobile games really that hot? By the way, should I go mingle with mobile games? You go. You will probably come back in defeat. Exactly. Do you really think this is a booming mobile game market? It's clearly just that Lotto Jibin is too abnormal. Look at which mobile game can compare to Lotto Jibin. Oh, that's true, you can't compare. Game producers continuously discussed in the group, while game media were also busy quickly publishing articles after finding relevant information. Lotto Jibin, a magical game, a unique game. Does a Three Kingdoms game not have a Three Kingdoms plot? No, the plot needs to be created by the players themselves. A game that combines night raids, decapitation plans, proclamations, undercover missions, etc. The gameplay actually comes from the players. The first month's revenue surpassed 150 million. What is the charm of Lotto Jibin? In an instant, a large number of articles appeared online, each focusing on different aspects, some discussing data, some discussing the game, and some discussing gameplay, etc. However, regardless of the topics discussed, they all ultimately revolved around Lotto Jibin. Although it is an SLG-type game, its continuously increasing popularity has also attracted the attention of many players. With the rising popularity of Rate the Land, its producer Wang Chuan has become well known among numerous players and game developers. Wang Chuan initially stepped into the gaming circle through Stanley's Parable and earned the official title of game producer. With the explosive success of Soul Knight, Wang Chuan and Huang Game Company began to show their talents. The release of Three Kingdoms Kill further solidified their position in the gaming industry. Finally, with the sweeping success of Rate the Land, who in the world does not recognize him? Of course, this led to increased attention on Wang Chuan and nothing more. After all, compared to the deep-rooted major companies, Wang Chuan and Huang Game Company still have some distance to cover. However, Wang Chuan is quite confident in surpassing these gaps. After all, with 4 successful games already achieved, a few more could lead to soaring heights. Rate the Land, which has gained immense popularity, has also become a research target for many game developers and companies. A Three Kingdoms game with no Three Kingdoms storyline. An SLG-type game yet promoted in an unconventional way. A game that requires players to invest a significant amount of time, yet still garners reputation and revenue. Under various halos of success, curious game developers and companies began to investigate, even forming research teams. Meanwhile, the subject of this research had no time for such matters. At this moment, Wang Chuan was lounging in a villa, enjoying the sun in a very low-key manner. Although many media outlets and journalists sought to interview him after the data for Rate the Land was released, he ultimately declined all requests. After all, the reason he would accept interviews was merely for the publicity, but with Rate the Land currently in the spotlight, the media would promote it regardless of his participation. Since he could gain attention without being busy, why should he bother? An old salted fish indeed. Boss, why did you decline all those interviews? Huang Shanshan asked curiously while gently massaging him. Sunbathing wouldn't be complete without Huang Shanshan's massage service, right? Wang Chuan, the old capitalist. Well, that's a question. If others asked, I wouldn't tell them, but since you provided such great service, I'll reluctantly share it with you. Wang Chuan hummed comfortably and lazily spoke. You're the best, boss. Huang Shanshan felt delighted upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, sticking out her tongue playfully. The reason is simple. We are already quite high profile, so when it's time to be low-key, we need to be low-key. After all, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. The official event and evaluations are not far away. Wang Chuan revealed a mysterious smile and spoke with a magnetic voice. How do you think Wang Chuan would admit he wants to be a salted fish? Impossible. How could he speak his mind in front of a girl? Of course, this isn't entirely a lie if there are reasons behind it. Oh, I see. Boss, you're amazing. Huang Shanshan nodded, somewhat confused, but felt it was impressive. Wang Chuan smiled at Huang Shanshan's admiration, not saying much. He had been busy with company matters until now, finally feeling relaxed. As for finances, Wang Chuan is not particularly lacking at the moment. Stanley's Parable is available on both mobile and PC platforms, but it no longer generates significant profit. Soul Knight has a decent player base, but due to monetization issues, the revenue is steadily declining. Last month, it earned tens of millions, but this month has dropped to around 5 million. To be honest, this is already quite low, merely enough to maintain the game's operation. However, even so, Wang Chuan has no plans to introduce monetized content or sacrifice the game's integrity for players to spend excessively. As long as the income can sustain current operations, including future updates, and the overall game environment, that is sufficient. Three Kingdoms Kill also has a large player base, but its revenue remains in a stable state, consistently around 30 million each month. Wang Chuan doesn't need to worry at all, as the vitality of this game is evident. The real revenue giant remains the booming Rate the Land. The revenue for the first month was around 150 million. Even after deducting platform fees and taxes, Wang Chuan would still receive over 100 million. And this is just the first month of Rate the Land. Even on the fastest servers, the game's progress has only reached the stage of the Zhou battle. One can only imagine how high the revenue will soar once the true unified war begins. Of course, the smoothness of this success is also related to the good gaming environment in this world. As the sun set, Huang Shanshan had already returned to work. Wang Chuan stood up, stretched lazily, and strolled down. He reserved some time to prepare for a meeting. With Huang to Game Company developing smoothly, it was time to expand. Everyone, this meeting has just one point of discussion: our company is moving. Wang Chuan looked at the crowd, all of whom were company veterans, and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone in the conference room showed a hint of surprise. Mr. Wang, are we changing our work environment? Wei immediately thought of finding a new auspicious location so he could play games without running into bad luck. Changing places. I'm going to miss this place. Huang Shanshan, Zhao Jing, and Gong Ingnan looked around with reluctance. Although they had only been here for a few months, these days had been fulfilling and joyful, and now that it was mentioned they were leaving, a complex feeling arose in their hearts. That's right, if our current numbers are relatively small, so we haven't felt it much yet. But after the company's great success, we already have the capital to expand, so our current space feels cramped. Moreover, if we rank in the official selection this time, we will qualify to establish an offline experience store. If the company headquarters is still here by then, it would be embarrassing. Wang Chuan could guess the thoughts of everyone, so he explained patiently. For himself, it doesn't matter where he works. He has no specific requirements. However, the company is not solely his, it must also consider the thoughts of others. Moreover, once the Huang to Game Company truly opens the offline experience store, it will be inappropriate for the company to remain here, as the experience store is meant to be open to the public to gather feedback. Continuing in the villa area, not to mention whether the environment is suitable, there are simply too few people, resulting in minimal feedback. Having heard Wang Chuan's explanation, the others nodded in agreement, showing their understanding. That makes sense. Since you talk a lot, we'll go with your suggestion. But boss, there is still over a week until the event ends. What if we don't get selected? Upon hearing Wang Chuan's explanation, Huang Shanshan felt relieved. However, looking at his confident demeanor, she couldn't help but retort. Exactly, what if we don't get selected? Then the offline experience store will be a waste, and we would have changed locations for nothing. Wei chimed in, following Huang Shanshan's lead. If no one had brought this up, he would never have initiated the topic, but since someone did, he felt it was fine to agree. Impossible, our game is so excellent that the other participants' efforts pale in comparison. Huang to game is bound to win. Wang Chuan treated the words of the two as if he hadn't heard anything, speaking nonchalantly. However, while the language may seem coarse, the truth stands. Even if we don't mention Three Kingdoms, kill rate of the world is already on the verge of madness. As expected of President Wang, still so imposing. Yes, still that charming gentleman. Lu Chang and Zhou Wei pretended to admire him, blushing as they spoke. Ugh, damn. Watching the antics of the two, the others felt a chill. Go, play somewhere else. Even though Wang Chuan's heart was strong, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the antics of these two men. If it were Huang Shanshan, Zhao Jing, or Gong Yingnan, it would be fine, but a grown man. Tut. Ha ha ha. Instantly laughter filled the conference room. All right, Lu Chang, how is the platform development going? Are there any difficulties? With the atmosphere now lively and the earlier reluctance fading, Wang Chuan turned to Lu Chang and Zhou Wei to inquire. No difficulties at all, and the platform has completed internal testing and is ready to launch at any time. Lu Chang quickly became serious when Wang Chuan asked about the platform. Since they arrived, Wang Chuan had entrusted the platform matters to the two of them. After months of effort, they did not disappoint expectations and successfully completed the platform's construction, ready to go live. Hey, President Wang, is Huang to game also going to create a platform? Gong Yingnan, who joined Huang to game later, was curious, as this was the first time she heard about it. As her words fell, the others also grew curious. Although they were aware of this matter, only Wang Chuan understood the specifics. Yes, indeed. I have this plan, but it's not as you imagine. Our current strength is insufficient to create an open platform. We can only establish a closed platform, primarily operating Huang to game's own games. Moreover, I must say, in terms of a closed platform, Three Kingdoms kill and rate of the world still fall short. Wang Chuan looked at the crowd, organized his thoughts, and spoke more specifically. When rate of the world became popular, Wang Chuan signed new labor contracts with a few of them. Everyone's salaries, benefits, and bonuses all saw a significant increase, surpassing industry standards by 30%. As for future raises, that would depend on the company's development. Of course, since the treatment was so good, the contract duration also extended. However, for both employees and the boss, it was a win-win situation, making the process quite pleasant. Since they had already signed new contracts, they were all considered insiders, so Wang Chuan no longer hid some of the more confidential plans. Regarding Wang Chuan's statement about the inability to create an open platform, everyone understood. Not to mention the issue of strength, the challenges with the three factories were unavoidable. Thus, from the beginning, everyone did not harbor any expectations for an open platform. But is it really impossible to create a closed platform? This left the people at Huang to game astonished, and they couldn't help but refute repeatedly. President Wang, how can a closed platform not work? Three Kingdoms kill and rate of the world have already reached millions of daily active users, and the players' engagement is exceptionally high. Yes, President Wang, when I was at work today, I saw many people engrossed in playing Three Kingdoms kill and rate of the world. How could that not be enough? The boss must have his reasons for saying this, and if Three Kingdoms kill and rate of the world aren't sufficient, I bet the boss has plans for the next game, right? Everyone was puzzled, but Huang Shanshan firmly believed in Wang Chuan, as she knew that whatever he did, there was always a reason behind it. Following this line of thought, she quickly concluded that if these two games weren't suitable, then making a new game would be the solution. Upon hearing Huang Shanshan's words, everyone turned their expectant gazes toward Wang Chuan. Haha, indeed, I do have ideas for a new game. Shanshan, you truly are my little secretary, we are in sync. Wang Chuan hadn't expected Huang Shanshan to see through the essence so directly and hit the nail on the head. Remembering the naive girl from when she first arrived, she had now transformed into a sophisticated urban woman, having grown up. Upon receiving Wang Chuan's compliment, Huang Shanshan smiled slightly, but said nothing. Although Three Kingdoms kill and rate of the world are good, they are more suited for mobile platforms and are unlikely to become the brand of the platform. Therefore, we need a true flagship product that can support the platform. Pausing briefly, Wang Chuan continued, I want to mention the previous games Stanley's Parable and Spirit Night, as both have the same flaw of being mobile-centric. They cannot become the brand of the platform, so we need to create a game of that caliber next. So are we going to start developing a AAA masterpiece? What type of game are we making? Wei Wei, who had been frowning since Wang Chuan began speaking, suddenly thought of something and looked at Wang Chuan with eager eyes, speaking loudly. Really, Mr. Wang, I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Wei Wei's words startled the others, and Lu Chang, equally excited, exclaimed loudly. Yes, our first month's revenue for On the Shores of the World exceeded 100 million. It is expected to rise even higher, giving us the capital to produce a AAA game. Zhao Jing couldn't help but start estimating whether the funds for creating a big game were sufficient. Let's take a break for now. We just finished 2 games, but if you're not tired, I certainly am. Moreover, we should wait for the official event rewards to be distributed before we research the next game. Wang Chuan, seeing the expectation and surprise in everyone's eyes, decisively shattered their hopes. A big game will definitely be made, but it is absolutely not the right time yet. Mr. Wang, isn't it a bit much to rest at this time? The crowd fell silent, hesitating over whether to persuade him. All right, the success of On the Shores of the World is a result of everyone's hard work, and logically speaking, we should give everyone a break. Wang Chuan, seeing the looks on everyone's faces, had to change his words. No, it was definitely not because he wanted to be lazy himself, but rather for the employees' sake. After all, the employees had worked hard for such a long time, their nerves were taut, and they needed some time to relax. Exactly, that's it. I truly am a good boss. As for Wang Chuan's thoughts, everyone was unaware. Had they known, they might not have wanted a holiday at all. All right, Mr. Wang, since we're resting, could you reveal the type of our next game? Although the words were spoken, no one knew how to refute them, but Gong Yingnan was still a bit curious and couldn't help but act coyly to pry for information. Wei Wei, seeing Gong Yingnan act this way, understood her intentions and quickly gave her an approving glance, then looked at Wang Chuan with anticipation, waiting for an answer. Enough with that, I won't fall for it. Wang Chuan smiled on the surface, but inside, he was as resolute as tempered steel, not revealing a hint of weakness. Seeing that he truly wasn't swayed, Gong Yingnan hurriedly signaled Huang Shanshan. Sister Shanshan, I need your help. It's your time to shine. Now you know to ask me for help. Step aside and watch me. Huang Shanshan, who was beside them with her arms crossed watching the show, received the signal and replied in kind, gradually walking towards Wang Chuan. Before Wang Chuan could react, a pair of fair, tender, and boneless little hands landed on his shoulders, kneading and rubbing with a gentle force. Wang Chuan felt the familiar strength on his shoulders and couldn't help but close his eyes comfortably. Boss, does that feel good? Huang Shanshan smiled, bending down to whisper in Wang Chuan's ear. The light yellow hair playfully brushed against Wang Chuan's face, tickling him as if stirring a certain heart within him. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted over, and Wang Chuan found it hard to maintain his composure. Dear lady, please behave yourself. It feels good, Shanshan, your technique has improved. Wang Chuan coughed lightly, then said somewhat awkwardly. Oh, then can the boss tell me about the next game's details? Huang Shanshan hummed softly, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness, making it quite enticing. Well, I have a rough idea, but I can't say anything yet, it still needs some research. Wang Chuan hurriedly finished speaking and then left in a rush. Oh dear, this monk is about to have worldly thoughts. How can this enchanting lady be so alluring? Ha, puff. Looking at Wang Chuan's rarely flustered demeanor, everyone was surprised at first, then they couldn't help but laugh heartily. Meanwhile, as laughter and joy surrounded Wang Chuan, this official event came to an end, officially commencing the game evaluation. As an official department, it is specifically responsible for managing games. Its role is more about leading, serving as a benchmark for the industry, and guiding the healthy development of the gaming sector. For example, some games are excessively violent. If such games are played by teenagers, they can easily affect their mental health. Or there are some concepts in games that are not suitable for dissemination, etc. In such cases, this official department will not simply cut the game off and prevent it from going online. Instead, they will conduct game ratings or help manufacturers make corrections, etc. Oh, by the way, I must mention that the Pangu editor which game developers are currently using was developed by this official department. It is designed to benefit the public, providing technical support for game developers. Returning to this game's evaluation, because players also participated in the evaluation this time, and their votes carried significant weight, it brought more diversity to this game evaluation. This includes aspects such as artistic quality, gameplay design, storyline, camera transitions, and art design, as well as the commercial viability that players care about most. All these factors will be considered in the evaluation. Therefore, it can be said that this time's evaluation completely avoided the previous instances where the ranked games were those with artistic value surpassing commercial value. The official evaluation is about to begin. I'm so excited. Come on, it's not even your game. What are you getting excited about? Alright, by the way, who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Unless something unexpected happens, the top 3 this time should be 3 Kingdoms Kill by Huangta Games, On the Shores of the World, and 3 Kingdoms Farmers Take Charge by Penguin. Yes, I think so too. I just don't know which of these 3 games will take first, and which will take second. Exactly, I believe all 3 of these games are of very high quality. Since everyone has their own opinions, why not initiate a voting event? Also, to encourage everyone's enthusiasm, I will set it up to be anonymous. Good idea. Since it's anonymous voting, why not also write down the reasons and outstanding points of the games? Agreed. While the official internal evaluation had yet to yield results, players on the internet waiting for the evaluation results began to stir things up. Unexpectedly, for 3 Kingdoms Kill, On the Shores of the World, and 3 Kingdoms Farmers Take Charge, they initiated a grassroots voting event. The resulting commotion was quite significant. From the moment it was initiated, the number of participants kept soaring, only slowing down 5 minutes later. Soon the preliminary results of the voting began to emerge. Although there were still votes being cast, the results had already stabilized. Without a doubt, Three Kingdoms Kill undoubtedly ranked first, followed closely by On the Shores of the World, and then Three Kingdoms The Farmer Takes Charge. Although Three Kingdoms The Farmer Takes Charge ranked third, the gap between it and the top two games was not significant. This is due to the promotional efforts of Penguin Company and the high quality of the game, which led to its great popularity among players. However, there is one undeniable point: the top two games, Three Kingdoms Kill and On the Shores of the World, are both produced by Wang Chuan. Tian Baishuan was firmly pressed down, unable to turn over. At the same time, this phenomenon sparked numerous discussions among players. My goodness, look at the voting results. Three Kingdoms Kill and On the Shores of the World are both at the top, but Wang Chuan is surely taking off. Indeed, this Imperial Path game is too strong. Mind your words, what do you mean by Imperial Path game being strong? It's clearly Wang Zong who is strong. That's right, I don't care about the others. I wholeheartedly support On the Shores of the World. Wang Zong, bless me, please give me a 5-star general, given my sincerity. Are you treating Wang Zong like a deity? What if the official selection results in Penguin's game ranking first, suppressing all of Wang Chuan's games? Wouldn't that be a bit awkward? That's impossible. Look at the voting results from so many players. How could Three Kingdoms The Farmer Takes Charge not rank up? The final results are still uncertain. Don't forget, after all, it's Penguin's game. Think about their status in the country. Alright, this is an official selection, an official event. Consider the official status in the country. Exactly, if Penguin can influence the official's decision, I will live stream myself running naked. The players were having a lively discussion, and the media naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity. With so many newsworthy stories, their articles for this period were certainly filled. The official selection has just started, and the players' voting results are already out. Surprisingly, these three games are popular. Three Kingdoms Kill and On the Shores of the World lead, with Three Kingdoms The Farmer Takes Charge trailing in third. On the Shores of the World once again displays impressive operations, showcasing alliances and diplomatic strategies. The new era Three Kingdoms game, Three Kingdoms Kill, offers you a unique surprise. The most touching and realistic Three Kingdoms scenarios are recreated in Three Kingdoms The Farmer Takes Charge, evoking deep emotions in people. At this moment, each game was acknowledged as a frontrunner for the championship, with portions of the media supporting them. These news reports also prompted players who love this game to take action, supporting their favorite games. Overall, Wang Chuan's advantage was quite evident, as he had two games. Even though everyone supported their own favorites, when faced with external threats, the players of these two games would still feel a sense of camaraderie and unite against the common enemy. The players continued to debate fiercely, and at this moment, the official selection results finally emerged. On social media, under the official event, a new message appeared announcing the final results of this selection. On the Shores of the World undoubtedly took first place with an overwhelming advantage. Three Kingdoms Kill secured second place by a narrow margin. Unsurprisingly, Three Kingdoms The Farmer Takes Charge came in third. Following this result, the official gaming platform, in response to requests, also made a recommendation for On the Shores of the World. This can be said to be a visible benefit. The strength of the recommendation was immense, exceptionally strong. On the official gaming platform, whether on mobile or PC, as long as you enter the platform, you will see the recommendation for On the Shores of the World. Especially on the homepage, there was a major push for On the Shores of the World by the officials. Moreover, an article was included, leaving many new players puzzled as to why a recommended game had an article attached. Upon clicking in, it quickly became clear. It turned out to be the official review article, which piqued further curiosity. The content was roughly as follows: On the Shores of the World is a unique game, and yes, forgive my bluntness, but it truly is different. There are no eternal friends or eternal interests. This saying is well exemplified in On the Shores of the World, as this game showcases unique settings and gameplay, especially with its developed social system, allowing it to truly embody the essence of alliances and strategies. Moreover, it meticulously restores the geography of the Three Kingdoms, including cities, forests, rivers, mountains, etc. This level of detail deserves mention. Not only these geographical features, but the developmental processes of nations are also realistically simulated. Especially resources which are core to development are distributed across the world, including trees, food, stone, iron, or etc. Interestingly, these resources are finite. Most importantly, this game provides a very detailed explanation of warfare, perfectly creating a world where resources are limited and people compete with each other for survival and development. Many people say, isn't this a Three Kingdoms game? Then why is there no Three Kingdoms scenario? Before playing this game, I had the same doubts, but after truly engaging with it, I understood that the lack of Three Kingdoms scenarios is because the scenarios of this game are written by the players themselves. Players are the protagonists of this world. The schemes of deceit, counterintelligence, night raids, and beheadings clearly illustrate the interesting aspects of this game. However, merely stating all of this does not convey the experience. Only by personally experiencing it and truly playing it can one understand the charm it holds. Of course, prior to this I was praising the game, but that does not mean it is without flaws. It still has many shortcomings, such as overly simplistic guidance for newcomers and a high learning curve. Nevertheless, its strengths shine through making it an excellent game. In summary, this is a game that is not about the Three Kingdoms, yet surpasses it, containing many concepts that are worth learning for game developers. It is evident that this reviewer holds a high regard for Lands of the Earth, almost entirely praising it. In addition to Lands of the Earth, the second place goes to Three Kingdoms Kill, and the third to Three Kingdoms Farmers Take Charge, both of which also have many articles and reviews. However, their effectiveness is not as good as Lands of the Earth. After all, regardless of the activity, what everyone will always remember is only the first place work, while the second and third are quite similar, and the number of people paying attention is very few. Nevertheless, even so, Wang Chuan and his Huang to Game Company have become well known, gaining reputation and status in the gaming circle. To be able to create two similar types of games in a row, both achieving great success, and to dominate the top two places in official events, if this were not a real occurrence, no one would believe it. Although Wang Chuan has not yet produced any AAA masterpieces, many believe that it is only a matter of time. From Stanley's Parable, which initiated the metagame, to the commercial innovation of Soul Knight, and then to the official events, the clever combination of Three Kingdoms Kill with tabletop game mechanics and the uniqueness of Lands of the Earth all demonstrate that Wang Chuan is an innovative producer who does not follow the conventional path. Thus, Wang Chuan has already made a name for himself in the gaming industry. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Wang Chuan decided to stop working hard now and simply sold his company, there would undoubtedly be a multitude of wealthy individuals eager to take over, fighting over it. The reason is simple: Wang Chuan himself represents profit. Of course, Wang Chuan would never do such a thing. With the results of this event, the topic of Lands of the Earth quickly spread across the internet with the help of news media. Among the highlights are the audacious moves of various players within the game. For example, a certain alliance of players waited until dawn, stealthily launched a night raid on other alliances, executing a decapitation plan. For instance, when a certain alliance was on the verge of collapse, they wrote a manifesto before the battle, uniting all possible forces, resulting in an immediate reversal of the situation. Another example is when a certain alliance set up a pawn at the beginning of the game and sent out numerous undercover agents, achieving the feat of being the first to break through the major territories within the game. These are all ingenious strategies that players could come up with. Such things are quite normal in other games. However, once placed in Lands of the Earth, they instantly become the focal points of a battle. It is akin to the real Three Kingdoms, where I want to attack you, but I cannot do so without reason. I must have justification and stand at the pinnacle of public opinion. Of course, these matters are all online and have nothing to do with Wang Chuan. At this moment, he stood there in a daze, assisted by Huang Shanshan in adjusting his attire. What are you going for? Of course, it's to attend the official award ceremony. Yes, this is not just a simple online selection. There will be an award ceremony. The trophy will be awarded at that time. Of course, the location is not far. It is only a few kilometers from Wang Chuan. By taxi, it will take just over an hour. This is also why he can be so leisurely in preparing his outfit. Otherwise, he would already be on the road. Unlike the previous time, when Stanley's Parable won an award, this time Wang Chuan is quite eager to participate. Because this time it is not about those small awards or minor organizations, but rather honors officially awarded. The significance here is different. The implicit things are different. After everything was organized, he bid farewell to Huang Shanshan and took a taxi to the award venue. Upon arriving at the venue, Wang Chuan realized it was not the grand auditorium he had imagined, but rather a simple meeting room. Indeed, I must say the official awards are quite understated. After sitting down and waiting for a while, a reporter from the official side came over for a brief interview. Not long after the award ceremony began. Once the ceremony was over, he chatted with the awarding leaders about the general direction of the game. Yes, they had a bit of bragging. By the time Qian returned to the villa, it was already noon. There were no leaders at the banquet, so Wang Chuan did not attend, otherwise he might have returned late at night. Boss, what is this? Did you forget to bring something? As soon as Wang Chuan returned, he bumped into Huang Shanshan, who looked up with a somewhat dazed expression. What do you mean forgetting to bring something? I have clearly just attended and returned. Wang Chuan set down the certificate and trophy, reached out to pat Huang Shanshan's small head, and then said, after spending some time together, they had developed an unspoken understanding. There is a certain chemistry between them, but they have not deliberately broken the ice, savoring this ambiguity. President Wang, how did it go? Did the experienced store matter get approved? As they conversed, others overheard with Wei Wei taking the lead, his voice reaching them before he did. Haha, don't worry, I have already inquired. As long as we find a suitable location, we can directly report it. Wang Chuan lowered his hand, looking at Wei Wei with a face of disdain. Huang Shanshan, tisk, so annoying. Wang Chuan, tisk, so annoying. Hey President Wang, is this the trophy? Tisk, it's gold-plated. Gong Yingnan, following behind, immediately noticed the shiny trophy, quickly reaching out to touch it, then spoke with a face of disdain. Go away, go away. If it were pure gold, I wouldn't be able to take it back. Wang Chuan said somewhat helplessly, if the trophy were pure gold, it would be incredibly heavy. Alright, although this is our first trophy and certificate, there will be more in the future. By the way, Shanshan, when we move to the new place, remember to prepare an exhibition room specifically to display these. Sure thing, don't worry, boss. Huang Shanshan nodded, saying while taking out a small notebook, diligently jotting it down, looking increasingly like a small secretary or big manager. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's somewhat arrogant words, no one felt he was bragging. Instead, they thought it was quite likely. Among them, Huang Shanshan's belief was the strongest. I wonder if this is a case of love making one see beauty where there is none. Hey, why does it feel a bit strange?